Finally, this is what I heard, that is, in the lake guarded by the elemental elves, there is a spring of elements. The post in the forum said here, and there is no more to say. Honestly, the situation with Wood Element Oasis is actually quite simple. Apart from the fact that the hatred of the elemental elves is a bit larger, the attack methods are quite simple. It's nothing more than a covering blow. However, this is what makes most players a headache. Because the cover type attack is the real meaning of 1 force and 10 meetings, and it doesn't make any sense at all. As long as you can't keep your head up, you don't need any tactics. This difficulty was not solved until one of the members of the Kitty Guild personally came out and released the strategy. Let the knights with high magic resistance stand in front, the priests in the back pay attention to the blessing of defensive magic and blood recovery, and then let the archers shoot at the back one by one. However, this lineup has particularly high requirements for the magic resistance of the front row knights, so please use it with caution. A simple lineup solved the problem at once. Although in Donghuang, archers are a rare class. But in the Elemental Spirit Oasis big map, there are players from Donghuan Beishan. Can't find a good archer in the human race, can't you find a good archer in the elves? That's why it is said that this lineup, the high magic resistance knights in the front row used to withstand the first round of the elemental elves offensive, is the most critical part. Only by withstood the opponent's offensive, can the archer output better. After all, the wood elemental elf is a typical mobs with a lot of power and blue, and a crisp skin and little blood. For an 85th level archer, as long as the equipment is a little better, it may be a little difficult to shoot 1 arrow at a time. But 2 arrows in 1, there is still no big problem. However, high magic resistance knights are hard to find. What kind of guy who plays knights has so much magic resistance equipment in his hand? Shao Shu Jiu, the strategy in the forum was sent out by you, right? Qi Lu, who knew everything, contacted Xuanhuan, a store far away in the City of Life, on the membership card. Although his tone sounded like he was asking, in fact, Qi Lu was just confirming his conjecture. Because judging from Xuanhuan's character, she wouldn't be so generous with her own strategy, so she just handed it over. It must be used by the members of the Kitten Guild first, and after I have made a fortune, I will talk about other things. And now this situation must be profitable. Hey, how did you know about this? Xuanhuan on the other end of the membership card looked very surprised. It looks like it's on point. I don't even need to guess about this, I know that you must have done it. Without the approval of the president of you, how could the members of the Kitty Guild send out the strategy? Qi Lu explained slowly, then paused, changed the subject, and asked, so, how much magic resistance equipment do you have in the warehouse? As soon as this question was asked, Xuanhuan's face became obviously embarrassed. However, as far as the copy strategy is concerned, there is really nothing wrong with it. Ordinary players want to withstand the indiscriminate bombardment of those elemental elves, and it is really impossible without magic resistance equipment. It's just that Qi Lu didn't expect Xuanhuan to make a fortune in this place. As a competent game merchant, there must be a lot of goods hoarded in the guild warehouse, and all kinds of equipment and props must be available. But also because of this, it will cause some partial equipment or props to Baynard. As a result, it has been kept at the bottom of the warehouse and cannot be sold, and the space of the guild warehouse is wasted in vain, which increases the management fee. And magic resistance equipment is one of them. Because in the big map before the oasis of the elemental spirit, whether it is a wild area or a copy, the enemies of pure law are rare. Therefore, the demand for magic resistance equipment has always been very low. Even if you accidentally encounter an enemy whose main output method is magic, you can rely on defensive skills to overcome it. But now, when it comes to the big map of the elemental spirit oasis, it is really unbearable. The destructive power caused by the wood element elves, who are not very good at attacking, can make the scalp of this group of players tingle. Not to mention the elemental oasis that followed. So this time, it was Yu Shuangshu's turn to make a fortune. Qi Lu, how much inventory is there? That's a business secret. How can you ask random questions? After a long while, Yu Shuangshu replied humbly. Okay, then I won't ask. Qi Lu shrugged, then raised a hand, indicating that it was his fault this time. Anyway, no matter how much you earn, the spirit crystals in Yu Shuangshu's shands will eventually be consumed by Qi Lu. After all, devouring cats don't eat spirit crystals. And letting Yu Shuangshu send out the strategy will also help players push the map better. Otherwise, it has been stuck in the dungeon of the Wood Element Oasis, which is quite a blow to the enthusiasm of the players. And in the basic version of the Raiders came out. After that, the magic resistance equipment in the New World Mode trading system was sold out of stock for a time. It really made Yu Shuangshu earn a fortune, and let go of all the magic resistance equipment that was backed up in the warehouse. How many players who can rush to level 85 are missing spirit crystals? Not to mention those big guilds with guild assets. So after some preparations, a temporary agreement was reached between the idle players and the major guilds, and they began to advance the copy of the Wood Element Oasis in turn. The main reason for this situation is because of the refresh mechanism of the copy of Wood Element Oasis. Unlike other small space-style copies, this copy of Wood Element Oasis is an open copy. All players who come to the Elemental Spirit Oasis map can push the map together. But in the Wood Element Oasis, the refresh frequency of those elemental spirits is once a day, and the elemental spring in the lake has a fixed daily output. And neither of these are cumulative. Therefore, for the fountain of elements obtained after pushing the map, a distribution plan needs to be listed. The fountain of elements is the key to entering the elemental challenge, and no player wants to give up. Otherwise, why go to the big map of Elemental Spirit Oasis? However, the daily output of the Spring of Elements is so much, and it is definitely impossible to distribute it evenly. Then you can only think of another way. However, there are many ways to allocate the elemental fountain. The premise is that the copy of the Wood Elemental Oasis can be guaranteed to be pushed out. Otherwise, the element elves who stay in the Wood Element Oasis, even if there is only one left, will not flinch, but will continue to smash the element magic on the heads of outsiders. With the help of the strategy, plus full preparation. This time, the Wood Elemental elves were beaten down by the players' attack. One by one, they were shot down by the archers. Moreover, unlike the enemies in the Elemental Challenge, the characteristics of any equipment and props will not be exploded at all. Elemental elves are normal dungeon mobs. Although the explosion rate is as low as ever, they will still explode equipment, gain gold coins, and various potions and other props. It can be regarded as a little psychological comfort to these players who have been beaten several times in an instant. What are the knights in the front row doing? Put them on top of me. If you get a second one, make up for one. Where's the priest? Add blood. The priest. Release control, pay attention to help the knights in the front row to release control. They must be at the forefront. Archers, shoot your arrows, aim for me. Do the elementals look small? Is it difficult to aim? Once you are ready to start the raid, the player as the commander will start roaring frantically. Natural teamwork with this kind of thing generally only appears among the masters. Or in those guilds that have been running in for a long time. These two types of players, even if they don't need a command, can spontaneously complement each other and cooperate well with each other. But on those ordinary players, it can't do so well. Often a battle is over, or a dungeon is almost finished, and you may not understand what happened. As for teamwork, don't even think about it. Otherwise, there are still too few really powerful guilds. It is because of the guild formed by a large group of trash fish, even if there are many people, it is only a group of rabble. Without the leadership of a master, without a clear-headed commander, it may not be as good as a group of idle players. After all, the Lone Ranger is used to fighting alone, and has its own set of survival methods and fighting methods. But the rebel often likes to bully others. Therefore, it is not necessary to say more about its own combat power. Fortunately, there are still resurrection points to support players with goals. Patience is always endless. The knights who have been resurrected run back as fast as possible, or else the front row will not be enough, and everything before will be in vain. If there is still a vacancy in the front row, let the soldiers go up, and give them a bit of magic resistance equipment. Archers, can you attack faster? The front row is gone. What are you still digging in your quiver? Accompanied by the commander's roar, there was also a scolding sound after giving the order. The progress of the copy of Wood Element Oasis is also constantly being refreshed. After all, the Wood Element magic, among the major element magics, can only be ranked in the middle and lower reaches of the destructive power. By the way, it also comes with a little control ability, and a small amount of healing ability. It is a kind of elemental magic that covers a fairly complex range. It is precisely because of this kind of miscellaneous and not refined, so the Hardwood Element Oasis copy can still be pushed forward. Even if these patchwork guilds and idle players are completely inferior to the Kitten Guild in terms of combat effectiveness, it doesn't matter, and the impact is not great. It's just that they can't be like the Kitten Guild, and no one will be killed. Very good, the elemental elves are about to be wiped out. Everyone, work harder. Seeing that the battle is coming to an end, as a player who has been Rototetto the third commander, he is relieved. Because in the New World mode, you can only stay for 4 hours a day. However, the copy of Wood Element Oasis is obviously not a copy that can be completed in just 4 hours. Even the members of the previous Kitty Guild came here just to explore the way. Not all in one go. Therefore, the commander has become a 4-hour rotation. The players who participated in the battle on the front line also went offline in batches 10 minutes before they were about to go offline, so that the scheduled successors could continue to fight online. Otherwise, why should the copy of Wood Element Oasis be designed as an open copy? It's because I can't finish it in 4 hours. As a player, no one wants to fail the dungeon strategy due to being forced to go offline in the process of playing the dungeon. If this happens, the players are afraid that they want to swallow the dog Plunto, relieve their hatred. It is also for this reason that the large and small guilds and idle players who came to the Elemental Spirit Oasis map decided to temporarily join forces and cooperate to attack the Wood Elements Oasis dungeon. Otherwise, if you are alone, you can walk into the Wood Element Oasis for half a step, which is considered a skill. Clansmen, the Fountain of Elements will be taken away by these damn outsiders. Why is this happening? I cannot be reconciled. But at this moment, in the Wood Element Oasis, the last living Wood Element elf suddenly spoke. His tone was extremely angry, and his eyes were even more angry. The outsider staring at the Wood Element Oasis. And then, dazzling flames began to burst from all over. That Wood Elemental elf, it's on fire. This scene came very suddenly, and it seemed quite terrifying, and the players who were pushing the map were immediately stunned. For a while I didn't know what to do. How is this going? Why did this elemental elf start to catch fire all of a sudden? So what happened? A series of questions appeared in the minds of the players, leaving them puzzled. The Wood Element elf is on fire, do you want to explode? After all, based on what the players have seen and heard, at most they can only think of this level. However, the truth is often unexpected. A specific plot is triggered, and the Fire Element Oasis is about to open. Players, please be prepared. An emotionless electronic prompt suddenly appeared in the ears of the players who were on the large map of the Elemental Spirit Oasis. Surprised, these players were stunned for a while. Specific plot? Fire Element Oasis. Damn outsiders, I won't make it easier for you. Immediately afterwards, with the roar of the burning wood element elf, one side of the wood element oasis suddenly collapsed. A dazzling fire light suddenly jumped out from the opposite side of the collapsed boundary. Who would dash? With the roar of the burning flames, the appearance of the fire element oasis was also presented in front of the players. That is a completely different space from the wood element oasis. There is no chirping of birds and flowers, and it is full of vitality. Some were just raging flames, dazzling flames, and ashes on the ground. If the wood element oasis is the world of the living, then the fire element oasis is the world of the dead. The fire element elf, whose whole body was flickering with fire, looked at everything in the wood element oasis with those indifferent eyes. Obviously, the hatred range of these fire element elves is farther than the wood element elves. It's just because there is no way to get out of the fire element oasis, so there is no action. Gudong. The sound of swallowing saliva suddenly sounded, one after another. This is one of the actions that people will unconsciously produce when they are in a state of extreme tension. Although the wood element oasis and the fire element oasis border on each other, the boundaries between the two dungeons are distinct. Even if the flame in the fire element oasis burns fiercely, it cannot destroy the flowers, plants, and trees in the wood element oasis. In the center of the fire element oasis, there is also a small pond. It's just that in this pond, it is not pond water, but genuine lava. The spring of fire element is stored in this pool of lava. Is this the second copy in the elemental spirit oasis map? The gap between the two is too big. Can we really beat the fire element oasis? I'm starting to wonder if the copy behind the fire element oasis has been given to people. This time we have to start preparing fire resistance equipment again. The players in the wood element oasis looked at each other in dismay, wanting to go to the fire element oasis to have a look, but they didn't have the guts. If nothing else, the power of fire element magic is definitely not comparable to wood element magic. Among these players, knights with magic resistance equipment are very difficult to carry wood element magic, let alone fire element magic. Just walk over like this, isn't that courting death? Let's talk about training and leveling in the wood element oasis first. And fire resistance equipment also needs to be prepared separately. After all, equipment with all magic resistance is definitely not as good as a single resistance equipment in numerical value. It can carry wood-based elemental magic that has no destructive power, and can also make do with equipment with full magic resistance. But carrying fire element magic. It's better not to joke about your life. Even if there is a resurrection point behind him, unnecessary sacrifice is unnecessary. And Qi Lu, who was sitting on the side watching the excitement, almost squirted out the pure milk that he drank when he saw this scene. Fire element oasis. Are you talking about wood making fire? According to the principle of mutual generation and inhibition of the 5 elements, it is indeed true that wood generates fire. However, from the perspective of the IQ of the system, this level should not be thought of. Qi Lu was still guessing what kind of way the next dungeon would be played, but he didn't expect it to be such a unique way. Moreover, the copies also have their own plots, which are related to each other. When those fire element spirits face outsiders, that is, players, it is estimated that the momentum of the attack will be more violent. After all, it is an avenger who carries the monstrous fury of the wood element elves. It seems that the price of fire resistance equipment is going to rise again. The price ups and downs in the trading system of the New World mode always follow the progress of the game. When I went through the copy of Wood Element Oasis before, all the magic resistance equipment was barely enough, so I followed it. Of course, there may not be Xuanhuan as a pusher, pushing him behind his back. The purpose is to sell inventory. However, now, fire resistance equipment is probably going to sell better than full magic resistance equipment. This time it's fire resistance equipment? Very good, contact the guys in the merchant guild and ask them if they can eat the fire resistance equipment in my hand. Xuanhuan, who was staying in the store in the City of Life, became excited after hearing the announcement. Anyway, it's not just 1 or 2 times to cooperate with the Merchant Guild. If you bring them together this time, you can make another profit. Then handed over the matter to the guild members. Xuanhuan started to contact Qi Lu. Qila, is Qi Lu there? Are you there? Say something. When Qi Lu saw Xuanhuan's lit avatar, she knew what she was here to ask. Do you know what element the next copy is? Xuanhuan asked straight to the point. The market is like this, it is very important to seize the opportunity, so the importance of gossip is naturally needless to say. Since Xuanhuan didn't have a lot of fire resistance equipment in his hand, this time, he simply gave the profit to the Merchant Guild. It's good to pick up a little bit by yourself and eat it. But next time, be prepared. I knew you were going to ask that. The corners of Qi Li's mouth moved, but she remained expressionless, and said lightly, to be honest, I'm not sure about this kind of thing, but I can help you guess. If you look at the law of the mutual generation and restraint of the 5 elements. Wood creates fire, fire creates earth. Then the next copy should be the earth element oasis. Well, it's most likely an earth element oasis. After thinking for a moment, Qi Lu slowly expressed his guess. As for whether it is right or wrong, it has nothing to do with Qi Lu. Anyway, I have said it a long time ago. This is just speculation, not certain news. If it is wrong, it is wrong. Earth element oasis. Xuanhuan thought with an adult face, looking quite cute. Earth element magic focuses on indestructible defense and a certain degree off control. When it comes to destructive power, earth element magic has always been ranked downstream, and it may even be inferior to wood element magic. The reason is that the attack type earth element magic is basically large-scale magic, and ordinary magic resistance equipment cannot play a big role. And according to the level of the elemental elves, it is unlikely that a large-scale magic such as heaven and earth will be shattered. So after getting this news, Xuanhuan started to get into trouble. Because in the face of the earth elemental oasis dungeon, the full magic resistance equipment seems to be enough, there is no need to get the earth resistance equipment. This? Okay, I know, I'll think about it myself. Xuanhuan frowned, grabbed the back of her head, and put down her membership card with a tangled face. It is really a torment to have a spirit crystal in front of you but not earn it. It's not good to be opportunistic. Qi Lu looked at the closed window on the membership card and shrugged. However, this kind of thing that one is willing to fight and one is willing to suffer is not within the scope of Qi Li's attention. Anyway, as long as the transaction is generated in the trading system, Qi Lekan received 2% of the handling fee. Xuanhuan and the Merchant Guild are going to do something, and Qi Le still has spirit crystals to earn. Manager Qi, I haven't seen you for a few days, stay safe. But at this moment, the store door was suddenly pushed open, and a spirited old man walked in. Qi Le looked up, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. President Gu, I haven't seen you for a few days, but you actually made a breakthrough. It's really gratifying. The visitor was Gu Pingchuan, the dean of the Brilliant Academy. But at this moment, Gu Pingchuan is no longer the half-step powerhouse level cultivation realm of the past, but has truly been promoted to the powerhouse level realm. Manager Qi is very polite. I have to thank Your Excellency Lan Qi for this matter. Gu Pingchuan smiled very kindly, and explained the cause and effect in one sentence. Lancy? He went to find you? Qi Lu knew that Lan Qi was going to return to Dragon Island to get some treasures as an apology to ease the relationship between the human race and the dragon race. But Qi Lu did not expect that Lan Qi was so generous, and the shot was a powerhouse level trial crystal. This is definitely a gift that can't be refused. Although the clansmen of the dragon family do not need the power level trial crystals. But that doesn't stop them from collecting such shiny things. After all, In terms of the level of treasures, the level of powerhouse laveltrial crystals is still quite high. Therefore, there must be a certain amount of powerhouse-level trial crystals stored in the treasure house of Long Island. Unexpectedly, this time, all of them were taken out by Lan Chi. Lord Lan Chi and Your Excellency Shauna did come to see the old man, but they didn't stay in the brilliant academy. They just exchanged a few words with the old man and left. Gu Pingchuan didn't hide it, and directly told the situation at that time. Because of the familiarity of Lan Chi and Qi Lu, there is no need to hide such trivial matters. That's weird. It stands to reason that after Lan Chi has delivered things, it's not even the task of completing the task. Why hasn't he appeared in the store these days? Qi Lu rubbed his chin and frowned in thought. Whether it was the store in Cloud Mist City or the store in the City of Life, Lan Chi and Shauna were not seen. It's not that Qi Lu misses Lan Chi and Shauna, mainly because he doesn't know what they are doing. Lan Chi is the link between the human race and the dragon race. Pull one hair and move the whole body. I don't know about it anymore. However, Manager Qi, I know that Your Excellency Lan Chi has gone to those people. Gu Pingchuan was silent for a while, then continued. In fact, Lan Chi will go to those people, and Qi Lu knows them well. He is nothing more than the leader of the big forces in the human race. Because the battle not long ago only affected the elites of the human race. It has nothing to do with ordinary people. Banjing from Dadi College, Ren Gongxiu from Pinnacle College, Ling Ao from Huangyuan Empire, Sword Emperor from Guluo Empire, White-Robed High Priest from Xingyao Empire, Bailey Fenghua from Yujianzong. These people are all at the pinnacle of the hero-level cultivation realm, and they can step into the powerhouse-level realm with just one kick. So Lan Chi simply took out all the inventory in Dragon Island. Using the powerhouse-level trial crystals as an apology, he created enough powerhouse-level powers for the human race. It can also be regarded as a check and balance between the human race and the dragon race. After all, Lan Chi still belongs to the dragon clan. This is an unchangeable fact. Before standing on the side of the human race, it was just to fight against the Ocean Dragon Emperor. And now, the Ocean Dragon Emperor has disappeared. Of course, Lan Chi would not be able to harm his own people anymore. The dead are gone. Qi Lu suddenly exhaled and said this sentence. Manager Qi, don't worry, we all know in our hearts that the human race and the dragon race are not mortal enemies. The scope of the racial war is really too big. Compared with war, we always yearn for peace. Gu Pingchuan understood what Qi Lu meant by saying this, so he gave a clear answer. This is also the answer given by the human race. President Gu, since you're here, let's go in and sit. Qi Lu smiled and said nothing. It's no wonder that people like Gu Pingchuan have not appeared in these days. They are all in the trial space, trying to break through. For them, it was a long time ago that they stepped into the pinnacle of the hero level. The preparations to be done must have been done. All is ready except for the opportunity. And this shareholder wind naturally refers to the powerhouse level trial crystal. So at this moment, I have obtained the power level trial crystal, and naturally I can't wait to use it. Whether it can break through the realm of the powerhouse level is all in one fell swoop. And Gu Pingchuan was the first person to break through successfully and walk out of the trial space. So it was the first person in the group to come to the store. As for the others, it is estimated that they are still staying in the trial space. Manager Qi, I heard that in the New World mode, there is a new big map, which seems to be called an element. Elemental Spirit Oasis. Qi Lu helped Gu Pingchuan add the last word. Yes, it is the oasis of the spirit of the elements. I heard that it can produce the blessing potion of the elements. As a great magician, Gu Pingchuan is definitely the most eager group of people for this kind of potion that can increase the affinity of magic elements. What's more, the effect of the elements favor potion this time can be superimposed. It's true, but only 2 copies have been activated now. Sheila nodded and affirmed Gu Pingchuan's words. I haven't been to the store for a few days. I didn't expect that Dean Gu was still paying attention to the store's affairs in the forum. But there is one thing to say, now in the forum of the membership card exchange system, the posts about the oasis of the spirit of elements are overwhelming. It's hard not to notice. Each element's favor potion needs to be superimposed for a long time, and 2 copies are enough for a long time. Gu Pingchuan didn't care about the number of copies. You must know that 10,000 elemental crystals are needed to exchange a bot leaf elemental favor potion to the outside world. If this is brushed, it is definitely a great tool to kill time. But for Gu Pingchuan, if it only takes a lot of time to see a noticeable improvement in himself, it will definitely be a big profit. I am afraid that time will be wasted, and I have not seen any improvement in my own strength. That is the deadliest. After all, the lifespan of the human race is really incomparable to those races that are born with longevity. Just like the dragon family and the elves, the lifespan is calculated in units of thousands of years. And like the 10,000-year-old tortoise in the long history, it is calculated in units of 10,000 years to calculate the length of life. Can this compare? Therefore, after confirming that the information on the element's blessing potion was correct, Gu Pingchuan immediately put his limited life into infinite improvement. Among the players on the Elemental Spirit Oasis map, a solid player has also been added. After all, among the many guilds in the New World model, the Brilliant Guild formed by the students of the Brilliant Academy, plus the mentors, is the largest guild. It's just that Gu Pingchuan, the chairman, often doesn't care about anything. But it's different now. In order to get elemental crystals from elemental challenges to exchange for elemental blessing potion, Gu Pingchuan also posted a message on the public screen of the Brilliant Guild after a long absence. Let all members who have reached level 85 quickly rush to the collection of the large map of the Oasis of the Elemental Spirit. Then wait for the command in place, ready to attack the Wood Element Oasis. As for the Fire Element Oasis in the back, I'm not in a hurry for the time being. The element's favor potion still has to be slowly brushed one by one. After all, there are only 4 hours a day, and you can't chew too much. What's more, Gu Pingchuan didn't think that after Ling Ao came to the store, he could give him the Spring of Fire element, which was also fixed. You know, Ling Ao is a fire element magician known as the Fire Emperor. The urgency of the fire element's favor potion is far greater than that of other types of element favor potions. Therefore, after being an old friend for so many years, Gu Pingchuan is embarrassed to take people's needs. Besides, based on the current situation, the fire element oasis has not been attacked yet. Before the fire resistance equipment is not complete enough, to touch the moldy heads of those fire element elves is to court death. The overwhelming fire element magic smashed down, at least it must have 10 times the power of wood element magic, or even higher. And these data were also exchanged for life by a group of unknown Pathfinder players. Really a group of respectable players. Lanchi, after you eased the relationship between the human race and the dragon race, you still haven't come back. Is it looking for the Ocean Dragon Emperor? Chila looked outside the store and thought to himself. For now, that's the only possibility. Otherwise, in Donghuang, apart from Lan Qinger and Lan Zier, there is really nothing for Lan Qi to miss. Only. If this conjecture holds true. Even if Lan Qi and Shana are tied together, that is not the opponent of the Ocean Dragon King. The power of a powerhouse-level peak power is by no means comparable to an ordinary powerhouse-level power. Once met head-on, it is estimated that the odds are more fortunate. I hope they don't mess around. West of the East Wilderness. Over the Xingyao Empire, over the desolate city, over the Great Desert. Here, known as the Extreme West, is the depths of the Great Desert, even beyond the location of the Hidden Family. And here, it should have been a scene of yellow sand filling the sky. At this moment, it was covered by a boundless frost. The space barrier in the extreme west has indeed been damaged. Lan Qi looked at the ice crystal under his feet, frowned, and then looked up. The snow-white frost has no end in sight, as if it were a world made up of pure white. Threads of cold air rose up, slowly eroding the yellow sand on the ground. The high temperature in the Great Desert has nothing to do with these ice crystals. Lan Qi, do you think the Ocean Dragon Emperor will come here? Shauna asked, worriedly. It's not a feeling, but a certainty. Lan Qi took a deep breath and said slowly, the Ocean Dragon Emperor has coveted the throne of the Holy King for a long time, and now he can't get the Holy King token from me, so naturally he has to find another way. And this far west land is the best choice. According to the records of the Dragon Clan's annals, the land of the extreme west is a world completely frozen by the power of extreme cold. Because the power of extreme cold is extremely corrosive, it was sealed by the top powers of the ancient times. And also set up a space barrier to prevent the power of extreme cold from attacking the outside world. However, the efforts of these ancient powers have all come to an end. Although the Ocean Dragon Emperor belongs to water, it can also use the power of extreme cold, and its attainments are still very high. Therefore, for his own selfish desires, with the character of the Ocean Dragon Emperor, he can definitely do such a thing. Destroy the space barrier of the extreme west and release the power of extreme cold. Since the Dragon Clan can't sit on the throne of the Holy King, let's take a different path and take the path of extreme cold power. The space barrier set up by the ancient masters, in the entire eastern wasteland, I am afraid that only the Ocean Dragon Emperor is likely to break. There can be no one else except him. Lan Qi said with certainty. Then what should I do now, go to the extreme west to see it? Shauna asked. It was the first time that Shauna had heard of the far west, so she couldn't give proper advice. I can only see what Lan Qi means. No, we are just here to determine the location of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. The land of the extreme west is full of the power of extreme cold, and it is the home of the Ocean Dragon King, not to mention that my current cultivation realm is not as good as his. Even at the same level of cultivation, it would be difficult for me to defeat him there. Lan Qi shook his head, denied Shauna's proposal, and then continued, and the space barrier in the extreme west is still broken, not collapsed. So we still have enough preparation time to deal with the means of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. After speaking, Lan Qi rose into the air, turned into a huge black dragon, and flew east. The large desert outside the extreme westland covers a considerable area. Just relying on the power of extreme cold that leaked out, it would definitely take a long time to completely freeze this great desert. So unless the space barrier of the extreme west completely collapses. Otherwise, there is no need to stay here forever. And the Ocean Dragon Emperor also has his own plans. If he wants to use the power of the extreme cold to ascend the throne of the Holy King, it must be impossible to leave the extreme west. In this way, this matter is nothing more than catching a turtle in an urn. East Wilderness, Cloud City. Over the past few days, one after another, majestic breaths have descended on Yunwu City one after another. The vast and almost suffocating momentum, even if it only escaped unconsciously, made the residents of Yunwu City become cautious and silent. For fear that a careless one will anger these vast and imposing masters. However, if someone pays attention, they will find that these powers that make them tremble are where they go. It is to make Yunwu City famous in the remote corners of the entire eastern wasteland. Manager Qi's shop. To be honest, in the current eastern wasteland, there are not many people who'd know about Qi's store. Even if you haven't been to Yunwu City, you've definitely heard of this famous name. It made Qi look quite distressed. He once gave the shop a name that no one knew what, all on a whim. Qila Xiaodian has become a well-known name. But Qi Lu doesn't care anymore. It's good to be able to make the shop famous, the name is not important. During this time, as Gu Pingchuan first broke through to the powerhouse level, he came to the store and began to collect elemental crystals. Other elites of the human race who got the powerhouse level trial crystals from Lan Qi also came to the store one after another. The second breakthrough was Fire Emperor Ling Ao. After coming to the store, I heard that the new big map of the New World mode can produce the blessing potion of the fire element. Without further ado, he began to convene the guild members of the Xuanhuan Empire in the New World mode, and began to prepare to attack the fire element oasis. The fire resistance equipment in the trading system is directly purchased at a premium. There is no way, the Xuanhuan Empire has spirit crystals, and the treasury directly allocates funds to ensure that the fire element oasis can be successfully attacked. Ling Ao is not a stingy person, and he is willing to spend all his money in order to become stronger. It's just that no player can beat the current fire element oasis. It's not that the output is not enough. The basic attributes of fire element elves and wood element elves are not far from each other, and they are both typical crispy high output mobs. As long as the archer can find a suitable output position, one of two arrows, not a problem at all. But the most critical point now is that there is absolutely no front row that can withstand the output of the fire element spirit. Even heavy-armed knights with fire resistance equipment are often melted by fire element magic halfway along the way. Then the front row collapsed, and the crispy class in the back had nothing to say. It can be called a violent death on the spot and direct cremation. When the wind blows, the ashes can be lifted at least 3 feet high. So much so that Ling Ao lost a lot of hair because of this, and he was trying to find a way every day. And after that, those who came to the store were the suzerain of the swordsman sect, Bailey Fenghua, and one of the elders, Lu Jingya. Speaking of which, Lu Jingya could get an extra powerhouse level trial crystal, which was given by Lan Qi in Fei Shua's favor. After all, he is the master of his own daughter's good sister. Although this relationship may sound a little devious, it is still very close. At the beginning, Lu Jingya took care of the Lan Yi team a lot, but now it can be regarded as a reward that far exceeds the effort. However, the two of them didn't care so much about the elemental spirit oasis map. Too crispy melee, neither magic nor damage resistant. So I don't care so much about the element's favor potion and the element shelter potion. But I have to say that Bailey Fenghua and Lu Jingya are two powerful fighting forces. So as soon as he came to the store, he was dragged by Ling Ao to help find a way to clear the fire element oasis. But for things like anti-injury, finding two crispy skins is really nothing to say. On the contrary, Meng Xiangyu, one of the vice presidents of the Brilliant Academy, as a professional injury-resistant great knight, volunteered to bait a front row of the fire element oasis raiders team. He was so moved that Ling Ao held Gu Pingchuan's hand and said, "President Gu, you are such a good person." Meng Xiangyu? I am the one who resists damage. What is your operation, to thank Dean Gu? However, Meng Xiangyu was very rational and did not say this. And Gu Pingchuan's words were also very straightforward. You don't need so many front rows to attack the wood element oasis. It doesn't matter if I give you a little bit. Lao Meng wants to go to the past, that's because he can't reflect his value in the wood element oasis. The value of a front row meat shield is that after resisting a lot of damage, it can still stand still. However, for Meng Xiangyu, the great knight, the damage of wood element magic was too mild. That's why he decided to challenge himself to the fire element oasis. So that's the case, Dean Meng, you are better than Dean Gu. Ling Ao patted Meng Xiangyu's shoulder with a sudden realization, and said with emotion. You. Meng Xiangyu looked confused. It's outrageous for you to send out a good person card, casually. Then prepare to attack the fire element oasis again, Dean Meng, are you fully equipped for fire resistance? Ling Ao didn't pay much attention to Meng Xiangyu's expression, but began to let the members of the brilliant guild begin to prepare. This time, the knights in the front row need to change their command. Now that Meng Xianyu has come to fight, let's leave the command of the knights to professionals. Anyway, Ling Ao's purpose is to successfully attack the fire element oasis, and then get the fire element fountain. As for who is in command, it doesn't really make any difference. Because Ling Ao is a fire element magician, he is good at outputting things, so there is no problem in commanding the archers in the back row. But Ling Ao had never done anything about resisting damage. After all, with the fragile physique of a magician, when fighting an enemy of the same cultivation realm, if you take a solid blow, it is estimated that he will die on the spot. Therefore, it is quite appropriate for Meng Xianyu to take over the command of the knights. Attention to all knights, your duty is not to resist the enemy's attack, but to help your teammates to resist the enemy's attack. So don't stupidly follow all those elemental magics, it's useless. As soon as Meng Xianyu arrived, he focused on the role of the front row knights. Silly damage resistance, that's what knights who don't have enough combat skills would do. Resisting damage and helping teammates resist damage are two completely different things. Because in the battle, many times, most of the damage should be avoided, not rushed. Only when teammates will be attacked, the cavaliers need to cover up and use their bodies as a solid shield for their teammates. Of course, ordinary knights will also be equipped with shields. After all, as the heavy-armed knights in the front row, you don't need them to output at all, and it is enough to protect the output position with peace of mind. If it weren't for the fact that the shield can only be equipped with one piece, I am afraid that many knight players would choose to hold a shield with both hands. After a detailed instruction, the strategy of the fire element oasis officially began. Meng Xianyu did not walk in the front, but stood in the middle of the many knight players, commanding the center. Don't worry, everyone, with me, the fire element oasis will definitely be conquered. Pay attention to cover the archers in the back row to attack. There is vacancy in the first echelon, and the second echelon will be filled immediately. As an old-fashioned great knight, Meng Xianyu's command is not a problem. However, having confidence is a good thing. But having too much confidence is not a good thing. The preparations before the raiders felt very complete, but I really came outside of the fire element oasis, and saw the fire element magic that was like pouring rain. Meng Xianyu suddenly felt that the challenge he had chosen was too difficult. What am I? The dazzling fire light from the sky to the ground covered it so much that there was almost no gap to be found. In this case, there is absolutely no room for manipulation, just rely on fire resistance to resist, and rely on the priest's treatment to hard. You don't even need to remove the control, just remove the burning effect. Because in the fire element magic, there are very few control magics. After all, the power of the fury is enough to destroy all incoming enemies, and there is no need to waste output for control. Absolute coverage, and there is absolutely no need to worry about the enemy being able to escape. As long as you step into the fire element oasis for half a step, even if you enter the magic coverage area, you will definitely eat this terrifying damage. Boom. Fire element magic and no more wood element magic, there is no chance of respite at all. If you can't bear it, you will surely die. The rain of fire that filled the sky was like plowing the ground, completely covering the knights who rushed into the oasis of fire elements. And then, amidst a deafening roar, everyone stepped back and leave the shrouded range of the fire element oasis. Ling Ao gave the order decisively, and then led the crowd, watching the knights in the front row, annihilated in the sea of fire. President Meng, go all the way. To shut up. Meng Xianyu, who rushed over from the resurrection point, said in a trembling voice. I don't know if it's because of anger or because of anger. It's really a headache. The damage of these fire element elves is too high, and they can't bear it at all. Unless you can get more advanced fire resistance equipment, there is no other way. Manager Qi, you said that this copy of Fire Element Oasis, can anyone really pass it? Ling Ao, who had been distressed for several days, couldn't help but found Qi Lu and began to complain, and by the way asked about the strategy. Have you not been? Qi Lu looked at Ling Ao in surprise. Elemental Spirit Green. The copy in the continent map is not designed for individual players at all. So Qi Lu has been staying in the Wood Element Oasis these days to watch the scenery. Except for the occasional invitation from Gu Pingchuan to help with drawing pictures together, the overall situation is quite relaxed. Therefore, Qi Lu really didn't pay much attention to what was going on in the Fire Element Oasis. I only know that the player guilds in the past have destroyed batches after batches. Manager Qi, it's easy for people to hate you when you say something like this, you know that? Ling Ao said helplessly. You guys are really, just tell me no earlier, it's simple, I'll help you find a helper, it should be no problem. Qi Lu shrugged, then patted Ling Ao on the shoulder, then took out his membership card. Is Tiana there? Manager Qi? Do you have anything to do with me? Tiana, who was far away in the City of Life, was a little surprised. Manager Qi took the initiative to contact her, which was really rare. You seem to be still in the big map of the mechanical cow forest now. Yup. Are you free to come over to the big map of the Elemental Spirit Oasis? Someone needs your help. Qi Lian explained the matter succinctly. It turned out to be like this, no problem, I'll come here. Although Tiana has been staying in the Mechanical Bull Forest, her level is already 85. It's just that the word forest seems kinder to Tiana, so she stayed here all the time. The helper is found, just let her join the pastor's team to help. Qi Lu put down the membership card and said casually. The two servers of Donghuang and Beishan have been connected for so long, and those who should be familiar with it have long been familiar with it. So Ling Ao and Tiana actually met several times before. It's just because the two have different development directions in the New World model, so there is no intersection. But there is one thing to say, when it comes to the strongest assistant in the New World mode, it must be Tiana, the light magician. All kinds of auxiliary magic are at your fingertips, and there are also many kinds of group resistance shields. With Tiana's help, it's not a problem to conquer a fire element oasis. Really, then thank Manager Qi. When Ling Ao heard the words, his heart suddenly became overjoyed. For a fire element magician, the appeal of the fire element's favor potion is absolutely huge. Enhancing the affinity of the fire element is equivalent to strengthening its own combat power from the basic level. This kind of improvement is exactly what all fire element magicians dream of. You're welcome, I see that you're going crazy these days, so I'll find a helper for you. Qi Lu said, quite frankly. Ling Ao blushed in shock. There is one thing to say, although it is true, but it is quite hurtful to say it directly. However, this mess was finally resolved. Ling Ao was still very happy. As long as the fountain of fire element is in hand, the task of brushing the fire element crystal can be put on the agenda. Although the process was a bit tortuous, the results were gratifying. With Tiana joining in, the Knights of the Brilliant Guild can finally resist the indiscriminate bombardment of those fire element elves. A group of fire resistance shields are added, and a bunch of fire resistance equipment is added. The priests who follow behind the knights will just use a large area of healing magic without thinking. In short, the blue medicine is enough, and one person carries a large bag to ensure that the blue quantity will never be used up. And you don't have to worry about the overflow of healing. Because under the bombardment of fire element magic, there is no such thing as overflow of healing. It is even possible that a large group of knights in the front row were killed in seconds, because of the lack of timely treatment. This is absolutely not allowed. Finally successful. I tried for so many days, so many times, this time, finally, I succeeded. When he walked to the lava pool in the central area of the fire element oasis, Ling Ao almost cried with joy. However, taking out the fire element spring is a bit of a hassle. After all, it's in lava. Fire element barrier. Ling Ao didn't say a word, he directly blessed himself with a defensive magic, and then jumped into the lava pool. The fire element barrier can greatly resist the damage of the fire element in a short period of time, as well as isolate the high temperature. It's just a single defense magic, there's no way to bless the knights. Otherwise, Ling Ao wouldn't be so worried anymore. Amazing, is the attraction of the fire element spring so great? Tiana stood by and looked dumbfounded. As the fire emperor, he actually went down to get the fountain of fire elements in person. Soon, Ling Ao climbed out of the lava pool, holding a large bottle of crimson spring water in his hand, which looked like diluted magma. The dazzling light emanating from the spring water is extremely hot just by looking at it. Fountain of fire elements, consumables that can be used to start fire elemental challenges. The consumption of each challenge depends on the number of people in the team. Finally got it. Because Fire Oasis is more difficult than Wood Oasis. The difficulty is a little higher, so there will be a little more elemental springs that are fixed daily. After adding up, the extra spring of elements is a huge amount. According to the agreement, a part of the fire element spring produced needs to be distributed to you. Thank you for your help, Your Excellency the Elf Queen. After getting the things, Ling Ao was still very trustworthy. After all, it is a long-term cooperation. Before the fire resistance is piled up, if you want to eat the fire element oasis, you must rely on Tiana's group resistance shield. Your Excellency Fire Emperor is polite. Tiana smiled and accepted the part of the fire element spring that belonged to her. However, at this time, the earth began to vibrate violently. The raging flames around them quickly extinguished. In the large map of Elemental Spirit Oasis, a prompt sound also followed. The fountain of fire element is the core of the fire element oasis. Now that the spring of fire elements is taken away, the flames will all be extinguished, leaving only ashes. Earth element oasis, it is opening. I really guessed it right. It really is wood that makes fire, and fire that makes earth. When Qi Lu was watching the scenery in the wood element oasis, he was stunned when he heard such a series of prompts. When the flame goes out, it becomes an earth element oasis. To be honest, there is no logical problem. After the forest burns, there is only one piece of land left, and it is still a piece of fertile land. It's really rare for the system to do a logical thing once. Qi Lu guessed right, it's really an oasis of earth elements. Another person who was surprised by this series of beeps was Xuanhuan. But after the surprise, it was a cozy delight. If game merchants want to make a fortune, early preparation is a necessary means. Although Qi Lu said this was his guess, the next dungeon might not necessarily have the earth element oasis. But Xuanhuan doesn't care so much. In the New World mode, the players in the fire element oasis. At this moment, I was stunned watching the boundary barrier of the fire element oasis gradually collapse. This familiar scene made them realize that a new dungeon was really about to pen. The earth element oasis should not be more difficult to conquer than the fire element oasis. But time is not enough. Originally, Fire Element Oasis was not a dungeon that could be completed in just 4 hours. Now there is another Earth Element Oasis, let it be given to other players. Anyway, Ling Ao only needs the Fire Elemental Spring. But it's okay to stay and see what an Earth Element Oasis looks like. Boom! The collapse of the boundary barrier of the Fire Element Oasis attracted the attention of all surrounding players. Appearing on the other side of the border barrier is a completely different copy of the Wood Element Oasis and the Fire Element Oasis. If the Wood Element Oasis is full of vitality, the Fire Element Oasis is like purgatory. Then the earth element oasis is a wasteland. Perhaps the word oasis, to describe this new dungeon, is no longer appropriate. Looking around, I can only see that the dry ground is covered with cracks, and the entire earth element oasis has no grass and no life at all. Except for the earth element spirits flying over the dry wasteland, no other living creatures can be seen. Moreover, the number of earth element elves was much less than the previous wood element elves and fire element elves. In the central area of the earth element oasis, there is a lake composed of yellow sand. The fountain of earth elements is placed in that yellow sand lake. This is the new copy, the earth element oasis. The players who watched the boundary barrier gradually collapse couldn't help sighing. However, compared to the terrifying fire element oasis, the earth element oasis seems lifeless. But it is not so dangerous after all, and it will be cremated on the spot a very turn. With the remaining time, if you want to clear the earth element oasis, it will definitely be impossible, but it is still no problem to help others explore the way. After getting the fountain of fire elements, Ling Ao, who was in a good mood, immediately decided to go and have a look. Every new dungeon that appears requires a lot of players to open up Wastelanto Explore the Way, in order to study the play style. Unless it is a dungeon that has rigid requirements for equipment or strength, smart players can always research all kinds of bizarre play styles. Then organize it into a collection of strategies and publish it in the forum. So Ling Ao is going to try it now. The formation of the team is still the same as in the first two dungeons of the Raiders. But let the knight change to full magic resistance equipment first, and then top it in front, while the priest bow and archer follow in the back. Try the aggressiveness of these earth element elves first. However, the result was surprising. The aggressiveness of the earth element elves does not seem to be as good as that of the wood and fire element elves. The reaction to the outsider was not as intense as he had imagined, but instead had a tepid feeling. Earth element magic is not as good as expected. It was overwhelming, but only a few were lost, symbolically. And the power of these earth element magics is not very big. Of course, in terms of power, there was no error in estimation. After all, most of those earth-based elemental magics, with powerful destructive power, are large-scale magics. And attack-type earth element magics such as rock protrusion, flying stone, stone penetration and stone formation are basically single-damage magic. The coverage area is really not big enough to go anywhere. Not to mention that it creates such a big momentum like fire elemental magic. Therefore, it is not unreasonable that the earth element elves have poor aggression. In this way, this earth element oasis dungeon is much gentler than the first two dungeons, and the difficulty is so low. Ling Ao took the guild members of the Wild Yuan Empire and walked into the earth element oasis with great emotion. When stepping on this dry soil, I still couldn't believe it. You know, the previous fire element oasis, but I don't know how many players have been ruined. The terrifying fire element magic is like a solid barrier, blocking all players who want to attack the fire element oasis copy. This time, Ling Ao was able to barely pass the level, thanks to Tiana's help. And even so, there are no mistakes halfway through. Otherwise, it will fall short and have to start all over again. But how does this earth element oasis feel like the door is open, and any player can come in? Archer, free to attack. However, Ling Ao would not be merciful to the enemy just because the dungeon was gentle. The wasteland that should be opened is still to be opened, and the road that should be explored is still to be explored. Open the bow. Whizzing. Under Ling Ao's order, the archers who followed immediately bent their bows and took arrows. A large number of archers instantly created a rain of arrows, drenching them towards the earth element elves. This level of arrow rain, there is no way to do it when facing the fire element spirit. Not to mention how shocking the fire element magic that covers the sky and the sun makes it difficult for the archers in the back row to shoot salvos. Even if a rain of arrows is created, in front of the fire element magic, it I just a joke. Otherwise, how do you let the archer shoot in bursts? It is to find the gap in the middle of the fire element magic to attack, to prevent the arrows from being burned or resisted by the flames. After all, the battles in the New World mode are quite realistic. There is no setting in ordinary games where the shot arrows cannot be resisted or destroyed. The original intention of the Combat Power Improvement Training Room is to improve combat skills and combat awareness. Of course, it only makes sense to start from reality. So this time, I was finally able to create a rain of arrows that flew towards the Earth Element elves. Earth Barrier. Defensive Wall. However, before the rain of arrows fell in the sky, strong barriers rose up. Cover the Earth Element elves below tightly, without a single gap. Countless arrows smashed down on these barriers, making a dull sound, which could be heard incessantly. It's just that when those arrow tips made of metal smashed on the barriers where the rock and soil condensed, they could only leave a faint white mark. Not even a single crack could be seen. This scene really made Ling Ao a little unexpected. The defensive power of these barriers is too terrifying. Ling Ao stared, trying to find even the slightest trace of rupture from the barrier where the earth element spirits condensed. Unfortunately, the fact is that there is no way to find it. The defensive power displayed by these defensive earth element magics is simply formidable to an astonishing level. If it is said that it is currently in the Oasis of the Elements, the copy that appears. Fire Oasis represents the ultimate destructive power. Then the Earth Element Oasis represents the ultimate defense. It is no wonder that the copy of the Earth Element Oasis that appeared this time seems to be undefended, and players can enter casually. That's what happened. It is not afraid of players' attacks at all, because it is completely impossible to break these rock and soil barriers. However, the barriers condensed by the Earth Element magic should only be strong in physical defense. Then I'll try it with magic. After Ling Ao pondered for a while, he waved his hand to stop the archer salvo. No way, it has been rained by arrows for so long, and there is no sign that the rock and soil barriers are about to be broken. Not even a single crack appeared. So there is no point in continuing to attack, it is just a waste of arrows. Although the price of arrows is very cheap in the New World mode, it is a little more labor cost than giving away for free. But pointless waste is still shameful. Exploding fire. As soon as the staff was raised, a huge fireball condensed out in front of Ling Ao. The scorching temperature emitted by the fireball distorted the surrounding space. Since he was testing a rock and soil barrier with such an amazing defense, Ling Ao would of course not start with low-level magic. As one of the high-level fire element magics, the explosive fire is quite terrifying. Go! With a low voice, the huge fireball roared towards the rock and soil barrier ahead. Boom! But in the blink of an eye, the two collided, and a deafening explosion broke out. In an instant, dazzling flames splashed around, and pungent gunpowder smoke rose. All players are looking forward to this scene. Just waiting for the smoke to dissipate, what caught my eye was a rock and soil barrier that was almost unscathed. However, after being bombarded by bursting fire, the rock and soil barrier wastingly covered with a layer of black traces, compared with no damage under the constant blow of arrow rain. It's like being blackened by flames. But it's also unscathed. No way. In addition to the amazing physical defense, is magic resistance so durable? This time, Ling Ao was completely stunned. Although it has been guessed before, the defensive power of these rock and soil barriers will definitely be quite powerful. But after experiencing it personally, I felt that this powerful level was far beyond imagination. The ultimate defense. However, this situation is at least better than the fire element oasis. Tiana watched for a while before saying aloud. That's true. Ling Ao nodded in agreement. Compared with the fire element oasis dungeon, players who have been attacked in the past are cremated on the spot. The Earth Elemental Oasis copy just made some indestructible targets. Putting it there and letting players attack at will, it can be said that the benevolence and righteousness are exhausted. If there are any more opinions, I am afraid that it is impossible to say. That's it. Remember to post the situation of the Earth Element Oasis to the forum. Yes. Close the team. As the Fire Emperor, Ling Ao would definitely not write the strategy by himself. But what is the situation of the Earth Element Oasis? It still needs to be explained. After all, there are still a lot of fantastic ideas in the forum, and sometimes it is very good to use them for reference. Maybe the strategy was successful. And another point is that although the copy in the Elemental Spirit Oasis map, the activation order is inherently logical. But as long as it is activated, players can choose to go to the copy they want to go. It's not that you have to go through the Wood Elemental Oasis to get to the Fire Elemental Oasis. The routes between copies are non-interfering with each other. It can communicate with each other or directly. However, the resurrection point of the Elemental Spirit Oasis map is in the safe area outside all the dungeons. As a result, in the form of the membership card exchange system, a bunch of posts soon appeared. Extreme Destruction, Fire Elemental Spirit. The Ultimate Defense, Earth Element Elves. At present, the team that can clear the Fire Element Oasis seems to be Theonly Fire Emperor's Guild. Gossip, the Fire Emperor was able to clear the Fire Element Oasis, all because of an extra helper, the Elf Queen. It's all of the Emperor's generation, it's your turn to take care of it, Manuel Doghead. One thing to say, even if the Elf Queen is willing to help you, you can't get past the Fire Element Oasis. That's right, just stay in the Wood Element Oasis. Who wants to go to the Earth Element Oasis with me to try their luck? What if you can break those rock and soil barriers? I don't think you can. The post on the Oasis map of the Spirit of Elements quickly became popular in the forum, and the popularity was extremely high. In particular, the post about the Earth Element Oasis came from behind. Because compared to the first two copies of the unfriendly to players, the Earth Element Elves, who would only be beaten silently, seemed quite popular. These players may not be very good when they are beaten, but when it is their turn to hit hard, all kinds of genius ideas will be gone. The idea of infinite stack game magic, which only existed in the imagination at the beginning, can also be taken out and tried. Since the opponent's defense is so strong, you're welcome. All kinds of buff magic are stacked up. If one is not enough, you can stack 10, 20. Anyway, it is an output rank with 10 assistants, and the bizarre buff magices stacked up like no money. In short, at the moment of the shot, the greater the power, the better. Shao Shu, I really didn't see that you were so smart. When Chila saw the various boosting potions that suddenly appeared in the trading system of the New World model, he immediately thought of who the main messenger was. One thing to say, when attacking the Earth Element Oasis, the value of these boosting potions is indeed far more than those equipment. Because if you want to pass the dungeon of the Earth Element Oasis, you must pursue the ultimate burst damage. And it's a burst damage. So the usual routine is definitely not going to work. But Chila didn't expect Xuanhuan to be so smart, and didn't prepare any equipment at the beginning. Instead, it is to vigorously acquire and make these buffs. Of course, you don't even look at who I am. After Xuanhuan was praised, her little head was lifted up, and the joy on her face was not concealed at all. Another small fortune, of course, to be happy. By the way, Chi Lu, since you guessed so accurately, why don't you help Megwis, the next copy? After being proud for a while, Xuanhuan ran to Chi Lu again and asked while being cute. Do you still want to come? Chi Lu raised an eyebrow. However, Xuanhuan's reaction was expected. The devouring cat has never concealed its greed for money, which belongs to righteous greed. But there is one thing to say, although Xuanhuan is greedy for money, she doesn't lie to others. so Qi Lu didn't mind helping her. The little lowly raised at home still has to hurt herself. Fortunately, Yuxier never got involved in this kind of thing, which saved Qi Lu a lot of heart. Let me think, if there is no problem with the copy rules of the elemental spirit oasis, the next one should be the gold element oasis, and the next one should be the water element oasis. The 5 elements produce each other, earth produces gold, and gold produces water. Then there is the aquatic wood, which can form a cycle and grow endlessly. So Qi Lu followed this logic and guessed the last 2 copies. It's just that after arriving at the water element oasis, Qi Lu doesn't know what the next instance will be. Because the 5 elements are born in water, even if they are connected. It's impossible to come up with a second wood element oasis. Gold element oasis and water element oasis, right, I see. After getting the information he wanted, Xuanhuan slipped away immediately. Because the strategy of the earth element oasis is different from the first 2 copies, you just need to keep trying how to break out stronger destructive power. So it is not destined to be difficult for these players who are full of whimsy for a long time. According to Qi Li's prediction, it will only take 3 days at most to activate the next instance. Xuanhuan is naturally aware of this, so she needs to prepare early. And in these 3 days, Lan Qi and Shauna, who had not been in the store since returning to Long Island, finally returned. It's been such a long time since you disappeared. If it wasn't for Dean Guan and the others, they would have thought you were trapped on Long Island. Qi Lu couldn't help joking when he saw Lan Qi and Shauna walking into the store. After all, Lan Qi belongs to the defectors of Long Island, and he will not be able to get out when he returns to Long Island, which seems to be within the scope of understanding. Manager Qi is joking, the current Dragon Island can't trap us. Lan Qi shook his head, and what he said sounded like he was arrogant, but he was actually lamenting the decline of the dragon race. A dignified dragon island, the habitat of dragons. But even a dragon sovereign can't be trapped. What is there to be proud of in such a thing? Maybe. Qi Lu also heard the emotion in Lan Qi's words. The 4 dragon emperors of the dragon family died and escaped. Among the remaining 2 dragon emperors, the Guangming dragon emperor could not leave the dragon island. It can almost be said that the burden of the entire dragon clan rests on Lan Qi, the demon dragon king. However, before that, Lan Qi was the defector of the dragon family. This kind of development is ironic. Then you come now, have you found the trace of the ocean dragon emperor? Qi Lu followed with a sigh. Then, the conversation changed and a key question was asked. That's right, Manager Qi is really good. You guessed what I wanted to say before I even said a word. Lan Qi glanced at Qi Lu in surprise, but was relieved quickly. In such a period, if he, the demon dragon emperor, didn't stay on Dragon Island and didn't come to the store, what else would he do? It should only be left to find the ocean dragon king. It's your duty. Lan Qi, the people of the dragon clan think you are a defector of the dragon clan, but I don't think so. Qi Lu shook his head and said slowly. In fact, what Lan Qi did to the dragon clan, in Qi Li's view, was definitely for the sake of the dragon clan. It's just not the same way. Manager Qi, I'm very grateful for your refutation for me, but it's a pity that it's useless to say this now. Lan Qi shrugged, not paying much attention to this evaluation. The dragon is arrogant, and the dragon emperor is even more so. So Lan Qi didn't care what the dragon clansmen thought of him at all, as long as Shauna believed him. I came to the store this time for the ocean dragon emperor. So Lan Qi quickly returned to the topic. Have you found the ocean dragon king? Where is he? Qi Lu stared and asked in a deep voice. If there is no accident, it is in the extreme west. Lan Qi answered. The far west? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows, and there was some doubt in his tone. Qi Lu had never heard of this place. On the westernmost side of the eastern wasteland, the deepest part of the Great Desert, is the western border of the eastern wasteland. The land of the extreme west is a place sealed by the ancient powers, sealing the power of extreme cold. Lan Qi was not surprised by Qi Li's reaction, but opened his mouth to introduce the situation in the extreme west. After all, such a secret place has been sealed since ancient times, and naturally few people know it now. From here, you can also see the power of these long-lived races. Nothing else to say. It is said that in the annals of races, the secrets recorded by the dragons are not known to be more than the human races. The length of time of racial inheritance is simply incomparable. So that's the case. So, the Ocean Dragon Emperor wants to devour the power of extreme cold in the extreme west? After listening to the introduction about the land of the extreme west, Qi Li immediately guessed the intention of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. As someone who has played against the Ocean Dragon Emperor, Qi Lu is very clear that the Ocean Dragon Emperor's control over the ice element is not weaker than his control over the water element. Therefore, the power of extreme cold can completely be used by the Ocean Dragon Emperor. And the power of extreme cold that can make many ancient masters jealous and join hands to seal, just think about it, you know how tyrannical it is. If it is really swallowed up by the Ocean Dragon Emperor, the possible consequences can be imagined. Absolutely a disaster. It's impossible to say for sure, but it shouldn't be wrong. But fortunately, the space barrier in the extreme west is only broken for the time being, and it can last for a while. Lan Qi nodded and continued. Because the space barrier outside the extreme western land, to be precise, is caused by the seal, not a normal space barrier. Therefore, it cannot be opened by ordinary means. The Holy King token can indeed open the space channel, but it does not have the ability to break the seal. And Lan Qi is also afraid that forcibly breaking the space barrier in the extreme west will directly destroy the seal. If this kind of thing happened, the power of extreme cold that spread out would probably freeze most of the eastern wilderness in a very short period of time. The terrifying cold is enough to wipe out all life. It's a big deal. Qi Lu also knew the seriousness of this matter. It has to be said that the Ocean Dragon Emperor is indeed too paranoid. For his own selfish desires, he can completely ignore the lives of other races and other creatures. I know, the far west, I will find time to visit. In the extreme west, Qi Lu must go there. Not necessarily to enter the extreme west to find the Ocean Dragon King, but because the spatial coordinates of the extreme west must be recorded in the empty boots. Otherwise, once an accident occurs, Qi Lu will not be able to rush over in time. Then it's hard work for the store manager. Lan Qi thanked him. This should have been a matter of the Dragon clan, but now he has to trouble store manager Qi, and Lan Qi felt helpless. However, facing the Ocean Dragon Emperor at the peak of the powerhouse level, it is indeed not an opponent that Lan Qi can handle now. In the words of the store manager Qi, it is, meaningless sacrifice is the stupidest decision. Although Lan Qi is not afraid of sacrifice, he also knows that it is the best choice to leave this matter to manager Qi. You're welcome. Although this is a matter of the dragon race, it has now spread to the human race and endangered the East Wasteland. Naturally, I can't stand idly by. Qi Lu waved his hand, indicating that Lan Qi didn't care. To be honest, the Ocean Dragon Emperor wants to ascend the throne of the Holy King, and it has nothing to do with Qi Lu. But the problem is that the Ocean Dragon Emperor wants to trouble the human race. He even wanted to make the race disappear. Then, Qi Lu had to take care of this matter. Manager Qi is like this every time. He has made sacrifices for thousands of cells, but he doesn't ask for anything in return. I am ashamed of such noble character and indifference to fame and fortune. Shauna sighed involuntarily. This matter is settled for the time being. Later, Lan Qi also said goodbye to Qi Lu, saying that he would go back to Dragon Island and inform the Guanming Dragon Emperor about it. But this time, Shauna stayed in Cloud Mist City. Because it doesn't take long for Lon Key to go to Dragon Island, and he will be back soon. During this period, it is better to let Shauna stay in the store and go to the new world mode to brush some elemental crystals, so as to exchange some elemental shelter potions. Although Lon Key, who is a giant dragon, can't use this thing, Shauna can still use it. Magic resistance, even if you don't need it for a while, you can stack it up first, just in case you need it. Although stacking the thickest armor and getting the most venomous beatings isn't an archer's patent. But there are never too many means to save lives. So in the Elemental Spirit Oasis big map, many players ushered in a master. And it is also the most suitable archer to attack these Elemental Oasis copies. Sana, you're finally here. I've been thinking before that if you were there, these copies would be at least 30% easier. In the Elemental Spirit Oasis, Tiana was the first to find Shauna. Because large-scale team dungeons like Elemental Oasis want to conquer it, it must be easier to have more masters. If you have the addition of Shauna, you don't have to be so careful when you clear the fire element copy. Winged up. The fault tolerance rate can be improved by at least 2 grades. So you've been here long ago, Tiana, tell me what these copies are about. Shauna and Tiana exchanged a few words, and soon asked about the business. When the Elemental Spirit Oasis map was opened, Shauna happened to go to Dragon Island with Lon Key, so she didn't know what was going on with the new map. But it is also just right, escape the difficult period of wasteland reclamation. Now that most of the dungeon guides have come out, group destructions rarely happen again. In addition to the new dungeons, as long as there are dungeons of raiders, many players have begun to pursue faster customs clearance. After all, each Element Oasis dungeon was originally designed for large-scale team dungeons. The average clearance time is about 10 hours. Stronger guilds may be faster, weaker guilds may be slower. But you can definitely clear the customs once a day, otherwise, you will be destroyed by Qi Lu. Therefore, speeding up the customs clearance is definitely an inevitable result. However, this is easier said than done. Before the player's level has been fully improved, if you want to shorten the time of customs clearance, you can only optimize the process of customs clearance strategy as much as possible. However, if you want to optimize the process, the master is the essential key. It exists as a fortified hand in the team, to remove the most difficult enemies in the dungeon. For example, in the Fire Element Oasis, those Fire Element spirits with excellent attack positions are the points that need to be eliminated the most. They must be the first to kill and destroy the enemy's formation. Therefore, with the addition of Shauna, the speed of attacking the Fire Element Oasis will definitely be 2 hours faster. So that's the case. Do I also have a share of the Fire Element Spring? After listening to Tiana's introduction, Shauna immediately asked key questions. For Shauna, it doesn't matter what kind of elemental fountain, what is Nietitas resistance to all magic elements. Since Tiana has come to invite, let's go with him. After all, these elemental oasis dungeons, no matter how powerful they are, can only knock down one a day. So don't think too much, it's good to be able to participate in the raiding team. You must know that those who can be directly assigned to the Fountain of Elements must be an irreplaceable point in the team. For example, Tiana, without her, the Xuanhuan Empire Guild led by Ling Ao would not be able to pass through the Fire Element Oasis. And for those ordinary guild members. Generally, after the elemental challenge is completed, it is settled according to the total income, and then a little elemental crystal is distributed. It is quite difficult to make up a bottle of elemental blessing potion, or a bottle of elemental protection potion. However, for the average player, the elemental crystals allocated in their hands are basically thrown into the trading system. Because I rely on myself to collect elemental crystals to exchange for potions, I don't know when I will be able to collect them. Might as well exchange it for spirit crystals. After all, there are still a small number of kryptonite warriors in the store, and most players are looking forward to subsidizing their households by subsidizing some elemental crystals. Otherwise, Qi Li's store would not be able to attract so many civilian customers. You want a fountain of elements too? It should be possible. Your Excellency Fire Emperor is still very talkative. If the speed of attacking the fire element oasis becomes faster, then they will have time to go to another element oasis to take part. Tiana thought for a while, before speaking uncertainly. However, Tiana would say these words mainly because after the Earth Element Oasis, the two Elemental Oasis dungeons were activated by the player one after another. Exactly what Qilu expected. One is native gold, an oasis of gold elements. The other is Jinshengshui, an oasis of water elements. In the current Elemental Spirit Oasis map, there are already 5 full copies. Basically, players who have enough levels to enter the Elemental Spirit Oasis are accommodated, so that many players can get what they need. It is also because the human race is different from the talented elves, dwarves, and beast-eared races. He is born with a certain talent, which can easily improve his strength and strengthen his combat effectiveness. Therefore, among the human race, the number of magicians is quite large. Since its own power is not enough, it can only rely on the power of the outside world. So there are now 5 fountains of elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. It can be said that there are a large number of players in need of every elemental fountain, and there is absolutely no situation where no one cares. In addition, there are more copies now, so there is no need to queue up to refresh the copy. Team up and go to the copy of the element oasis you need. Of course, all participants will distribute the final settlement rewards according to their contribution. The members of the guild can naturally negotiate on their own. But idle players won't wait. And Shauna, although she is now a member of the guild created by a group of powerful people in the northern mountain range. But when you come to the oasis of the elements, it is still artificially defined as an idle player. Because there are only a few players in a small guild, it is impossible to clear the elemental oasis dungeon, and can only team up with other players. As soon as you say that, I understand. Shauna slammed her palm, showing an expression of sudden realization. Every dungeon, the fountain of elements produced every day, is limited, so it is definitely impossible for a certain guild to monopolize it. Then, these elemental fountains can only be allocated according to the contribution of the participants in the raiders. However, it is also because the output of the fountain of elements is limited, so it is impossible for every participant to get it. So smart players came up with a good way. Use nether crystal or elemental crystal instead. It is equivalent to using the spirit crystal to buy back the fountain of elements that should belong to you. Anyway, for most players, the fountain of elements is not of much use, and is basically used to make extra money. Since you can shoot directly, there is no need to hoard it in your own hands. Of course, except for a very small number of players who have dreams. They came here entirely for the purpose of improving their own strength, and naturally it was impossible to give up the elemental fountain that they had obtained. But anyway, this kind of thing can be considered solved. Although Shauna's addition caused a ripple, the real shock was not big. In the end, it's all about getting stronger. But speaking of this, I have to mention that the Earth Element Oasis can pass the customs, and it is actually the people from the Swordsman sect. Among them, Bailey Fenghua, the sect master of Yujian sect, is the most important. Because of the swordsman class owned by Bailey Fenghua, the type of attack caused by it belongs to the material. Mixed attack and damage. So when eating the blessing of gain magic, you can never waste it. This is the so-called double bonus. In this way, only in terms of the explosive power of one blow, Bailey Fenghua's the best in the entire New World model. Almost no one can beat it. 20 assistants followed behind Bailey Fenghua, facing the rock and soil barriers condensed by the earth element elves, that is, one sword. Abruptly chopped off the earth element oasis. It also activated a copy of the Golden Element Oasis. And then let the players who followed behind to watch the fun really understand what it means to have both offense and defense. Gold-based elemental magic is relatively rare, and range-type gold-based attack magic is even rarer than range-based magic in earth-based elemental magic. However, that's not the point. After activating the copy of Golden Element Oasis, the real focus lies in the single combat capability of the Golden Elemental Spirit. It simply horrifies many players. It is different from the elemental magic that is overwhelmingly smashed down from the Wood Element Oasis and the Fire Element Oasis. Wood Elemental Elves and Fire Elemental Elves, that is a typical magic power with thin blood, high attack and crisp skin. For an archer, it's 2 arrows. But when it came to the Golden Elemental Spirit, it changed completely. These little guys, who look like they are only the size of a slap, have the ability to fight alone like a small boss. The limitations of elemental magic are completely thrown away, and the melee combat capability is stronger than that of a real warrior. And because of the blessing of Gold Element magic, the attack power and defense power of the Gold Element elves are even more frighteningly high. What is the crispy skin? What magic power is blood thin? Those are all lies. This time, it was really the archer's turn on the player's side, who was punched by those slap-sized little guys. The tyrannical and unparalleled attack power shocked the proud archer's toes cape from the Golden Element Oasis. I can't afford it. However, because of this incident, players have realized the magical effect of Gold Element magic. Not only for the enhancement of the magician, it seems that it also has a good auxiliary function for those melee players. From this point of view, the favoring potion of the Gold Element may really have a great effect. Therefore, the Spring of Gold Elements suddenly doubled in popularity. Not only those magicians want it, but even those players of the fighters, knights, and other classes want it. Condensed gold elements with fighting chi, and simply blessed them on their own body or weapons to strengthen their attack and defense. It can be done if the affinity of the gold element is high enough. After all, this is not to release magic, it is simply to use its affinity for gold elements to gather gold elements. Feasible. Therefore, in the first 3 dungeons, the melee class players who could hardly find anything to do poured into the Golden Element Oasis. Began to fight with those Golden Element elves who are extremely powerful in melee combat. Although the number of players who have been sent back to the revival point is large, there is always something to gain. At least the players who came to the Elemental Spirit Oasis map found something to do. Unlike the first 2 dungeons, only archers can be used as output players, and the melee class will disappear when they go up. Either it was pulled back by the Wood Element magic, or it was cremated on the spot. And the Golden Element elves, although the melee ability is indeed a bit ferocious, it is still better than the elemental magic rain that has no room for manipulation. It was really smashed to pieces. Then, under the continuous efforts of many players, the Golden Element Oasis was cleared within 3 days. As for how many players went to the resurrection point during this process, and how many times these players went to the resurrection point, then don't get into it. Because according to the posts Chila saw in the forum, the most powerful player has been resurrected more than 100 times during the 12-hour dungeon raiding time in these 3 days. That's about 10 resurrections in an hour. Every 6 minutes on average? After removing the time to travel, Chila really didn't know how long this guy stayed in the Golden Element Oasis. This kind of tenacity is simply admired by countless players. Otherwise, for the players, as long as the enemies they encounter can show their health bars, they dare to rush up and use their lives to consume these enemies. Anyway, the resurrection point is not far away, just keep running here. Then there is the Water Element Oasis. Speaking of which, the Water Element Oasis can be regarded as one of the 5 dungeons that makes players play the worst dungeon. The entire strategy process is extremely troublesome. Because of the water element magic, the biggest feature is the ubiquitous control and erosion ability. Although it doesn't look like the damage is very high, it really does fight, and it's really hard to prevent and annoying. Even if there is no overwhelming water element magic coming over. But the ubiquitous controls, as well as the debuff that constantly burns blood, really make players sick. And the most important thing is that these water element elves are different from the 4 element elves that stood out in the previous 4 dungeons. Water element elves are hiding in the dark. In people means a must. So far, the water element oasis has not been completely cleared. Just took away the water element spring. Because the players who walked into the water element oasis now have not found all the water element elves hiding in the dark. All guilds, large and small, were smashed here, and the scalps of idle players were numb. So you can only use your life to fill it up, and protect the players who go to water element spring from being killed before they get the water element spring. This is also a fortune and misfortune. Because the elemental fountain in each elemental oasis does not stipulate that all the elemental spirits must be eliminated before they can be taken. It's just that if you don't get rid of all those elemental spirits, you will be greatly disturbed. In the earth element oasis, as long as there is still a rock and soil barrier. On the yellow sand lake that hides the spring of the earth element, there will be a layer of rock and soil barrier that is extremely hard and cannot be destroyed. So the behavior on the water element oasis side is really helpless. After all, the spring of the water element, it is impossible not to. Into the night. The hustle and bustle of the day will always be quiet at night. After closing the door of the store, Qi directly opened the door of space and went to the Great Desert. This time, I just went to the extreme west to see the situation. So Qi doesn't need to make any preparations. Among the broken boots, the nearest coordinates recorded in the far west are the location of the hidden family. Here again. It is not the first time for Qi to come to the hidden family. It's just that the destination this time is not the hidden family. It's not quite right, the temperature is a little too low. In the Great Desert, the temperature at night is much lower than that during the day. If ordinary people come here at night, they will definitely feel cold, which is normal. However, the current situation is that even Qi feels that the temperature of the desert is a little lower, which is very wrong. It seems that the power of extreme cold escaping from the land of the extreme west has spread to this side. Qi looked back at the situation behind him. This is the depths of the Great Desert, and there is still a long distance from the human city-state on the border of the Great Desert, Xuanhuan City. Therefore, the power of extreme cold has only spread here for the time being, and it is still acceptable. Go further west. But for a moment, a snow-white world appeared in front of Qi eyes. The snow fell from the sky, and the golden sand in the Great Desert was completely replaced by the white snow on the ground. Everywhere you look, it's all snow-white, and you can hardly find the slightest bit of variegation. No, is it so serious already? Qi took a deep breath, took a step forward, and walked into the snow-covered world. Underfoot, one side is white and the other is golden. The dividing line between Baishuet and Huangsha is like 2 worlds, with a clear line. It's just that Qi can clearly feel that the white snow under his feet is constantly eroding the yellow sand and expanding outward. It seems that he wants to turn the entire desert into a world of ice and snow. The power of extreme cold. This is a higher level of ice power than ordinary ice elements. In essence, it's like an extremely condensed ice element. With Qi cultivation realm, when he perceives the power of extreme cold, he analyzes the composition of the power. A highly aggressive, highly cohesive ice element. It is no exaggeration to say that for ordinary people, this extreme cold forces like a deadly poison. As long as it is contaminated, even if it is only a little, it will definitely die. Strange, this kind of power, the Ocean Dragon Emperor actually wants to swallow it. Qi grabbed a handful of white snow from the ground and pinched it in his hand. That mass of white snow suddenly turned into a hard ice ball, but no drop of water melted. Flame. Qi gave a low drink, and a flame immediately appeared in his palm, and began to roast the ice ball in his hand. However, even in this case, the ice hockey puck didn't mean to melt at all. The extremely condensed ice element is not even afraid of flames. How could the ordinary way of expelling the cold be effective? Even if it is a cultivator, if the cultivation realm is not enough, I am afraid that I would not dare to stay in such a place. If the power of extreme cold spreads to the city-state of the human race, the consequences are unbelievable. Throwing the ice puck in his hand to the ground, Qi also followed and stood up. With a sway of his figure, he quickly swept towards the west. Now this place is not the space barrier of the extreme west, but only a temporary boundary for the power of extreme cold to escape. If left unchecked, it will soon spread outwards. Go west again, all the way straight. Just keep moving forward in the direction that the power of extreme cold is getting stronger and stronger. Sooner or later, it will encounter the space barrier of the extreme west. And in terms of Qi speed, it didn't take long. This is the end of the frost. In the space further ahead, my perception can no longer be extended. Soon, Qi perception touched an invisible wall and could no longer spread forward. When he got here, Qi also understood that he should have arrived at the place. The image of the space barrier does not have to be majestic, but the power contained in it is definitely not something that ordinary people can touch. Although there is still a white world around. But as long as Qi probed his hand, he could encounter a terrifying resistance. There is also a tyrannical destructive power in it. If Qi hadn't been prepared early in the morning, maybe the outstretched hand would be instantly crushed to powder by this destructive power. And when it came to the border of the extreme west, the intensity of the power of extreme cold also reached its peak. It has even begun to erode Qi's protective barrier. This is the protective barrier of the peak of the powerhouse level. In the face of this level of extreme cold power, one has to be careful. It is hard to imagine how terrifying the power of extreme cold in the extreme west is. In such a dangerous place, the Ocean Dragon Emperor dares to come over. What does he want to do? Is it really just for the sake of ascending the throne of the Holy King, for that illusory hope, even if it is to take his own life, is he willing to do so? It is difficult for Qi to understand why Ocean Dragon Emperor has such an obsession. In order to become stronger, you can ignore all races, even if you sacrifice thousands of lives, you will not be shaken. This kind of xinqing is not only extremely tough, but also extremely terrifying. And after reaching the border of the extreme west, Qi really understood that if the power of the extreme cold spreads out, the entire eastern wasteland will probably become a dead zone. No wonder Lan Qi didn't come to this place. As far as the extreme cold of this place is concerned, even if Lan Qi can rely on his dragon body to support it, Shauna can't support it. System, is there a way to pass through this space barrier? Qi asked in his mind. Because of the ability to break the empty boots, Qi has already tried it just now, and it seems that he can't pass through the space barrier in front of him. System, host, the space barrier in front of you is not formed by the power of space, but by the power of seal, so it is normal that there is no way to pass through. Really, I guessed so. Qi nodded unsurprisingly. The space barrier formed by the seals that the ancient great masters joined forces to condense, if it is so simple to pass through. That's too much to look down on those ancient powers. In this way, the breath of the dragon soul fire that I sensed should also bet Ru. As Qi spoke, his eyes followed into the distance. The breath of the dragon soul fire was what Qi felt when he arrived at this place. It's just that Qi didn't care too much at first. After all, the fire of the dragon soul was indeed taken away by the Ocean Dragon Emperor, and it is normal for it to leave a breath here. But just now, After being reminded by the system, Qi Lu suddenly realized. The breath of the dragon soul fire sensed here is probably not carried by the Ocean Dragon Emperor, and it is as simple as a trip. But the breath that has been erupted here will only stay. Ocean Dragon Sovereign is really a good plan. This way of retreat, I am afraid he has already thought about it before the war with the human race. Qi Lu took a deep breath, and a dignified expression appeared on his face. Use the power of Dragon Soul Fire to break the seal of the Far West. And it can also be used as a talisman to protect the Ocean Dragon Emperor from entering the extreme west and devour the power of extreme cold. You must know that the fire of the Dragon Soul is the most precious treasure of the dragon family, and it has the power of the most virtuous and the sun. And the power of the extreme cold sealed in the land of the extreme west shows the power attribute, which is exactly the opposite of the fire of the Dragon Soul. It's no wonder that when the Ocean Dragon Emperor finally escaped, he did not forget to take the sheep and take away the fire of the Dragon Soul. It was for this. Fortunately, the power of the fire of the Dragon Soul is only enough to break the seal of the extreme west, and let the Ocean Dragon Emperor enter it. If the seal of the Far West is completely collapsed, the consequences are simply unimaginable. After thinking about it, Qi Lu also secretly rejoiced. In this situation, there is still enough time to prepare countermeasures and deal with possible crises. But when it comes to entering the extreme west, go directly to find the Ocean Dragon Emperor. Qi Lu felt that it was still inappropriate. Not to mention that Qi Lu can't enter the extreme west at all now. After all, there is only one Dragon Soul Fire. Even if he entered the extreme west, in that extremely cold environment, Qi Lu might not be the opponent of the Ocean Dragon Emperor with the Dragon Soul Fire protection. If you act rashly, it must be more fortunate than fortune. Qi Lu has never been a reckless person, so this time, he really came to see the situation. System. By the way, host, this system would like to remind you as a friendly reminder that the seal in front of you does contain the power of the king-level realm. What? Just when Qi Lu recorded the spatial coordinates here and planned to retreat. A sudden sentence from the system made Qi Lu stop. You mean, in this seal, did there really exist a king-level power? Qi Lu involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva, frowned, and looked at the invisible space barrier in front of him with a heavy expression. If this is the case, then if the Ocean Dragon Emperor ascends the throne of the Holy King, the human race will have no chance of surviving. System, host, the exploration of this system will never go wrong. System, however, if there is not enough power of faith to condense to the high throne, it is impossible to be promoted to the king level. Qi Lu heard the words and was slightly taken aback. Yes, if there is no power of faith, the Ocean Dragon Emperor can only be infinitely close to the king-level realm. The Supreme Throne is the symbol of king-level power and the gate of life. The Supreme Throne is not broken, the power of faith does not disappear, and the king-level Almighty is an existence that is immortal and immortal. Even if the Ocean Dragon Emperor relies on the power of the fire of the Dragon Soul to enter the land of the extreme west and devour the power of the extreme cold, it is impossible to advance to the king-level realm out of thin air. Without enough power of faith, the last half-step is impossible to take no matter what. Therefore, the Ocean Dragon Emperor will definitely come out, and he will definitely return to the Dragon Clan to seize the power of faith. Because in the far west, there is no living creature. It is also impossible for nature to provide a shred of faith. However, there is the power of the king-level power here, which means that among the ancient powers involved in the seal of the extreme west, there is indeed a king-level power. No wonder I can't break the seal of the far west now. Qi Lu, who was slightly relieved, suddenly thought of this again. Of course, it can also be seen that the power of extreme cold is a kind of power that makes people dread. It can make the king-level expert go off the field and participate in the seal. The severity is self-evident. But fortunately, this is not bad news. At least it can ensure that the seal of the extreme west is strong enough and not so easy to collapse. It's almost certain what the Ocean Dragon Emperor wants to do now. Then next, just wait for the Ocean Dragon Emperor to come out of the extreme west. After Qi Lu confirmed that there was nothing wrong, he opened the door off space and left. As for the Ocean Dragon Emperor swallowing the power of extreme cold, although Qi Lu is very concerned about it, he is not very worried. Because it is infinitely close to the king-level realm, it is only close. As long as the Supreme Throne is not truly condensed, it will never be called a king-level almighty. And a false king-level realm, Qi Lu would not be afraid. If it is only compared to the amount of luck in the world, Qi Lu is confident that he will not lose to any enemy. Anyway, as long as the energy is sufficient, the system can be manufactured. If there is nothing, there will be no lack of luck. If you want to understand this, then you just need to be constant and change. The far west in the seal. The terrifying power of extreme cold turned into a frost and snow that filled the sky, raging between the heavens and the earth. The sky was dyed white as far as the eye could see, and the earth was transformed into indestructible ice crystals. Here, even the space seems to be frozen, and the air you breathe is full of icicles. It is no exaggeration to say that even a cultivator at the master level will be instantly frozen when he arrives at this place. Destroying vitality is only a matter of moments. Even a cultivator in the heroic realm will be buried here if he spends an extra hour and a half in the extreme west. It can be said that without the strength of the powerhouse level, there is no qualification to stay in the extreme west for a long time. And it is in such a dangerous place. A huge dragon is lying in the place where the wind and snow are raging the most. The flying snow that filled the sky fell down like a terrible curse. The ubiquitous cold wind is like an all-conquering sharp blade, with a scream, blowing on the dragon's body. However, a layer of flame veil was always burning on the body of this giant dragon. This veil of flames, which seemed to be blown out, blocked all the wind and snow from the outside. But the dragon wearing a veil of flame is breathing slowly. He tried his best to swallow the power of extreme cold that was raging around him into his body bit by bit, and then slowly refined it. The flame released by the fire of the dragon's soul can really resist the erosion of the power of extreme cold. Looks like I made the right bet. Ocean Dragon Emperor Longxing opened his eyes. The flame veil on his body swayed in the terrifying wind and snow, seemingly thin, but indestructible. The Demon Dragon Emperor, the Bright Dragon Emperor, and that damned human race. Wait until I put all the power in me. When the ministry is transformed into the power of extreme cold, it is your death period. Dragon Clan should not be lingering, should stand proudly in the world, never bow your head. Longxing growled as if talking to himself. The dark blue dragon scales on the dragon's body, at this moment, are even more intense, to the extent that they are about to turn black. Boom! At this moment, a huge roar resounding through the heavens, and the earth appeared in the land of the extreme west. The unparalleled movement almost made the never-ending snowstorm in the extreme west stop for a moment. What happened? Longxing suddenly stood up and looked in the direction of the loud noise. But I saw an incomparably wide ladder that didn't exist before, and I don't know when it appeared in the extreme west. The length of this ladder stretches upwards, straight into the sky, with no end in sight. And every step of the ladder is huge. Even if the dragon stepped on it, it would not look small at all. It is even more exudes glorious heavenly power, mighty and boundless. Even Longxing, who had been at the peak of the powerhouse level for a long time, felt chills down his spine under this terrifying heavenly might. The power is terrifying. Impossible. This is this. Road to heaven. What a vision Longxing has. Such a ladder suddenly appeared in front of him without warning. It also exudes such a terrifying might, even Longxing would not dare to be stubborn in his aura. So what is this ladder? The answer is obvious. I didn't expect that in the extreme west, there would be a hidden road to the sky. Longsheng couldn't believe his eyes. Because in the same world, there can only be one road to the sky, and there can never be a second road. The road to the sky represents the hope of condensing the power of faith and ascending the throne of the Holy King. Only one king will be decided. On the Dragon Island, a road to the sky was sealed. So what happened to the way to the sky that appeared here? Wait, that's not right. Suddenly, Longsheng saw something not quite right. The road to the sky in front of you, although it stretches upwards, disappears into the depths of the clouds at the end, which seems extremely mysterious. However, on the part of the ladder that was displayed in front of Longsheng, there was a very obvious trace of damage. It was as if a powerful force had forcibly broken several steps. Directly cut off this ladder. In this situation, Longsheng couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was actually able to cut off the road to the sky abruptly. What a terrible power this is. No one will believe it at all. However, appearing in front of Longsheng like this, Longsheng was shocked to accept this fact after a long delay. However, there is no way to go up the broken road to the sky. This broken road to the sky has cut off the hope of ascending to the throne of the Holy King. Why does it appear here? Could it be that the road to the sky above Dragon Island only appeared later? Longsheng took a deep breath, as if he had discovered some great secret. The heart beat faster involuntarily. If that's the case, why hasn't this broken road to the sky completely collapsed? Thinking of this, Longsheng found another problem. The road to the sky has the power to gather the power of faith, which can help the peak power of the strong to condense to the high throne. This is also the most tyrannical force and the most important power under the will of heaven and earth. Naturally, it is impossible for two of them to appear at once. Even the broken road to the sky will occupy this spot. If you want to reappear a road to the sky, unless the previous road to the sky is completely destroyed and does not exist in the world, then it is not too bad. But now, Long Island has sealed a road to the sky, but another one has appeared in the extreme west. Why does this happen? Could it be that the road to the sky on Long Island is fake? The more Longsheng thought about it, the more he felt this possibility. If the road to the sky on Long Island is not fake, why would the Guanming Dragon Emperor rather give up his freedom than use the Holy King token to open the road to the sky? That is the position of the Holy King in front of you. How can you not be moved? Is it to appease the clansmen of the Dragon Clan? Using false responsibilities to imprison the Dragon clansmen on the Dragon Island, and to absolve the human race. Damn it! The more Longsheng thought about it, the more angry he felt. I just think that the dragon race will be trapped on the Dragon Island. It is the fault of the human race. If it was before, it was said that the Dragon Clan retreated to Dragon Island in order to seal the road to the sky. Even though Longsheng felt scornful, he was not so conflicted in his heart. After all, the road to the sky is under the seal of the Dragon Clan, which means that other races will never be able to ascend the throne of the Holy King. As long as the dragons don't nod their heads, other races have no chance. But now, Longsheng suddenly realized that he had been deceived. The road to the sky is obviously broken, and it is not the Dragon Clan guarding it at all. On the road to the sky, something seems to be moving. The more he thought about it, the more angry Longsheng suddenly saw an ice-blue shadow flash across the road to the sky. Humph, how dare you make small moves in front of this seat? In anger, Longsheng flashed away, and in just a moment, he caught up with this blue shadow. As soon as the huge dragon claw probed, it pressed the thing it was chasing to the ground. When I looked closely, I found that it was a fierce beast that was exuding cold air and looked like ice crystals condensed. The appearance of this ferocious beast is ferocious and terrifying. Even if Longsheng is pressed under the dragon's claws, it is not afraid at all. Instead, it is grinning at Longsheng, as if it is about to do something to Longsheng. Is this a fierce beast condensed by the power of extreme cold? Longxing's brows were slightly wrinkled, and he could clearly perceive that the beast under his claws had no life at all. It's like a fighting puppet that only knows how to attack by instinct. It can be seen that this thing is not a living thing. Shh. Just when Longxing was thinking. On the broken road to the sky, dozens of ferocious beasts, whose entire bodies were condensed from ice crystals, appeared. In an instant, Longxing was surrounded, followed by a low roar. It seems to be warning Longxing to let go of their companions. Sure enough, it's a fierce beast condensed by the power of extreme cold. This seems to be a masterpiece of the road to the sky. Longxing's vertical pupils are on the beasts around. Scanning them one by one, a look of interest appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, after a broken road to the sky, without the power to gather the power of faith, there is such a wonderful function. It is possible to condense the power of extreme cold into such terrifying beasts. Interesting. Since that's the case, let me give the human race a big gift first. Although Longxing is not afraid to fight alone, it is still too slow to destroy the human race by relying only on the power of his own giant dragon. And the timing of the appearance of these ice crystal beasts is just right. Although the broken road to the sky is useless to Longxing, the appearance of these ice crystal beasts is an unexpected joy. Go, let's turn the East Desert upside down with the power of extreme cold that escapes. Longxing's wings fluttered, and a gust of wind blew up. And this gust of wind also pointed out the way forward for the group of ice crystal beasts below. The road to the sky, which has been hidden in the far west, suddenly appeared at this time, and it must be made to have some sense of existence. Human race, dare to deceive the dragon race. Unforgivable sin. After recording the spatial coordinates of the far west, Qi Lu went back to the store. Qi Lu didn't know what happened in the far west. In the East Wasteland, as usual, nothing major happened. Although it is impossible to say that everyone lives and works in peace and contentment, singing and dancing are peaceful everywhere, but at least there is no major war. As for the small frictions between the various small forces, it is all a small fight. After all the top-ranked forces in Donghuang have basically met each other in Qi Li's store. If they look up and see each other, if they really fight, it is estimated that one of them will no longer be able to come to the store. That loss would be too great. So these big forces have also reached a consensus. That is, if there is any grudge between the major forces, they will all be brought to Manager Qi's shop. Then go to the New World mode to solve. In the form of a guild war, the final winner or loser is used to decide the solution to the problem. In this way, the problem is solved, the people under the rule will not be affected, and there is no need to pay any soldier's life to go, it is simply perfect. The only downside is that it wastes more spirit crystals. After all, the banknote ability is really strong, the damage of the spirit crystal is really high, and the Krypton Gold Warrior is really fierce. Although Qi Lu always felt that the setting of the New World mode in the Combat Power Improvement Training Room was still very conscientious. But obviously, the experience of ordinary players in front of Krypton Gold Warriors is not very good. Especially after the opening of the Elemental Spirit Oasis map, the experience of players of the Magician class really began to differ. The Kryptonite Warrior can use the effect of the element's favor potion to smooth out the magic resistance brought by the element's shelter potion. But ordinary players don't have this condition. So customers in the store have posted on the forum one after another. All elemental magicians have been weakened. The magician is weakened again. The rise of the Kryptonite Warrior. The Kryptonite Warrior has risen again. It's weird, aren't all the previous magicians being strengthened, when have they been cut? The Tower of Necromancers is not enough to take care of you magicians? An oasis of elemental spirits makes you start howling? No, the one upstairs is wrong. Isn't the element's favor potion to strengthen the magician? What are you still arguing about? The water element oasis has been cleared by a group of magicians. don't you know? What? The water element oasis has been cleared? When did this happen? The more posts in the forum, the faster the crooked building will be. And one of the things that players in the New World mode are most concerned about recently is the level of strategy of the water element oasis. Because the latest copy of the element oasis, if it is not completely cleared, it will not continue to activate the next copy. So don't care if you don't care. After all, the 5-element oasis of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth currently appearing in the oasis of the element spirit oasis map. Although it can still accommodate players who have reached the big map of the spirit of elements for the time being. But with the passage of time, as the overall level increases, more and more players will come to the oasis of the elements. The area of 5 copies is obviously not enough. Because the elemental oasis dungeon is an open dungeon, there are only so many elemental elves in it every day, and they are refreshed every day. Unlike the previous dungeons, you can swipe as many times as you want, and they are all independent spaces anyway. So there is no way, it is imperative to activate a new copy. Otherwise, the copy of the 5-element oasis is really not enough. Not to mention that the spring of elements cannot be divided in the first place. If it takes a while, I am afraid that the experience points will not be divided. Therefore, the number of players who study how to completely clear the water element oasis is also increasing. Because of the first 4 dungeons, the play and customs clearance strategies have almost all been fixed. If you want to increase the speed, you can only increase the overall strength of the team. And the water element copy, to be honest, is still annoying. Those water element elves hiding in the dark are small in size, have a lot of control over water element magic, and also have erosion effects. Countless guilds have returned from the element oasis, and have never found a solution. Until one day, a large number of magician class players entered the field. Then he started to use large-scale magic and worked tirelessly to bombard the entire water element oasis in a carpet-like manner. Although a lot of blue medicine was consumed, the effect displayed was remarkable. Water elemental spirits inherit the characteristics of wood elemental spirits and fire elemental spirits, high attack and thin blood, strong and crisp skin. But it did not inherit the elemental magic attack method that was overwhelming and made the enemy unable to fight back. Therefore, under the magic bombardment of the magicians plowing the ground, there is no way to fight back. It doesn't matter where you hide. And this battle can be regarded as letting the magicians show their prestige. Because of the previous 4 copies. The wood element oasis and the fire element oasis are the performance venues for the iron triangle formation, composed of knights, priests, and archers. It is difficult for other formations to compete with this iron triangle formation. Magicians are useless. After all, in terms of the coverage and density of elemental magic, the magicians among the players are really unable to compare with the wood element elves and the fire element elves. A comparison is the object of being hanged and beaten. And in the earth element oasis after that, there is not much room for magicians to play. Because if you only compare the burst limit of one attack, the magician has no advantage at all. Therefore, the magician has no highlight performance in the earth element oasis. And then to the golden element oasis, that's even more so. Single combat, melee combat capability. These 2 words alone have completely excluded players of the magician class. In front of the golden elemental spirit, all the crispy classes with inflexible movements will only end up being killed in seconds. Magicians don't even outlive archers. Therefore, under this situation, the long silent magician players finally raised their eyebrows in the water element oasis. How could such a feeling of shamelessness not make people happy and exciting? So with this kind of happy and excited emotions, the posts in the forum suddenly changed the direction of the wind. As expected, the magician is greatly strengthened. The real powerhouse is the one who appears at the end of the game when everyone can't solve the problem. An unknown magician. You can say such things, do you still want a face? If you magicians have the ability, go and show us the copy of the element oasis in front of you. Stop arguing, everyone, please listen to me, Kryptonite warrior bulls. The banknote ability is awesome. As soon as the post started to crook the building, the sand sculpture customers began to go crazy. But it is a fact that the magician raised his eyebrows. Because of the seemingly rude plowing magic bombing, it really has a miraculous effect on the copy of water element oasis. It can be said that the water element oasis was contracted by the magicians before a new strategy was thought up. Then, there is the newly activated copy. Water freezes into ice. The copy of ice element oasis is officially open. To be honest, Qi Lu really didn't think of it after breaking away from the category of the 5 elements. After the water element oasis, the activation turns out to be the ice element oasis. The ice element can be said to be in the same vein as the water element. Even saying that the ice element is a mutated version of the water element, there is no problem. This is also one of the main reasons why the Ocean Dragon Emperor belongs to water, but his attainment of the ice element is so high. After all, not everyone is the same as Qi Lu, and all magic is available at your fingertips. And this kind of specialized control, when it comes to the peak of the powerhouse level, is more likely to be improved to a kind of understanding of the law, and a certain degree of application. For example, the huge glacier condensed by the Ocean Dragon Emperor was enough to destroy most of the eastern wasteland. It is based on the understanding of the law of ice. And if one day, the Ocean Dragon Emperor can really ascend to the throne of the Holy King. So it is not surprising that on the supreme throne owned by the Ocean Dragon Emperor, the engraving should be the way of the ice element. But these things that haven't happened have nothing to do with Qi Leke. What Qi Lu is more concerned about now is the situation of this ice element oasis. To be honest, the timing of the appearance is really just right. Although the threat of the extreme west has not yet erupted, it is always right to plan ahead. It's just that Qi Lu doesn't quite know how effective the ice element's protection medicine can be in the face of extreme cold. Need to find another opportunity to test it. But there is one thing to say, the essence of the power of extreme cold still belongs to the category of ice element. Even if the ice element's shelter medicine is not good, it is impossible that even the ice element can't resist it. Ice element oasis, it really came just right. And the one who has the same idea as Qi Lu is only Shauna, who knows what's going on in the extreme west. The copy of ice element oasis that appeared at this time might have an even better chance of winning. So Shauna dragged Tiana without hesitation and went to the ice element oasis together. I decided to get a little more of the ice elemental fountain into my hands first. This move made Ling Ao a little baffled. You played well, why did you run away all of a sudden? Moreover, it's okay to leave by yourself, why did you also get rid of the most crucial priest commander? But fortunately, the knights in the Wild Yuan Empire Guild also used some fire elemental protection potions during this period of time. After the fire element magic resistance is improved, without Tiana's shield blessing, he can barely pass the fire element oasis. It's just that in terms of the speed of the attack, it will drop a lot. After all, Tiana, as a magician of light, is not just an assistant to the knights. The archers in the back can also be blessed with range gain magic. Now that the strongest assistant left, Ling Ao was so shocked that he almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. But it's hard to say anything. Because in terms of familiarity, Shauna and Tiana have been friends for hundreds of years. Compared with Ling Ao, they are many times more familiar. Moreover, in the past 100 years, for the elves, they have not yet reached 1/10 of their lifespan. At this point, the human race is really incomparable. Forget it. The helpless Ling Ao didn't want to worry about this anymore. Now that Shauna and Tiana are gone, they can save the 2 shares of the fire elemental fountain. Although the speed of attacking the fire element oasis will be slower, it isn't necessarily a loss. On the other side, that is, the ice element oasis. Many players have already started the first round of raiders. After the baptism of the first 5 copies of the elemental spirit oasis map, these guys also understood one thing. That is the playstyle of each element oasis copy, depending on the element to which it belongs, there is almost no correlation at all. The strategies in the forum are not meaningful at all. You can only go through it step by yourself. This process is really uncomfortable. But the sense of achievement after successfully researching the strategy will also become stronger accordingly. So everyone has a lot of energy. It's just that being motivated is one thing, and whether the strategy for the ice element oasis goes smoothly is another. Because of the combat power of the ice elemental spirit, it is really strong. Unlike the gentle control of water element magic, the control of ice element magic is a real hard control. As long as it is frozen, it is an instant, and there is no room for resistance at all. And the most terrifying thing is that the range-type attack magic in the ice element magic is not much at all. Strong control and wide coverage. At the same time as the overwhelming smashing, the power is not small at all. And the defense is not low at all, and a set of ice crystal armor ice despairing. It is an evolutionary version of the water element elf, and it also incorporates some of the melee capabilities of the gold element elf. That really hit those players who were not well prepared, and then withdrew from the ice element oasis. Wow, this is too scary. This is the ice elemental elf in question, this is too strong. I went to the ice element oasis for a turn, and I didn't pay attention, and almost broke my head. The brother upstairs is very lucky. I didn't pay attention, and the person has already appeared at the resurrection point. Same as above. In just one day, the power of the ice element oasis was manifested. Countless players didn't know what happened after being brought back to the resurrection point by the famous ice element magic of the ice elemental spirit Ice Storm. The raiders' experience of the first 5 dungeons is completely useless. Because the ice element elves don't play those fancy methods at all, they are simply strong. Whether it is the fighting power of the individual or the cooperation of the group, they are all too strong. So much so that many players were beaten to the point of being depressed. But it is also because there are such powerful enemies as opponents, so it also arouses the competitiveness of a large number of players. Relying on the huge advantage of resurrection points, he frantically honed his fighting skills. It is the real 8 immortals, crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers. Manager Chi, what happened in the past few days when I was away? I feel like they are about to be stunned. Lan Chi, who returned from Long Island, looked at the dazed expressions on the customers' faces, and said with some surprise. They're trying to challenge themselves. Chilu replied without hesitation. The so-called progress is to surpass the previous self. Don't be discouraged when you meet an invincible opponent or an unattainable goal. As long as you learn to constantly surpass yourself, you will be stronger than yourself a year ago. Stronger than me a month ago. Stronger than you were a day ago. Even stronger than myself a minute ago. Stronger than me a second ago. That's enough. Is that so? Lan Chi understood what Qilu said, but he didn't quite understand the trance of the customers. This kind of feeling doesn't seem like I'm challenging myself. It always feels like I've been hit so hard that I can't take care of myself. Okay, don't talk about that. I have already seen the extreme west, and I have also explored the damage of the space barrier. Qilu waved his hand, then changed the conversation and talked about important things. At the broken space barrier in the extreme west, the residual fire breath of the dragon's soul can prove that the Ocean Dragon Emperor is indeed in the extreme west. In the information given by Lan Chi before, it was just speculation. That is now fully confirmed. After all, the Ocean Dragon Emperor has a cunning temperament, who knows if the extreme west will be a pretense. As I thought, in fact, except for the extreme west, I really can't think off where the Ocean Dragon Emperor can go. Lan Qi was not surprised by the result. What he is more worried about is what kind of terrible consequences it will cause when the power of extreme cold spreads out. It can be said that the erosion target of the power of extreme cold ice indistinguishable between the enemy and the enemy. It will not only destroy the human race, but also the dragon race. Thousands of living beings, there is absolutely no possibility of being spared. It's true, but the level of danger in the extreme west is not something that ordinary people can bear. At the very beginning, Qi Lu wanted to find the Ocean Dragon Emperor in the extreme west. But after getting to the place, the idea disappeared. Although Qi Lu is an all-environment adaptable player. But this so-called adaptation to the whole environment means that Qi Lu's combat power will not be attenuated in any environment. But also there is no half-point bonus achievement. And the Ocean Dragon Emperor, who devoured the power of extreme cold, may not be able to exert double the combat power in the land of the extreme west. Under this situation, Qi Lu is not 100% sure that he can deal with the Ocean Dragon Emperor. So I can only go back first, and think about it in the long run. I know that the power of extreme cold in the land of the extreme west is difficult for me to resist, let alone others. When Lan Qi heard the words, he nodded deeply, agreeing with Qi Li's statement very much. This is by no means conceded by Lan Qi. As far as the cultivation realm is concerned, with the exception of Qi Lu and Ocean Dragon King, who are at the peak of the powerhouse level, Lan Qi can be regarded as the highest. Whether it is in the eastern wilderness or the northern mountain range, they are all powerful players. In addition, Lan Qi is a giant dragon, and his resistance to the power of extreme cold has a natural bonus. But Lan Qi, in this situation, dare not say that he can ignore the erosion of the power of extreme cold. Not to mention other creatures. It is estimated that if you encounter the power of extreme cold, you can only wait to die. Qi Lu nodded silently, paused for a while, and then said, "Don't worry, the space barrier in the extreme west is not so easy to collapse." The king-level Almighty came off the stage in person, and the seal he laid was so easy to break. Even if it has been washed and honed by time for thousands of years, its power is still there. What we need to consider now is that the Ocean Dragon Emperor has swallowed the power of extreme cold. After coming out of the extreme west, what should we do? The best way is to block the Ocean Dragon Emperor in the desert. The Great Desert in the east and west is an uninhabited place, just like the ruins of the dragon. Even if it is destroyed because of the war, it will not feel distressed. But other places are different. The people of the human race are almost all over the entire eastern wasteland. No matter which place is destroyed, it will be a huge loss. Especially those wealthy city-states, if they are destroyed, it is enough to make a small empire never recover. Not to mention other small forces, it is common to live and die every day. Therefore, since the Ocean Dragon Emperor is willing to go to the extreme west, it is the best solution to block him directly in the Great Desert. Yes, that's it. So we just have to wait quietly for now. Qi Lu nodded and said slowly. It seems that Manager Qi is ready. That's good. If you need me, just say hello. Seeing Qi Li's relaxed tone, Lan Qi also breathed a sigh of relief. This level of battle, although Lan Qi can be involved, but it does not play a big role. The only person who really decides the outcome of the battle is Qi Lu. So after learning about the situation, Lan Qi also went to the store to find Shauna. Then I asked the customers in the store what was going on. Then, along with Shauna, they participated in the raiding team of the Ice Element Oasis dungeon. Although Lan Qi doesn't care about the Ice Element's shelter potion, Shauna still needs this potion to prepare for the danger that may arise in the future. By the way, in the new world. In the mode, Lancey also met Sarah Trey, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. In terms of single combat power, Ceratal can definitely rank in the top 3, and is one of the main forces in the raid on Ice Element Oasis. As for who the first two are, there should be no need to say much. So when he saw Lan Qi, Zyrador was also a little surprised. Lan Qi, why haven't you appeared for so long? I thought something had happened to you. Shut up for me, Ceratal, I won't have an accident if you have an accident. When Lan Qi heard the words, he glared at Ceratal. I can't say anything good, I have to say such curse words. I'm not worried about you. I've seen Shauna wandering around in the Elemental Spirit Oasis map these days. I'm still wondering why you disappeared. Ceratal shrugged, completely ignoring Lanky's eyes. But after a few words of greetings, he walked into the Ice Element Oasis and began to practice with those Ice Element elves. Although the people of the Beastier clan were only half as good as the giant dragon in terms of physique. However, the dragon's resistance to magic is a talent that the clansmen of the Beastier tribe do not have. Otherwise, the dragon race is a unique race, with extraordinary talents and high aptitude. Compared with other races, even the starting line is not in the same place. It is no exaggeration to say that the finish line of most races may still be behind the starting line of the dragon race. Therefore, Ceratal will not become complacent or slack because of his own cultivation realm. You still have to work hard where you should work, and you still need to struggle where you need to struggle. And all the copies of the Elemental Spirit Oasis map, Ceratal also participated in the strategy. Because Ceratal needs to collect elemental crystals to exchange for elemental shelter medicine. Under the continuous superposition of medicinal effects, Ceratal even has the confidence that his body can surpass the dragon's body. Includes resistance to all magic elements. But for now, it's still in the process of trying. The elemental protection potion is indeed a good thing. Lan Qi nodded in agreement, and then joined Shauna in the battle with the Ice Elemental Elf. The strategy of the Ice Element Oasis, at present, is more inclined to fight against each other. Because the unified command will be pulled left and right by the Ice Elemental Elves, which will lead to the total collapse of the front line. Instead, each guild spontaneously divided into small teams. At the same time as fighting each other, it is more reliable to rely on the fighting consciousness and cooperate with each other. And after testing, it is also the most appropriate formation at present. Disperse the front, multi-line attack. Then stabilize your position, advance slowly, and gradually eat away these Ice Element Elves. Although the sacrifice in this is a bit big, it doesn't matter, players have a resurrection point, but the Ice Element Elves don't. They can only wait for the once-a-day copy to refresh. And if the Ice Element Oasis dungeon is not taken down within a day, then many players will also be destroyed by Manager Qi. So from the end result, it's actually not bad. Days go by like this. The level of strategy of the Ice Element Oasis dungeon is also gradually increasing. Like the Water Elemental Oasis, the Ice Elemental Oasis has not yet been fully cleared. But the Ice Elemental Fountain produced every day, the players did not waste a bit, and got all of them. After all, in the New World mode, the player's life is the least valuable thing. Resurrection only loses a little experience, and does not lose level. If it is an empty experience bar, it will even be resurrected with 0 loss. So this sentence is worthless, it is indeed a real feeling. However, one day, a message for help suddenly appeared in the forum of the membership card exchange system. Xingyao Empire Crisis. In the territory of the Xingyao Empire, a large number of unknown alien beasts suddenly appeared, and they were destroyed everywhere, causing countless casualties. Then, in the post, pictures of those unknown alien beasts were attached. It was covered in ice blue, like an alien beast made of ice crystals, with a terrifying face and an extremely ferocious aura. There are so many in groups that it is overwhelming, and it is difficult to see the end. Wherever he passed, the ground was covered with a thin layer of frost exuding a chilling air. When it encounters water, it freezes, and when it encounters plants, it freezes, and the creatures who block it are not the enemies of these strange beasts. As soon as this post asking for help came out, it quickly became popular, and it was spread among the customers in the store in almost half a day. Even Qi Lu noticed this post asking for help. This is an alien beast condensed from ice crystals. When Qi Lu saw these pictures, he immediately decided. These alien beasts do not look like they are made of ice crystals, but are simply condensed from ice crystals. Fierce temperament, bloodthirsty and eager to kill, but also no emotional fluctuations. It looks like a fighting puppet. Could it be? Is it something that ran out of the far west? Qi Lu frowned and quickly thought of this possibility. It's no wonder that Qi Lu thought about this aspect, because from the current situation, this possibility is the greatest. The Xingyao Empire is next to the Great Desert and is the closest human empirito the extreme west. If these ice crystal beasts did not come out of the extreme west, why did they suddenly appear in the Xingyao Empire? Manager Qi, did you see it too? Lan Qi and Shauna came to Qi Lu at some unknown time. Such a big thing, you can't even see it without thinking about it. Qi Lu said solemnly. In the Xingyao Empire, there must be customers in the store. You must know that even the paladins of the Xingyao Empire and the white-clothed high priest are regular customers of the Qi Lu shop. So this post asking for help is definitely not a joke. But there is one thing I don't understand. Are there really creatures in the extreme west? Qi Lu is definitely not as good as Lan Qi in his knowledge of the far west. Because Lan Qi still has the information recorded in the annals of the dragon race. And Qi Li's understanding of the land of the extreme west is limited to what they saw in the past, not long ago. According to the records of the dragon clan's annals, there are no creatures in the extreme west. So I think that these ice crystal beasts are probably not living creatures. Lan Qi thought and expressed his speculation, which coincided with Qi Lu's opinion. Then there shouldn't be anything wrong, this is caused by extreme cold. It is no wonder that the desire to destroy is so strong. Qi Lu frowned slightly, and said aloud, it seems that the Ocean Dragon Emperor is about to start action. Originally, Qi Lu thought that there were no creatures in the extreme west, and even if the Ocean Dragon Emperor stayed inside, it would not be able to cause any big storms. But it turns out that some questions are still too simple to think about. In the extreme west, the Ocean Dragon Emperor may indeed have no way to obtain the power of faith. However, in terms of combat power, it seems that there is no need for living beings, and there is no problem. Because if it is simply killing and destroying, a battle puppet with tyrannical combat power is enough. And there will never be any fear or withdrawal. Manager Qi, open the door of space. Since the Ocean Dragon Emperor needs to trouble you to deal with it, then Pioneer, let us do it. Lan Qi no longer hesitated. Although the Ocean Dragon Sovereign is not yet able to deal with Lan Qi, these ice crystal monsters are not capable of this. Then trouble you. Qi Lu nodded. This kind of petty trouble is really not worth Qi Li's shot. The so-called killing a chicken is a bull's knife. The time when Qi Lu really needs to take action has not yet come. Manager Qi, the Xingyao Empire's reinforcements this time should be counted as our share. Before he finished speaking, Ling Ao walked over. As the Fire Emperor of the Xuanhuan Empire next to the Xingyao Empire, Ling Ao still knew the reason why his lips would die. The target of the ice crystal monsters that appeared this time is obviously not the Xingyao Empire, but simply destroying and killing everywhere. With Ling Ao's mind, although he was not sure yet, he also vaguely guessed some inside information. This matter, I am afraid it has nothing to do with the Ocean Dragon Emperor. Of course, this is a disaster for the entire human race, and it must be resolved as soon as possible. Qi Lu readily accepted, and then directly opened the door of space in the alley outside the store. You must know that in today's eastern wasteland, most of the elites of the human race are concentrated in Yunwu City, or the city-states near Yunwu City. Otherwise, it is a city-state with a two-way teleportation magic circle between Cloud City and Cloud City. Therefore, opening the gate of space in Yunwu City is the best choice. Go to the gate of space in the Xingyao Empire. I will stay here until the battle is over. After Qi Lu put down his hand, he added aloud. Fortunately, when Qi Lu went to the Great Desert, he needed to pass through the Xingyao Empire, so the spatial coordinates were already recorded. Otherwise, if you really have to rush over slowly, I am afraid that more than half of the Xingyao Empire will be destroyed. How can such a big event only let the Fire Emperor participate alone? We are one of us. It is our duty to stop the disaster that affects the entire human race. Following Ling Ao, it was Gu Pingchuan and the others. The deans of the three colleges came over and said solemnly. Soon, the situation on Qi Li's side also attracted other customers in the store. For the disaster of the human race, the clansmen of the human race have an obligatory responsibility, so no one chooses to back down. And this time to support the Xingyao Empire, it is different from the dragon battle. The combat power of these ice crystal beasts, according to the information in the post asking for help, shows that there are strong and weak. The strong can reach the peak of the hero level, or even the level of the strong, and their combat power is unparalleled. The weak, and the cultivators who can easily crush the professional class, are simply not objects that ordinary people can resist. But compared to those giant dragons dealt with before, it is already much better. In the war between the human race and the dragon race, only the elites of the human race are qualified to participate in the war. This time, supporting the Xingyao Empire to stop those ice crystal beasts from continuing to rage, but it is not so demanding. As long as the cultivation realm reaches the professional level, they are eligible to go to war and contribute to the human race. So it quickly got the customers in the store excited. It is said that raising an army for 1,000 days means using it for a while. They stayed in the store all day, soaked in the New World mode, and worked hard to become stronger. For what? Is it to show off? Of course not. The rise and fall, everyone is responsible. The catastrophe of the human race will naturally be smashed by the people of the human race. Manager Qi, we are ready. These ice crystal beasts dare to invade the territory of the human race, and they will definitely pay the price. This time we are not only supporting the Xingyao Empire, but also for the entire human race. After waiting for such a long time, the strength of my body can finally boost. No matter who the enemy is, no matter how strong they are, we must let them know that the human race will not be afraid of any challenge. The customers in the store were outraged and did not have the slightest fear. Even the vast majority of people are gearing up and eager to try. It is a blessing for the human race to have such a clan who are not afraid of strong enemies. Gu Pingchuan stroked the long beard on his chin and said with relief. The door of space opened, and the first ones who went to the Xingyao Empire to support were those idle practitioners. Because people like Ling Ao, even if they want to support the Xingyao Empire, the first thing to do is to gather troops, instead of going rashly alone. After all, these ice crystal beasts are not the same as dragons. The dragon clan relies on the tyrannical combat power that every giant dragon possesses, but the number is not large. However, the ice crystal monsters that invaded the Xingyao Empire and destroyed everywhere were not at the top of their battle power. They relied on the incalculable amount and the strange ice attribute. Otherwise, the Xingyao Empire would not have said that the strength of the city guard army and the border guard army was insufficient. You must know that the Xingyao Empire is one of the three major empires in the East Wasteland. Can you stand out among dozens of imperial forces? And how much less troops can you have? But even so, when facing the ice crystal beast, it seems stretched. So the number of ice crystal alien beasts is so large, it can be seen. Therefore, the rescue this time is also a test of the forces possessed by the major forces. It is necessary to block all the ice crystal monsters in the Xingyao Empire, in order to gather people to clear them out gradually. Otherwise, once the ice crystal beasts break through the borders of the Xingyao Empire and start to rampage in the eastern wasteland, then I don't know how many ordinary people will die because of this. This is something Ling Ao and the others dare not gamble. The battle has begun. Your Majesty, the Fire Emperor, let us be the vanguard. Before you come, let's resist these ice crystal beasts for you. After greeting Ling Ao, Gu Pingchuan and others, many idol practitioners stepped into the door of space. Qilu opened the gate of space at the border of the Xingyao Empire. This is also to prevent possible ice crystal monsters from being unnoticed and escaping into the east. In the desert. That would be a big trouble. Xingyao Empire, in an unknown city-state. In fact, no matter in which empire, this kind of city-state that is completely unknown, except for the local residents, can hardly be named by others, everywhere. It is more a small village than a city-state. It's just that a city wall is poured on the periphery, and it claims to be a city-state. However, these low city walls have no effect at all when facing the ice crystal monsters that attacked the Xingyao Empire this time. The hordes of ice crystal beasts just jumped lightly, and they crossed the barrier of the low city wall without a pause, and rushed into the unknown city-state. The cold wind raged, and the frost spread. An unknown city-state also does not have any well-known practitioners. Even a city-state's biggest reliance, the combat effectiveness of the city guards, is uneven. In the face of the invasion of ice crystal monsters, it can be said that there is no power to fight back. He couldn't even hold the city wall, so he was beaten and retreated. A large number of city guards were frozen and turned into lifelike ice sculptures. Then it was lightly hit by an ice crystal alien, and it turned into a piece of ice slag. Although this scene doesn't look bloody, it is shocking enough to make people shudder and send chills down their spines. Chung, the city guards are actually defeated. So strong that the city guards lost, how is this possible? No, these are all fakes, they are all lies. It's over, it's over. For ordinary residents who have no knowledge or travel far, the city guards around them are the strongest they have ever seen. However, in the eyes of these residents, the strongest person seems so vulnerable in front of these ice crystal beasts. This psychological shock is enough to destroy their previous beliefs. Panic, despair, horror. All kinds of negative emotions spread rapidly under this situation, spreading to all over the place. The cold air emanating from the ice crystal beast makes people feel like falling into an ice cave, and there is no idea of resistance. This kind of thing happened all over the Xingyao Empire. Despair began to spread throughout the Star Empire. Most of the city guards of the city-state are not opponents of the ice crystal beast at all, and it is already very good to be able to protect themselves. Not to mention repelling these ice crystal beasts. The frontier troops were even more overwhelmed. Because on the side of the Xingyao Empire near the Great Desert, there is a steady stream of ice crystal beasts that are rushing towards this side. If the troops are not dispatched to stop it, I am afraid it will be a wave often resolved, wave after wave. Even the paladins and white-clothed high priests who have been promoted to the powerhouse realm are now restrained by the ice crystal beasts that are also powerhouse realm, and they lack the ability to clone. These monsters condensed by the power of extreme cold, although not many have entered the realm of the powerhouse. But it is more than enough to contain the two powerhouse-level powers. Damn, how could this be? Where did these ice crystal beasts come from? With the cross-sword in hand, the paladin, with the assistance of the white-clothed high priest, fought 1 against 3, and smashed ice. Although it is not down, it has gradually begun to show some decline. Even if the current decline is not obvious. But if it continues to delay, then this slight decline will sooner or later turn into a failure. It looks like a monster from the Great Desert. But why is there such a monster in the Great Desert? The high priest in white is also very puzzled. It is obviously an endless yellow sand desert, hot and dry at the same time. But under this kind of environment, there is a monster that should not appear, such as the ice crystal beast. If possible, the white-clothed high priest really wanted to scold him as neurotic. Boom! Another bang. The paladin once again slashed open the ice crystal beast that came up, and immediately aroused the ice slag in the sky. After staying in the Chi-Lu shop for so long, the combat skills of the paladin have long since changed. Otherwise, it would be impossible to fight against enemies of the same cultivation realm with 1 against 3, and persist for such a long time without losing. But even so, wanting to win is not that simple. The vitality of these ice crystal beasts is so tenacious that it makes people feel scared. Even if the body is already riddled with holes, there will be no delay in movement. The cold air exuded is transforming the surrounding environment all the time, making it more suitable for the combat characteristics of the ice crystal monsters, and restricting the opponent's actions. Winning is only going to get harder as time goes on. I don't know what's going on in the Xingyao Empire. I put so many ice crystal beasts in. I hope nothing will happen. The paladin gasped and muttered to himself with some worry. The place where he and the white-clothed high priest are located is the border between the Star Empire and the Great Desert. That is, outside Xuanhuan City. Because the ice crystal monsters in the power level realm must be blocked from the outside of the Xingyao Empire. Otherwise, in the Xingyao Empire, there is no city-state that can withstand an all-out attack from these guys. It is also for this reason that the paladin and the white-clothed high priest are also restrained in this place. The ice crystal monsters that have rushed into the territory of the Xingyao Empire can only rely on the city guards and practitioners. There's no time for us to think about it now, and we won't be able to get out of here unless we get rid of them. The white-robed high priest took a deep breath, and then forced a drop of blood from his fingertips. Blood sacrifice increase, destruction blessing, blood moon. With the use of blood essence magic, except for those wicked ways, it can be regarded as a unique skill at the bottom of the box. In such a critical situation, the white-clothed high priest is no longer hiding. With a low voice, the blood essence suspended on the fingertips of the white-clothed high priest instantly turned into a blood mist, and then wrapped around the cross sword of the paladin. The blade of the cross sword was dyed red as blood. Hopefully it's still in time. The paladin no longer thought about it, but stepped forward with a sword, and once again fought with 3 ice crystal monsters in the power level realm. However, the battle situation at the border does not affect the situation in the Xingyao Empire. Those city-states that were ravaged by ice crystal beasts are still in jeopardy. Countless unarmed ordinary people died in the roaring cold wind and the terrifying frost. Every time the ice crystal beasts passed by in groups, they created a dead zone. A large number of city-states have been frozen, and there is no trace of vitality at all. Only those cities with tyrannical overall combat power can resist the attack of ice crystal beasts. Just a state. Other small city-states can only stay there and wait to die. That scene, although not bloody at all. But the dead silence was really terrifying. When the cold wind hit, the residents hiding in the city-state could only shiver. Why does this happen? No matter who it is, please come and save us, save this city-state. The city guards were defeated, and the city lord also died in the battle. It's over, we can only wait to die. I don't want to die, who will save us? People hid in their houses and prayed that they would be rescued. This is also the last thing you can do when you can't do anything. Without any hope of winning, it brings endless despair and fear enough to overwhelm oneself. It's not that they didn't think about running away and leaving this place. But in front of the ice crystal beast, it is impossible to escape. What's more, the entire Xingyao Empire is in crisis. Where can they escape? Under the cover of the nest, there is no complete egg. Roar. A violent beast roar came in from outside the city wall. This is the horn sound of the ice crystal beast attacking, mixed with the roar off the cold wind and the flying frost. The city wall has almost no effect on the ice crystal beasts, and the city guards are also retreating. The best result is just a few less ice sculptures. However, at the moment when the city lord died in battle, the demise of this city-state was doomed in the slightest. The whole body is like a ferocious beast carved out of ice crystals, entering the city-state. There are no normal pedestrians on the street for a long time. The panicked residents fled everywhere, drilling wherever they were remote. However, these are all meaningless actions. If the entire city-state is frozen, no matter where you hide, the result will be the same. It is impossible to escape the fate of being buried here. Crying, cursing, begging. The noise was so loud that it was endless. It's a pity that it is useless for the ice crystal monsters. Battle puppets are emotionless. Whoa! A cold air burst out amid the roar, hitting a corner of the street. There, a group of pedestrians shivered and shrank in the corner of the wall, watching the ice crystal monsters gradually approaching, their faces full of horror and despair. The cold air is rapidly approaching, and the extremely low temperature has caused tiny ice crystals to appear in the air. There is no need to doubt, if this cold air blows on ordinary people, it must be an instant frozen end. Looks like I'm not too late. Damn ice crystal beasts, how dare you be so careless and eat my axe. But at this moment, a loud voice roared, resounding like thunder, resounding throughout the city-state. Immediately afterwards, a figure descended from the sky, holding a giant axe and slashing down hard. Boom! The terrifying power spread, and a loud noise erupted. Under the giant axe, the ice crystal beast walking in the front didn't even react. It shattered in response, was split into two halves, and fell on the street. However, this is not the end. After the giant axe split the ice crystal beast, it still did not stop, but slashed heavily on the street. Boom! In an instant, a crack appeared on the street, as if it was split into two sides, by the axe. A violent and unparalleled force rushed forward along this crack. All the ice crystal beasts that touched this shock wave were blasted away. A considerable number of ice crystal beasts were directly smashed into a pile of broken ice by this shock wave. Even if the vitality is perfect, there is absolutely no possibility of surviving. At this moment, all the residents in the city-state were stunned. From shock, consternation, disbelief, to the pain that appeared after pinching himself, let them know what the surprise of the rest of their lives is. We survived? Live, survive. Really survive. Is this powerhouse here to save us? Great, really great. Thank you for being willing to save us. Soon, the surprise of the afterlife turned into a sense of gratitude. All the residents who saw this scene began to thank the strong man who suddenly appeared. They just want to live, it's that simple. And this sudden appearance of the powerhouse, with this blow, stopped all the momentum of the ice crystal monster's attack. This is still not grateful to Dade. When will we wait? I really didn't expect that I would still have such a day to be worshipped. This man with a huge axe on his shoulders is the tiger hunter who came from Yuwu City through the gate of space. As the vanguard of free support and fighting each other, mercenaries are naturally the representatives. And Tiger Hunt is the best among them. After all, in the Battle of the Dragon race not long ago, tiger hunters are eligible to participate, and it is not trivial to come to deal with these ice crystal beasts. Most of these ice crystal beasts that broke into various small city-states, wreaked havoc everywhere, and were only at the professional level or the master level. Even heroic realms are rare. In front of Tiger Hunt, who has already entered the heroic realm, isn't that here to deliver food? The angry axe just now almost eliminated all the ice crystal monsters on the entire street, which has already explained the problem. Manager Qi is really right, this is indeed the disaster of the human race. Although Tiger Hunt was emotional, he didn't have time to enjoy the feeling of being thanked by others now. The ice crystal alien must be resolved as soon as possible, otherwise the harm caused is too great. Along the way, Tiger Hunt has seen many dead cities. The dead silence left behind after being frozen can really send chills down one's back. Come on, damn it, let's go. Today I will let you know that the human race is not someone you can afford. Recalling those tragic and deadly scenes, the anger in Hu Shou's heart suddenly burst out. The dragon-patterned axe was raised, and the majestic fighting spirit lingered in it. Boom! With a bang, a footprint was shaken on the ground, and the figure of Tiger Hunt also disappeared in place. In the next second, afterimages streaked across the air. The tiger hunting movement holding the dragon-patterned axe did not show the slightest slowness, but made people feel extremely agile. Roar! The remaining ice crystal beasts saw Tiger Hunt's actions, and immediately sent out a vicious anger. Roar! For the battle puppet, since there is no emotion at all, then of course there is no fear. So these ice crystal beasts have only two choices. Fight or die. As for leaving, that is impossible. However, what Tiger Hunt wanted was this result, because he was never afraid of fighting. The worry is that the enemy avoids fighting, and that is the most annoying. So this battle is to end. As for which side died, there is no need to say more. These ice crystal beasts, which can only attack small city-states, are impossible to be the opponents of Tiger Hunt. Otherwise, Tiger Hunt would not have come to support alone. After all, persimmons still have to be picked softly. Anyway, in the reinforcements that came to the Star Empire to support, it isn't only a heroic powerhouse Tiger Hunt. There are not many people who are stronger than Tiger Hunt, but there are not many. Even among these people, most of them are gathering troops. That Tiger Hunter doesn't have to bite the bullet and grab those guys' opponents. The dragon-patterned axe was flying, and the majestic fighting spirit was surging. None of these ice crystal alien beasts were Tiger Hunt's enemies at all, and in less than half an hour, they were all slashed by Tiger Hunt under the axe. The entire city-state, whether inside or outside the city, is full of ice crystal monsters that have been split open, and broken ice crystals left behind. The raging cold wind also stopped as the last ice crystal beast fell to the ground. The solution is completed, the task is completed. Hu Shou took a few deep breaths and calmed down his breath. Although this battle is not particularly dangerous, it must be fought quickly, so it is really tired. The residents who were hiding in the house and surreptitiously checked the situation came out tremblingly after confirming that all the ice crystal beasts had been dealt with. Seeing Hu Shou still standing on the street, he hurried up before leaving. This noble powerhouse, thank you for saving us and saving our city-state, and we have nothing in return. If there is anything you need us to do, please tell us, and we will do our best to repay your life-saving grace. Thank you for saving our lives, thank you very much. Honorable strong man, the kindness of saving life is unrequited, please accept our worship. Please let us bow. The grateful residents, in the joy of the rest of their lives, knelt down a lot. It surprised Tiger Hunt, who was thinking about the problem. You don't have to be so polite, get up quickly. The first time I accepted worship, Tiger Hunt was really a little uncomfortable, and it always felt weird. However, Tiger Hunt's politeness did not make these residents who had just returned from the gate of hell get up, but made them admire them even more. This is the real virtuous strong man. And this kind of situation has also happened in many places in the Xingyao Empire. As Jilu opened the door of space, the customers in the store formed a vanguard and entered the Xingyao Empire. The unbridled destruction of these ice crystal beasts was also initially contained. Especially attacking the ice crystal monsters in those small city-states, because the overall combat effectiveness is not very good, so in front of the small team of these customers, it is impossible to resist. Being brave and not afraid of death is one thing. However, there is no way to make up for the gap in hard power with momentum. Because in the case of the same cultivation realm, the customers who have experienced from the Qi Lu store are generally stronger than the ice crystal monsters. After all, suffering so much is not for nothing. If you don't hang up the ice crystal beast and fight it, it is considered a lack of academic skills. It's just that these idle people can only do this. Relieve the siege of small city-states, and remove those ice crystal monsters with low cultivation realm and low combat effectiveness to prevent them from continuing to harm other city-states. However, when they encountered those formed ice crystal alien beasts, they were still unable to catch them. These ice crystal beasts don't seem to have any IQ, but behind them, it seems that there is a commander-in-chief. According to the overall combat power of the city-state to be attacked, the corresponding ice crystal monsters will be sent to attack. The larger the target city-state, the stronger the attacking ice crystal monsters. So if you really want to rescue those medium and large city-states, you can only wait for Ling Ao and the others to come after they have assembled their forces. However, in the Xingyao Empire, small city-states still account for the majority. If the crisis of the small city-state can be solved first, it can be regarded as solving most of the problems. After that, the customers who came to the Xingyao Empire as the vanguard did not go further into the territory of the Xingyao Empire. Instead, they formed a temporary line of defense at the border of the Xingyao Empire. They used membership cards to communicate with each other to ensure that they could help each other at any time, so as to prevent the ice crystal monsters from entering the eastern wilderness. This is a smart thing to do. Almost all the ice crystal monsters with strong combat power were restrained by the large city-states of the Xingyao Empire. After all, the fact that the Xingyao Empire can be included in the position of the three major empires is not blown out. Even in the face of ice crystal beasts, the troops are somewhat stretched, it is difficult to take into account all the small city-states. But for those important large city-states, the defensive power is absolutely first class. The ice crystal monsters really caught the Xingyao Empire by surprise, and the number of them was indeed huge. But just based on these 2 points, it is absolutely impossible to easily take down those large city-states with strong defenses. And not only did they fail to win, but instead, a large number of ice crystal monsters with strong combat power fell into the quagmire of fierce battles. The remaining ice crystal beasts, even if they want to go to other places, wreak havoc. There was no way to break through the temporary defense line formed by the customers in the store. However, these are only temporary things. Because on the other side of the Great Desert, the ice crystal monsters that came out of nowhere are coming in a steady stream. Then put it into the big battlefield of the Xingyao Empire, supplementing the lost combat power. This is a competition in terms of military strength, and it depends on which side will be unable to hold on first. Otherwise, the Xingyao Empire would not have to ask for help. It's just that when faced with an almost endless force of ice crystal beasts, no matter how much the Xingyao Empire's military reserves are, it won't help. This battle will not end unless the source is addressed. It's been a long time since I came to this place. I didn't expect to lead troops here again, and it was actually here for reinforcements. The King of Swords of the Goryeo Empire walked out of the Gate of Space with a full face. The army that followed behind also quickly walked out of the Gate of Space one after another, and then arranged into a neat army formation. At a glance, it is hard to see the end, at least there are hundreds of thousands. Fortunately, Qi Lu had the foresight, so this time the door of space was opened wider, otherwise he would not know how much time would be wasted just gathering troops. Isn't the Goryeo Empire an ally with the Xingyao Empire before? It's rather strange that I appear here. Ling Ao, who followed closely behind, couldn't help but snorted coldly. If it wasn't for Manager Qi's shop appearing in Yunwu City, Ling Ao would have had an accident a long time ago when Guluo Empire and Xingyao Empire joined forces to attack Xuanhuan Empire. Where are there so many sequels? Although the hatred at that time is now half resolved. But if you really want to say how good they can get along with each other, that's not necessarily true. Just for the sake of the righteousness of the human race, Ling Ao didn't care about it. Otherwise, taking advantage of this kind of time, you have to get down to the ground quickly, and have a courtesy exchange. That, Fire Emperor, these are old things, so don't mention them again. The King of Swords heard the words, and said with a somewhat embarrassed expression. As far as the current form of Donghuang is concerned, with store manager Qi Shop being reconciled in the middle, it is really impossible for the big forces to fight. It seems that manager Qi is indeed a capable person, and he can actually make Donghuang truly enter a period of peace by himself. And it is by no means the false peace of the past. Old times? It doesn't seem like it's been that long. Ling Ao glanced at the Emperor of Swords, and said with a smile. But soon, the conversation changed again and said, but you are right, now isn't the time to mention this kind of thing. This time, to help the Xingyao Empire, according to their respective tasks, I will go south and you will be north. Let's open the defense line first. As he spoke, Ling Ao arranged the areas that he was responsible for. The Goryeo Empire borders the Xingyao Empire and is located in the northeast of the Xingyao Empire. The Huangyuan Empire borders the Xingyao Empire and is located in the southeast of the Xingyao Empire. Therefore, taking the position of the exit of the Gate of Space as the junction point of the forces of the two sides, one to the south and the other to the north, can guarantee to cover the entire eastern boundary of the Xingyao Empire. Then, based on this line of defense, we will gradually advance to the west, and the city-states will investigate and support them. In this way, all the ice crystal monsters in the entire Xingyao Empire can be cleaned up. No problem, you are north and south, then get ready to act. The King of Swords nodded. Carpet search support is also the best way I can think of at the moment. Although it is time-consuming and laborious, in the face of such a large number of ice crystal monsters who like to scurrying and destroying everywhere, the only way to ensure that no ice crystal monster is missed is by doing this. Of course, only relying on the reinforcements of the Huangyuan Empire and the Goryeo Empire, I want to search the entire Xingyao Empire in a carpet style. That is also unrealistic. But don't worry about that. Because after Ling Ao and the Sword Emperor, Gu Pingchuan, Ren Gongxiu, and Banjing also brought people from the three major academies here. Although the number of students in the three major academies is no match for the reinforcements of the Huangyuan Empire and the Goryeo Empire. But in terms of quality, it is definitely beyond a big grade. And these students will be led by Gu Pingchuan, Ren Gongxiu, and the deans of the three major colleges, and they will follow the reinforcements of the Huangyuan Empire and the Goryeo Empire to check and fill the gaps. This is the so-called secondary search. Make sure no one slips through the net. This is also the strategy that Ling Ao and Gu Pingchuan discussed. In short, it is necessary to clean up all the ice crystal monsters, and then make the next step. And after the students of the three major colleges have come out of the gate of space, the people behind them are people from various sects. With Bailey Fenghua as the head, a lot of people were also called up. But compared with the number of reinforcements from the Wild Yuan Empire and the Gu Luo Empire, as well as the number of students from the three major colleges, it is a bit insignificant. After all, the power of Zhongmen is not the mainstream among cultivators. It is neither as powerful as the imperial power, nor as free as the academy power, and it is not pleasing to the left and right. So in terms of the number of people, it's really hard to tell. But the quantity is down, but the quality is up. In terms of overall strength, the people of the major sects definitely surpass those reinforcements and students. Therefore, in the plan to help the Xingyao Empire, Bailey Fenghua's mission is to bring these people from the sect, ready to support at any time, to help clean up those ice crystal monsters that are powerful and difficult to solve. Then the entry position of the people from the sect is naturally at the end of the entire array. Okay, everyone is here now. This battle is about the entire human race, only victory is allowed, not defeat. When Ling Ao saw Bailey Fenghua and others coming out of the gate of space, Heck knew that the people who came to support the Xingyao Empire were basically all there. Then the first round of carpet search will officially begin. The main force of the reinforcements has arrived, and the Fire Emperor and the Sword Emperor personally lead the army, which really gives us face. The major forces rushed to help the Xingyao Empire, such a big movement, even the paladins and white-clothed high priests who were outside the desolate city and couldn't get out of their bodies, got the news. And Ding Gu and the others have also come here. The Xingyao Empire is finally saved, it's just the reconstruction after the war. Ugh. In order to resist the continuous attack of ice crystal alien beasts, Xuanhuan City has already arranged heavy troops here. Paladins and high priests in white will naturally stay here as commanders, and are always ready to deal with those ice crystal monsters that are at the peak of the hero level and even the power level. As for the situation in the Xingyao Empire, it is natural to have no time to consider it. And now, finally, there is no need to worry about the situation behind. I have to say, Manager Qi is really a strange person. They can come so quickly, and Manager Qi is also a big contributor. If there is no door of space, even if Ling Ao and others are willing to support, there is nothing they can do. When we get to the Xingyao Empire, it is estimated that we can only clean up the ruins. Roar. A burst of violent beast roars, like waves, slapped towards Xuanhuan City. With no worries, the paladin suddenly pulled out the cross sword hanging from his waist and stood up abruptly. There's another powerful guy coming, and there's really no time to rest. The strength is the biggest advantage of these ice crystal beasts. It is not clear how much combat power they still have. I really don't know where these damned guys came from. The high priest in white also sighed deeply. The continuous battles are a great test for mental and physical strength. Even if the powerhouse level Almighty doesn't pay much attention to rest, under such high-intensity battles, it is no good to say that you are not tired. Possible things. It's just a question of whether it can last. Changed to an ordinary person, if he did not sleep for more than half a month, he would still maintain such a high-intensity battle. I'm afraid he died suddenly, how could he still be able to speak? However, now, even the paladins and white-clothed high priests who have been promoted to the powerhouse level have deep tiredness in their eyes, and they are just trying to cheer up. Because this war is not over, they have no time to rest. Even if it's just a few seconds of negligence, in case a powerhouse-level ice crystal alien beast is put in. That is regrettable. Come on, for the Xingyao Empire. I bet on the name of my holy knight, even if I die here, I will never let any ice crystal beast cross the town. The paladin came to the front of the battlefield, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly. The Xingyao Empire deployed heavy troops to guard the town of Xuanhuan, just to keep the incoming ice crystal beasts out. Only in this way can we ensure that the ice crystal monsters that were caught off guard and put into the territory of the Xingyao Empire will be cleaned up. Otherwise, the Xingyao Empire is cleaning up the ice crystal monsters, but Xuanhuan City is putting the ice crystal monsters in. What's the point then? For the sake of the Xingyao Empire, I swear to death. For the sake of the Xingyao Empire, kill. The Xingyao Empire will last forever. Kill these damned guys. Fire arrows. The ice crystal alien herd, which could not see the end at a glance, charged towards Xuanhuan City without fear of death. The soldiers guarding Xuanhuan City also burst into high morale, and started to attack with a roar. Paladins and white-clothed high priests are responsible for dealing with those ice crystal monsters with the highest cultivation realm. And the large number of ice crystal monsters with low cultivation realm are the tasks of the city guards and frontier troops. You must know that the battlefield front of Xuanhuan city has been opened for hundreds of miles. In order to defend against the ice crystal monsters, almost half of the forces of the Xingyao Empire were put in. This made the forces in the Xingyao Empire so stretched. It's frustrating, but it's something that has to be done. If these ice crystal beasts are not blocked in the Great Desert, then the Xingyao Empire may no longer exist. Up. Magic shelter. Frost protection. Destruction increases, strength increases. With the movement of the paladin, the white-clothed high priest instantly blessed him with a lot of buff magic. Then I watched the paladin meet the ice crystal alien beast in the powerhouse realm. This time it's 2 heads. 1 against 2 is always easier than 1 against 3. But the white-clothed high priest's face became more and more solemn. As an auxiliary class, the observation of the overall battle situation is always more detailed than that of the combat class. Because they have more time to observe those corners and corners. So the white-clothed high priest also noticed the abnormality that appeared in that great desert. Frost has begun to spread. The white-clothed high priest has always been aware of this situation. Every ice crystal beast will emit strong or weak cold air, eroding the external environment. But this time, the freezing degree of the Great Desert is by no means a level that simple cold air can do. There must be another force behind it. Maybe, that is the origin of these ice crystal beasts. I have to say that the intuition of the white-clothed high priest was very accurate, and he guessed the truth that the Great Desert was gradually frozen. However, it is a pity that the power of extreme cold is not a common commodity that everyone knows. Even if the white-clothed high priest thought that there might be another force behind him, he could not guess the existence of the extreme west. It is even more terrifying to think of the power of extreme cold. What? Ice cubes, so uncomfortable. I can't move. I can't move, why is this? No, save me, save me. But at this moment, the warriors who went out of the city to face each other finally came into contact with the power of the extreme cold that spread over. The power of extreme cold, which is extremely corrosive and terrifying, instantly burst into its ferocious side. Those warriors whose cultivation realm was not at the master level fell to the ground almost the next second they were eroded by the power of extreme cold. Immediately after, his face was blue, his lips were purple, and his body was covered with frost. In just a few breaths, it turned into an ice sculpture with a ferocious and painful expression and twisted movements. Corrupted by the power of extreme cold, the pain suffered can be imagined. The severe cold that spreads from the bone marrow seems to freeze the soul. Perhaps because of the low strength, the quick death caused by the erosion of the power of extreme cold is a kind of luck. How could this be? What the hell is going on? The white-clothed high priest tightened his heart and looked at this scene in disbelief. Could it be that the destructive power, caused by the cold air emanating from these ice crystal beasts has reached such a terrifying realm? So why hasn't this happened before? Not right. There's something wrong with the cold. Just when the white-clothed high priest was stunned, the paladin burst out. A sword smashed an ice crystal monster at the power level realm, and shook the other ice crystal monster back out. Then he quickly retreated to the outside of the eroded range of the power of extreme cold, staring at the boundary between the frost and the yellow sand. This is not the cold air emanating from the ice crystal beast, but a more terrifying power. Paladins with more combat experience saw the danger of the power of extreme cold. This is a kind of power that a cultivator with insufficient cultivation realm is not even worthy of touching. Let all the soldiers withdraw. The paladin made an immediate decision. In the face of this kind of power, if you choose to fight recklessly, it is pure death. Damn, why does this power appear? Why did it spread? The white-clothed high priest gritted his teeth and gave an order to retreat. The threat of the power of extreme cold is too great. It can be said that for every inch the power of extreme cold erodes forward, they have to retreat an inch. Otherwise, waiting for those who are not strong enough, there is only the road off death. No choice. The power of extreme cold spreads so fast? How can you devour the entire desert now? Paladin and White Shepherd. When the teacher was about to abandon the city and evacuate, a strange voice suddenly appeared in the sky. The two looked up and saw a huge black dragon that suddenly transformed into a human form, and then fell down with another person sitting behind the black dragon. Your Excellency Lanchi, Your Excellency Shana, are you two here to support the Xingyao Empire? After seeing the two figures, the paladin asked politely. That's it. Lan Qi frowned in response. His eyes did not fall on the paladins or the white-clothed high priest, but instead looked at the eroding power of extreme cold. Thank you. The paladin thanked him. You are welcome. Shana replied for Lan Qi. Lord Lanchi just said that this is the power of extreme cold. I don't know what it means. After the paladin thanked him, he immediately returned to the most important thing at the moment. This sudden coldness is just killing me. If you leave it alone, in time, the entire Xingyao Empire will become a dead zone. The power of extreme cold is a terrible power that was sealed in ancient times. But this seal was broken by the escaped Ocean Dragon Emperor. Lan Qi explained it succinctly. Who is the Ocean Dragon King? The paladins and white-clothed high priests who participated in the previous battle between the human race and the dragon race are naturally no strangers. Now that Lan Qi mentioned it, the two were startled at first, and then they were furious. What? It turned out to be made by the Ocean Dragon Emperor, that damn fellow. Lord Lanchi, you should know where the Ocean Dragon Emperor is. Just because the Ocean Dragon Emperor broke a seal, the Xingyao Empire almost faced the disaster of destroying the country. No matter who this kind of thing happens to you, you will be furious. Of course I know where the Ocean Dragon Emperor is, but now is not the time to talk about it. Lan Qi said, slowly. The erosion of the power of extreme cold is much faster than I thought, and this matter must be resolved first. Lan Qi also wanted to kill the Ocean Dragon Emperor, but everything had to be prioritized. If the problem of the power of extreme cold is not solved now, when the Ocean Dragon Emperor is found, the Xingyao Empire will be long gone. Fortunately, I had already anticipated this situation, otherwise, I would have missed a major event. Facing the means of the Ocean Dragon Emperor, Lan Qi dared not be careless. After the initial shock and surprise, Lan Qi noticed the abnormality of the power of extreme cold. Those ice crystal beasts are formed by the power of extreme cold. After being broken, they will return into a ray of extreme cold power and fall on the place where they fell. Under the accumulation of less, it is also another way of eroding the power of extreme cold. It's no wonder that the erosion speed of the power of extreme cold has become so fast. That guy from the Ocean Dragon King is still insidious and cunning. This is an upright conspiracy. These huge numbers of ice crystal monsters, if not stopped, they will be destroyed everywhere. If they are stopped, they can also be returned into the power of extreme cold, and then accelerate the erosion rate of the power of extreme cold. It can be said that no matter what you do, it will not be good. However, although Lan Qi did not expect such a situation, Lan Qi still thought off the problem that the power of extreme cold might erode the border of the Xingyao Empire. Therefore, appropriate measures have been prepared to deal with this problem. As soon as these words came out, the paladin and the high priest in white immediately bowed and thanked. Then I will trouble your excellency Lan Qi. It's just dealing with our common enemy. Lan Qi shook his head, and then continued, let all of you leave, I will turn the town into a barrier. After the body of the ice crystal beast dies, the power of extreme cold that has been reformed is simply to speed up the erosion of the power of extreme cold. It's not really corrosive in itself. Because of the extreme cold power condensed into the ice crystal monster, it will supply all the power to the ice crystal monster to fight. So even if it is re-agglomerated, it is just a mark. Only when the power of the extreme cold that emerged from the extreme west can reactivate it, will the terrifying power erupt. So Lan Qi only needs to block this junction. At that time, these marks will gradually dissipate with the passage of time. Leaving Xuanhuan City? The paladin's face showed a little consternation, and subconsciously asked a question. If everyone leaves Xuanhuan City, what will happen to those ice crystal beasts? This is a major matter related to the life and death of the entire Xingyao Empire, and it can't be sloppy. How can you just retreat? When Lan Qi heard the words, he was stunned at first, and then the corner's Ofi's eyes twitched slightly and said, back up 20 miles and rebuild the defense line. A dignified powerhouse-level expert, he doesn't even have this flexibility. In the final analysis, it was because the appearance of the power of extreme cold was too shocking, making it difficult for the paladins to react. So that the speed of thinking has slowed down. Right. The paladin nodded thoughtfully. Just now, because it was too shocking, I almost forgot that I could reform the defense line. Anyway, when facing the ice crystal beast, the city wall has such a little advantage that it can almost be ignored, and there is little difference between it and no. Therefore, setting up a new line of defense on the plain is actually the same as it is now. Then I'll ask Mr. Lancy here. The paladin bowed his hands, and then quickly withdrew, with the army assembled in Xuanhuan City. In fact, without Lan Qi's special reminder, it is difficult to hold the town off Xuanhuan City. Because when faced with the power of extreme cold, ordinary warriors have no way to resist and can only retreat. You're welcome, please. Lan Qi didn't say more, but turned to look into the depths of the great desert. In the far west, the current hiding place of the Ocean Dragon Emperor, after solving the problem of the Ice Crystal Alien, the Ocean Dragon Emperor must be dealt with as soon as possible. Otherwise, I don't know what's going to happen. Although the erosion speed of the power of extreme cold is very fast, it isn't too fast. Compared with the speed of the withdrawal of the Xingyao Empire's army, it is still far behind. Of course, the speed of retreat is not something worth showing off, it is just a last resort to save lives. I really want to thank you this time, Bright Dragon Emperor. Lan Qi walked up to the sky as he spoke. In front of him, at an unknown time, a crimson liquid sphere was suspended. That is the dragon blood that Lan Qi asked for from the Bright Dragon Emperor, and it is the pure yang dragon blood that contains the power attributes of the Bright Dragon Emperor. Sana, can you see the boundary where the power of extreme cold spreads? Can. Shauna nodded. Although there is no end to the frost in the great desert. But the width of the spread is still barely able to see the boundary. That's good, according to the original plan, let's shoot the arrow. Lan Qi spoke, and then separated 2 finger-sized dragon blood from the dragon blood ball in front of him. Shauna also took out the broken star longbow, and stained the separated dragon blood on the condensed light feather arrow. Whizzing! 2 arrows, one south and one north, were nailed with dragon blood on the boundary where the power of extreme cold spread. Based on dragon blood. With a loud shout, it burst out of Lan Qi's mouth. The dragon's blood ball suspended in front of Lan Qi instantly turned into a blood mist and sprinkled on the straight line formed by the connection of the 2 groups of dragon's blood. Powered by the dragon's breath. Immediately afterwards, the World Destruction helmet appeared on Lan Qi's head. A mouthful of pale golden dragon blood was spewed out by Lan Qi, which was Lan Qi's own blood essence and contained terrifying power. Then in the next second, it was ignited by the dragon's breath, turned into araging flame, and fell on the straight line paved with dragon blood. Condensed to the breath of the sun, gathered to the strong wall. Wall of dragon's breath, get up! The angry shout suddenly sounded, and the dragon breath that fell to the ground was the fuse. In an instant, the violent dragon's breath flames rose into the sky from Thedragon's blood boundary and turned into a wall of dragon's breath. The terrifying high temperature scorched the surrounding space and distorted it. as if it would shatter and collapse at any time. And the power of extreme cold that spread in the great desert also stopped eroding when it hit the wall of dragon breath. Two diametrically opposed forces collided and fell into a stalemate. One to Yin to cold, one to just to yang. No one will even think about making a single move until the winner is not decided. Call. It's temporarily blocked. Now is the time to clean up the ice crystal monsters in the Xingyao Empire. Condensing the wall of dragon breath also made Lan Qi's face pale. Condensing the wall of dragon breath, although it looks simple, but the blood essence that Lan Qi paid is a real loss. However, the fuel of the dragon's breath wall is dragon blood, and the stronger the burning dragon blood, the stronger the defense of the dragon's breath wall. Until the dragon's blood is burned out, it is the moment when the dragon's breath wall collapses and dissipates. So Lan Qi won't have a lot of time to win. Let's go, the ice crystal alien must be dealt with as soon as possible. When the wall of dragon's breath rose into the sky, the army led by the paladins had not left far. The sudden raging flames made them burst into amazement. Is this the power of the demon dragon king? As one of the top powers in the human race, the paladin naturally knows Lan Qi's identity. However, at this moment, he was also amazed, shocked by the terrifying power that erupted from the wall of dragon breath. It seems that Lan Qi asked him to lead the army to evacuate Xuanhuan city first, and then retreat to form a new line of defense, indeed for their sake. Because the vicinity of the dragon's breath wall is not a place to fight at all. The scorching temperature is enough to make people with insufficient cultivation realm lose their combat effectiveness on the spot. The real power among the dragons is really terrifying. The high priest in white also sighed in shock. The great powers of the same power level realm, the gap between each other is still like the difference between clouds and mud, and it is almost insurmountable. Take a simple example. That is, 1 and 9 are both single digits, but the difference between 1 and 9 is 9 times as much. So even if you are promoted to the powerhouse level, that is not the beginning of pride. You must know that there are people outside people, mountains outside mountains, and heaven outside heaven. But we won't lose. Human race, never admit defeat. The paladin burst into arrogance, swung the cross sword, and shouted. The warriors of the Xingyao Empire, raise your sword. For the Xingyao Empire. For the Xingyao Empire. On the front line of the battlefield, morale is like a rainbow. In the Xingyao Empire, after the arrival of reinforcements, the same is true. When they learned that the reinforcements of the major forces were rushing Toch city-state for support, the residents of the various city-states of the Xingyao Empire almost cried with joy. The morale of the city guards who were struggling to resist the ice crystal beast was also high for a while. No one would want to die if they were not in a desperate situation and had no power to fight back. At this moment, there is hope of survival, and that is the most morale-boosting news. The war intensified, in full swing. The reinforcements of the Xuanhuan Empire and the Goluo Empire are also cleaning up the ice crystal monsters from city-state to city-state. Followed by the students of the 3 major colleges, the task is to solve those fish that slip through the net. Although the number of fish that slip through the net is quite rare, it must also be taken seriously. Because any ice crystal beast is a devastating disaster for ordinary people. In a small city-state without strong guards, in front of any ice crystal beast, they can only lie down and be slaughtered. After that, there are the people from the sect. These guys, just like the original vanguard, were tasked with moving freely and supporting them everywhere. Among these people who are supported everywhere, there is the most unique team. That's the Lan Yi team. Strange, why don't those ice crystal beasts dare to come over? Nailan Qinchi, who came to Xingyao Empire to wander around several city-states, finally confirmed this matter. That is, these ice crystal monsters, who are not afraid of death and do not know what they are afraid of, dare not approach themselves at all. As long as Nailan Qinchi walked past, these ice crystal beasts were either afraid to retreat, or they just lay on the ground and bowed their heads, not even daring to move. Even if death is imminent, there is no intention to resist. This is very interesting. I didn't expect Xiaoqi to have such power. Is this what Manager Qi once said, the so-called domineering exposure? After Lan Yi and the others discovered this phenomenon, they were also amazed. Who would have thought that these ice crystal beasts, who are not afraid of even powerhouse-level powers, would behave like this when they saw Nailan Qingqi? You know, even if Lan Zier and Xing Lian, who have entered the powerhouse level, make a move, there is no way to make these ice crystal beasts hesitate, and they will rush forward without fear of death. The battle puppet is not afraid of this emotion at all. However, the situation on Nailan Qingqi was extremely shocking. Sister Lan Yi, stop joking, it's definitely not like this. Nailan Qingqi scratched his head with a tangled face, and his delicate eyebrows were twisted. Although he knew this was a good thing, he just felt it was strange. But it was also because of this incident that the battle on Lan Ye's team was extraordinarily easy. As long as Nailan Qingqi appeared, none of those ice crystal beasts would Dorito resist. If it weren't for the fact that the battle puppet didn't have the function of self-determination, maybe it didn't need anyone else to do it, just an order from Nailan Qingqi. Have you ever thought about whether this is because of the bloodline? Question. After once again easily disposing of the ice crystal alien beast in a city-state, Lan Qing'er suddenly said this sentence. As Lan Qing'er, who has the blood of the elf royal family, he deeply knows how powerful the blood is. Among the monsters, sometimes, the suppression of the bloodline is more terrifying than the suppression of the cultivation realm. Bloodline? Lan Zier repeated it with a cute face. Although Lan Zier also has the blood of the dragon family, it is clear that her brain is not as easy to use as Lan Qing'er. Yeah, could it be because of the bloodline? Lan Yu was reminded and reacted. Speaking of which, it is because Nailan Qingqi's bloodline is really unremarkable, so it is easy to be ignored. It is completely different from Lan Qing'er's elf bloodline and Lan Zier's dragon bloodline, even if you want to ignore it. Blood of ice. This is a bloodline that is completely in line with the ice element, and controls all frost. It seems to be normal for the ice crystal beasts to be afraid. Yes, is that so? Nailan Qingqi never thought about this issue at all, but it was because of the bloodline of ice that he possessed. After all, the blood of ice is not something Nailan Qingqi was born with, but was given by that mysterious skeleton in the small space of the hidden family. So Nailan Qingqi has not been too concerned about it. Because the bloodline of ice and the Queen of Ice rank overlap to a certain extent. If he didn't mention it deliberately, Nailan Qingqi wouldn't even remember that the still has the bloodline of ice. But is this situation really because of his bloodline of ice? At the moment, this possibility is the greatest. Fei Xue analyzed it calmly. Otherwise, there is no reasonable explanation. Really want to say that Nailan Qingqi is domineering and exposed, and the tiger body is shocked, making those ice crystal beasts surrender. Nailan Qingqi was the first to not believe it, let alone the others. So we can only accept this explanation. Blood of ice, that's great. Lan Zier's eyes showed a hint of longing. This ice bloodline seems to be much stronger than the dragon bloodline, after all, it is the only thing. If it weren't for this incident, I would never have imagined that the bloodline of ice would have such an effect. It is much stronger than I imagined. Lan Yi also said with a look of emotion. When the blood of ice was not visible before, no one cared. But right now, it's okay to be envious or not. But envy is envy, you should be happy, you have to be happy. Then let's continue. With such a big killer as Xiaoqi, it can be regarded as a guarantee of safety. Yojo said aloud. This sentence is not wrong, since the ice crystal aliens dare not resist, then you are welcome. Anyway, these guys are not good things. Then go ahead, Lan Yi team, let's go. In the far west, the broken road to the sky. Longxing has been staying here since he discovered this place. The broken road to the sky seems to have the function of gathering the power of extreme cold. In less than 2 days, the surrounding area has become the place where the power of extreme cold is most concentrated. I don't know if these beasts bring surprises to the people in the past, hey like it or not. Longxing looked at the ice crystal monsters that were continuously condensed from the broken road to the sky, and muttered to himself in a cheerful mood. And as the ice crystal aliens continued to appear, and then rushed out of the extreme west, the small damage on the space barrier where the seal was condensed became bigger and bigger. As a result, the speed at which the power of extreme cold escapes is getting faster and faster. I believe it won't be long before the entire space barrier collapses. At that time, it was time for Longxing to leave the extreme west. It is also the time to destroy the human race, and then lead the dragon Rosito reign over the world again and stand on the top of all races. The dragon family only needs one voice and only one dragon emperor. It's time for the demon dragon emperor and the bright dragon emperor to disappear. There are more and more cracks in the damaged area, and the space barrier is becoming more and more unstable. Humans, if you can see, these cracks are the countdown to your death. When these cracks spread completely, it is the time when your human race is destroyed. Longxing raised his head and stared at the space barrier. Although he was talking to himself, his tone was extremely cold. Wild Yuan Empire, Imperial City, Suburbs. This area has long been marked by Ling Ao into the restricted area, which is strictly forbidden to enter. There are also many city guards guarding outside. No one is allowed to approach this place. In this area, except for the overgrown grass, there is only one creature. That is the guardian beast of the Yuan Empire, the mysterious turtle, often 1,000 years. Of course, the name of this guardian beast was actually given by Ling Ao, not the Wanyan Xiangui. After all, if you want to tie the Wanyan Xiangui and the Huangyuan Empire together, you must give something good. Therefore, this area was taken to the Wanyan Xiangui to sleep. However, at this moment, the Wanyan Xian turtle, who had already fallen into a deep sleep, suddenly opened his eyes, then raised his head, and a pair of deep eyes looked to the west. The direction of the view is the location of the far westland. Is something wrong? After all, something happened. 3,000 years, more than 3,000 years. The long years have almost made this old man forget about it. A few self-talking words of unknown meaning were spit out from the mouth of Wanyan Xiangui. Before he finished speaking, the Wanyan Xian turtle had already shrunk his body and flew into the sky. With a violent step under his feet, the void suddenly shattered, and a fissure appeared that escaped the turbulent flow of space. Immediately afterwards, the Wanyan Xian turtle completely ignored the turbulent spatial turbulence with terrifying destructive power, and burrowed directly into this void fissure. Then the sky returned to calm. The whole process went smoothly, but in just a few seconds, no one was disturbed at all. The power of extreme cold has spread to the borders of the Xingyao Empire so quickly. It seems that the space barrier in the extreme west is becoming more and more unstable. Qi Lu can naturally know the news from the front line through the membership card. Compared with Lan Qi's perception that the ice crystal beast will return into the power of extreme cold after it dies, Qi Lu feels that the damage of the space barrier in the extreme west is the more important reason. After all, it is still a seal left from ancient times. Even if it is still very strong, it is definitely not as indestructible as in ancient times. The purpose of the Ocean Dragon Emperor is also obvious. If the seal of the extreme west is broken, the space barrier collapses, and the extreme. The power of cold raged across the entire eastern wilderness. Then the Ocean Dragon Emperor, who has swallowed the power of extreme cold, is like a duck in water in this environment. For others, it is a question whether they can protect themselves in this environment, let alone fight. Therefore, this situation must not be allowed to occur. After all, there is going to be a war, so I can't be idle here. Qila knew that he couldn't wait in the store all the time, and he still had to go outside the extreme west to wait for the Ocean Dragon Emperor to appear. According to the speed of the spread of the power of extreme cold, it should not be long before the appearance of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. If the seal in the extreme west collapses, it can only be sealed again. Although Qila had no confidence in his sealing technique, he had to give it a try. With the wall of dragon breath condensed by Lanqi, Dong Huang doesn't need Tori for the time being. Let's go then. Qi is not a hesitant person either. Now that you've decided, go straight to your destination and you're done. As soon as the door of space opened, Qi quickly came to the place where he had been before, the seal periphery of the extreme west. That invisible and qualityless space barrier has now appeared countless cracks, looming in the void. The intensity of the power of extreme cold has also risen by several grades, which is simply not comparable when we came here at that time. It seems that the escape speed of the power of extreme cold is much faster than imagined. But there was another thing that made Qila feel strange. That is the small space of the hidden family that exists in the depths of the Great Desert, and it should also be covered by the power of extreme cold. But why does the small space of the hidden family seem to be completely unaffected? When Qila came over, he went to check the coordinates of that space, but did not find any abnormality in that space. Is it because the small space of the hidden family is independent of this world? Maybe that's the reason. The power of extreme cold does not have the ability to freeze space, and it does not affect the small space hidden in the void, which is also normal. In this way, there is no need to worry about involving the hidden family in the next battle. After all, this battle has nothing to do with them. However, Qili's thoughts just flashed by, and he didn't think deeply. What should be more concerned about now is the space barrier in front of you, and the cracks all over it. The battle in the Xingyao Empire has been much better after the reinforcements of the major forces joined in. The advantage is gradually moving towards the Terran side, and it is slowly turning into victory. Outside Xuanhuan City, there is the protection of the Dragon Breath Wall. It is impossible for the power of extreme cold to spread before the wall of Dragon Breath is extinguished. Therefore, the Xingyao Empire Frontier Army led by the Paladins and the white-clothed High Priest also rebuilt the defense line 20 miles behind Xuanhuan City. And with the help of the Dragon's Breath Wall, all the ice crystal monsters that attacked from the depths of the Great Desert were blocked. Although the casualties of the Frontier Army of the Xingyao Empire continue to expand. However, the battle situation in the Xingyao Empire continued to improve. City-state after city-state was rescued, and ice crystal beasts were killed one after another. The reinforcements of the Huangyuan Empire and the Goluo Empire started from the eastern border of the Xingyao Empire, and used a carpet-like search to clean up all the ice crystal monsters they found. Although the manpower and material resources are huge, the effect is equally remarkable. You must know that the biggest advantage of ice crystal beasts lies in their incomparable numbers and the extremely corrosive cold, rather than individual combat power. Especially after so many elites from the Terran joined the battle. In terms of combat power, the ice crystal monsters are even less dominant. After all, compared with the power of extreme cold, although the ice crystal beast is condensed by the power of extreme cold, its erosive power and extreme cold attributes are still far worse. With Ling Ao, Gu Pingchuan and the likes of the strong-level powerhouses, the ice crystal monsters can't make any waves at all. Not to mention the existence of Nalan Qinchi, the bloodline of ice. So it can only rely on the number to drag. And this biggest advantage was also brought into full play by the ice crystal alien beast. Because the territory of the Xingyao Empire is not small, I want to do a carpet search to take care of every city-state. It takes a lot of time, and it is definitely not a task that can be completed in 1 or 2 days. Just relying on the reinforcements of the Xuanhuan Empire and the Goryeo Empire to search, it will take more time. So much so that the people who followed the last sect were all scattered and started to do scouts. If you find a small number of ice crystal monsters in the wild, you can deal with them yourself. If you can't figure it out yourself, use your membership card to call your friends around you. And if you encounter a large number of ice crystal beasts, then quickly notify the nearby army to come to encircle and suppress it. Then, after the army arrives, continue to explore the way. Scouts do these things. I don't know how many ice crystal monsters have come in the Xingyo Empire. How come every city-state has them? Ling Ao casually threw a ball of flames and cleaned up all the ice crystal beasts around him. Although the power of extreme cold is higher than the ordinary fire element level, it also depends on the user's cultivation realm. With Ling Ao's strength, it's not too easy to clean up these ice crystal beasts. It's just that it's easy to clean up, and it can't stand the number of opposites. Although Ling Ao came to supervise the battle, he also needed to run around and search everywhere. And one more thing, these ice crystal beasts are not living creatures, so they do not emit any breath themselves. And the cold air that escapes from the ice crystal monsters all the time has already covered the entire Xingyo Empire. That's why it's so difficult to search. Otherwise, as long as you spread your perception, wait until you perceive the location of the ice crystal beast, and then go straight to the target, wouldn't it be much easier? Too bad there's no way to do that. Otherwise, why use such a time-consuming and labor-intensive method? Not that there is no other way. In addition to the various city-states, all the forests and deserts in the wild must be searched. Don't let go of any corner. If you accidentally miss an ice crystal beast and find it, I don't know how much casualties it will cause. Gu Pingchuan was also instructing the students in the brilliant Academy Tozark for places outside those city-states. Ren Gongxiu and Banjing naturally followed suit and sent out the students from Peak Academy and Dadi Academy. Anyway, the students of the three major academies are just following behind to check for omissions. Going to the wild to search now is actually doing business. Cloud City, Chila's shop. Due to the crowd. Because of people rushing to help the Xingyo Empire, the number of customers in the store has decreased a lot. But all the practitioners with a little fighting ability, all went to the Xingyo Empire. The rest are just some weak guys. For example, those young masters who didn't have the slightest training qualification at the beginning, even if they got a little strength in the store, it was not enough to compete with those ice crystal beasts. And facing those terrifying cold temperatures is not a problem that pet cards can solve. So I can only stay in the store with more than enough energy. After all, supporting the Xingyo Empire is not something that can be done with blood. Personal strength is still very important. Otherwise, it would be frozen by the ice crystal monster before the fight was started. What a wrongful death. Sheer, I heard that Qi Lu and the others went to fight with that ice. The ice crystal beast fought. Why don't you take us with you? Yu Xuanxue yawned and said to Yu Sheer. The last time I devoured the corpse of the giant dragon at the dragon ruins, it made Yu Xuanxue happy. So this time, she also wanted to take advantage of it and see what good things could be swallowed. Xiaoxue, brother Qi Lu, specifically said that we are not allowed to go there this time, so don't think about it. Yu Xier tilted her head and said to Yu Xuanxue. When the human race and the dragon race fought last time, Yu Xier was fine if she went to meddle. After all, the members of the dragon clan are not strong enough to threaten Yu Xier's life. But this time is different. Qi Lu went directly to the Ocean Dragon Emperor. If Yu Xier passed by, she would definitely not be able to get it. In the case of the Xingyo Empire, there is no shortage of Yu Xier's fighting power. Therefore, Yu Xier was simply prohibited from participating in this battle. Is that so? Qi Lu must have only said that you are not allowed to go, not me. Yu Xuanxue was lying on the counter and spoke with certainty. But having said that, Yu Shuangshu's idea is to fight the autumn wind in the past, not the past. So don't go, don't go. Okay, Shao Shu, if you don't go back to guard the store, I'm going to file a complaint. Seeing Yu Xuanhuan's excited look, Yu Shi'er hummed. The Yushuang Welyu incident has not happened once or twice. Anyway, the store doesn't need to be guarded all the time, so Yushuang's whiskering back and forth has become a common thing. It's just that Yu Xuanhua didn't dare to do this when Qi Lu was in the store. Don't complain, I'll just go back. Yu Xuanhua pouted, and out of the corner of her eyes glanced at the door off space outside the store, and then quickly ran back to the second floor. In the far west, outside the space barrier. With more and more cracks, Qi Li's face became more and more solemn. The constantly escaping power of extreme cold erodes the seal of the extreme west all the time. Even if a drop of water pierces through a stone, or if a rope saw wood breaks, it should almost break the seal placed in this ancient era. And those ice crystal monsters that are constantly rushing out are much stronger than water droplets and ropes. Qi Lu watched those ice crystal beasts appear from outside the space barrier, and then left. There is no action. Because it is impossible for this kind of ice crystal beast to break through the defense line of the Xingyao Empire, there is no need for Qi Lu to waste his energy. And those ice crystal beasts didn't seem to notice the existence of Qi Lu. After all, it is just a fighting puppet. Although it is not afraid of death, it does not have any perception. So the two spent a few days in peace like this. Until the space barrier in the extreme west, the moment when the crack completely spread. Crack dash. The crisp sound of space breaking, like a thunderbolt from the blue, appeared in Qi Li's ears. The moment has finally come. Although Qi Li's face was solemn, it was not surprising. The moment the seal was broken, it was doomed to collapse, it was just a matter of time. Boom! In an instant, the void cracked and the seal shattered. The power of extreme cold sealed in the land of the extreme west rolled out like a flood that had opened its gates. If the previous seal did not have the power of extreme cold when it was broken, like a trickle, then the power of extreme cold now is like a rolling wave, shaking the world. It rushed out from the extreme west, with a mighty and terrifying momentum. How could it be bad? Seeing this, Qi Lu frowned, and immediately thickened the body shield by a level to resist the oncoming force of extreme cold. Fortunately, although the corrosiveness of the power of extreme cold is tyrannical, it will not be specifically aimed at a certain target. Therefore, Qi Lu, who is at the peak of the powerhouse level, can't help it. However, such a majestic and mighty power of extreme cold was a huge disaster for the Xingyao Empire, bordering the Great Desert. Call. The power of extreme cold, like a monstrous wave, crossed the boundless desert and slapped towards Xuanhuan city. The dragon's breath wall, which stretched for thousands of miles, was flickered and dimmed by this extreme cold force. Like a candle flickering in the wind. Why did the power of extreme cold suddenly have such a big momentum? Could it be that the seal of the extreme west is broken? Lan Qi, who was soaring in the sky, immediately noticed this scene. The violent power of extreme cold is madly hitting the wall of dragon breath, and I am afraid it will take 2 days to completely extinguish the wall of dragon breath. If this is put before, the wall of dragon breath can last another half a month. This is much earlier than expected. Shauna's delicate eyebrows also wrinkled. Although the mighty power of extreme cold has not broken through the defense line of the dragon's breath wall for the time being, the terrifying momentum has spread. As soon as the seal of the extreme west was broken, even the combat power of those ice crystal beasts increased. Because the main battlefield of the ice crystal beast is within the envelope of the power of extreme cold. The closer you are, the stronger your combat effectiveness. Therefore, even if there is a wall of dragon breath outside Xuanhuan city, it is impossible to completely isolate the cold air emanating from the power of extreme cold. It's just that the erosiveness of the power of extreme cold cannot be exerted. You must know that the temperature of the entire Xingyao Empire is getting lower and lower now. Ordinary people have long since hid in the house, wearing coats and quilts, leaning against the stove to keep warm. If the temperature continued to drop, there would be no way to use it for heating. By then, there will be countless people who freeze to death. The temperature is getting lower and lower. How can this be? Even with Ling Ao's current physique, in such a low temperature, he had to condense a fire element shield to avoid the cold. Not to mention others. Those with a lower level of cultivation can protect their bodies. The shield has already condensed out. On the contrary, those ice crystal beasts, at this time, are fighting more and more bravely, and the improvement of combat power is visible to the naked eye. I'm afraid something happened. It should be in the deepest part of the desert. Gu Pingchuan, who came to join Ling Ao, said slowly. Although they do not know the existence of the Far West, there is no problem with simple speculation. The source of the ice crystal beast is in the deepest part of the Great Desert. Then in the Great Desert, there must be secrets that they don't know. But they can't get away now, so this matter can only be handed over to Manager Qi. The calamity of the human race. Roar. A huge roar came from the far west, resounding through this snow-white world. Looking around, the surrounding is full of frost condensation, white snow flying, accumulating into mountains, but no other color can be found. Damn human boy, how dare you come here? Longxing's eyes were full of anger and pride, and his memory of Qi Li's face was still fresh. In the ruins of the dragon, the battle between the dragon clan and the human clan was the human clan in front of him, which stopped the dragon clan Sadik. Without him, it is impossible for anyone in the human race to be able to stop him. But now, it's not a problem anymore. Longxing, who has devoured the power of extreme cold, is already stronger than before, and he is naturally extremely proud in the face of Qi Lu. Why don't I dare to come, just because you have lived in the extreme west for a long time? In terms of momentum, Qi Lu certainly would not show weakness. Even if the Ocean Dragon Emperor really became stronger, Qi Lu didn't think he would lose. Human boy, you are still so sharp, but I don't know if you will beg for mercy when you are about to die. Longxing showed sharp teeth and said with a sneer. If you want to destroy the human race in front of you is an object that cannot be bypassed. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for Longxing to let Qi Lu go. Of the two, there must be death. Ocean Dragon Emperor, I really hope that your strength can be as strong as your ability to talk big. Otherwise, it's just a joke. The corners of Qi Li's mouth moved, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. Tactical provocation is always particularly effective in Qi Li's hands. Damn it, you'll know right away how stupid it is to piss off an opponent Yotsant handle. Bingshan, suppress. Longxing's eyes were stern, and he snorted coldly, and the power of extreme cold in front of him quickly condensed. But in the blink of an eye, several towering icebergs appeared in the sky, smashing towards Qi Lu. The huge iceberg that covers the sky and the sun, just by looking at it, you can feel how huge the oppressive force is. The sonic boom from the tearing space was like a thunderous explosion. The violent momentum is shocking. It can be said that in such an environment with such a strong power of extreme cold, the strength of the Ocean Dragon Emperor has more than doubled. The move of destroying a city and moving a mountain is easy to come by. Your strength has indeed improved a lot. Qi Li's eyes narrowed, and he naturally saw the doorway. The iceberg condensed by the power of extreme cold, it is no exaggeration to say that as long as it is smashed, no city-state can hold it. And that was just one of those icebergs. But looking at it now, there is more than one iceberg in the sky that was smashed towards Qi Lu. The overlapping icebergs almost covered the sky. The shadows cast make the bright day look like night, and it is extremely terrifying. However, Ocean Dragon Emperor, don't underestimate me too. But how could Qi Lu be afraid? In Qi Li's hands, the 1,000 machine ball turned into a long sword, which was enclosed in a scabbard and hung on Qi Li's waist. Facing the iceberg condensed by the power of extreme cold, even Qi Li didn't want to use his body to hard connect it, so he could only use another method to break it. Chong dash. Put your left hand on the scabbard, and use your thumb to push the long knife out of the scabbard by a finger's length. Then his right hand rested on the handle of the knife. Ocean Dragon Emperor, take a good look at it. Draw the sword and cut, the sky collapses. Qi Li let out a low drink, grabbed the handle of the knife with his right hand, pulled out the knife, and sheathed it. I saw the light of the sword flash across the sky, like a thunderstorm in the daytime, and it seemed to break through the sky, smashing the entire sky. Sheathed dash. The long knife has been sheathed, the white light has disappeared, and the sound of breaking the sky has been delayed. However, along with the sound of breaking the sky, it was the terrifying iceberg that smashed down from the sky, and a crack appeared. Then the crack got wider and wider until it spread across the entire iceberg, from front to back. No one was spared. Boom! In the next instant, the icebergs that covered the sky and the sun suddenly shattered. In the sky, it shattered into pieces of ice that fell all over the sky, and it fell down, like a sudden hailstorm. Just like the name of Qi Li's knife, Tianbing. Even the sky can collapse, so what about a few icebergs? How is this possible? Such a shocking scene, even Longxing couldn't help but let out a voice of amazement. The powerful Longxing of the power of extreme cold is the clearest. In the process of condensing and forming, the ordinary power should not be broken at all. Those with poor strength may not even be able to leave the slightest trace. However, in front of this human race boy, he was so vulnerable. Even if the knife just now was integrated into the fate of heaven and earth, it is impossible to achieve such an easy level. I said it, Ocean Dragon King, don't look down on me too much. Qi Li withdrew his sword and stood in the void, looking at the Ocean Dragon Emperor from afar. In the face of the enemy at the peak of the powerhouse level, the fate of heaven and earth must not be saved, and the move is all out. But Qi Li is not worried about the fate of heaven and earth, anyway, the system has as much as he wants. Good, very good. Human, your strength still surprises me. However, don't think that with this level of power, you can win me. Longxing was really surprised by Qi Li's tyrannical power, capable of smashing all the icebergs with one blade. But the attack just now was nothing more than a test, so Longxing naturally wouldn't be afraid. The shackles of extreme cold, frozen. As Longxing whispered again, the surrounding extreme cold force changed again. Countless extreme cold powers gathered towards Longxing, and then formed a huge wave composed of extreme cold powers, flapping towards Qi Li. Once enveloped by this extremely cold wave, even Qi Li will be instantly frozen. As for whether or not to escape, it depends on luck. Under this extremely cold wave, there are dozens of ice blue chains coming from all directions, all of which are condensed by the power of extreme cold, just to interfere with Qi Li's movements. Ice blue chains are not necessarily to tie Qi Li, it was enough to make him hard to resist. As long as Qi Li was frozen by the extremely cold waves, even if it was just a few seconds, it would be enough for the Ocean Dragon Emperor to kill Qi Li dozens of times. The battle of the powerhouse level peak realm, just a moment of negligence, ice enough to separate life and death. Not to mention being frozen for a long time for a few seconds. If the previous iceberg was just a test, then the extreme cold wave this time was the killing intent of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. There was nowhere to hide from the overwhelmingly cold waves. There are more chains around which the power of extreme cold is condensed, waiting for Qi Li to approach the past. Interesting, is this your killer move? Qi Li's eyes swept around, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Maybe it's relaxing, maybe it's sarcasm. The dozens of ice blue chains blocked all directions Qi Li could dodge, forcing him to take the extreme cold waves head-on. then waited for the moment of being frozen, and fell here by the Ocean Dragon Emperor. However, from the beginning, Qi Lu never thought of hiding. Then do it again. Draw a knife and cross-cut. This time, Qi Lu simply pulled the knife out of the sheath, then held the knife in his right hand and pulled out the knife. The knife light suddenly appeared, like two dazzling rainbow lights that crossed each other, suddenly appeared, and instantly cut through the sky. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be quiet, only the two dazzling rainbow lights were left, slowly advancing in the sky, annihilating everything that was blocking the front of the knife light. Then, as Qi Lu retracted the knife into the sheath, two words were gently spit out from his mouth. Break the waves. Boom. In an instant, the situation changed, and the sky collapsed. The extremely cold waves that slapped towards Qi Lu were completely shattered by these two dazzling rainbow lights. Like ice and snow hitting hot water, it quickly melted away. Dozens of ice blue chains around it were crushed into powder by the momentum that erupted when Qi Lu closed the knife. There was no more threat. This scene suddenly made Longxing's eyes widen, and an incredible emotion flashed in the pair of vertical pupils. Another knife. Human boy, didn't you use all your strength in the last battle? Longxing took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. Because Longxing would not believe that the human boy in front of him could become so much stronger in such a short period of time. You must know that even Longxing himself used the power of the fire of the dragon's soul to come to the sealed land of the extreme west, so that he could become stronger so quickly. This is where the opportunity lies. But this kind of opportunity is unavoidable. So another possibility is that in the last battle, this human race hid its strength. Ocean Dragon King, I'm not as arrogant as you are. If it wasn't for the fact that you didn't think of it last time, you would actually run away. The ruins of the dragon are the place where your bones are buried. Qi Lu sneered. Although Qi Lu has done such a thing as hiding his strength, it depends on the situation. If faced with a powerhouse-level peak power like Ocean Dragon Emperor, and still want to hide his strength, then his mind is really caught in the door. The reason why Longxing has such doubts is actually very simple. The attack methods of the gauntlet and the long sword are different. To be honest, last time in the ruins of the dragon, if the Ocean Dragon Emperor hadn't escaped, Qi Lu could use the gauntlet to kill him. It's just that the scene certainly doesn't look as shocking as the long knife. After all, one is a close combat with fists to the flesh, and the other is a ranged slash, and the special effects are definitely different. Escape? When Longxing heard this word, anger immediately surged into his heart. Although Longxing did indeed do such a thing, it was a thorn in his heart, an eternal shame. Suddenly being mentioned by Qi Lu will inevitably turn into anger. In short, he can do this, but others can't say it, otherwise he will use his fist to solve the problem. There is no way, the facts are there, the theory is definitely not possible, and the only way is to convince people with virtue. Anyway, Longxing is very confident in his own strength. As long as something like black history is buried underground forever, it isn't considered black history. Damn human boy, I don't know how you did it to make the demon dragon emperor and the dragon race turn against each other, but you will definitely be buried here today. Longxing said in a cold and fierce tone. He attributed all the shame of running away to the betrayal of the demon dragon emperor. For Qi Lu, the culprit, he was naturally angry. It's not the first time you've said this. Qi Lu sneered inexplicably and couldn't help shaking his head. Talking hard is a very low-level aggressive strategy, and although it works, it won't work all the time. After all, Qi Lu is not an impulsive person. Ocean Dragon Emperor, you have attacked twice, but you have not achieved results, so now, it's my turn to attack. Blind defense is not Qi Li's fighting style. Since the Ocean Dragon Emperor has released the ruthless words, of course Qi Li should also give some expression. Then switch offense and defense. Ocean Dragon Emperor wants to let Qi Li die here. Why didn't Qi Lu want to kill the Ocean Dragon Emperor on the spot? You want to attack? Then this sentence will be returned to you from this seat, human kid, come and try it. This seat will let you understand how huge the gap between you and me is. When Longsheng heard this, he couldn't help sneering. After swallowing the power of extreme cold, Longsheng has absolute confidence in his own power. Even if the human boy in front of him has 2 stabs in a row and 2 moves are broken, Longsheng's will not be shaken. Pride, arrogance, conceit. This kind of emotion will only ruin your life. Qi Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and his right hand was once again placed on the handle of the knife. Since the first 2 times were used to attack with the sword, then this time, let's continue to use the sword to attack. In fact, Qi Hui made this decision out of consideration for quick attack. As one of the fastest attacking moves among the sword skills, the sword drawn slash has almost no reaction time for the opponent as long as the sword assist. Even when you're prepared, it's hard to defend. Draw the sword and cut. When the sound came out, Qi Li's legs slightly bent, and his figure flashed. Like a flash of lightning, it pierced the sky and instantly appeared above the head of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. Focused eyes looked down from the sky, looking directly at the Ocean Dragon Emperor below. God damn it! A cold and stern voice came out of Qi Li's mouth, with a chilling killing intent. Qi Lu has never liked to judge other people's right or wrong by his own standards, because their positions are different, and the way of thinking about problems is different. But Qi Lu also will not tolerate others offending into his own field. The safety of the human race is the bottom line. Since the Ocean Dragon Emperor wants to destroy the human race, he must be prepared to give his life. Chong dash. The long sword was unsheathed, and the sound of gold and iron symphony sounded throughout the whole world. The snowflakes falling around seemed to stagnate for a moment. The icy cold wind and the roaring roar were also covered up. Between heaven and earth, it seems that only this blade of light from the skies left. In the sound of gold and iron symphony, it falls like an unstoppable catastrophe. The surrounding space was torn apart, and the void collapsed. The power of a knife made Longsheng's complexion instantly change. How can you have such tyrannical power? Drawing a sword and slashing, heavenly punishment, taking the intention to punish the sky, the condensed heaven and earth luck, enough to have the power of heaven and earth to destroy. Faced with this knife from Qi Lu, even Longsheng felt a complete threat. Extremely cold condensation, Dragon Emperor ice armor. Without hesitation, Longsheng began to frantically gather the power of extreme cold. Even the surrounding frost was affected, shredded, and then gathered around Longsheng. In an instant, it turned into a domineering ice crystal armor, covering Longsheng's dragon body. The speed of the knife is so fast that the sword is drawn, and the breath that has been locked is simply unavoidable. So Longsheng can only choose hard connection. Punish. Boom. The knife light was like a robbery, and it slammed into Longsheng's body fiercely. The sound waves rolled up like a flood, spreading in all directions, smashing the frost and snow, and crushing the glacier mountains. With Qi Lu and Longsheng as the center, within a range of nearly 100 miles, because of this terrifying collision, the energy fluctuations that escaped almost turned it into a vacuum area. However, like ripples, the sound waves that shook the void did not disappear. It is still spreading further afield. However, the impact contained in it is naturally not as terrible as the collision center. But the power attached to the sound wave will not weaken. This is the battle of the powerhouse level peak realm. The extent of the spread is simply unimaginable. Even the Xingyao Empire, separated by an entire desert, was affected by the power brought by this sound wave. In the depths of the Great Desert, a battle took place. This powerful and chilling power is Ocean Dragon Emperor and store manager Qi. Behind Xuanhuan City, the paladin who led the army of the Xingyao Empire towards the group of ice crystal beasts looked west with a look of astonishment. The power brought by the sound wave ripple, although there is no impact that can cause actual damage. But the deterrent power is not weak at all. Is this the power of the powerhouse level peak state? Manager Chi's strength seems to have become stronger again. The white-clothed high priest also had a shocked expression on his face, tsk. Although they have always known that Manager Chi's cultivation realm is unfathomable, and the realm of the peak of the powerhouse level should be a sure thing. But when you really see it, you will understand what a terrible power this is. At least, just looking at this power, it is a lot stronger than the battle in the ruins of the dragon. It's hard to imagine that Manager Chi still hides his strength when facing the Ocean Dragon Emperor, which is incredible. These ice crystal beasts were created by the Ocean Dragon Emperor. Damn it! The paladin even scolded angrily, wishing that he would go into the depths of the Great Desert and kill the Ocean Dragon King. Unfortunately, the strength does not allow it. Now we can only put our hope on Manager Chi. He is the benefactor of our Xingyao Empire and the hero of the entire human race. The white-clothed high priest took a deep breath, and then put his eyes on the ice crystal alien beasts in front of him. Since Manager Chi is fighting the Ocean Dragon Emperor for the sake of the human race, then they naturally have to ensure the logistics work, and ensure that there is no worries in the East Wasteland. The warriors of the Xingyao Empire, for the Xingyao Empire. For the human race. Kill these ice crystal beasts. What a terrifying power. Manager Chi has already started to fight the Ocean Dragon Emperor. Ling Ao, who was hovering in the sky, also looked up in the direction of the extreme west. In the entire East Ring, the only one who is qualified to fight against Storm Manager Chi is probably the Ocean Dragon Emperor. The battle at the Dragon Ruins made Ling Ao's memory still fresh, as if it were yesterday. That is the giant dragon at the peak of the powerhouse level, the dignified Ocean Dragon Emperor, but in front of Manager Chi, he was forced to flee. Now it seems that there should be a breakthrough, so I want to seek revenge for the Manager Chi. Fire Emperor, Ocean Dragon Emperor has always wanted to destroy the human race. Manager Chi is fighting for the human race. The King of Swords, who was fighting not far away, also said aloud. Although the reinforcements of the Xuanhuan Empire and the Goryeo Empire are from the south to the north, searching for the major city-states of the Xingyao Empire, there has always been an intersection on the dividing line between the two armies. Therefore, Ling Ao and the Sword Emperor have the opportunity to meet from time to time. Yeah, I've always known that Manager Chi's character has always been the goal that we can't catch up with. Ling Ao nodded, and said with great emotion, this is the demeanor of a real powerhouse. Have a righteous heart and a heart for the common people. The strongest battle has finally begun. Gu Pingchuan, Ren Gongxiu, and Banjing happened to gather together at this time. After sensing the power coming from the depths of the Great Desert, the three of them looked at each other, and a look of shock appeared on their faces involuntarily. To be able to spread the momentum from such a distance. One can imagine how powerful the power that erupted in the center of the battle was. The escaped Ocean Dragon Emperor finally came out. These ice crystal monsters that suddenly appeared must have something to do with him. Win or lose, it depends on this battle. Gu Pingchuan could see clearly. In this battle, only the two powerhouse-level peak powers can decide the final result. What they did was just a foil. Just to temporarily save the human race. If this most crucial battle is lost, then everything Gu Pingchuan and the others have done so far will be in vain. Manager Chi, we put all our hopes on you, please make sure to win. This is the breath of Ocean Dragon Emperor and Storm Manager Chi. The seal of the extreme west is really broken, Ocean Dragon King, damn it. After Lan Chi sensed this power, his face instantly darkened. Compared to the seal of the extreme west was broken, and the power of extreme cold raged out. Lan Chi felt that the Ocean Dragon Emperor was the more troublesome problem. After all, the power of extreme cold can also be resisted by the wall after gone breath. As long as there is enough dragon blood, it can keep burning. But the Ocean Dragon Emperor is a complete lunatic. Without absolute strength, he can't stop it at all. Lan Qi, do you want to go over and take a look? Shauna asked aloud. This is the sin of the Dragon Clan, and it is also a duty that I cannot escape. I have to go over. Sana, just stay in the Xingyao Empire. This time, it's too dangerous. Lan Qi heard the words and answered without hesitation. The current performance of the Ocean Dragon Emperor has become paranoid to the point that it cannot be tolerated. The disputes within the Dragon Clan will also become more and more serious. Therefore, at this once-in-a-lifetime moment, it is also the best chance for Lan Qi to make a break in the past. No, I don't want to stay in the Xingyao Empire, let me go with me. Shauna shook her head and said firmly. For a period of time, I have worked hard to obtain ice element crystals and exchanged ice element shelter potions. Isn't it just for this moment? Even Lan Qi, as a dragon, is inherently resistant to magical elements. But I also drank a lot of the ice element's shelter medicine. After all, 80% of the ice element resistance, and 95% of the ice element resistance, the difference is still very far. From a numerical point of view, one needs to eat 20% of the ice element damage, while the other only needs to eat 5% of the ice element damage. Inside and out are 4 times the difference. That's why Lan Qi made a decision to go to the extreme west and make a conclusion with the Ocean Dragon Emperor. And Shauna also used a lot of ice elemental protection potions, so Lan Qi decided to go to the extreme west, so of course he had to follow. As a powerhouse level power, Shauna can provide a lot of help. It's just that it may not be so effective when facing the Ocean Dragon Emperor at the peak of the powerhouse level. Then let's go together. Lan Qi didn't say much, just flicked his wings and flew in the direction of the extreme west. Anyway, the main force of this battle is Manager Qi. They are now in the past, but they are just helping out on the side. Outside the far west, the knife light that cut through the sky roared down. It bombarded the ice crystal armor on the Ocean Dragon Emperor, making a deafening loud noise. The terrifying power spread out, shaking the sky and shaking the earth, and a burst of energy fluctuations made the whole world tremble. Crack! A small crisp sound suddenly came out, as if something shattered. Just such an insignificant movement made Lan Qing's complexion change drastically and became extremely ugly. This is impossible. Nothing is impossible. Qi Li's calm face still had no emotional fluctuations, but he just pushed the knife into the sheath and replied in a low voice. Boom. But at this moment, the knife light disappeared. The frost dispersed, revealing the appearance of the Ocean Dragon Emperor, and the ice crystal armor covering him was already full of cracks. Cracks like spider webs were densely distributed on the ice crystal armor. It's like a pattern engraved on it. Then in the next second, these cracks suddenly increased, and the ice crystal armor on the Ocean Dragon Emperor shattered. In the end, the Dragon Emperor ice armor still did not resist the might of heavenly punishment. The vanished blade light passed through the ice crystal armor, leaving a terrifying wound on the body of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. At the moment when the ice crystal armor shattered, the dragon's blood flew down and sprinkled on the ground. Puff! A mouthful of dragon blood spewed out of Lan Qing's mouth uncontrollably. Draw the sword. The destructive power of Tianzhu is so terrifying. Thousands of meters long dragons can also be torn apart. How is it possible? How is this possible? Why is your power so much stronger than when you were in the dragon ruins? Lan Qing couldn't help roaring and asked, staring at Qi Li's vertical pupils, full of doubts and anger. The power of a sword is comparable to the power of a catastrophe. Is this really an attack from a human race with the same cultivation realm as himself? I did a lot of hard work to kill you. Qi Li said expressionlessly. Just know your own business. 3 attacks and 3 cuts are easy to say, but not so easy to do. Wanting to break out such a powerful attack is also a burden to Qi Li's body. After all, this is a move that can kill a powerhouse-level power with a single knife and severely damage a powerhouse-level peak powerhouse. How can it be used easily? In the final analysis, Qi Lu is only at the peak of the powerhouse level, not the king-level power. How can it be so easy to kill a giant dragon with the same cultivation Realmos himself? What's more, the Ocean Dragon King is not an ordinary dragon. He specially came to the extreme west to devour the power of extreme cold, in order to temper his dragon body and strength. Compared with ordinary dragons, the dragon body of the Ocean Dragon Emperor is more tyrannical and has a higher level of power. In fact, if Qi Lu is facing an ordinary giant dragon, even if the opponent is at the peak of the powerhouse level, it will be difficult to survive under the drawing sword heavenly punishment. However, the Ocean Dragon Emperor was only severely injured. Although this situation was expected by Qi Lu, it was indeed not good news. Kill me? Boy of the human race, this seed admits that your strength is indeed very strong, to the extent that this seed is surprised. But with this level of strength, wanting to kill this seed is just wishful thinking. Longxing growled angrily. Qi Li's knife directly slashed Longxing's entire back, leaving a huge wound. It even hurt Longxing's spine. You must know that the hardness of the keel is even stronger than that of the dragon scale. This shows how terrifying the power of that knife is. But that's exactly what makes Longxing feel that it is absolutely impossible to use this level of attack without cost. Otherwise, when he was in the ruins of the dragon, he would not have left. It's really tough. Qi Lu couldn't help taking a breath. In an environment with a strong power of extreme cold, it is the home of the Ocean Dragon King. If Qi Lu hadn't relied on the store manager's privilege to take a lot of ice elemental protection potions from the system, he could resist the erosion of the extreme cold force to a certain extent, and now he might not be able to hold it anymore. But even so, the ubiquitous power of extreme cold has caused a lot of burden on Qi Lu. The consumption of fighting has increased exponentially. On the other hand, looking at the Ocean Dragon King on the opposite side, the wound on the back has been. The ice armor condensed with the power of extreme cold covered it, like a bandage for a wound. And more importantly, the Ocean Dragon Emperor also has the fire of the dragon soul in his hands. A good thing that can save the lives of the dragon clansmen. If the problem of the fire of the dragon soul is not solved, it can be said that the Ocean Dragon Emperor will be invincible. After all, Qi Lu couldn't deal with the Ocean Dragon Emperor with 2 lives and own breath. Human boy, the time to play is over. Now this seat will show you the power that this seat has gained in this place. However, at this time, Longxing suddenly opened his mouth and said proudly. Immediately after, the wings fluttered, and the thousands of meters long dragon body circled up, as if it was about to rush into the 9 heavens. At the same time, the surrounding cold wind and snow stopped, and the whole world seemed to have fallen into a strange stagnation. Qi Lu also keenly noticed that the ice crystal monsters that had been running out of the extreme west before disappeared without a trace at this moment. As if it never happened. What exactly does the Ocean Dragon Emperor want to do? Qi Lu frowned, his face extremely solemn. However, because of the weakness after the knife was fired, he could not stop the Ocean Dragon Emperor's actions. And the Ocean Dragon Emperor, who rushed to the sky, didn't make Qi Lu wait long. Countless extreme cold powers gathered towards the sky. In the distance, a looming ladder, I do not know when, appeared in Qi Lu's sight. Every step of the ladder is bigger than the dragon's body, and the pressure is even more majestic and terrifying. That huge incomparable appearance, the mighty imposing manner, there is no way to hide it. Then, what is that? Why is there such a ladder in the far west? The moment Qi Lu saw the ladder, his eyes widened. Because of the pressure emanating from that ladder, Qi Lu could clearly feel it and be certain. That is definitely a coercion beyond the peak of the powerhouse level. That is the realm of the king level. Such a sudden appearance, it is very likely that there is a ladder with the coercion of the king level realm. How can it not be astonishing and shocking? Human boy, have you seen it? In the land of the extreme west, there has always been a ladder. That is the hope of ascending the throne of the Holy King, the road to heaven. Longsheng, who was above the sky, spoke out proudly, and introduced it in a longing and proud tone. That's the way to the sky. Qi Lu couldn't help taking a deep breath. Qi Lu heard Lan Qi mention the name road to heaven. Knowing that the road to the sky has the power to gather the power of faith, if you want to condense to the high throne, you must walk the road to the sky. And the road to heaven is also the only treasure that appears along with the will of heaven and earth. There can only be one in one world. When the will of heaven and earth is broken, the road to heaven will disappear along with it. Therefore, in the forging world and the summoning world that Qi Lu had been told for, there was no road to the sky. Even if the will of heaven and earth of the two worlds, with the help of Qi Lu, it was condensed again. But the emergence of the road to the sky is not so fast. Therefore, the reason why those gods will shatter the will of heaven and earth is actually to make the road to heaven disappear. In this way, the direction of the gathering of the power of faith is cut off, so as to ensure that his believers will not have descent. It's just that Qi Lu and the system he brought over are the biggest variables. But these are the past, let's not talk about it now. The thing that shocked Qi Lu at this moment was that the road to the sky in the East Wasteland had always existed. Then why was there not even a powerhouse-level expert in the Eastern Wilderness before this? Moreover, the system has also stated to Qi Lu clearly that there is no power-off belief in the Eastern Wilderness. What is the use of the existence of the road to the sky? Qi Lu was puzzled by this question. Could it be that the power of the road to the sky was also sealed because the land of the extreme west was sealed? But that doesn't make sense. What is the purpose of simply sealing the road to the sky? The reason why those gods will shatter the will of heaven and earth and destroy the way to heaven is to ensure the loyalty of their believers. However, in the Eastern Wilderness, it was not heard that a certain race believed in any god, and the will of heaven and earth was also good. So this speculation is not self-defeating. There must be another reason for the ancient powers to join hands to seal the land of the extreme west and seal the road to the sky. It's just this reason that Qi Lu can't guess. Surprise? Shocked? But, damn human boy, this seat wants to tell you that this road to heaven is a broken road to heaven. However, Longsheng ignored the change in Qi Li's expression, and continued to speak to himself. The reason why the Dragon clan retreated to Dragon Island is to guard the road to the sky and guard the last hope. But here, in the extreme west, there has always been a hidden road to the sky. Speaking of this, Longsheng's expression suddenly became fierce, and his gaze towards Qi Lu also became monstrous. Do you know what this means? Terran boy. This shows the responsibility of the dragon race for thousands of years. It's a big joke. A joke made up by the human race. So all of you humans should be damned. Longsheng said at the end, as if he was making a conclusion, and said it decisively. The grievances and obsessions that have accumulated for thousands of years cannot be resolved overnight. In other words, the hatred for the human race has penetrated deep into the bones of the Ocean Dragon Emperor, and it is impossible to resolve it at all. The appearance of the road to the sky only made the killing intent of the Ocean Dragon Emperor more determined. The broken road to the sky? Qi Lu is not interested in the grievances between the dragon and the human race. What surprised him even more was that the road to the sky in front of him was actually broken. This is interesting. It is no wonder that the will of heaven and earth in Donghuang is so weakened, and there is not even much luck in heaven and earth. I'm afraid it was severely damaged in ancient times. And this matter, Qi Lu also heard the system say it. In the ancient times, there was indeed a great war in the eastern wilderness. That battle not only shattered Dongwuang's lifeline, but also exhausted Dongwuang's fortune, causing the will of heaven and earth to fail. In this way, the timeline and the major events that happened are even matched. The road to the sky must have been shattered in that battle. I really didn't expect that the impact of that battle would be so far-reaching. Qile didn't think much of it at the time. But looking at it now, at that time, it was just because I didn't know enough ancient secrets, so I couldn't think of coming here. I only know that the Great War destroyed the East Wasteland, but I don't know what it was for. The will of heaven and earth was hit hard, the road to the sky was broken, and the human race and the dragon race parted ways. But in that battle, what is the position of the human race on the battlefield? What is the position of the dragon race? Who will the enemy be? The more you know, the more questions you have. It's not a joke. Qile now deeply understands this matter. The more ancient secrets that are unearthed, the more places that cannot be understood. It is a pity that Ocean Dragon Emperor will not explain these problems for Qile. Even Qile suspected that the Ocean Dragon Emperor might not even know what happened in the ancient times. However, the appearance of the broken road to the sky made Qile feel that he was one step closer to the truth. But if you want to know more, you have to keep looking. Alright, this trip is not a loss, at least I know so many things. The rest, let's deal with the Ocean Dragon Emperor first. Qile took a deep breath. To be honest, if it wasn't for the Ocean Dragon Emperor to mention this matter, to condemn the crimes of the human race for thousands of years, Qile may never guess that there is a hidden road to the sky in the extreme west. That being said, the Ocean Dragon Emperor is really a good man. No, he is a good dragon. However, Qile would not be able to write a thank you letter. At most, he would give Ocean Dragon Emperor 2 knives less when fighting, so that he could be more respectable and peaceful when he died. Boy of the human race, this seat tells you this, just to let you know that the human race has never been innocent. So you can be buried here with peace of mind. Longxing said in a cold tone. However, Qile is very clear that with the nature of the Ocean Dragon Emperor, he will not blame the human race for nothing. I would say this, probably just to vent the anger in my heart. By the way, it can also attack the sense of justice of the human race boy in front of him. But unfortunately, in Qile's eyes, who is right and who is wrong is never said, but determined by winning or losing. Because from the standpoint of the human race, Qile is the hero of the human race. And standing in the position of the Dragon Clan, or the position of the Ocean Dragon Emperor, then Qile is a thorn in the eyes and a thorn in the flesh. Therefore, only the victor can judge justice and evil. Then see the real chapter under your hand. The previous rest also gave Qile a sigh of relief. Although the 3 previous slashes had consumed a lot of Qile's stamina. But the recovery speed of the powerhouse level peak power physical strength isn't a joke. After all, Qile was not injured. The one who was seriously injured was the Ocean Dragon Emperor, who was cut with a horrific wound by Qile's drawing sword Tianzhu. So when it comes to the consumption speed of physical strength, Ocean Dragon Emperor is much faster than Qile. It's just that in an environment where the power of extreme cold is so strong, it's not very obvious. But it was this terrifying wound that wiped out all the advantages of the Ocean Dragon Emperor and returned to the same starting line with Qile. In this way, Qile will not be so restrained when facing the Ocean Dragon Emperor. Anyway, Qile can afford to drag the time, and the Ocean Dragon Emperor, who is seriously injured on the opposite side, is not necessarily. So wanting to fight quickly is Qile's strength. Roar. Longxing, who was soaring in the sky, let out a roar, and the extreme cold power around him suddenly turned into an extreme cold storm, lingering around him. The dragon power that erupted is also rising steadily, rising higher and higher. The prosperity of the dragons might distorted the surrounding space. It also made Qi Li's face a bit stunned. It will be so much stronger than when I was in the ruins of the dragon before. It seems that the benefits of the Ocean Dragon Emperor in the extreme west are far more than what you see in front of you. Although this is a guess, Qi Lu is almost certain in his heart. You know, the road to the sky is in the far west. Even if it's just a broken road to the sky, it can never be useless. At least the coercion escaping from the road to the sky has a strong tempering effect, which can temper the dragon's body and dragon's might. As for other effects, Qi Lu has never been in contact with the road to the sky, so there is no way to guess. But it's definitely not that simple. So now, I can only give it a go. Chong dash. Long knife unsheathed. This time, Qi Lu was not going to continue slashing with his sword. Reapplying the old technique will only take effect on the weak, not to mention that the sword-drawn slash is an explosive slash, and it is not suitable for continuous combat. Bring it on. When it comes to combat skills, Qi Lu never frightened any enemy. So the Ocean Dragon Emperor wants to fight, so come on. After that, Qi Li's figure flashed, as if it turned into a lightning bolt, and greeted the Ocean Dragon Emperor in the sky. After images loomed over the sky, dark shadows filled the sky. Although Qi Lu and Ocean Dragon Emperor have a huge difference in size. However, it will not affect Qi Li's combat power and the accuracy of his knifey in the slightest. On the contrary, because of the huge dragon body, the Ocean Dragon Emperor can't keep up with Qi Li's speed at all, even if his movements were not slow at all. But that doesn't matter, because in close combat, more emphasis is placed on tossing and moving, rather than pure speed. Responsiveness is the most important part. So, the battle officially started. Different from the previous temptation like a turn-based game, this time, whether it was Ocean Dragon Emperor or Qi Lu, they did their best and did not retain half of their strength. Because they are both powerhouse-level peak powers, if they can't tell the winner in terms of combat effectiveness, then it is by no means that a plot can solve the battle. So if you want to fight, go all out. Boom. Terrifying strength erupted, and violent energy fluctuations raged everywhere. Outside the extreme west, it was really shattered. The cold wind is no more, and the glaciers are broken. Within 100 miles, it will be ground into powder, within 1,000 miles, it will be razed to the ground. If it weren't for the inaccessibility of people in the Great Desert, the battle between Ocean Dragon Emperor and Qi Lu would definitely have destroyed several empires. And that's just the aftermath of the battle. What kind of situation was in the center of the battlefield, needless to say. Ordinary cultivators in the heroic realm may not even be able to withstand the impact of the aftermath of this battle. So let alone ordinary people, it is estimated that if they are blown by the strong wind, they will turn into fly ash. However, the battle between Ocean Dragon Emperor and Qi Lu became more and more intense. When the two saw each other, they met thousands of times in the blink of an eye, and all of them changed countless times. Qi Li's fighting skills are strong, but his talent. The extraordinary Ocean Dragon Emperor is not weak either. Even if Qi Lu pressed his head, the Ocean Dragon Emperor could rely on the tyranny of the dragon's body to forcibly level the gap. No chance at all. Human boy, can't you do this? While fighting, Longxing did not forget to subconsciously ridicule a few words. The arrogance of the giant dragon is brought out from the bones, and it can't be stopped at all. But then again, Longxing does have the right to say this now. Because surrounded by the power of extreme cold, although Qi Li's combat power is not affected, the loss of physical strength will increase. On the other hand, Longxing is just the opposite. Not only will his combat power be increased, but his physical strength will also be lost at a slower rate. If it wasn't for Qi Li's sword, Longxing's greatest advantage had been abolished. I am afraid that at this time, it is not that the two are not equal to each other, but that Longxing pressed Qi Lu to fight. You better take care of yourself, Ocean Dragon King. A sneer appeared on the corner of Qi Li's mouth, and he replied indifferently. Although the current battle situation seems to be evenly matched. But the longer the battle dragged on, the more thoroughly Qi Lu understood the fighting style of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. So in addition to home field advantage, Ocean Dragon King will only slowly lose his chances of winning. Just like in Dragon Ruins. One-shot flow, break the void. At a certain moment when the two continued to fight against each other, Qi Lu waved his knife forward, but suddenly crossed the space and teleported behind the Ocean Dragon Emperor. Qi Lu would not give up the opportunity that he finally found. The violent power condensed on the blade, and the majestic heaven and earthluck gathered together. The sudden knife and the terrifying power that erupted made the Ocean Dragon Emperor hardly react, and he instinctively felt a chill that appeared on his back. OM. The sword sounded like a scream, and the sword was like thunder. You. Longsheng turned his head abruptly, and saw Qi Lu holding a knife in one hand and a wrist in the other, swinging the knife out. The light of the knife was like a rainbow, piercing the sky and covering the earth, and there was no room to dodge at all. Just like the name of this knife, Duankong. A knife swung out, severing the sky. Against all odds, he found a chance in the gap, and Qi Lu naturally had to do his best to cut out the knife. Regardless of whether the Ocean Dragon Emperor can react or not, as long as he hits, even if he doesn't die, at least he will be seriously injured. Dragon Emperor Ice Crystal, Long Wei. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Longsheng naturally couldn't sit still. The power of extreme cold lingering around him rapidly condensed at an unbelievable speed. This time, the ice crystal armor that appeared on Longsheng's dragon body was even more exaggerated than the previous one. Even the terrifying Long Wei was compressed and condensed in this ice crystal armor, just to resist the knife. Boom! The sword light that filled the sky was surging like a huge wave. It slammed into the Ocean Dragon Emperor and slammed into the ice crystal armor. The earth-shattering loud noise and the terrifying shock came out at the same time from the center of the collision between the two. The space was shattered every inch, and the turbulent flow of space escaped, and the sky was full of traces of the collapse of the void. The entire sky is like a smashed mirror, covered with countless cracks. The terrifying spatial shock spread out for thousands of miles. Qi Li's all-out attack, and the full-strength defense of the Ocean Dragon Emperor, the violent energy fluctuations generated by the collision, as well as the mighty ferocity, completely exploded in this way. It really shocked the world. In the Xingyao Empire, all the human race people who felt the spatial shock all looked in the direction of the extreme west. To be able to transmit spatial shocks to this place, what a terrible battle this is. Fortunately, this battle took place in the depths of the Great Desert. If it happened in any of the three empires, I'm afraid it would have disappeared from the eastern wasteland at this moment. It's hard to imagine that Manager Qi's strength is so tyrannical. I'm really amazed. This is the hero of the human race. Fortunately, Store Manager Qi is a human race. If you stand on the opposite side of the enemy, what will happen? I really can't imagine what will happen. With Store Manager Qi here, our human race will definitely win. Ling Ao and the others all sighed with emotion. Although they never doubted Manager Qi's strength. But when the truth is shown in front of me, I can't help but be amazed. There is such a hero among the human race, how could it be possible to lose? It's a terrifying force. With this level of energy fluctuations, Manager Qi and Ocean Dragon Emperor have probably gone all out. Lan Qi, who hurried to the extreme west with Shauna, said in a muffled voice. The power of Yue that erupted from the center of the battlefield, even if it was so far away, surprised Lan Qi. Fortunately, Manager Qi suppressed the Ocean Dragon Emperor in the extreme west, in this great desert, and there was no way to leave. Otherwise, if the Ocean Dragon Emperor wanted to destroy the entire human race, it really wasn't blown out. He does have the ability to do it. Even subverting the entire eastern wilderness is within the power of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. Powerhouse level peak power, so terrifying. Then we have to hurry up. Shauna leaned on Lanky's neck and said aloud. I know, Shauna, sit tight, I'm going to start accelerating. Lan Chi responded, and then his wings fluttered, and the speed suddenly increased a lot. The dragon's body cut through the frost and flew towards the extreme west. And in the far west. After Qi Lu swung the knife, his right hand subconsciously clenched the handle of the knife. Not to make up the knife, but to prevent the force from falling off, causing the long knife to leave the hand. A blow with all your strength is definitely not easy. In the sky, the light of the sword dissipated. On the ice crystal armor of the Ocean Dragon Emperor, a huge crack appeared brightly in front of Qi Li's eyes. Dragon blood spurted out from that crack, dyeing the ice-blue ice crystal armor red. The dragon scales are scattered, the flesh is rolled up, and the bones are thick. The appearance of the Ocean Dragon Emperor at the moment can be completely described by the word miserable. It seems that in the final spear and shield duel, Qi Li's slash is better. A note of drawing the sword, heavenly punishment, and a note of one blade flow, breaking the air, left the Ocean Dragon Emperor with unbearable serious injuries. Damn, cough, goddamn human boy. No, it's impossible. Longxing suddenly made a violent coughing sound, and blood continued to splash out with the coughing sound. Then the frost that fell on the ground dyed the snow-white earth a striking crimson color. The Ocean Dragon Emperor who devoured the power of extreme cold, the dragon blood is no longer blazing. Otherwise, so much dragon blood spilled, enough to melt the frost on the ground to a large layer. You lost again, Ocean Dragon King. Qi Lu took a deep breath, looked at the Ocean Dragon Emperor, and said sarcastically. It has to be said that Ocean Dragon Emperor is indeed the strongest opponent Qi Lu has ever encountered so far. And the two battles, each time is stronger than the first. Regardless of the ending, it seems familiar. Whether it is in the ruins of the dragon or the current extreme west, the Ocean Dragon Emperor has lost. Although Qi Lu won't win easily, it doesn't matter. Because winning is winning. Even though Qi Lu is now covered in blood, there are not many wounds, big or small. There is even a little bit of strength, and you need to support your body. But it is better than Ocean Dragon King. No. Impossible. Damn human boy, it is impossible for this seat to lose. Longxing could only feel extreme pain all over his body. In addition to those small wounds that didn't hurt the vital points, the two huge wounds from two terrifying slashes were enough to threaten Longxing's life. The dragon's body is indeed strong, and its recovery is indeed fast. But also what kind of wound? In the face of the power of the same cultivation realm, the wound caused will definitely be accompanied by the power to prevent the wound from healing. The terrifying power of these two slashes from Qi Lu even hurt the keel of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. The power of erosion attached to it has already begun to destroy the body of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. It's easier said than done to heal. However, as the Ocean Dragon Emperor, Longxing would never admit defeat. Because in Longxing's hand, there is still the strongest whole card, that Isisless. Do you think you won? Human boy, you must be starting to lose your strength now. Longxing was panting heavily, with blood still on the corners of his mouth, but the expression on his face was somewhat mocking. Although Longxing had to admit that the human boy in front of him was indeed much stronger than he imagined. But in the battle just now, it was definitely not easy. Therefore, this also strengthened Longxing's idea: we must get rid of this guy in front of him, because this guy must be the biggest obstacle in the process of destroying the human race. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. Even if this behavior is a bit contrived, this is a life and death battle, not a child's game. It's just a winner and a loser. Then have you forgotten that in this seat, there is still the fire of the dragon's soul? Longxing said with a sneer. When he first came to the land of the extreme west, Longxing still needed Tao's the power of the fire of the dragon's soul, to resist the erosion of the power of the extreme cold. But later, when Longxing was able to withstand the power of the extreme cold, he put away the fire of the dragon's soul. After all, this is another life, and it cannot be sloppy. And now, it's time for dragon soul fire to come into play. As long as the dragon's soul still exists, the dragon's body can be reshaped with the power of the fire of the dragon's soul. And if both the dragon's soul and the dragon body still exist, then the fire of the dragon's soul can naturally repair the dragon body directly. Longxing didn't want to give up his current dragon body. After all, it has been forged through untold hardships, with the power of extreme cold and the coercion of the road to the sky. Therefore, the fire of the dragon's soul must be ready to be used directly. Before he finished speaking, a crystal burning with eternal fire appeared in Longxing's palm. Suspended in the void, like a dazzling star. Dragon soul fire. Qi Lu gritted his teeth and roared the word from the depths of his throat. Such an important dragon treasure can even become the key to turning the tide off the battle. How could Qi Lu forget it? It might as well be said that Qi Lu has always been vigilant about the fire of the dragon's soul. Only by solving the first life of the Ocean Dragon Emperor and consuming the fire of the dragon's soul, can the Ocean Dragon Emperor be completely beheaded here. Otherwise, if you accidentally let the dragon soul of the Ocean Dragon Emperor escape, I am afraid it will not be long before it will be another disaster. System, come out to do something. So Qi Lu had nothing to hesitate, and called out his biggest helper, directly in his mind. System, host, what's the matter with this system? Are you washing the ground? You're about to collect my corpse, what else are you washing? Qi Lu hadn't complained for a long time, and now the Irby system suddenly said such a sentence. Qi Lu almost didn't respond. Fortunately, Qi Lu was used to the escaped character of the Irby system, so he quickly returned to the topic. Help me think of a way to see if you can restore my physical strength or give him some treatment. Otherwise, this battle is not very easy to fight. Now Qi Li's biggest problem is that his physical strength is about to run out. Moreover, although most of the injuries on the body are small wounds, the accumulation of small wounds is also a big burden, which has to be taken seriously. Therefore, in the face of the Ocean Dragon Emperor who is going to use the fire of the dragon's soul, Qi Lu must also find a way to restore it to its prosperous state. However, there is nothing that Qi Lu can think of about restoring his state. For Qi Lu, the restorative medicinal pills in the store are of a slightly lower grade, and the effect is not great. If you want to restore Qi Lu, who has entered the peak of the powerhouse level, to a prosperous state, you may have to use it as a meal. However, the Ocean Dragon Emperor in front of him probably wouldn't watch Qi Lu frantically take drugs there and turn a blind eye. Then you can only find a way to find the system. System, host, if you borrow power from this system will naturally say nothing. System, but things like healing are not within the scope of this system's business. This answer was within Qi Li's expectations. If the system can directly repair various injuries, Qi Li's body would not collapse because it couldn't bear such a powerful force when he borrowed strength before. It's really going to happen now. Qi Lu showed a wry smile. Looking at it now, the only strategy is to disregard the body's ability to bear and borrow more powerful power from the system to kill the recovered Ocean Dragon King in one fell swoop. However, being a powerhouse level peak power, it is easier said than done to achieve an instant kill. System, if I directly raise my strength to the limit of the peak of the powerhouse level, with my current physical condition, how long can I last? Since there is no way to recover his stamina, Qi Lu has to use another method. As long as this battle can be won and returned to the store alive, all remaining problems are no longer problems. System, 5 minutes. Qi Li's question was answered quickly, 5 minutes, which was indeed quite urgent. For the battle of the powerhouse level peak power, a mere 5 minutes is not far from nothing. 5 minutes, I don't know if it's enough. Unfortunately. What, they can only fight to the death. Qi Lu took a deep breath, and then looked directly at the Ocean Dragon Emperor in front of him. Human boy, it seems that you have figured it out. Are you ready to die with peace of mind? Longsheng looked at Qi Lu and said coldly. The fire of the dragon's soul is suspended in front of Longsheng's eyes, and it only needs a mouth to swallow it, and then the dragon's body can be completely repaired. So Longsheng's eyes looking at Qi Lu were full of jokes. You can't decide my life or death, Ocean Dragon Sovereign. If you want to fight, you can fight. How can there be so much nonsense? Qi Lu snorted coldly, then straightened his waist and said proudly. If there is only 5 minutes of burst time, it must be used at the most critical time. Let the Ocean Dragon King be proud for a while now. Stubborn. But it doesn't matter, anyway, after you die, all the people of the human race will come to accompany you, and you will definitely not be alone. Longsheng laughed wildly, not caring about Qi Li's disrespect at all. Because in Longsheng's view, this is just the last struggle of the human boy in front of him before he dies. When it comes to a play, it can be a little more fun. So, goodbye, Terran boy. As Longsheng spoke, the dragon's claws moved, and the fire of the dragon soul floating in front of him floated towards his mouth. But at this moment, a sound of breaking the sky suddenly sounded. Break star strike. A feather arrow condensed by the light of the stars seemed to appear out of thin air, flying from the sky. Condensed the majestic heaven and earth luck, as if crossing the limitation of space. In an instant, it came to Longsheng's eyes. What? Longsheng's pupils shrank suddenly, subconsciously condensing the extremely cold ice armor for defense. However, the target of this arrow was not Longsheng from the beginning, but the fire of the dragon's soul suspended in front of Longsheng. Boom! Of course, the incomparably strong fire of the dragon's soul could not be shattered by this arrow. However, the terrifying impact attached to the blow of the broken star caused the fire of the dragon's soul to fly directly out. Well done! Qi Li's eyes flashed, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Then, he didn't give the Ocean Dragon Emperor any time to react at all, and rushed up immediately. Finally caught up. At the end of the sky, a huge black dragon fluttered its wings. Shauna, who was standing on top of the black dragon's head, held the broken star longbow in her hand, and her face was full of sweat beads from excitement. Damn it. Why is there an accident at this time, you guys? I'll be damned. Longsheng never imagined that the target of this arrow would actually be the fire of the dragon's soul. A moment of carelessness, the result was that the other party succeeded. The fire of the dragon's soul was knocked away by the broken star and flew into the distance. Just as Longsheng wanted to go and get it back, he was entangled by Qi Lu and could not escape at all. After all, Longsheng was no match for Qi Lu even when his physical strength was exhausted. What's more, there are 2 huge wounds on Longsheng's body, which are constantly consuming Longsheng's physical strength and vitality. Ocean Dragon Emperor, your actions have long made you the target of public criticism. Whether it is a human race or a dragon race, it is impossible for you to be accommodated. Qi Lu held a sword against the Ocean Dragon Emperor, and even when he was completely suppressed, he did not forget to ridicule. How proud I was just now, how embarrassed I am now. It's the Ocean Dragon King. The appearance of Lan Qi and Shauna was completely unexpected for Longsheng. However, it was because of these 2 damned guys that the current situation was completely reversed. Manager Qi, I hope we are not late. Lan Qi hovered in the sky and shouted, but a pair of vertical pupils were looking for the flaws of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. Now that you are here, you must keep the Ocean Dragon Emperor here forever. The current dragon race can't stand the torment of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. You came just fine. Qi Lu was not stingy with his praise. Shauna's arrow, just now, was a stroke of genius, which directly determined the outcome of this battle. I have to say that sometimes, a small key point can really influence the outcome of a war. Lanchi, let's go find the Dragon Soul Fire first. Shauna looked at the battle between Manager Qi and Ocean Dragon Emperor, and suddenly said something. The battle between the powerhouse-level peak powers, with Lan Qi's current cultivation realm, it may not be as convenient as Shauna to intervene. After all, Shauna is a remote output, and she can ensure her own safety in the case of Qi Li's delay. But if Lan Qi is close to the past, it may not be so. Alright. Lan Qi, who watched for a while, knew that this was a reliable proposal. The fire of the dragon's soul is not in his own hands, and he is always a little uneasy. In case the Ocean Dragon Emperor gets it again, the final result of this battle may have to be rewritten again. Dragon Emperor. You are the traitor of the Dragon Clan. Actually fighting with the human race and being a traitor. You don't deserve to be called a member of the dragon race. Longxing was furious at this time. However, under the restraint of Qi Lu, it was impossible to get out and find the fire of the dragon soul. Qi Li's physical strength may be a little weak, but Longxing is not so good, otherwise, it would be impossible to think of using such a precious treasury as Dragon Soul Fire. But even so, the battle of the powerhouse-level peak power is not something that ordinary people can intervene in. Ocean Dragon Emperor, you should accept your fate. It is already your honor to die in the extreme west, beside the road to the sky. Of course, Qi Lu couldn't let the power of the Ocean Dragon Emperor spread Tolan Qi's side. As long as the fire of the dragon soul is found by Lan Qi and Shauna, there will be no suspense about the outcome of this battle. The Ocean Dragon Emperor, who has been planning for thousands of years and is willing to give up his face and escape, can only be executed here. No, it's impossible. I'm not reconciled. You guys, I'll be damned. Longxing's tone was extremely ferocious, and the murderous intent contained in it was about to be condensed into reality. At this time, a crimson flame suddenly appeared on Longxing's dark blue scales. This crimson flame, just by looking at it, you can feel how tyrannical the violent force contained in it is. Because of the large and small wounds, the overflowing dragon blood was also burned out in this crimson flame. Even the two huge wounds on Longxing's back that hurt the keel began to show signs of healing. What's going on? Qi Lu could clearly feel the power in this crimson flame during the close combat with the Ocean Dragon Emperor. So much so that the momentum and dragon might of the Ocean Dragon Emperor also climbed steadily. Originally, he was still being beaten by Qi Lu. But when the crimson flames came out, they started an extremely fierce counterattack. Dragon Blood Sacrifice. Manager Qi, the Ocean Dragon Emperor is ready to work hard. Lan Qi, who was looking for the fire of the dragon's soul, knew this crimson flame. To improve one's strength at the cost of burning one's own dragon blood is a forbidden technique that has long been forbidden to learn and use among the dragon race. Because once the dragon blood sacrifice starts, there is no way to stop it. It continued until all the dragon's blood was burned out, which was exactly when he died. It was an unexpected obsession. Qi Lu heard the words, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Knowing that he can't escape, he chooses to exchange his life for his life. This kind of obsession can already be called terrible. You must know that the blood in the whole body is being burned bit by bit until it is completely exhausted. It is absolutely painful. Otherwise, it will not be included in the list of forbidden techniques that the dragons are forbidden to learn and use. However, even if the Ocean Dragon Emperor suffered so much pain, he would still cause the final damage to the race. I have to say, it's a really tough character. Human kid, come and try it. This is the last power of this seat, and the strongest power. Longxing gritted his teeth and endured the pain, his tone still fierce and cold. You are indeed very strong, Ocean Dragon King. But, just like that, it's not enough. Then let me send you off this last journey, Ocean Dragon King. Qi Lu naturally knew that he must not be careless at this time, otherwise it will be an eternal hatred. System, it seems that I still need to borrow some power from you. The limit of the peak of the powerhouse level. That is the power closest to the king level realm, and it is also the level that Qi Lu has never reached. System, host, the power has been loaded for you. Please pay attention to your body's ability to withstand, don't force yourself. It's rare that you still care about me. Qi Lu felt the power in his body, and he could clearly feel that there was a trace of pain in his body due to discomfort. System, host, let's be honest, when did this system stop caring about you? Either way, it's a relationship of prosperity and loss. Although the IQ of this Urbi system is often not online, it is obligatory to protect the host. Then think I didn't say it. I only have 5 minutes to explode now, and I can't waste it. Qi Lu shrugged, and instead of continuing to discuss with the system, he rushed directly to the Ocean Dragon Emperor. In 5 minutes, a quick decision must be made. How can you still have this level of spare power? It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. However, feeling the power of Qi Li's eruption, Longxing showed an unbelievable expression. Although the power obtained by dragon blood sacrifice is strong, the price paid is even greater. But why does this human kid in front of him still have such a terrifying spare power? Simply unimaginable. It's not up to you to decide whether it's possible or impossible. Ocean Dragon Emperor, go all the way. Qi Li's right hand was once again placed on the handle of a knife. Since it was a battle that started with slash, let's end it with slash. If you want to kill me, then you are ready to pay the price. At this last moment, Longxing also let go of everything and burst out with the strongest power. The violent momentum soared into the sky and swept away towards the surroundings, and the space oppressed by the terrifying impact wailed endlessly. One after another cracks appeared in the sky, looking terrifying. Longwei roar of destruction. A circle of clearly visible fluctuations, centered on Longxing, spread out in all directions. The swept space kept collapsing and shattering, and even the turbulent flow off space that escaped was completely wiped out. The terrifying power, contained in this circle of ripples, makes people feel chills in their hearts. Draw the sword and cut Tianwei. Qi Lu didn't retreat at all, and brazenly took out the knife. The brilliance of the knife light is like a dazzling light that illuminates the world, lying between the world. At this moment, under the light of the sword, everything seemed unimportant. This knife, as if the power of the heavens descended into the world, was unstoppable. Almost at the same time as the two made their moves, the two forces that were enough to shake the world collided. The collision of the knife light and the dragon power made a huge roar, which almost made everyone present deaf. However, in the next moment, the deafening roar disappeared. Because of the collision of these two forces, not only the space collapsed, but even the surrounding air was annihilated. The area where the power erupted completely turned into nothingness. This is the ultimate collision of Longwei and Tianwei. It is also the move released by Ocean Dragon Emperor and Qi Lu with all their strength. I'm so sorry, Ocean Dragon King, this time I won again. Qi Lu retracted the knife into the sheath, and muttered to himself, his face pale as paper. This is the performance caused by the complete exhaustion of strength and severe physical exhaustion. However, there was a faint smile on Qi Li's face. There is no need to say more about the collision result of Longwei roar of destruction and drawing sword Tianwei. How can Xuanhuan Tianwei be so easily shaken? When the dazzling sword light shrouded the Ocean Dragon Emperor, the result of this battle was also doomed. Boom! Unsurprisingly, the Ocean Dragon Emperor was beheaded in the extreme west. Broken dragon scales and crimson dragon blood spilled all over the ground, staining the frost on the ground red. Although the flame of the dragon blood sacrifice was still burning, it was no longer vigorous. The wounds all over his body made the Ocean Dragon Emperor look particularly desolate. "It's over, Ocean Dragon King." Qi Lu fell to the ground and came to the front of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. The Ocean Dragon Emperor, who was beheaded to the ground, was already in a state of anger. Is this the future of the human race and the dragon race? Longxing's eyes seemed a little bleak, containing unwillingness, anger, resentment, disbelief, too many emotions. However, at this moment, everything has become empty. Dragon race and human race can coexist. Why are you obsessed with destroying human race? Ocean Dragon Emperor, your obsession is really puzzling. Qi Lu shook his head and said slowly. Coexistence, why coexist? The dragon family can never be subservient to others. It's a pity that I can't see the moment when the dragon family rises. Longxing's breath became weaker and weaker. But persist in the obsession of a lifetime, but do not regret it until death. Qi Lu did not want to judge the right or wrong of this matter. Now that the Ocean Dragon Emperor is dead, let these things disappear. There is nothing wrong with the dragon race, nor is it wrong with the human race. Maybe it is just a small part of the clan. Manager Qi, the fire of the dragon soul, has been found. But at this moment, Lan Qi and Shauna also flew over. When he landed, Lan Qi lowered his head and glanced at Longxing. A trace of pity and regret flashed in his eyes. From today onwards, there will be one less of the 4 dragon emperors of the dragon clan. Dragon Emperor. When Longxing saw Lan Qi coming, he suddenly struggled and shouted. What's the matter? Lan Qi took a deep breath. Although you are a traitor of the dragon clan, you are the strongest in the dragon clan in the future. I hope you can lead the dragon clan well. Don't repeat the same mistakes. Longxing seemed to be speaking with the last of his strength. At the same time as the voice fell, Longxing's breath also disappeared. At the last moment of his life, Ocean Dragon Emperor did not think about snatch the fire of the dragon soul, but thought about handing over the future of the dragon clan to Lan Qi, the traitor of the dragon clan. I have to say that the Ocean Dragon Emperor may be a guy who will do anything to achieve his goals. But he also really wanted to bring the dragon clan back to the top. It's just that his method is too extreme. Don't worry, the dragon clan will only get stronger and stronger. Lan Qi seemed to be saying a promise. However, this time, the death of the Ocean Dragon Emperor is an irreversible fact. The last note from Qi Lu, drawing the sword Tianwei, completely cut off the vitality of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. Lan Qi, there is a more serious problem that needs to be dealt with. That is the power of extreme cold that spreads from the extreme west. If it is not dealt with as soon as possible, the East Desert will become a dead zone sooner or later. Although the matter of the Ocean Dragon Emperor has been dealt with, but the mess he left behind will not disappear directly. The seal of the far west has been broken, and it is a reality that has to be faced. If this matter is not dealt with as soon as possible, Qi Lu is worried that the Xingyao Empire may not be able to hold on. After all, the power of extreme cold is much more dangerous than those ice crystal beasts. There is still a way to resist the attack of the ice crystal monster. However, the erosion of the power of extreme cold is simply impossible to resist. Cultivators with insufficient cultivation realm, as long as they encounter the power of extreme cold, they will die, let alone ordinary people. Of course I know the problem. But unless the land of the extreme west is resealed, there is no way to stop the spread of the power of extreme cold. When it comes to this question, Lan Qi also has a headache. However, at the beginning, the seal of the extreme western land was only arranged by the joint efforts of several ancient masters. Especially in Qi Li's exploration, among the ancient powers who participate in the seal arrangement in the extreme west, there is a high possibility that there is a king-level power. The power of that level cannot be found in the entire eastern wilderness and the northern mountain range. Therefore, the way to seal the land of the extreme west again can only be discussed again. However, if it's just to delay the spread of the power of extreme cold, I can set up the dragon's breath wall first. Having said that, Lan Qi added another sentence. Is it really good to do this? Qi Lu heard the sound and looked up at Lan Qi. The dragon's breath wall is fueled by dragon blood and has the breath of the sun, which is really suitable to prevent the spread of the power of extreme cold. It's just that the dragon's breath wall now placed on the border of the Xingyao Empire is about to be extinguished because the seal of the extreme western land is broken, and it is impacted by the majestic extreme cold force. You have to keep adding fuel. And this is definitely a heavy burden for the Dragon Clan. It is simply using the lives of the Dragon Clan people in exchange for the time the human clan can survive. Just take it as an atonement for the Ocean Dragon Emperor. Lan Qi took a deep look at the Ocean Dragon Emperor, who fell to the ground. The flame of the dragon blood sacrifice has been extinguished. This means that the dragon blood of the Ocean Dragon Emperor has been exhausted, and there is no longer any vitality. It's not your fault. Qi Lu said something. If you really want to judge the crime, the Ocean Dragon Emperor is the heaviest one. But it doesn't make sense to say this now, because the Ocean Dragon Emperor has died, and he can't atone for his sins. And don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Have you seen the road to the sky in the extreme west? Maybe things will turn around. But Qi Li's words made Lan Qi stunned. The way to the sky? Is there a way to the sky in the extreme west? What is the road to the sky on Long Island? Is it fake? To say it is not surprising, it is false. In the same world, it is common knowledge that there is only one road to the sky. However, now that the road to the sky will appear in the extreme west, Lan Qi's suspicion is not unreasonable. I don't know whether the road to the sky on Long Island is true or not, but the road to the sky in the extreme west can't go wrong. After Qi Lu finished speaking, he took the lead into the depths of the extreme west. In the previous battle, the Ocean Dragon Emperor had shown Qi Lu the road to the sky, so Qi Lu knew the approximate location. But Lan Qi and Shauna have just come over, so it's normal to not know about it. Come with me. The location of the road to the sky is not difficult to find. After all, such a behemoth, even if you want to hide it, you don't know where to hide it. Moreover, only when you come to the road to the sky can you truly feel what it means to be astonishingly huge. I don't know what material the ladder is made of, each level is so huge that it needs to be looked up. Stretching straight up, rushing into the sky, until the end of the sky. There is no way to see where it will lead in the end. However, what shocked Qi Lu, Lan Qi, and Shauna even more was the broken stairs on the road to the sky. When looking from a distance, this incredible damage was not found. But now when I get closer, I am shocked. No wonder the Ocean Dragon Emperor said that this is a broken road to the sky. I didn't expect to be destroyed a few steps. Qi Lu took a deep breath, couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. His eyes widened, but he didn't know what to say. I can't believe who it is, who has such a terrifying power to shatter the road to the sky. The shock in Lan Qi's heart was no less than that in Qi Li's heart. Even more than that. Could it be that sealing the land of the extreme west is not only to seal the power of extreme cold, but also to seal the road to the sky? After a long while, Lan Qi couldn't help but guess. Otherwise, there is no way to explain the current situation. Who knows? Qi Lu shook his head and said in a low voice. Qi Lu had thought about this kind of speculation before. But he quickly overturned his inference, and turned to the war in the ancient times. To be honest, the speculation that was shattered by the war was much more reliable than those conspiracies. It's just that speculation is just speculation after all. And if you want to verify whether the speculation is correct, you still have to see it with your own eyes. Let's go, there may be the answers we want on the road to the sky. So Qi Lu planned to go up and have a look. There are too many secrets in ancient times, so I still have to dig it out myself. That's right, it's useless to speculate here, it's better to go up and have a look. Lan Qi nodded in approval of the proposal. On the road to the sky, every living being that steps up the stairs will be oppressed both mentally and physically. And the higher the level, the stronger the pressure. Of course, this is just a trial on the road to heaven. Because if you want to obtain the power to gather the power of faith, it is impossible for non-powerful peak power. After all, the lack of luck in heaven and earth cannot carry the power of faith. However, the broken road to the sky does not have the function of conferring the power of gathering faith, but the coercion still exists. So for Qi Lu, Lan Qi, and Shauna, it is not a hindrance. Climbing up the stairs, I soon came to the bottom of the shattered stairs. At the same time, they also felt a vast and boundless force lying in front of them, preventing them from continuing to go up. It won't go away. Lan Qi tried to move forward, but found that he couldn't get out half a step. It's as if the scene in front of you is just a picture scroll, you can only look at it, but you can't walk in. The power of a very powerful barrier is not much different from that of the world barrier. Qi Lu also reached out to feel the power. The broken ladder completely cut off the road to the sky, and also shattered the hope of being promoted to the king-level realm. There seems to be something on it. It's like a figure. Just when Qi Lu and Lan Qi frowned and sighed, Shauna suddenly spoke up. Shadow? Qi Lu was stunned, then stared up. I have to say that the archer's eyesight is really strong, but Shauna saw what Qi Lu didn't even notice. At the end of the road to the sky that can be seen, there is a figure standing proudly. The figure was wearing armor and holding a halberd, standing proudly, domineering and unruly. The momentum exuded is even more domineering, terrifying, mighty, captivating, and shocking. Even if it is just a back view, without the front face, you can feel this terrible power. But it was this back that made Qi Lu feel as if he had seen it somewhere. Who is that? Wouldn't he be the one who broke the road to the sky? Lan Qi also saw the back, and subconsciously muttered to himself. I don't know, but one thing is certain, the owner of the back has fallen. Qi Lu frowned, while talking, trying to remember in his mind. Although the back is standing proudly at the end of the road to the sky, isn't it difficult for Qi Lu to see clearly? The armor is full of battle marks and damage, as well as bloodstains that have dried up for an unknown time. The halberd was also full of cracks, as if it would shatter in the next moment. Life is already cut off. However, even if he died, he didn't want to fall down, but used the halberd to support his body, still standing proudly. Even if you die in battle, you will never take a step back. This kind of will, turned into unparalleled domineering. Even if it's just a corpse, it's still unparalleled after thousands of years of circulation. I remember. Thinking of this, a phantom flashed in Qi Li's mind, and then turned into a look of consternation. Manager Qi, what do you remember? Lan Qi and Shauna looked at Qi Lu curiously. Overlord. Qi Lu spat out 2 words. Where had this back figure been seen before? It finally reminded Qi Lu. That's right, it was the one that appeared in the store once, the phantom of the inheritance of the Overlord rank inheritance scroll. The owner of the previous Overlord class. No way. Could it be that the rank inheritance scrolls, given by the system, really exist? Thinking of this, Qi Lu couldn't help taking a deep breath. This thing is too shocking. Overlord? This unparalleled domineering, it is not a problem to say that he is an overlord. When the Overlord class inheritance scroll appeared, neither Lan Qi nor Shauna had been in the store, so they didn't know there was such a thing at all. But Qi Lu couldn't be clear. Moreover, Qi Lu can also be sure that he absolutely did not read it wrong, nor did he remember it wrong. This back is definitely the previous owner of the Overlord class. The Overlord Ho existed in the ancient times. The only thing that puzzled Qi Lu was that the Overlord's mount, the Red Lion, didn't seem to be here. I won't really give it to Lan Yi. Suddenly, a strange thought appeared in Qi Li's mind. This can also explain why the inheritance phantom of the Overlord class inheritance scroll will behave so strangely when facing Lan Yi. Even if he agreed with Lan Yi's performance, he did not pass on his power. Is it just to stay here, to stay on this road to the sky? That being said, Lan Yi probably also has a remarkable life experience. However, Qi Li still couldn't understand why the Overlord stayed on the road to the sky. And this road to the sky was broken by who? However, at this moment, a crisp humming sound rang out. Qi Li, who was thinking about the question, immediately looked at the place where the voice came from. It was Lan Qi's side. What happened? I don't know, the Holy King token suddenly changed. Lan Qi took out the humming Saint King token with a bewildered face, and it could be seen that he really didn't know what was going on. But without waiting for Lan Qi to investigate the reason, a majestic force rushed out of the Holy King token. At the same time, the fire of the dragon's soul, which was collected by Lan Qi, also flew out. Boom! Then in the next second, the two collided. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying dragon's might appeared between this piece of heaven and earth, making people extremely horrified. What's going on here? I have never felt this dragon's might, how can it be so strong? Lan Qi looked at the Holy King token in his hand with astonishment on his face. He never imagined that this thing and the fire of the dragon's soul would be the most important thing in the world. It can also be used in combination. The power of this dragon might is no longer weaker than the Ocean Dragon Emperor. Shauna gritted her teeth, resisting the sudden dragon power, and said a little horrified. Among the three people present, Shauna has the lowest cultivation realm. When faced with such a majestic dragon might, Shauna is naturally the most difficult one. No, this dragon's might, impossible. However, unlike Lan Qi and Shauna's shocked and horrified expressions, Qi Li's emotions tended to be more shocking. Because of this sudden appearance of the dragon's might, Qi Li can be sure that he has felt it before, and he can be sure that he has never felt wrong. This is the dragon's might of the Dragon King. But isn't the great Dragon King destroying his dragon body and soul in the summoning world? Even if Qi Li relied on the power of faith to reunite the dragon soul for the Dragon King, it would not be so fast. Or, is there another reason? Roar. However, Qi Li didn't have much time to think. When he heard a roar, thunder sounded through the heavens and the earth. Long Wei is unparalleled in the world, like Xuanhuan Tianwei, mighty like the sea. A giant dragon with a dragon body that is several thousand meters long appeared on the stairs of the road to the sky. At this moment, he was looking at Qi Li and them with indifferent eyes. Sure enough, it is the Dragon King. After seeing the appearance of this giant dragon, Qi Li was even more certain. But why did the giant Dragon King appear in the eastern wasteland? Could it be because of the Dragon Soul Fire? Wait, Dragon Soul Fire. Qi Li suddenly thought of one thing in the Holy King token. There is a strand off the remnant soul of the Dragon Holy King. Only Qi Li knew about this matter. Lan Qi didn't even know that the Holy King token he held in his hand actually had a remnant of the dragon's Holy King's soul. In this way, the conditions for reshaping the dragon's body are achieved. Dragon Soul Fire and Dragon Soul. This is too big to play. What exactly does the dragon family want to do? Thinking about it this way, the Dragon Soul Fire magic array laid in the dragon ruins, the condensed Dragon Soul Fire. I am afraid that at the beginning, it was to allow the Dragon King to reshape the dragon body. Otherwise, why did the giant dragon Holy King deliberately leave the Holy King token in the dragon family, and also left a strand of dragon soul? There are also dragons who retreat to Long Dao, and must wait until the fire of the dragon soul is born before they can enter the eastern wasteland. These things are connected together. It always feels like a great secret. What does the Dragon King want to do? Dragon, human, and elves. The token of the Holy King is in your hands. that is to say, you awakened this seat, right, the descendants of the dragon family. The eyes of the giant dragon Holy King swept directly to Lan Qi, and said aloud expressionlessly. Just a wisp of remnant soul, plus the power of the fire of the dragon's soul, is already the cultivation realm of the peak of the powerhouse level. It is really hard to imagine how tyrannical the Dragon King was in his heyday. Wake up, wake up? Could it be? Are you His Majesty the Dragon King? When Lan Qi heard the word awakened, he was obviously stunned, and then glanced at the Holy King token in his hand. Immediately showing an unbelievable look, he looked at the giant dragon Holy King in disbelief. I really can't believe that in the current dragon clan, there are still clan members who can remember the name of this seat. A look of relief appeared in the eyes of the Dragon King. But it is fleeting. Your Majesty the Dragon King, how could we possibly forget the dedication you made to the dragon race? After Lan Qi confirmed that the giant dragon in front of him was the king of the giant dragon, he immediately showed an extremely surprised expression. With Lan Qi's IQ and what's happening in front of him, if you can't guess what's going on, it's too fake. Have the cooperation between the dragon clan and the human clan already begun? I just hope that what happened back then won't create a gap between the two races. The eyes of the Dragon King moved from Lan Qi to Qi Lu. If the people of the human race can walk with the people of the dragon race, it means that the two races are not in a state of hostility. In particular, the clansman with such a profound cultivation realm can fully represent the attitude of the entire race. Of course not, Senior Dragon King. Qi Lu answered aloud. In this way, the memories of different remnant soul fragments should not affect each other. Otherwise, the Dragon King should know Qi Lu. That's good, at least the blood that the dragons and humans paid for is not in vain. The Dragon King was obviously emotional. Moreover, these few words said that there was absolutely a major event that happened that year, and the cooperation between the human race and the dragon race was also in a state of cooperation. It's just a mystery why the human race and the dragon race broke up in the middle. But now is not the time to ask these questions. However, Senior Dragon King, I wonder if you are aware of the seal of the Far West. Although Qi Lu really wanted to know the secrets of the ancient times, but now still has to focus on business. Saving Donghuang is the most important thing right now. Of course I know that this place should be the land of the extreme west. The broken road to the sky, and the strongest pioneer among the human race's overlord. The Dragon King responded to Qi Li's words, then turned to look at the lonely figure at the end of the road to the sky. Obviously, the Dragon King definitely knows what's going on here. Your Majesty the Dragon King, do you know the owner of that figure? Lan Qi asked, curiously. One of the strongest among the human race. The Dragon King replied simply, then changed the subject and said, You just said that the seal of the extreme west has been broken? The Dragon King, who has lived for such a long time, does not need Qi Lu to finish his words at all to guess the following. Especially where he appeared, it was very wrong. Yes, the seal of the Far West has been broken, and we are now trying to figure out a way. Qi Lu did not hide it, and directly connected with the words. Because with the current strength of Qi Lu and the others, they can't cope with the current situation, so they can only let the Dragon King find a way. Although the seat has long expected such a day, it is too early to appear now. The Dragon King raised his head and looked around at the surrounding scene. Frost filled the sky, snow white. The power of extreme cold in the extreme west has almost no influence on the Holy King of the Dragon. After all, it is a dragon body reshaped with the fire of the dragon soul, and the attributes of the most young are just enough to restrain the coldness of the power of extreme cold. However, the corrosiveness of the power of extreme cold is clear to the Dragon King. It has no effect on oneself, but it does not mean that it has no effect on other creatures. In fact, even ordinary dragon clansmen, who came to the extreme west, could not withstand the erosion of the power of extreme cold. So the Dragon King is also very aware of the seriousness of this matter. Sex. This seat did participate in the seal of the extreme Westland. If it was in its heyday, it would be enough to have this seat there. But with the current state of this seat, it is difficult to seal the extreme West again. But it is precisely because the Dragon King is one of the original sealers, so knows the difficulty the most. With only the power of the powerhouse level peak state, it is really difficult to successfully cast the seal. Is there really no way? Qi Lu frowned and asked a little unwillingly. If you really want to use the wall of dragon breath to resist the erosion of the power of extreme cold, it will be a cure for the symptoms, but not the root cause. And it's easy for the dragons and the humans to turn against each other, and the soldiers meet each other. At that time, it will be invincible. You can try, but the chance of success is less than 1 in 10,000. The Dragon King also frowned and shook his head. Although I didn't say it to death, how far is the chance of 1 in 10,000 and no success at all? 1 in 10,000. Lan Qi's face also became quite ugly. The mess created by the Ocean Dragon Emperor is really too big. Even His Majesty the Dragon King couldn't solve it. Sacred Dragon King, what if you add the old ones? But at this time a vicissitudes of life appeared in the land of the extreme west. It was as thick as a hill. As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted the attention of all the people present. All I saw was a figure as huge as a walking mountain, walking slowly in the direction of the road to the sky. Although the speed is not fast, under the support of that huge body, one steep is thousands of meters long. It didn't take a moment to come to the foot of the stairs of the road to the sky. Senior Wan Yan Xiangui. The visitor was discovered by Ling Xiao in the ruins, and was brought back to Huan Yanxian Turtle in the imperial city of the Xuanhuan Empire. For this 1,000-year-old tortoise, who said that it has lived for thousands of years, and may even live for tens of thousands of years, it is understandable that Qi Lu called the previous senior. However, what surprised Qi Lu was the coercive intensity of the Huan Yanxian Turtle at this time. It is actually the same as the Dragon King, and even better. The pinnacle of the powerhouse level. What's going on? Are these guys who have lived for thousands of years a bunch of monsters? However, the cultivation realm of the giant dragon Holy King is unfathomable, so that is normal. After all, it is the only dragon among the dragon race who has condensed the supreme throne and ascended the throne of the Holy King. Even a wisp of remnant soul, after reshaping the dragon body, can have the power of the peak of the powerhouse level, which is normal. But when the Huan Yanxian Turtle was still in the ruins, it was only at the peak of the heroic cultivation realm. Why did he suddenly jump to the realm of the peak of the powerhouse level? This is too far. So you're here too, Manager Qi. I really didn't expect your cultivation realm to be so high, stronger than what the old man had guessed at the beginning. Wan Yanxiangui heard the sound, looked up at Qi Lu, and said with a smile. Obviously, the memory of this human race is still fresh. I have to say that when he was in the ruins, the impression that Qi Lu left on Wan Yanxiangui was too deep. After all, with the system in place, even the mysterious tortoise of 10,000 years cannot see through Qi Li's true cultivation realm. So at that time, Wan Yanxiangui had guessed that Qi Lu should be a powerhouse-level almighty. However, looking at it now, I am afraid it is not just the ordinary powerhouse level. It is a real powerhouse-level pinnacle. Senior Wan Yanxiangui, your change really shocked me. Qi Lu was quite speechless after hearing Wan Yanxiangui's words. No matter what your own cultivation realm is, it's a trivial matter. And at any rate, there is a system. Although the Irby system is often a bit unreliable, it is a genuine plug-in anyway. But the speed of your old cultivation realm's improvement, is it not too outrageous? Manager Qi, what's so surprising, the old man just got back the power that belonged to him. Wan Yanxiangui said something incredible in an understatement. Get back your own power? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows with a thoughtful look on his face, so he didn't ask any further questions. This kind of thing is obviously a personal secret. If Wanyan Xiangui doesn't want to say anything, continue to ask, but it will be annoying. Wanyan Xiangui, you are actually in the East Wasteland. When did you come out of the long river of time? At this time, the Dragon King also spoke. Listening to this familiar tone, the two seemed to have known each other for a long time. Long time? It was the first time that Qi Lu heard this title. In your words, it should be called a relic. Wanyan Xiangui glanced at Qi Lu and explained it. After all, he has lived in Donghuang for a while, and he knows more than the Dragon King. More accurately, the ruins should be called fragments of time. At the end, Wanyan Xiangui added another sentence. Immediately, Qi Li's eyebrows twitched, and he thought to himself, no way, even the ruins were designed by you? Manager Qi, you don't need to show this expression, time is not something we can shake. Seeing the change in Qi Li's expression, Wanyan Xiangui guessed what he was thinking, and immediately said with a smile, we just shattered some pieces, and then threw them into a corner of the future. This explanation made Qi Lu even more speechless. You really can't shake the long river of time, but if you can make the fragments of the long river of time, that's amazing, right? At least Qi Lu now has no way to do such a thing. It turns out that this is the foundation of the king-level power. Okay, Wanyan Xiangui, let's go back and explain these things later. With you now, the success rate of sealing the far west land should be much higher. The king of Giant Dragon is not entangled in when the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years came to Donghuang. Anyway, they are old acquaintances. If you have anything to say, you can talk about it later. So it's better to deal with the things in front of you now. Don't worry, the king of the dragon, even what you can expect, can't the holy king of ice spirit still think of it? You don't need to worry about the matter of sealing the far west. The holy king of ice spirit has his own backing. Wanyan Xiangui said something shocking in an understatement. Another king-level power, the holy king of ice spirit. That is to say, a land of the extreme west, involving. There is more than one king-level power. This is too scary. Qi Lu felt a little numb in shock. Not to mention Lan Qi and Shana who were standing beside them. Compared with Qi Lu, they knew less about the king-level realm and were naturally more in awe. Because the unknown is always the scariest. However, these two ancient masters who have lived for thousands of years are talking, and they are not qualified to interject. So I can only be shocked and wait on the side. However, Qi Lu is different. There is awe for the king-level almighty, but these two are old acquaintances, so there is no need to be so restrained. Besides, I have a system close to my body, and maybe one day I will have an epiphany, skyrocket, and be directly promoted to the king-level realm. So when he encounters a question he is curious about, Qi Lu will also ask it carefully. Wait a minute, Senior Dragon King, 10,000 years mysterious turtle, what does the Ice Spirit King you speak of have to do with the seal of the extreme west? Could it be that the seal that used to be in the far west was created by the Ice Spirit Saint King? This is a rather critical question. After all, the most important thing right now is to reseal the land of the extreme west so that the power of the extreme cold will not continue to ravage the eastern wasteland. The Dragon King and the Wanyan Xian turtle looked at each other. Almost forgot, you really don't know about it. This far west land is where the Ice Spirit Saint King fell. Wanyan Xiangui spoke slowly, as if he had no idea how shocking what he said. What? Qi Li's eyes widened, and he took a serious look at the surrounding scenery. Here is actually the place where a king-level power fell. Therefore, the Great War of the Year has already involved the power of the king-level realm. No wonder Donghuang's will of heaven and earth will be seriously damaged, and even the road to the sky has been shattered. The king-level realm is already a power of the same level as the will of heaven and earth. Wait, the Ice Spirit Holy King. Could it be? But after the shock, Qi Lu suddenly raised his head as if he had thought of something. The title of king-level power has something to do with the Tao pattern engraved on the Supreme Throne when he condensed the Supreme Throne. In other words, the Tao pattern of the Ice Spirit Saint King must be related to the ice element. In short, the power of extreme cold in the land of the extreme west has nothing to do with the fall of the Holy King of Ice Spirit. Ha ha ha, Manager Qi, you are smarter than the old man imagined. Wanyan Xiangui couldn't help but let out a kind laughter. It also confirmed the speculation in Qi Li's mind. These erosive and unparalleled extreme cold powers really appeared in the extreme west because of the fall of the Ice Spirit Holy King. The power of the king-level Almighty is even more terrifying than imagined. Even if he has died, it is enough to threaten one world. The mysterious turtle of 10,000 years is right. The land of the extreme west will become what it is now, basically because of the Holy King of Ice Spirit. However, we are grateful to the guy and admire him a lot. When the Dragon King mentioned the Ice Spirit King, there was also a look of memory on his face. Thank you? Admiration? Qi Li's eyebrows twitched again. To be honest, this conversation was a bit fast-paced. Qi Lu, who had no idea what happened in the ancient times, couldn't keep up with this rhythm at all. You should have seen the figure guarding the road to the sky. The Dragon King gave Qi Lu a meaningful look. Being able to say this to Qi Lu means that the Dragon King has recognized Qi Lu. Because when the road to the sky is broken, the peak of the powerhouse level is the limit that can be reached. Therefore, in the eyes of the Dragon King, Qi Lu is undoubtedly the leader of the human race. That's right, there are some things that Qi Lu is qualified to know. Certainly. Qi Lu nodded. Not only did Qi Lu see the figure standing proudly at the end of the road to the sky, but he also knew who the figure was without any explanation from the Dragon King. One of the strongest people in the human race back then, a powerful enough Tobe on an equal footing with us Overlord. The road to the sky was broken by him alone. The Dragon King slowly opened his mouth and confirmed the identity of the figure, a king-level power belonging to the human race, Overlord. One thing to say, Qi Lu never thought about it. This certain inheritance phantom that once appeared in his store actually still has such a big identity. Thinking about it this way, the Urbi system is really capable, and it can even get the inheritance of this kind of power. Although it did not succeed in passing down the power in the end. And the most terrifying thing is that the road to the sky was smashed by the Overlord with his own power? Leaving aside the combat power possessed by the Overlord, what is the purpose of smashing the road to the sky? If it's to become a god and prevent believers from having descent, the Overlord is still on his way to the sky. The breath was completely cut off, and it should have died. So this argument is definitely not valid. And looking at the attitudes of the Dragon King and the mysterious turtle of 1,000 years, things are definitely not that simple. Manager Qi, this old man knows what you're thinking, so it's okay to tell you. Breaking the road to the sky is just to hide the spatial coordinates and limit the appearance of the king-level power. The arrival of the gods is a disaster. Wanyan Xiangui naturally assumed the role of interpreter and answered Qi Lu's doubts. It was so. I guessed it too. Qi Lu showed an unexpected but reasonable expression. The gods want to captivate the creatures of various worlds as believers and provide them with the power of faith. Then the creatures that have not been kept in captivity will naturally find ways to resist to avoid such a thing from happening. Although the method is a bit rough, hiding the spatial coordinates is undoubtedly a very effective method, and it is simple and clear. Therefore, in the eastern wilderness and the northern mountain range, the power of belief does not exist. The king-level Almighty who once appeared in the eastern wilderness and the northern mountain range also seem to have disappeared. As far as Qi Lu knew at present, the Dragon King, the Ice Spirit King, and the Overlord, the three king-level powers, it was confirmed that two of them had died. And the remaining giant dragon Holy King, it seems that it is not good to got here. To be honest, this result really surprised Qi Lu. Do you have to do this in order to fight against the gods? Ugh. Thinking of this, Qi Lu couldn't help but sigh. In the eyes of the gods, they are just letters raised in captivity. Just an apprentice. It's just that the powerhouse-level peak power has the qualifications to threaten the gods, so it is feared by the gods. Destroying the will of heaven and earth and breaking the way to the sky are common methods. Therefore, the Xifeng realm, that is, the current Donghuang and Beishan mountains, the king-level powers of the ancient times, joined forces to hide the spatial coordinates of this world. And at the cost of life, the road to the sky was blocked, preventing the possibility of the gods from spying on this side of the world. It is to prevent the fate of the creatures in this world from being captive. Saying thank you is a matter of course. And the Holy King of Ice Spirit probably died at that time, or it would be more appropriate to say that he died in battle. Then let's find a way to reseal the far west. Qi Lu said, inexplicably uncomfortable. Sure enough, the more you know, the more you can feel your own weakness. When it comes to the matter of conferring a king-level power, it is not the current Qi Lu who can intervene. So I can only think of a way to do what I can. Manager Qi doesn't need to worry about this. On the way here, the old man discovered the tomb of the Ice Spirit Saint King, which must be the backhand of the Ice Spirit Saint King. Just activating the tomb of the Holy King of Ice Spirit will naturally stop the spread of the power of extreme cold. Wan Yinshan Turtle is still in a relaxed tone. The tomb of the Holy King Ice Spirit? Qi Lu felt that he had heard more secrets today than in his two previous lifetimes, combined. Isn't the place where the Ice Spirit Saint King fell in the extreme west, Soshelm, the tomb of the Ice Spirit Saint King, be here? Can it be moved elsewhere? Wait a moment. If he really wanted to talk about it, Qi Lu really remembered a place, most likely the tomb of the Holy King of Ice Spirit. Senior Wan Yinshan Gui, wouldn't you be talking about that small space in the Great Desert? Qi Lu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked, tentatively. That's right. Wan Yinshan Gui nodded without hesitation. It really is. Qi Lu took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. It turned out that the small space where the hidden family was located was really the tomb of the Ice Spirit Saint King. That is to say, the ice coffin and the mysterious skeleton that Nalan Kinki and the others encountered last time were actually the coffin and skeleton of the Ice Spirit Holy King. No wonder there is only one skeleton left, which can pass down the blood lineage of ice. The king-level power is so terrifying. Now think about it carefully, the hidden family may really not build a small space for refuge. That is the tomb of the Ice Spirit Saint King, how could it be simple? The identities of these guys are really bigger than each other. However, Senior Wan Yinshan Gui. But when it comes to this matter, Qi Lu feels that he still has to talk about the situation of Nalan Qinchi, so as not to delay the progress of sealing the far west land. Oh, so the Holy King of Ice Spirit has found his successor, this is a good thing. After listening to Qi Li's words, the Dragon King and Wan Yinshan Gui said in unison. Instead, Lanqi and Shana on the side looked at each other in dismay. It turned out that the little girl who stayed with their daughter also had this identity, the inheritor of the Ice Spirit Saint King. The inheritor of the king-level Almighty, is this called the identity background? This is called bloodline, okay? In contrast, the royal bloodline of the elves, as well as the bloodline of the dragon family, all seemed weak. When Qi Lu heard the words, he knew that this matter should not affect the seal of the extreme west, so he didn't speak. The Ice Spirit Saint Queen has a successor, so his sacrifice will not be in vain. Manager Qi, the matter of sealing the land of the extreme west, leave it to the old man and the Dragon King. After all, this is the second time. After Wanyan Xiangui learned that his old friend had an inheritor, his mood was obviously much better. Then I'll trouble you, Senior Wanyan Xiangui, Senior Dragon King. Qi Lu bowed slightly and said respectfully. Seniors who are willing to dedicate their strength and even sacrifice their lives are worthy of respect. In the eyes of the Dragon King and the Wanyan Xiangui, there is no racial distinction, and everyone is a creature living in the Sifeng realm. So even for the sake of the human race, they will not begrudge their strength. You are welcome. Wanyan Xiangui said with a smile. However, the power of extreme cold that has escaped may have to be dealt with by yourself. The Dragon King added another sentence. The power of extreme cold belongs to the power of the Ice Spirit Holy King. If Dragon Holy King is still in its heyday, then it is enough to have him. But in this state of remnant soul, there is really no good way. No problem. Qi Lu nodded, then left with Lan Qi and Shauna. As long as the source of the extreme west is sealed, the power of extreme cold that escapes can be easily handled. The best way is to use the power of the opposite attribute to consume these extreme cold powers. For example, the wall of dragon breath is a good method. And just take this opportunity to repair the relationship between the human race and the dragon race. It's unbelievable that the dragon soul of His Majesty the Dragon King has always been in the Holy King's token. After Lan Qi came out of the far west, his face was still full of shock. Shauna's expression wasn't much better either. After all, seeing so many great powers in ancient times at once, it is impossible to say that it is not shocking. However, among the three races they represent, both the human race and the dragon race have appeared king-level almighty. Even the giant Dragon King still has a remnant soul, and he also used the power of the fire of the dragon's soul to reshape the dragon's body. What about the rest of the elves? Hasn't there really been a king-level almighty? Therefore, Shauna was not in the mood to speak at this time. Lan Qi, it's up to you to announce that all the attacks of the ice crystal monsters have been resolved. Qi Lu rubbed his chin and suddenly spoke to Lan Qi. Is this really good? Lan Qi looked at Qi Lu. This time against the Ocean Dragon Emperor, almost all of it was due to Qi Lu. Even if Shauna's arrow at the last minute was the key, it would be empty talk without the foreshadowing in front of Qi Lu. Therefore, in the face of Qi Li's proposal, Lan Qi felt that something was wrong. There's nothing wrong with me, and I don't lack such a little credit. Qi Li shook his head, and then continued, but your dragon clan lacks, and you lack this matter to rectify your dragon clan's name. The most critical point of the estrangement between the human race and the dragon race is the Ocean Dragon King, the culprit. So don't worry about me. Qi Lian's light and airy tone immediately touched Lan Qi. With such a measure and a mind, it is not much less than the great powers of the ancient times. Really ashamed. I understand, Manager Qi, it's really hard to repay such a big favor. Lan Qi said with emotion. Qi Li shrugged, then as if remembering something, he said again, by the way, there is also the matter of the dragon's breath wall. In any case, the power of extreme cold cannot be allowed to spread. The human race sees the sacrifice of the dragon race. The dragon's breath wall is fueled by dragon blood, so it can have defensive power. If there is no dragon breath wall, with the erosive power of extreme cold, most of the terrifying Xingyao Empire has already fallen. Therefore, in this battle against the ice crystal monsters, although the dragons did not personally participate in the battle, the contribution they made was not small. After all, it was a dragon's breath wall that stretched for thousands of miles and protected the west side of the entire Xingyao Empire. Humans have never been a race that seeks revenge. Although there was some feud with the dragon clan before. But after this time it is not impossible to get back together. I know, and I'll do it too. Lan Qi nodded seriously, and then took Shauna away first. Because Qi Lu wants to give all the credit to Lan Qi, then he must not be a Bleedo show up with Lan Chi. Otherwise, how to repair the relationship between the human race and the dragon race? Chila, I finally found you. Not long after Lan Chi and Shauna left, Qilu also planned to go back to the store first. Xuanhuan ran over from somewhere, threw herself on Qili's body, and said viciously, Shao Shu, why did you come here? Why don't you keep the store? Qilu was stunned by Xuanhuan. In the middle of the day, Xuanhuan didn't look at the store, so why did she come to the desert? Could it be that the skin starts to itch again and needs to be cleaned up? Don't worry, Qilu, I have already asked Lillian and Yufei to help me take a look at the store. I came here specifically to find you this time. Xuanhuan raised her head and said proudly. Also, if I haven't gone back tonight, Sheer will also help me to close the door. Qilu heard the words and put Xuanhuan on his knees expressionlessly. Then he raised his hand, and under Xuanhuan's terrified expression, he unceremoniously drew it down. Clap. Chila, what do you want to do? Wait. Ah. It hurts, let me go. Stop hitting. Qilu, I know I'm wrong. I really knew I was wrong. After some friendly education, Xuanhuan deeply realized her mistake. It may be inconvenient to sit down. Okay, let's not take this as an example. Qilu waved his hand. After the fight is over, I have to hear what Xuanhuan is here for. Qilu, I heard that you came to fight the Ocean Dragon Emperor. That is Agent Dragon at the peak of the powerhouse level. Xuanhuan pouted while rubbing her injured part. So, why are you here to join in the fun? Qilu raised his eyebrows and glanced at Xuanhuan. Although he knew it well, he still asked out loud. Don't you understand that? Of course it is. Of course I'm here to cheer you on. Xuanhuan originally wanted to make a bold statement, but after a pause, she changed her words seriously. We are just a weak kitty, fighting with a giant dragon at the peak of the strong level is really unnecessary. It turned out to be just shouting and cheering, then you are late. When Qilu saw it, he knew what Xuanhuan was thinking. The last time I took a lot of money at the ruins of the dragon, now I want to come over and devour the corpse of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. Unfortunately, this is impossible. The Ocean Dragon Emperor has been buried in the far west. The Dragon King and the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years are now trying to reseal the land of the extreme west. Therefore, Xuanhuan's dream is doomed to fail. So, Qilu, you have already defeated the Ocean Dragon Emperor, right? Xuanhuan's eyes lit up, and then she pretended to sigh. This is really uppity. I wanted to show my hand and let you see how powerful I am, but unfortunately there is no chance. After that, he shook his head regretfully. His acting talent was quite superb. It also made Qilu know what it means. Girls are all masters of acting, even the cat-eared little loli is no exception. Shao Shu, it's not that there is no chance. Now in the extreme west, there is a power stronger than the Ocean Dragon Emperor, you can try it. Qilu raised his eyebrows, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said, with a bad taste. These words made Xuanhuan's cat ears stand up. You, what are you talking about? I'm just a cute little cat, do you really have the heart to let me fight? Xuanhuan pouted and said angrily. The cat's tail behind him also swayed left and right, looking very cute. Kittens are the representative of cuteness, little loli is also the representative of cuteness. Adding these two together, the level of cuteness is not as simple as 1 + 1, it is simply a geometric increase. It's just that Qilu doesn't feel anything about Xuanhuan. Okay, don't say anything, I know what you are here for. But the corpse of the Ocean Dragon Emperor is in the extreme west. You may not be able to catch up now, so let's forget it. Qilu waved his hand and persuaded a few words, trying to dispel Xuanhuan's thoughts. This is the bad thing about the devouring cat. When you come across something good, you want to try it and see if it can be digested and absorbed. Although this is how the devouring cat becomes stronger, it's really not good. Can't catch up? Then I've been beaten for nothing? Xuanhuan glared at Qi Lu and grinned. This tangled little expression seems to be more painful than when he was educated by Qi Lu just now. It's not in vain, at least you know the accurate news, and you have really learned a lesson, right? Qi Lu said slowly. This guy, Xuanhuan, did not fight for 3 days, and went to the house, town cover the tiles. It was fine when I was in the store, but now I'm getting bolder. What? Xuanhuan made a cadenced monophonic sound, and then slumped down at speed visible to the naked eye. It's like a plant that suddenly loses water and wilts. Seeing this, Qi Lu ignored Xuanhuan. This cat-eared loli has a bit of self-entertainment spirit, just put it aside, and she will be happy after a while. Now let's think about how to solve the power of extreme cold that spreads from the land of the extreme west. Is the right thing to do. The consumption of the dragon's breath wall alone is definitely not enough. Not to mention how long it will take, just the amount of dragon blood that needs to be consumed is not a small amount. Of course, Qi Lu can ask the system to get dragon blood for free to replenish the fuel of the dragon breath wall. But if the dragon's breath wall really stands on the edge of the Great Desert, the city-state on the west side of the Xingyao Empire may not be able to survive. What's more, it was time-consuming and labor-intensive, and Qi Lu didn't have so much time to delay. System, is there any way you can absorb all the power of extreme cold? Qi Lu thought for a long time before asking in his mind. Since the system can convert spiritual crystals into pure energy and then use it, the power of extreme cold should also be able to. System, host, if you want this system to provide you with the power of extreme cold, then there is no problem. System, but host, if you let this system absorb the power of extreme cold, then this system is really powerless. Is that so? Qi Lu quickly got the answer from the system, and then fell into deep thought again. Spirit crystals are unabsorbed and unutilized energy types, so the system can absorb, transform, and use them. The same is true for the power of faith. However, the power of extreme cold originally belonged to the power of the Holy King of Ice Spirit. Therefore, the system cannot absorb it, but it is normal. After all, it is the power that is engraved with the imprint of the Holy King of Ice Spirit. But that's what makes things a little more difficult. This two-stroke system is really ineffective from time to time, and when it comes to business, there is no way to do it. When I was in the far west before, I wanted to restore my physical strength, but it seemed that I couldn't do it. Ugh. So what are you going to do now? Qi Lu frowned and pondered, and suddenly caught a glimpse of Xuanhuan, who was sullen, and a flash of light flashed in his mind. Since they are all absorbed, devoured, if the system doesn't work, you can't re it with devouring cat. Thinking of this, Qi Li's eyes on Xuanhuan suddenly changed. Little Snow. What's up? Xuanhuan looked at Qi Lu wearily. Although you can't swallow the corpse of the Ocean Dragon Emperor, there are other treasures. Do you want to try it? Qi Lu showed a harmless smile to humans and animals, and was tempted by a voice, without pressure. Another treasure? Really? Speaking of this, Xuanhuan immediately became excited. Otherwise, it would really be a waste of time and a beating for nothing. Of course, look at the frost around here, it's all caused by the erosion of the power of extreme cold. And this power of extreme cold is the power of the Ice Spirit Holy King in the ancient times, which escaped when he died. Qi Lu saw Xuanhuan, who suddenly became energetic, and immediately began to introduce it. In fact, Qi Lu is not very clear about the true identity of the Ice Spirit Saint King. But this does not hinder the fact that the Ice Spirit Saint King is a king-level power, and Xuanhuan, who is more and more interested. When the Ice Spirit Saint King died, the power that escaped. Xuanhuan looked at the frost around her, and her eyes began to light up. Compared with the corpses left by the giant dragons at the peak of the powerhouse level, the power of the king-level Almighty is much more fragrant. It's just that when she saw Xuanhuan's excited look, Qi felt a little sorry in her heart. Because the place where the Ice Spirit Saint King died was in the extreme west. The tomb of the Ice Spirit Saint King is also a small space where the hidden family is located. The inheritance of the Ice bloodline was passed on to Nalan Qinchi along with the bones of the Ice Spirit Saint King. Therefore, the power of these extreme cold powers left behind may be only a drop in the bucket for the Ice Spirit Holy King. Qi can't estimate how many benefits can be obtained after devouring it. However, looking at how strong the Ocean Dragon Emperor has become after staying in the extreme west for so long, if you think about it, it will not be useless. So Qi is not cheating, at most it is exaggerating. Yeah, just exaggerating. Qi comforted himself in his heart, so as to suppress the sudden conscience. Anyway, Xuanhuan is definitely not a loss. It's just a matter of earning more and less. Shao Shu, good things are in front of you. Whether you can swallow them depends on your ability. Qi finally said something and picked himself out. How could this possibly be exploited? It's just mutual benefit. Don't worry, Qi. As long as the Ice Spirit Saint King is really dead, then the power of extreme cold that remains cannot escape my palm. Xuanhuan raised her head, patted her chest, and said with great confidence. This is also the confidence that belongs to the devouring cat. All things in the world, as long as they are dead, basically cannot escape the devouring of the devouring cat. The only difference is that the devouring cat is not interested in non-treasure things, so it will not waste time to swallow it. And this power of extreme cold, even if it belongs to the power of the Ice Spirit Holy King. But now, the Ice Spirit Saint King has died, so this power of extreme cold has become a special kind of dead thing. Although there is still erosion, it is only a unique attribute, and it is not controlled by someone to erode. Therefore, Xuanhuan can completely devour these uncontrolled extreme cold powers. Of course, if the Ice Spirit Saint King did not die, then the power of extreme cold would belong to the category of living things. Because it is under the control of the Ice Spirit Holy King, even if it is a cat, it cannot be swallowed. If I knew there was such a way, why would I be so troubled about what to do? Qi scratched his head, thinking silently in his heart. Who would have thought that the devouring cat would have such a skill? But then again, before knowing that the power of extreme cold is the power of the Holy King of Ice Spirit, Qi never thought about the method of devouring the power of extreme cold. All I can say is that everything is fixed. Then another sentence is, devouring cat is really useful sometimes. At least used to clean up the mess, it's a must. In the Great Desert, Xuanhuan also showed the true body of the devouring cat, turning into a giant beast like a mountain. With a big mouth, it is like a black hole with infinite suction, madly swallowing the surrounding extreme cold power. Under this suction, the frost in the sky formed a huge vortex in the sky. Boom! The huge movement caused by the surging power of the extreme cold is simply earth-shattering. Qi was stunned. Xuanhuan is really welcome, such a huge movement, and it is still spreading further afield. It seems that Xuanhuan is trying to devour all the power of extreme cold in the entire Great Desert. But that's fine, if there is any trouble, it's all solved in one go. It's really a breath of Xuanhuan. Far west. The Dragon King, who was preparing for the seal, raised his head abruptly. What a big move, this momentum. I'm afraid it's not the momentum you said, Manager Qi, it can be exuded. The power of extreme cold was affected, and naturally, he could not hide the Dragon King, who was in the extreme west. What's more, the movement in the Great Desert is not small at all. It's really not like this momentum, this devouring characteristic, is more like a devouring cat. The Wanyanxian turtle, who has spanned tens of thousands of years, is more knowledgeable than the annals of all races combined. Although the devouring cat is extremely rare, it cannot hide the perception of the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years. Destroyer cat? I really still hate this race. The Dragon King snorted coldly. Powerful power does not distinguish right from wrong. What can distinguish right from wrong is only the object that controls the power. Sacred Dragon King, if the devouring cat of this life really belongs to store manager Qi, then there will be no scenes you don't want to see. Wanyan Xiangui shook his head and said in a deep voice. I hope so. The Dragon King answered noncommittally, then changed the subject and said, however, it is indeed beyond my expectations that the devouring cat can devour the power of extreme cold. It stands to reason that this kind of thing, the devouring cat will not Kamito meddle. Involved in the dangerous situation of the king-level power, with the character of devouring the cat, it must be wise to protect himself. After all, as a devouring cat with only one clan in the entire race, it is common to be alone, and of course he is not willing to put himself in danger. Since even the devouring cat has contributed, then we have to hurry up. The Far West is not the time to open yet. Wan Yinshan turtle was talking, and a majestic force had emerged from the turtle shell. Hopefully it's still too late. The Dragon King also burst out with his own power. And on the Xingyao Empire's side, Lan Qi has already told everyone the good news that the source of the ice crystal alien beast has been removed. This battle, although the victory of the human race. But in this war, the Xingyao Empire lost a lot of things. So after learning the good news, there seemed to be a little more sadness among the cheers of everyone. Ordinary people have no resistance at all when facing these ice crystal beasts. This may be the great tragedy of the human race. Among the thousands of races, the human race can be regarded as one of the most powerful races. But lack of racial talent is always a drawback. Therefore, there may be many strong people among the human race, but there will only be more weak people. Thank you for your help, Lord Lan Qi, Lord Shana. The paladin and the white-robed high priest bowed and thanked sincerely. This is also the first step to ease the relationship between the human race and the dragon race. Outside the town of Deserted Town, the scene of Lan Qi splashing the dragon's blood was deeply imprinted on the hearts of the paladins and the white-clothed high priest. If there is no dragon breath wall, the consequences are really unimaginable. You're welcome, this is just atonement for the Ocean Dragon Emperor. Now that the Ocean Dragon Emperor has been put to death, there should be no more wars between the dragon race and the human race. Lan Qi shook his head and spoke sincerely. After meeting the Dragon King, Lan Qi's heart became more open. Thousands of races are all living beings between this world. Although the law of the jungle is the law, but peaceful coexistence is what we strive for. In ancient times, the king-level powers of the human race and the dragon race could join forces. So now, why can't the people of the human race and the dragon race coexist in the same world? And after this battle, presumably the human race and the dragon race will no longer have any thoughts of war in a short period of time. After all, keeping a low profile is the kingly way. In the Great Desert. As the power of extreme cold was continuously swallowed by the moon frost and snow, the frost in the sky became less and less. The yellow sand beneath his feet also faded with the whiteness, revealing its original color. The surrounding temperature also rose, showing the original climate of the Great Desert. Although desolate and hot. But it is also countless times better than the dead silence before. Belch. After swallowing the last bite of the power of extreme cold, Yushuang burped violently. Then she changed back to her cat-eared lowly appearance, and fell to the ground, rubbing her stomach with contentment. Finally finished eating, this trip is finally not in vain. Yushuangsha said with emotion. The most powerful point of the devouring cat is here, no matter what kind of power it devours or what attributes it has, it will not affect its own situation. No side effects are left. Just simply getting stronger. And the power of extreme cold in this entire great desert, although it only escaped from the land of the extreme west. But this is also the real power of the ice spirit Saint King, which contains the imprint of the king-level power. So it is very good for moonfrost snow. At least the part that is visible to the naked eye. Xuanhuan's cultivation realm has risen a lot. The only regret is that Xuanhuan's body shape has not changed. It is probably also because the growth cycle of the devouring cat is too long. After all, the lifespan of a civet cat, according to common sense, is longer than that of a giant dragon, and it is also calculated in units of thousands of years. If you want to wait for Xuanhu to grow from a young loli to a flowering girl, it is estimated that it will take hundreds of years. Well, I didn't lie to you. Qilu also fell from the sky and sat beside Xuanhu. But this kind of thing will only happen once, not next time. If there is another time, it will not be such a simple lesson. Although Xuanhu really helped a lot this time, this kind of disobedientable spirit still cannot be encouraged. Otherwise, God knows what Xuanhu will do next time. Okay, I see, not next time. Xuanhu pouted. Anyway, the benefits are already in hand, so let's talk about it perfunctorily. When it comes to the next time, how to do it is not to rely on improvisation. We are the smartest and cutest kitty, how could he be fooled by this guy Qilu? From your eyes, I can't see the slightest integrity, it's full of perfunctory. Qilu couldn't help but stretched out his finger and tapped Xuanhu's forehead. Don't poke me, it hurts. Xuanhu shouted, opened Qilu's fingers again, and then stared at Qilu with dissatisfaction. When you're full, you can grin. You still know the pain. This time you are lucky. What should I do if I run around like this again and something goes wrong? Qilu frowned. If it wasn't for concern, Qilu wouldn't care how Xuanhu ran. Because the store is open at this time, even if no one sees it for most of the day, it doesn't really matter. So Qilu was angry, not because Xuanhu didn't keep the store, but because Xuanhu came to the battlefield without her consent. The battle of the powerhouse level peak power is no joke. I know. Xuanhu opened her mouth, and finally her voice became quieter, and said with a murmur. Seeing that Xuanhu felt remorse, Qilu didn't say anything more, but waved his hand to open the door of space. Now that the issue of the power of extreme cold has been dealt with, let's go back to the store. The education of cat-eared loli is a long way to go. System, come out. After returning to the store, Qilu directly threw Xuanhu to the second floor and let her go back to the Beishan Mountains by herself. Then he started calling out the system in his mind. System, host, what's the matter with you? Perhaps it was because of being called one after another, there was a little helplessness in the tone of this Irby system. Every day, I try to find some questions that the system is powerless to ask. Can't you, the host, do something serious? System, don't speak to me in this tone. You must know that not long ago, I saved so many customers for you. It's just that you didn't show any usefulness in this process. So, don't you think you should give me some compensation? Qilu said unceremoniously. Asking the system to benefit from this kind of thing, Qilu has long been familiar with it, as long as he can find a reason. Because in the battle against the Ocean Dragon Emperor, the system really has no sense of existence. Of course, this is also because Qilu's cultivation realm is already high enough. After all, before the Supreme Throne was condensed, the peak of the powerhouse level was already the limit. Even if Qilu wanted to borrow some power from the system, he couldn't borrow much at all. Because basically there is no upgrade. The most is to raise the cultivation realm to the real limit that can be achieved at present. The first person under the so-called king-level realm. However, compared with the level of power of the Dragon King, it is still half a chip weaker. No way, the Dragon King was once a king-level almighty who truly held the supreme throne. Even if it is only in the state of remnant souls, the fighting methods it possesses are not comparable to ordinary powerhouse-level powers. Even Qi Lu is not 100% sure that he can win when facing the Dragon King. System, host, you are arguing. This system refuses to accept it. In the face of Qi Li's pressure, the system that has always been quite sensitive to benefits raised a voice of resistance. If you give in like this, then you will have to. Besides, this time the excuse was too lame, and I didn't feel sincerity from it at all. You're right, and I guessed that you would be dissatisfied, so I decided not to compensate myself. Qi Lu followed the system's words, pretended to be quite recognized, and nodded. System, host, you just understand. But I have to ask for a wave of benefits for the customers in the store. However, before the system was completely relieved, Qi Lu added another sentence. Since asking for benefits in the name of an individual has been rejected, you can only ask for benefits from the perspective of a group. After all, the products in the store need to be constantly innovated in order to better retain customers and attract more customers. Of course, this is just one of them. Another point is that Qi Lu wants to improve the overall combat effectiveness of Donghuang faster. Because after learning the real reason why the road to the sky was shattered in the far west, Qi Li's thirst for power became even more urgent. If you want to fight against the gods, it is not only your own strength that is stronger. For the thousands of beings in that side of the world, the overall combat power must also be improved. Otherwise, they will never escape the end of being enslaved and kept in captivity. Because even the gods will eventually fall. Therefore, no matter how strong an individual's combat power is, and no matter how high his cultivation realm is, it is impossible to protect one side of the world. Presumably the great masters in the ancient times also understood this, so they took the initiative to break the road to the sky. If the overall strength of Donghuang does not improve, even if the road to the sky still exists, it will be meaningless. It is better to take the initiative to cut off the coveting of those gods. Until one day, when the time is right, the road to the sky can be recast. This plan sounds simple, but it is really implemented, and the difficulty isn't to be mentioned. You must know that the king-level power is the top power of the same level as those gods. In terms of combat power, they are almost equal. However, even if this is the case, two of the king-level powers that Qi Leknu had already fallen. The remaining giant dragon kings are also in a state of lingering. It's enough to see how dangerous the war back then was. In order to maintain this hard-won peace, Qi Lu felt that he should do his part. Of course, it would be even better if you could kill two birds with one stone and earn more spirit crystals. After all, if Qi Lu wants to become stronger, spiritual crystals and the power of faith are indispensable. It's just that the proportion of the power of belief will gradually increase. Then, the development of new products is imperative. So Qi Lu took the name of righteousness as a matter of course, and began to flicker the system, move it with emotion, and understand it with reason. Simply put, putting new items on the shelves is something that has to bed one. Think about the system for yourself. If the overall cultivation level of the customers is improved, then they will definitely need higher quality weapons and armor. And these things, the higher the quality, the more expensive they sell, and the more we earn. So, don't be so stingy, just treat it as a benefit to the customers in the store, and get some good things out. Qi Lu explained his theory to the system very seriously, and there was some logic in it. In fact, this is somewhat similar to the relationship between the will of heaven and earth and thousands of living beings. It's a virtuous cycle that feeds back on each other. The will of heaven and earth will become stronger and stronger with the continuous improvement of the power of thousands of living beings. And Qi Li's store will also become bigger and bigger as customers continue to become stronger. So it seems to be no problem to occasionally give some benefits to customers. A business that cheats people every day will definitely not last long. System, it seems to make sense. Of course it makes sense. Sheila said righteously. Although you can't do things like fooling the system every day, you absolutely can't keep doing it all the time. Anyway, his host and that stingy. The system has always been a relationship of loving and killing each other and digging holes for each other. It's just that because of the natural gap in IQ, it's basically the stingy system that suffers. System, then the system is for the sake of the host's reason, so let's open the equipment exchange event for the Elemental Spirit Oasis map in advance. You're actually ready? You smack me. Sheila did not expect that the system had already prepared the activity of the Elemental Spirit Oasis map. It seems that he is waiting for his host to speak, and then pretending to beforesaid to sell his face and start the event in advance. System, host, what did you say? How could this system overcast you? System, actually, the activities of the Elemental Oasis map will all be opened after all the Elements Oasis dungeons have been activated, but as the host has said, the system will have to be opened first. After being squeezed for so long, the system finally succeeded in regaining acidity, and it was full of pride. But how could Sheila give up so easily? System, don't be too busy talking about giving out benefits. I suddenly became interested in what activity you were talking about. Let me see what this equipment exchange event is about first. Sheila wisely separated the two things from activities and welfare. Activities are going to be held, and benefits are also being given. In short, new products cannot escape. The system didn't hear what Sheila's intentions were, so it directly put the content of the event in the backstage of the store manager. Daily activities in Elemental Spirit Oasis, rotation of the 5 elements. The name sounds good, and it doesn't look like a broken version of the event at all. And the meaning of this daily activity means that this activity will definitely reside in the Oasis of the Elements in the future. It can be regarded as a new product in disguise. After the event starts, every day at 12 o'clock noon and 6 p.m., an elemental elf leader with the corresponding attributes will appear in the 5-element oasis, copies of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Killing the leader of the elemental elf will drop 100% of the corresponding elemental equipment exchange coupon fragments. Every 20 pieces of exchange coupons can be combined into a complete exchange coupon for elemental equipment. Elemental equipment exchange coupons can be used to exchange corresponding elemental weapons in the outside world. The content of the event is very simple: just rush to kill the elemental elf leader, and then accumulate the fragments of elemental equipment exchange coupons to synthesize the elemental equipment exchange coupons. It's nothing more than a question of quantity, an old routine. So Sheila didn't take a closer look. What makes Sheila more concerned is the elemental equipment that can be exchanged. Gold Elemental Longbow, rare weapon, moderately increases the user's attack power and effective attack distance, with additional skills, penetration, armor piercing. Penetration, passive skill: if the arrows fired by the golden longbow can penetrate the target's defense, the destructive power of the arrows will not be reduced. Armor breaking, passive skill: the arrows fired by the golden element longbow will greatly improve the armor breaking ability. Usage restrictions: none. Exchange price: a gold element equipment exchange coupon. Golden element AP, treasure level weapon, greatly improves the user's physical attack power and strength attributes, and moderately improves the user's physical attributes, with additional skills: heavy slash, breaking hard. Heavy slash, an active skill that triples the destructive power of the next attack of the golden element AP. Breaking strong, passive skill: the destructive power of the golden element AP to shields and armor will be greatly improved. Usage restrictions: none. Exchange price: 10 gold element equipment exchange coupons. In this event, there are actually 2 types of equipment that can be exchanged. Qi Lu was a little surprised when he saw the attributes of the two pieces of equipment. It's not that I'm surprised how powerful the attributes of these two weapons are, but I'm surprised that in this daily activity, it can be exchanged for a treasure-level weapon. You know, all kinds of products from the store, as long as they are not unique, can be thrown into the product-strengthening furnace. In this way, the treasure-level equipment has been enhanced many times after being opened up. As long as you are lucky enough, it can be infinitely close to epic equipment. And the most important thing is that these elemental equipments have no usage restrictions, which is terrifying. Although in terms of basic attributes and accompanying skills, these elemental equipment may suffer a little. But the no usage limit is enough to make up for these small shortcomings. And Qi Lu also found a very interesting point. That is the characteristics of elemental equipment, which seems to be somewhat related to the element it belongs to. For example, the sharp attribute possessed by the gold element has become armor-piercing and sturdy-breaking skills among the skills, all of which are shield-breaking skills. Then the other four elemental equipments will not be the same. Interesting. Thinking of this, Qi Lu became interested. Then read on. Wood Elemental Staff, rare weapon, moderately increases the user's magic condensation speed and magic effect. If the user's rank is a wood element magician, the magic effect increase becomes a large amount, and the additional skill, jungle. Jungle, active skill, centered on the wooden element staff, it summons a jungle that can automatically attack and defend, and the coverage area depends on the magic power injected. And the jungle can continuously condense the wood element and restore the magic power of the user of the wood element staff. Usage restrictions, none. Exchange price, a wood element equipment exchange coupon. Congratulations to the elemental staff family for adding another strong general. Seeing this piece of equipment, Qi Lu suddenly said such a sentence. After the water elemental staff, fire elemental staff, and ice elemental staff, the wood elemental staff finally came out. If it goes on like this, I am afraid that the exclusive staff of the element magician will soon be gathered. Really become a series of weapons. But there is one thing to say, the elemental staff series, that really never disappoints. Cheap and easy to use, even a rare weapon can become the first choice of a hero-level powerhouse, which is really rare. I just don't know if there will be another elemental staff in the future. Robe of Wood Elements, Jumbo-level armor. It greatly improves the user's physical defense and magic defense, and is immune to all wood element magic attacks below the strong level, with additional skills. Rejuvenation, Wooden Avatar. Rejuvenation, a passive skill that continuously restores the physical strength, magic power, and non-lethal injuries of the wearer of the wood element robe. Wooden Dummy Avatar, active skill, use the wood element to condense the wooden dummy as a surrogate, and the wearer of the wooden element robe enters the invisible state. Usage restrictions, none. Exchange price, 10 wood element equipment exchange coupons. The fourth piece of equipment is finally not a weapon. However, treasure-level armor, in the store. Still a rare high-end commodity. If nothing else, just look at one of the basic attributes of the wood element robe: immunity to all wood element magic attacks below the strong level. It is already quite powerful. Although the wood element magician is in battle, it is mainly for auxiliary functions. But when it comes to wood element robes, it is absolutely uncomfortable. And the accompanying wooden man stand-in skills are even more useful in battles. If you develop it well, it will definitely bring about a large number of stealth fighting trends. The spring of Voldemort and Lao Inbi is here again. It's really amazing. This daily activity can completely replace new products on the shelves, and the effect is even better. Qi Lu rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully. The system has said before that commodities above the rare level will not be supplied from normal purchase channels. Therefore, the high-end equipment in the store before was so rare. But with the opening of this daily activity, it must be able to meet the needs of a large number of customers. Jean, wood. Then it should be water next. Qi Lu continued to look down. Water Elemental Soft Whip, Rare Weapon, moderately increases the user static power and agility attributes, with additional skills, whipping and imprisoning. Whip Imprisonment, active skill, swing out the Water Element Soft Whip, activate the water element to produce the imprisoning effect. The duration of imprisonment depends on the cultivation realm of the imprisoned person. Usage restrictions, none. Exchange price, a water element equipment exchange coupon. As expected by Qi Lu, according to the attributes of various elements, the equipment of the water element system began to focus on controlling the effect. Don't look at this whiplash for a short time. But in a real battle, it is possible that a moment of daze will reverse the result. However, this soft whip type weapon is really not used by many people in the store. Even less popular than gauntlets and gloves. So Qi Lu felt that this water element soft whip might become a functional weapon, not a combat weapon. Seize the opportunity, take out the water elemental soft whip, throw a skill out and you're done. Anyway, the sand sculpture customers are more happy, and after brainstorming, it is inevitable to come up with a new fighting method. But this has nothing to do with Qi Lu. After all, in a battle at the peak of the powerhouse level, no one can get involved in the current Donghuang. And then, gauntlets? Really, what to say? Qi Lu just thought that the soft whip is rarer than the gauntlet, and the next one is the gauntlet weapon. Water element gauntlets, treasure level weapon, greatly increase the user static power, agility attribute and strength attribute, greatly improve the user's shooting speed, with skills, water hitting, water poisoning. Water strike, active skill, condensing water elements, throwing them out, causing huge destructive power, using this skill in waters will double the destructive power. Water poison, passive skill, every attack of the wearer of the water element gauntlet will have a water poison effect, eroding the target. The water poison effect will continuously consume the target's stamina, vindictive energy, and magic power, and aggravate the target's injury. Usage restrictions, none. Exchange price, 10 water element exchange coupons. In terms of price, these elemental equipment is very uniform. However, Qi Lu was a little interested in the active skill of hitting water. Because this is a very rare attacking skill, and it is an attack that relies solely on the water element gauntlet. So Qi Lu kindly wanted to know how powerful it was. System, is there any demo video? I want to see the power of the water hitting skill. System, host, please wait. Demo image is a very simple thing, not troublesome, so the system will not refuse. After waiting for a few seconds, a demo image appeared in Qi Li's mind. It is a picture of a person who can't see his appearance, wearing water element gauntlets on his arms, and then using the water strike skill. The whole process is only a few seconds of demonstration time, but the destructive power of the water hitting skills is really good. Especially when standing in the water, the destructive power is comparable to a full blow of a hero-level powerhouse. As expected of a treasure-level weapon. Although the weapon of this type of gauntlet is not popular among the human race, Qi Lu felt that the water element gauntlet is likely to be popular because of this water-hitting skill. And the water strike skill can also have a water poison effect. The two skills of the water element gauntlet are really not wasted at all. It seems not impossible to take this daily activity as a benefit for customers. Qi Lu fell into deep thought. Fire Elemental Night Sword, rare weapon. A small amount increases the user's static power, and a medium amount increases the user's physical defense and strength attributes, with the skill, Fire Judgment. Fire Judgment, active skill, for the user's next attack, the power of Fire Judgment is attached, causing a large amount of fire element damage. Usage restrictions, none. Exchange price, a fire element equipment exchange coupon. Killing skills? It was the first time that Qi Lu had seen a skill with this kind of beheading nature. The more the enemy was injured, the higher the damage he took. The characteristics of the fire element are indeed explosive, and it is known for its ferocious and terrifying destructive power. But the killing skills are too powerful. Picking up the mess is a no-brainer. In this way, even those defensive knights who lack attack power have the ability to harvest the battlefield. When teammates are about to be unable to support, they can also provide their own strength. Fire Elemental Axe, treasure-level weapon, greatly enhance the user's destructive power, strength attributes, and physical attributes, with additional skills, blazing cutting, burning. Blazing cut, active skill, the next attack of the user, with a burning cut effect, greatly enhances the destructive power and armor-piercing effect, and directly destroys the target's shield and armor with a high probability. Incinerate, passive skill, where the fire element axe causes damage, fire will automatically ignite, causing fire element magic damage. Usage restrictions, none. Exchange price, 10 fire element equipment exchange coupons. Unsurprisingly, fire elemental equipment is characterized by extremely strong destructive power. It's not a beheading effect, or a direct destruction, which is simple and rude. However, to Qi Li's surprise, of the 8 pieces of equipment that have been read so far, 7 are weapons and only 1 is armor. Does it seem too extreme? Qi Li was still a little worried about this issue. Although the best defense is the offense. However, there are some classes that are not suitable for attacking at all, so that can be done. I really want to defeat the Guardian Knight. Out of position, that is cerebral palsy. Therefore, the earth element equipment should not be a weapon. Qi Li thought so. Earth element armor, rare armor, moderately increases the user's physical defense and magic resistance, and a small amount increases the user's physical attributes, with the additional skill, Shelter of Earth. Shelter of Earth, active skill, condensing earth element barriers, forming a double resistance high defensive shield. Usage restrictions, none. Exchange price, an earth element equipment exchange coupon. Sanctuary of the Earth? Could it be a replica of the earth elemental spirit? Qi Li stared, and he still had a fresh memory of the earth element elves who only defended and did not attack at all. The defensive power and magic resistance of the earth element barrier can be called a must. If it weren't for the exploration of many players, the burst mode off superimposed gain effects was found. I'm afraid I still can't get past the copy of Earth Element Oasis. It's just too hard. Alright, it's finally out of armor, and it's not like favoring one over another. Although it was expected, it still made Qi Li happy. After all, what the earth element is best at is defense. Next is the last piece of equipment. Earth Elemental Heavy Shield, treasure-grade armor, greatly increases the user's physical defense and magic resistance, greatly improves the user's strength and physical attributes, with additional skills, unmoving like a mountain, thick soil. Unmoving as a mountain, passive skill, the user of the Earth Elemental Heavy Shield cannot be knocked back, knocked up, or knocked down. Thick Earth, passive skill, the user of the Earth Elemental Heavy Shield can gain power from the earth and greatly improve his recovery ability, physical defense and magic resistance. Usage restrictions, none. Exchange price, 10 Earth Element equipment exchange coupons. Undoubtedly, you only need to look at the attributes to know that the Earth Element Heavy Shield is a complete piece of armor. Moreover, it is also extremely powerful armor with physical defense and magic resistance. And fire elemental equipment is completely two extremes. One is all-out attack, one is all-out defense. On the contrary, wood element equipment and water element equipment can also bias towards functionality. And the armor piercing possessed by gold element equipment has become the most restrained attribute of earth element equipment. So far, Qi Li has read all the 10 new equipments. Almost all the vacancies currently known in the store are almost filled. There are 10 new products on the shelves, which is enough for the customers in the store to digest them for a while. After all, the replacement of various equipment takes time. The durability of the equipment you are currently using has to be almost exhausted before you can buy new equipment. The kryptonite warriors are indeed fierce, but there are not many. Ordinary customers can only save a little bit. Besides, the 10 new pieces of equipment this time all require time to accumulate elemental weapon exchange coupons. Because of the elemental elf leader, it will only appear twice a day. Very good, I am very satisfied with the daily activities that I am going to start this time. After Qi Lu closed the backstage of the store manager, he also expressed his affirmation of the creativity of the system. This is how the store is opened. You have to come out with new things from time to time in order to better maintain the enthusiasm of customers. As for giving welfare, Qi Lu had already selectively forgotten about it at this time. They are all ready to open such excellent daily activities, what else do you need a bike for? Think carefully about the rare weapons and armors in the store, as well as treasure-level weapons and armors, and how many spirit crystals are sold for one piece, and you will know how conscientious this daily activity is. What's more, this daily activity is only a broken version. After all the copies of the element oasis will be activated, there will be a perfection. So Qi Lu felt that he should accept it when he saw it. Otherwise, there will be no excuse next time. System, by the way, since the host has obtained so many ancient secrets this time, there is another small reward in this system to give to the host. When are you still so generous? Hearing this, Qi Lu raised his eyebrows curiously and said, what kind of small reward is it? Show it to me. This is indeed beyond Qi's expectations. Who would have thought that the system has already prepared rewards? System, congratulations to the host for getting a new snack, shaved ice, with multiple flavors. Qi Lu never imagined that the system would actually come up with such a thing. Just after the entire eastern wilderness almost fell into crisis due to the power of extreme cold, the system actually brought out the shaved ice. Is this implying something, or is it sarcasm? However, looking at the IQ level of the system, there should be no such meaning. It is probably a coincidence. It's a coincidence. Qi Lu thought so, looked outside the store again, and said to himself, seeing that summer is almost here, it's time to eat ice. We also served vanilla ice cream cones last summer, so are we serving shaved ice this year? If you think about it, that's not bad. Compared to vanilla ice cream cones, Qi Lu still prefers shaved ice. After all, it is a traditional ice food, and the taste can also be matched by yourself. So Qi Lu immediately made a decision to try a shaved ice when the store was closed. Brother Qi Lu, Shao Shu Jiu didn't cause you any trouble. After closing the door, Yu Xier came over to Qi Lu and asked. Because the gate of space is opened in Yunwu City, if Yu Xuanhuan wants to go to the Great Desert to find Qi Lu, she must return to the store here. Yu Xier naturally knew the movements of Yu Xuanhuan. I've already learned a lesson. Shao Shu's character is like that. Xier, you didn't have to worry about these things. Qi Lu waved his hand. Yu Xier couldn't control Yu Xuanhuan. The devouring cat's character is inherently reluctant to discipline, so Qi Lu can probably handle Yu Xuanhuan. It just happened that a new snack was developed today. Xier, do you want one? Qi Lu ignored Yu Xuanhuan and then asked. Can I? I want to eat. Yu Xier froze for a moment, then nodded seriously. The shaved ice provided by the system does contain a variety of flavors, but the flavors are random. All kinds of classic flavors such as fruit, coconut, black pearl, red bean, etc., can basically come out randomly. Then add condensed milk or syrup, mix and match as you like, they are all equally delicious. Shaved ice, random flavor. If you want to cool off in the summer, come and eat ice. Eating shaved ice, for a long time, can slightly increase the eater's affinity for the element of ice and the magic resistance of the element of fire. Price, 30 spirit crystals. It turns out that shaved ice can relieve heat because it increases the fire element magic resistance of the eater. Sheila looked at the detailed information in the backstage of the store manager and nodded thoughtfully. Of course, this is only the magical effect of snacks produced by the system. If I really want to take a bite of the power of extreme cold, it is estimated that I will freeze to death. Needless to say, the appearance of shaved ice, the system still has research in the color matching, which makes people move their index fingers. This is the case with iced food, which can make people feel cool and delicious at first glance, and it is quicker to eat it first. And then eat. Sheer, try it and see how it tastes, if you like it or not. Sheila handed the shaved ice covered with coconut nuts and black pearls to Yu Sheer and said with a smile. Yu Sheer also obeyed, using the small spoon matching the glass bowl that holds the shaved ice, scooped up a spoonful of shaved ice and put it into her mouth. Crystal clear ice flowers mixed with condensed milk, dense and sweet, melt in your mouth, sweet but not greasy. Coconut fruit and black pearls, which have a little toughness, burst into a huge deliciousness in this coolness. Let Yu Sheer fall in love with this sweet taste at once. Brother Qi Lu, the shaved ice is delicious, and Sheer likes it very much. As long as you like it. Sheila looked at Yu Sheer's cute look with her eyes narrowed, and couldn't help reaching out and rubbing Yu Sheer's head. There is a different kind of comfortable feeling when the soft hair is touched in the hand. Well. Yu Sheer also made a sound like a kitten. Enjoy this temporary warmth. Qi Lu, Sheer, what are you eating? Why don't you call me? At this moment, Yu Shuangshu came out of nowhere and shouted loudly. All of a sudden, this quiet picture was broken, leaving only the daily noise. This is shaved ice, a new snack. You can go to the snack vending machine if you want to eat it. Qi Lu calmly withdrew his hand and introduced the things in his hand, by the way. Ice? Yu Xuanhuan stared at Qi Lu for a while, and then said aloud, I've eaten stomach ice today, you still let me eat ice? Although the power of extreme cold is the power of the Holy King of Ice Spirit, it tastes nothing like it. Because when the Ice Spirit Saint King was alive, he would never have imagined that the power of extreme cold would one day be regarded as a kind of food. After all, species with such a unique taste is really hard to find, and the only one in the world, the devouring cat, will not be exposed to the world generously. So Yu Shuangshu began to suspect Qi Lu on the spot. Shao Shu, come, eat it, the shaved ice is really delicious. Yu Sheer also stared at Yu Xuanhuan, then scooped out a spoonful of shaved ice with a small spoon and brought it to Yu Xuanhuan's mouth. As a greedy cat, Yu Xuanhuan certainly did not withstand the temptation. This shaved ice will immediately open up a new world. It's just breaking the ice, how can it be so delicious? Yu Shuangshu bit the small spoon, her eyes lit up. After black coffee, Yu Shuangshu seems to have found another kind of food that she likes to eat. I just don't know what it will taste like if you pour black coffee on shaved ice, maybe, it's double the joy. Do it when you think of it. This. Looking at Yu Xuanhuan's actions, Qi Lu always felt a bad premonition. Then I saw that Yu Shuangshu bought a piece of shaved ice from the snack vending machine, which was fruit-flavored. Then I bought a bottle of black coffee from the beverage vending machine. Immediately after Yu Shuangshu, he poured black coffee on the fruit-flavored shaved ice, and looked at the crystal-clear ice flowers, dyed by black coffee into a wonderful color. Even the fruit cubes and syrup on top of the ice flower are not immune. I really don't know why a kitten who is snow white and not even a variegated color would love black so much. Is it because this kitten has a black heart? But this is not something Qi Lu needs to think about now, because the most interesting scene is coming soon. The magical fruit-flavored black coffee shaved ice will soon be eaten by Yu Shuangshu for the first time. Then, under the watchful eyes of Qi Lu and Yu Sheer, Yu Shuangshu changed his face. Why is it like this? For the first time I have a favorite drink, and for the first time I have a favorite snack. Mixing these two favorite things should have turned into something more delicious. But, why did it become like this? The above words can be summed up in 2 words: unpalatable. Just this passage always gave Qi Lu a wonderful sense of sight, as if he had heard it somewhere. However, there is one thing to say: black coffee-flavored fruits are delicious. Facts have proved that the delicacies produced by the system, taken out individually, are all top-notch delicacies. But the taste mixed together, indescribable. Shao Shu Jiu Hui, remember, even if you cry, you must finish the food you make. Otherwise, I wouldn't let you off the hook just because you're a member of the store. Qi Lu patted Xuanhuan's shoulder seriously and said in a solemn tone. Wasted, then blacklisted. Shut up, don't you see people are sad? Xuanhuan stared at Qi Lu, the tone in her mouth, a rare girl's heart was once. I saw it, and I saw it clearly. Qi Lu nodded seriously, then continued to stare at Xuanhuan with red eyes. For the devouring cat, taste has never been a problem, just swallow it directly after blocking the taste. But things like sadness are not necessarily caused by taste. But you have to finish what you should eat. Qi Lu brewed for a long time and finally said this sentence. I ignore you. Xuanhuan glared at Qi Lu fiercely, and said viciously. Then he opened his mouth, took the glass bowl with a small spoon, and devoured it together with the shaved ice in the bowl. Finally, angrily ran to the second floor. Sheer, don't learn, Shao Shu Jiu Hui. Qi Lu looked at Xuanhuan's back, and silently warned. The next day. Xuanhuan, who had slept for a while, seemed to have come out of the sadness last night. It's a pity that he still didn't give Qi Lu a good face. He stared at him, puffed out his cheeks, pouted his mouth, and had a fierce and cute expression in his face. Qi Lu couldn't help but rubbed Xuanhuan's face. Shao Shu Jiu Hui, to be honest, your angry look is much cuter than usual. Qi Lu said with a smile while rubbing Xuanhuan's face. Stop it. Xuanhuan Jiu Hui opened Qi Li's hand and said angrily. Obviously, this is the little loli making trouble, and her experiment failed. Well, you have to be depressed for 2 days. So Qi Lu didn't really care. After 2 days, the cat-eared loli's anger is almost gone, and that's fine. Now let's get things organized. The daily activities of the Elemental Spirit Oasis map are still officially opened at 10 o'clock in the morning, just make a world announcement. Just before 12 o'clock noon, the first time the Elemental Elf leader refreshed. Then it's fine. The battle was over yesterday, so it's time to rest today. Qi Lu is not a fighting maniac. If he has nothing to do, he will find someone to learn from. Of course, he will feel better to rest. World announcement: the daily activities of the Oasis of the Spirit of Elements, rotation of the 5 elements, officially opened. For details of the event, please click on the event page for more information. World announcement: the daily activities of the Oasis of the Spirit of Elements, rotation of the 5 elements, officially opened. For details of the event, please click on the event page for more information. World announcement: the daily activities of the Oasis of the Spirit of the Elements, rotation of the 5 elements, officially opened. The usual 3 world announcements immediately attracted the attention of all online players. In the New World mode, every world announcement is a huge moment of welfare distribution. At least for players in New World mode, that's how it is. Wow, the 5 elements rotation event will give you benefits, and treasure-level weapons and armor will be given away for free. Is there a new boss that can be played, the Elemental Elf Leader? It shouldn't be too difficult to beat. Brothers, please give me a face. The leader of the Golden Element Elves will be contracted by our guild. Everyone has no opinion. When you say contracting, you are contracting? Do you think you are the owner of the face fruit ability? Are you the one-armed red-haired? Hey, I'm off topic. If we go on, it may be gone. There are currently 5 dungeons that have started the 5-element rotation activity, which means that there are 10 bosses that can be played in a day. Then let's assign who will fight these bosses. Then 5 guilds to divide, or 10 guilds to divide? As soon as the world announcement came out, the public screen of the communication system began to be noisy. Many players talked a lot, and the customers in the store came over to join in the fun. Treasure-level weapons and armors that do not have any restrictions on their use. Who doesn't want them except for those powerhouse-level powers? Even those practitioners in the heroic realm are not exempt. With a handy weapon, the combat power can be increased by at least 50%. Having a piece of powerful armor can also add a lot of protection to your own safety. Therefore, this elemental elf leader is the boss that every guild wants to brush. It is also the only way to obtain elemental equipment exchange coupon fragments. The major guilds are preparing vigorously, and they are also discussing how these bosses should be distributed. As for those small guilds, they could only watch from the side. There is no way, if the strength can't catch up, then it can't compete. This kind of thing with more wolves and less meat doesn't say anything about fair distribution, it's just a joke. But for this kind of scene, Qi Lu is happy to see it happen. Survival of the fittest is the law of nature, and the law of the jungle is an unchanging truth. When resources are not enough to allocate to everyone, it is the most correct way to give priority to cultivating elites. So let these guys fight. Even if you haven't fought, it's not impossible to come back and drink some leftovers. Mr. Qi, good morning. It's almost noon now. Qi Lu glanced outside the door, and then said, is everything done? Of course, otherwise how would we have time to come? The people here are Lan Qi and Shauna. In fact, after the moon frost snow devoured the power of extreme cold in the Great Desert, this matter actually came to an end. It is not Lan Qi and Shauna's business to clean up the final mess. It is the responsibility of the paladins and the white priests. Rebuild the Xingyao Empire and clean up the mess left by the ice crystal monsters. So starting this morning, the reinforcements that went to the Xingyao Empire were withdrawn little by little. That's right, I was overthinking it. Qi Lu smiled, and then prepared to let Lan Qi and Shauna go to the store. But before he gave up his seat, he saw that there were still 2 people standing in the alley outside the store. It was 2 spirited old men, one was imposing and unparalleled in power, and the other was kind and indifferent with a smile on his face. These 2 can't be. Qi Lu could guess the identities of the 2 old men with just one glance. That's right, store manager Qi, this is His Majesty, the Dragon King, and T-Sis, the Wanyan Xiangui Sr. They all said they wanted to come over, so I brought them here. Lancy introduced it naturally. Really? Qi Lu was not at all surprised. It really is the appearance of the giant dragon Holy King and the 10,000-year, mysterious turtle, transformed into human form. Manager Qi, the old man has long heard of your shop, which is famous in the entire eastern wilderness. I haven't had time to come here before, but now I look at it, and it's really extraordinary. That kind old man was naturally the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years. After nearly 10,000 years, the gentle and strange beast that does not like Tokil has its own peaceful momentum. Senior Wanyan Xiangui is too famous. Qi Lu said modestly. Others are polite to you, even if it is a fact, don't be so eager to respond, it is always good to be humble. Come and sit first, it's not good to stand in front of the store all the time. After that, Qi Lu reached out and made a please action. The 2 in front of them are truly respectable seniors, and their strength is even more tyrannical. The goods in the Qi Lu store may be magical. But there are not many that are attractive to the King of the Dragon and the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years. After all, Qi Lu does not do this level of almighty business. The power of the powerhouse level peak, how many can there be in one world? Manager Qi, you're welcome, we're just here to take a look. We won't be staying for long, and we'll be leaving soon. The giant dragon Holy King also used the same name as the 10,000-year black turtle. I heard from Wanyan Xiangui before that Manager Qi may have a devouring cat here. I don't know if it's true or not. Speaking of this, the eyes of the Dragon King suddenly became sharp. This is no joke. For the species of devouring cats, the feeling of the Dragon King is definitely more disgust than love. The race that becomes stronger by swallowing all things is fortunately the race only one between heaven and earth, and there will only be one, otherwise the other races will really swarm to attack. Senior Dragon King, why are you asking this question? Qi Lo heard the words and frowned slightly. Since Xuanhuan devoured the power of extreme cold in the Great Desert, Qi Lo didn't think this matter could be concealed. After all, such a big movement, the Dragon King and the mysterious turtle could not perceive it. Then, Qi Lu will doubt the true level of these two seniors. However, if the Dragon King and the mysterious tortoise of 10,000 years really came to trouble Xuanhuan, then Qi Lu would not hand over Xuanhuan so easily. Perhaps the Dragon King and the mysterious turtle are worthy of respect. But Xuanhuan is family. Qi Lu has never been a selfless person, even if he has experienced thousands of lives in the trial space, he will not change. Xinqing will only become tougher and tougher, instead of changing and becoming confused. If he can't strengthen his heart, then Qi Lu can't become so strong. Mr. Qi, don't worry. Although the nature of the devouring cat is vicious, cruel, and greedy, I believe that in your hands, those things will definitely not happen. The Wanyan Xian turtle didn't hate the living cat that much. It's just that the stakes must be made clear with Qi Lu first, to avoid bad things happening in the future, which would be a big disaster. You too, please rest assured that the things you are worried about will not happen. Qi Lu said in a deep voice that it was a promise. There were rumors about the devouring cat, which Qi Lu had heard about a long time ago. But Xuanhuan was different. The devouring cat who stayed in the store had no time to run out and do evil. Since Wanyan Xiangui is willing to speak for himself and stabilize the Dragon King, then Qi Lu will not disappoint his good intentions. Of course you have to make a promise. With the words of Manager Qi, I will trust you first. The Dragon King is not unreasonable either. Qi Lu is now the strongest among the human race. If the road to the sky is reopened, it is almost a sure thing to rush to thinking level realm. Especially seeing the enthusiastic expressions on the faces of the customers in the store. To say that he is not a believer is unreasonable. If it weren't for the fact that the power of belief could not be gathered now, maybe the store manager Qi in front of him would have already begun to condense to the high throne. Therefore, the Dragon King will not despise Qi Li's words. Thank you two seniors for their trust. Qi Lu cupped his hands and said neither humbly nor arrogantly. You're welcome, Manager Qi. You must know that the human race is a race of strong people. The Overlord and the Holy King of Ice Spirit are both the top powerhouses of the human race. I hope you will not let down the blood they gave. The Dragon King shook his head and said with emotion. The Holy King of Ice Spirit is also a human race? Qi Lu was a little surprised. The number of races in the ancient times was not as rare as it is in today's eastern wilderness. In the ancient times, the human race was not the most powerful race in the eastern wasteland, and could control the entire eastern wasteland as it is now. Therefore, after Qi Lu knew that the Overlord was a human race, he was not sure that the Ice Spirit Saint King must be a human race. Even the bones of the Ice Spirit Saint King passed on the blood of ice to Nayland Qinchi. But now, for sure. Manager Qi, the human race, is a very powerful race. Even in what you call the ancient times, there is a powerful force that all races dare not ignore. Wanyan Xiangui also said aloud. Probably only the Wanyan Xiangui, who has lived for such a long time, dares to say such a sure thing. There are times when the annals recorded by various races are not detailed enough. The annals of content faults also abound. The so-called winners and losers, so the recorded content may just be the one-sided words of the victors. Only the history that has been walked step by step in the long river of time and witnessed with one's own eyes is the most real and most convincing. And here, it is estimated that Xuanhuan Xiangui has this qualification, saying that he has witnessed history with his own eyes. So when he heard Xuanhuan Xiangui say this, Qi Lu could only nod his head, but couldn't answer. After all, Qi Lu really didn't know what happened in ancient times. Besides, the Dragon King and the Xuanhuan Xiangui are both praising the human race. Can Qi Lu intervene? Rebut it, it is to slap yourself in the face. Agree, that's arrogance. Better not speak. Since this is the case, the purpose of this trip has been achieved. Manager Qi, then we won't bother anymore. The reason why the Dragon King asked Lan Qi to bring him to Cloud Mist City was actually for the devouring cat. Because throughout history, every time the devouring cat is born, it will bring huge disasters to the world. Therefore, if the devouring cat could be strangled in its infancy, the Dragon King would definitely not be soft-hearted. But now, although it is certain that the devouring cat is indeed here. However, to fight against the current leader of the human race for this Ryusoni is a bit of a loss. In addition, there is a 10,000-year mysterious turtle to reconcile it. The king of Giant Dragon also borrowed the donkey to get off the slope. There is no other reason, because the situation where the devouring cat is willing to subdue two people is unprecedented, and it is absolutely unprecedented. So the king of Giant Dragon also wanted to see if the store manager Qi, who was praised by the mysterious tortoise for 10,000 years, really had the ability to do something that no one had ever done before, tame the civet cat. However, as soon as these words came out, not to mention the reactions of others, at least Lan Qi, who was standing on the side, was absolutely shocked. Because he actually saw His Majesty the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan, he was soft. This is definitely something that has never happened before. I really didn't expect that Manager Qi had such a great ability that even His Majesty, the Dragon King would give face. Thinking of this, Lan Qi's eyes on Qi Lu changed. Senior Giant Dragon Saint King is very polite, you come here, it is not a disturbance. Qi Lu politely said a word. Originally, how can a normal store owner be afraid of being disturbed, as long as he doesn't run over in the middle of the night? Then we'll. Dragon Holy King, don't worry, we have come here from a long distance, it's okay to stay for a while. Xuanhuan Xiangui waved his hand and blocked the words of the Dragon King. In fact, this is also the curiosity of Xuanhuan Xiangui himself. I have long heard that the store opened by Manager Qi is famous throughout the East Wasteland, so I naturally wanted to come and see it and see what kind of products this store sells to attract so many customers. The Dragon King glanced at the Xuanhuan Xian turtle. Alright. Maybe Xuanhuan Xiangui is right. Anyway, they have come, so it would be good talk no more. After all, this is a major event related to the entire human race, even the entire Eastern Wilderness, and even the entire Xifeng realm. Knowing more about the leader of the human race, Manager Qi, can also infer the situation of the human race. Do you two want to come in and have a look? Lancey, help me introduce you. Qi Lu just thought about it for a while, and then he understood that the Dragon Saint. The purpose of Wang and Xuanhuan Xiangui staying. The items currently in the store are unlikely to attract the attention of these two. Therefore, he will stay, and it must be to investigate the situation of the human race. In that case, let Lan Qi lead the way. By the way, let me introduce, anyway, he's very clear about the things in the store. To be a tour guide for his own ancestors, this is a close-up good opportunity. Regarding this point, the Dragon King and the Xuanhuan Xiangui don't care, they just understand the situation. It's the same for anyone to introduce, as long as they make it clear. That Lan Qi was even more happy, and leaned forward, his face full of happiness. By the way, I brought Shauna along, and I can also help to add a few words to leave a good impression on the ancestors. This kind of great opportunity does not come all the time. Speaking of which, I have to thank Manager Qi for his selfless contribution. However, in the face of Lan Qi's gratitude, even if Qi Lu knew about it, he just wanted to say that he was just really lazy. To be honest, for Qi Lu, the Dragon King and the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years can only be regarded as seniors worthy of respect. Therefore, it is not necessary to go up in close. Being humble is the best attitude. After all, he represents the human race. So Qi Lu now only needs to wait for Lan Qi to be the tour guide, and take the giant dragon Holy King and Wanyan Xiangui to visit the store. The elites of the human race are all gathered here, and you will know about it after a walk around. It was just a pity for Lan Qi that the Lan Yi team members were not in the store at this time. Otherwise, Lan Zier could get to know her ancestor. In the face of such a talented junior, presumably His Majesty, the Dragon King will not be stingy. As a father, Lan Qi is also a heartbreaker for his daughter. The goods in Manager Qi's store really surprised me. Although we don't need these things, it definitely contributes to the enhancement of the overall strength of the human race. After shopping around, Wanyan Xiangui was full of praise for the products in the store. The leader of a race is not afraid of the lack of high-end combat power of the race, but that the younger generations of the race are not connected and cannot bear the future of this race. That's the scariest thing. Once among the juniors in the race, there is no one who can take the lead. Then the decline of this race is inevitable. This is a fact of countless painful lessons that remain. It is because of this matter that the Wanyan Xiangui clan has only the last remaining clan. That is, the 10,000-year-old tortoise whose cultivation realm is strong to the peak of the powerhouse level. Yes, Manager Qi's approach is much smarter than I imagined. Don't start with the strongest, but find another way to improve the overall combat effectiveness of the human race, and want to be like a dragon for everyone. This seated Myers. The Dragon King also gave a very high evaluation. These weapons, armors, accessories, title badges, and other commodities are really useless in the eyes of the great Dragon King and the 10,000-year mysterious turtle. But for the most numerous ordinary cultivators, it is the best and most suitable treasure. In this way, it can be guaranteed that among the human race, there will never be a situation where there is no connection between green and yellow. If things go on like this, the overall strength of the human race will definitely produce qualitative changes. That's the smartest bit. The human race does not have the transcendent talents of those tyrannical races, nor does it have a high starting line. It can be said that after removing the strongest, the overall combat power of the human race is definitely the group at the bottom of the downstream. However, it is precisely because of this that the human race has the most incredible possibility. The strongest of the human race can compete with the strongest of any race. In the ancient times, it was able to control a terrifying power that could not be ignored by any race. In the eyes of the Dragon King and Wanyan Xiangui, Manager Qi's purpose in opening this shop is to improve the overall combat effectiveness of the human race, so that the human race can compete with other races in addition to the strongest. That's why the King of the Dragon is so admired, and the mysterious tortoise 10,000 years is so praised. However, after hearing these words, Qi Lu, who was sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but have doubts in his eyes. When did I make such a decision? I'm not, don't talk nonsense. However, Qi Lu wisely kept these words in his heart and did not say them. The doubts in his eyes also flashed away and did not show. Since the Dragon King and Wanyan Xiangui are willing to think so, let them think like this, it will have no effect on themselves anyway. It's really a great blessing for the human race to have Manager Qi here. Wanyan Xiangui unabashedly praised it. It seems that there was nothing wrong with the decision to hand over Donghuang to the people back then. The Dragon King also said it with approval, and by the way, he also revealed some things from that year. Dong Huang, was the dragon clan assigned to the clan? When talking about this matter, Qi Lu has a question to ask. Senior Giant Dragon Saint King, in fact, there is one thing I have never understood. What is the reason for the dragon clan to return to Dragon Island? Qi Lu thought about it for a moment before asking the question. Although it is possible to dig out the inside story of the incompatibility between the human race and the dragon race. But at this time, the insider of the year is already a harmless issue. After all, not long ago, the human race had already played a real fight with the dragon race, and there was no problem. Does Manager Qi still know about this? The Dragon King heard the words, and asked a question in surprise. It stands to reason that even if this is a secret between the human race and the dragon race, it should not be considered a secret for a master at the level of Manager Qi. I've only heard of it, but the specifics are not very clear. Qi Lu answered truthfully. Qi Lu really only heard Lan Qi say this once, and it was only a few words. So it's not clear, but it's true. If Manager Qi wants to know, it's not impossible to tell. The Dragon King nodded. Qi Lu understood, waved his hand, and a noise barrier enveloped the surroundings. If a conversation of this level was leaked out, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Dragon Clan will retreat to Dragon Island because there is a road to the sky near Dragon Island, and there must be strength to guard it. This is the agreement between the human race and the dragon race. After the war, the dragon race returned to Long Island and guarded the road to the sky in the direction of Long Island. The human race, on the other hand, stayed in the eastern wilderness and guarded the way to the sky in the extreme west. The King of Dragons said these secrets without concealment. It's not for other reasons, it's just a simple split. But, Senior Dragon King, isn't there only one way to the sky in one world? This is what makes Qi Lu do not understand. It is also something that the Ocean Dragon Emperor, who has died, can't understand, thinking that the human race deceived the dragon race. But who would have thought that there are actually two roads to the sky? It stands to reason that it is indeed the case. The road to heaven is a treasure associated with the will of heaven and earth, and there is only one in one world. However, Manager Qi, do you know that in addition to the will of heaven and earth in Donghuang, there is also the will of heaven and earth in the North Mountain Range? The Dragon King said slowly and deliberately, which surprised Qi Lu. The will of the two sides of heaven and earth. Qi Lu was shocked by the huge amount of information. I never imagined that the truth behind the two paths to the sky was so simple and direct that it was too much. However, this unexpected situation, if you think about it carefully, makes sense. Because the road to heaven is indeed a treasure associated with the will of heaven and earth. There's nothing wrong with that explanation. It's just that Qi Lu never thought about this aspect, but was bound by conventional thinking. I'm surprised, Manager Qi. Actually, we were even more surprised when we found out about this situation. Wanyan Xiangui also spoke at the right time. Obviously, Wanyan Xiangui also experienced the war that year, so he knows no less than the giant dragon Holy King. Finally, the road to the sky in the extreme west was shattered, and it was completely sealed. But a new road to the sky appeared near Dragon Island. When Wanyan Xiangui said this, he couldn't help but sigh. Looking back on the events of the year, even the Wanyan Xiangui, who has witnessed countless history, is full of emotion. Fortunately, this new road to the sky is much better sealed than the one in the extreme west, so although we were surprised, we quickly made a decision. The two most powerful races at that time each guarded a road to the sky. The Dragon Clan returned to Dragon Island at that time. With the narration of Wanyan Xiangui, it also made Qi Lu clear the thoughts in his mind. That is to say, the princess of the Huang Empire and the prince of the Dragon Clan fell in love with each other, but this caused the war between the Human Clan and the Dragon Clan, which was just a cover. The purpose is to separate the human race and the dragon race from now on. And in the ruins of the Huang Empire, the ruins of the dragon, the magic circle of the dragon family was left, and the fire of the dragon soul was condensed. He even wanted to resurrect that dragon prince. Unfortunately, it backfired. The dragon prince, who sacrificed for the plans of the two races, is indeed a good father. Even if his soul is scattered, he will leave the hope of survival to his daughter. Yes, is that so? Although Lan Qi knew that the dragon clan retreated to Dragon Island, it was to guard the road to the sky. But also the first time to hear the full version of the story. This is really interesting. Senior Dragon King, you should be going back to Dragon Island now. Qi Lu rubbed his chin and asked aloud. However, Qi Lu has not decided to say anything about encountering another part of the dragon soul of the giant dragon Holy King in the summoning world. Because the memories between the remnant souls are not common, it is more troublesome to say it now. So this matter, let's talk about it when we know more secrets in the future. After all, the summoning world involves another world, so it must be different from Donghuang. Yes, I am indeed preparing to return to Dragon Island now. The seal in the far west is broken, and I am worried that the seal on Long Island will also be broken. The Dragon King generously explained the next itinerary. It's not a particularly secretive thing. Because there is no place suitable for the Dragon King to stay in Donghuang, unlike the Wanyan Xiangui, he can go back to the Xuanhuan Empire Imperial City. Of course, the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years, who has regained his power, is not expected to return to the Imperial City of the Xuanhuan Empire again. And in the store, Wanyan Xiangui also met Ling Ao. Then Ling Ao looked at the old man in front of him with a surprised look on his face, unable to believe that this was the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years. Fortunately, it made sense later, and Ling Ao also respected Wanyan Xuangui's voice. Now the East Wilderness is full of songs and dances. The Xuanhuan Empire is also one of the most powerful forces. Even without the protection of the Wanyan Xiangui, no one dares to provoke it. Therefore, Ling Ao did not force his stay. That's right, if there is a way to the sky on Long Island, you really have to go and see it. Qi Lu can understand the mood of the Dragon King. Because among the people present, the only ones who have seen the power of gods, I am afraid that only the giant dragon Holy King, the 10,000-year mysterious turtle, has been happy. Therefore, Qi Lu deeply knew that the current Donghuang was nothing in the eyes of the gods. As long as there is no king-level power in charge, everything is empty talk. And the last time in the northern mountain range was invaded by the Apostle Soph, the god of war, this has been proved. If it wasn't for Qi Li's shot, with the power of the North Mountain range, I'm afraid even those apostles would not be able to stop them. Not to mention that the god of war is on the battlefield. However, Qi Lu estimated that if there is no way to the sky, those gods should not be able to appear in the lower realm. Otherwise, why was the god of forging so angry when he was in the forging world? But it was only a revenge plot, but did not appear in person. Instead, he wanted Duan Wenxin from the casting hall to solve Qi Lu. It is estimated that the road to the sky in the forging world disappeared with the collapse of the will of heaven and earth. That's why the god of blacksmithing couldn't come. After all, the road to the sky has the power to gather the power of faith. As long as it disappears, the god of forging does not have to worry about his power of faith being stolen by others. And if other gods are thinking of the forging world, the forging god will not be polite. However, who would have thought that the variable Qi Lu would appear? There is no need for the power of the road to the sky at all, and the power of faith can be collected. It's no wonder that the god of blacksmithing isn't angry. Therefore, the seal of the road to the sky is absolutely the top priority, and there can be no negligence. Otherwise, those gods will see the opportunity, and in the face of such a world without any belief, they will never show mercy. By the way, Senior Wanyan Xiangui, I have one last question to ask. Seeing that the Dragon King and Wanyan Xiangui turned around and were about to leave, Qi Lu suddenly spoke up. What is the problem? Wanyan Xiangui stopped. In the fragments of the long river of time, how many powers like you exist? Have they appeared now? Or are they still staying in the river of time? Qi Lu asked a question that he had been thinking about for a long time. The situation laid out by the great powers of the ancient times cannot be so simple. Wanting to contend with the snooping and coveting of many gods is not something that a few king-level powers can do. This resistance is like a precedent. It is something that the gods will never allow to appear. Because of the existence of such a precedent, more rebels may appear, threatening the absolute rule of the gods. This is something that no god wants to see. Therefore, killing one to set an example is the inevitable situation. The quartet can be described as walking on thin ice. Once the seal of the road to the sky is broken and the spatial coordinates are exposed, what will be greeted will be the slaughter of many gods. Therefore, there will definitely be no shortage of those who are left behind by the ancient masters. Fragments of time, what people call relics, are the best proof. Qi Lu did not believe that among those ruins, there was only the existence of the backhand of the Wanyan Xiangui. Manager Qi, for this question you asked, please Rong Lao Shu apologize to Youwu. The long river of time is the supreme existence that I can't grasp, so we don't know where those fragments will flow. If Manager Qi wants to know the answer to this question, he can only explore it himself. Wanyan Xiangui couldn't give an accurate answer to Qi Li's question. If the top powers of the strongest side really want to hide, I am afraid that no one can find them. So Qi Lu was not surprised by this answer. I understand, thank you Senior, for clarifying the confusion. After asking the last question, Qi Lu watched the giant Dragon King and Wanyan Xiangui leave. Accompanying, there are Lan Qi and Shauna. It is estimated that we have to send it all the way to Long Island before we can come back. The more you know, the more questions you have, whether it's true or not. Qi Lu shook his head and returned to the store. The situation set by the ancient masters is getting bigger and bigger, and the two paths to the sky are indeed something that Qi Lu did not expect. Just hope, don't play it off. Brother Qi Lu, who were the two old grandpas just now? Seeing Qi Lu returning to the store, Yu Shi'er walked over and asked in a low voice. It's the two seniors who existed in ancient times. Shi'er, what's wrong? Qi Lu gave a brief introduction, and then looked at Yu Shi'er with some doubts. I just felt an aura of déjà vu in them, and I've never seen them before. Yu Shi'er also frowned, and said with some confusion. Is there such a thing? It should be just an illusion. Qi Lu was stunned for a moment, then said aloud. The great Dragon King and the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years, that is the real power that has lived from the ancient times to the present. Even though there have been many twists and turns in the middle, it is not the object that Yu Shi'er can reach. It should be an illusion. Yu Shi'er hesitated for a moment, and felt that Qi Lu was right. Obviously I can be sure that I have never seen it before, so why do I feel a familiar atmosphere? It must be an illusion. Thinking like this, Yu Shi'er did not continue to struggle with this small problem. And Qi Lu was also going to the store in the City of Life to remind Xuanhuan not to sway around when she was fine during the day, lest the bad luck be caught by the Dragon King. To be honest, Qi Lu reckoned that, judging from the tone of the giant dragon Holy King, the legend of the once-devouring cat feeding on giant dragons might be more than just a legend. After all, judging from the degree of Yu Xuanhuan's enthusiasm for the dragon corpse, it should not be fake. So if you can't be bothered, let's hide. A true kitten that can bend and stretch, right? What? The Dragon King came to me? Yu Xuanhu, who was still in the store on the side of the City of Life, was frightened by Qi Li's words, and was sent back to the resurrection point by Thais elemental elf on the spot to be reborn. Is this the ferocious and ruthless devouring cat in the legend? In terms of guts, it doesn't match up at all. Don't make such a fuss, I have already blocked it. Qi Lu took out his ears and gave Xuanhuan an overly frightened expression, expressing that he must learn to be calm. Block it back, that's fine, that's fine. Xuanhuan patted her chest, showing a relieved expression on her face. It's a bit too scary for the Dragon King to come to trouble him. So, have you really devoured dragons before? Qi Lu thought of this and asked again, curiously. Before? No, does it count as helping to clean up the battlefield? Xuanhuan scratched her head, answered without the slightest hesitation, and then asked again with great confusion. Helping to clear the battlefield, I'm talking about the time I went to the dragon ruins to eat the buffet. But think about it, with Xuanhuan's previous cultivation realm, if you want to find trouble with the giant dragon, I'm afraid it's not enough. And now, there's good stuff in the store, so why run out? That's probably the fault of the previous devouring cat. Anyway, don't run around during this time. If you get caught, I won't care about you. Qi Lu was too lazy to delve into such matters. After all, Xuanhuan stayed right under his nose. Did he not know if he did anything wrong? Understood. Xuanhuan pouted in response. It's really a cat sitting in the store, and the pot comes from the sky. Eating some leftovers that others don't want can also be hated, and the corpse-thief the dragon is not immobile, really. After Qi Li's warning, he took another look at the crystal ball in front of Xuanhuan, and said, casually, is the ice element oasis so sad, why are you still spending it here? This is the dungeon that was activated before the ice crystal beast invaded the Xingyao Empire. Why has it been so long, and it hasn't cleared the customs yet? Even during the period of resisting the ice crystal beasts, the shops in Cloud Mist City had no customers and could not push the progress, but it did not affect the shops in the City of Life. Could it be that the players in the northern mountain range are so weak? Qi Lu, don't stand and talk without your back hurting. What do you mean by still spending time here? Do you think we don't want to think about it? Obviously, these ice elemental elves are too strong, so they are stuck here all the time. When Xuanhuan heard the words, she suddenly showed a puffed expression, and said with her eyes wide open. Thinking of her Xuanhuan, in the New World mode, she is also a long-established little cat, with countless pictures. But being blocked by this ice element oasis copy for so long, it is really a bit lost. But the consolation is that other players are also blocked in the copy of ice element oasis, which is great. If everyone's level is the same. Vegetables, then it's alright. I am afraid that it is only my own food. It seems reasonable to say that. Then let me try it too. Qi Lu nodded, feigning approval, and then also found a booth and sat down. Facing those dungeons of wood element oasis or fire element oasis that require team strength to solve, Qi Lu is really helpless. But Qi Lu is really not afraid of a dungeon like the ice element oasis, Thaddeus solo and small team cooperation. No matter how strong the ice elemental spirit is, it is impossible for Qi Li to fight alone. In the New World mode, Qi Lu is only afraid of opponents who must use team strength to solve them. Fire element spirit is one of the representatives. Who can withstand the overwhelming fire element magic? As long as there is a gap for dodge, Qi Lu will not give up the copy of fire element oasis. But the problem is no. The fire element magic that covers the sky and the sun, the thickness of the magic element really wants to stack up to 18 layers, and I wish all the outsiders would go back to life. Can you leave a gap for you to dodge? It would be nice to find a weak point. But now these ice element elves are different. For Qi Lu, as long as it is a problem that can be solved by a heads up, it isn't a problem. Among the ice element magic, there are indeed many hard controls. But if you can't hit it, it's useless. The mobs and bosses designed by the system in the Combat Power Improvement Training Room, New World Mode are obviously aimed at ordinary players and elite players. It doesn't work for an immortal player like Qi Lu. It's just that Qi Li's mind is not in the New World Mode, and brushing pictures is just a way of pastime. So even if Qi Lu was too strong, he never broke the balance. But this time, the time to pass the Ice Element Oasis dungeon was too long. So long that even Qi Lu couldn't bear to watch these players continue to struggle, so he had to end the game in person. By the way, I can also teach you Xuanhuan not to be so arrogant. But then again, players in the New World Mode have been able to stay in the Ice Element Oasis copy for so long without crashing, mainly because of their attention. They were attracted back to the first 5 copies. The daily activities of the 5 elements rotation have officially started. Teaming up to fight the elemental elf leaders every day will definitely occupy a part of the manpower. The newly released elemental equipment must be exchanged, so it is not so urgent to activate the new dungeon. By the way, Shao Shu Jiu, don't you want to see the elemental elf leader? After Qi Lu came to the copy of Ice Element Oasis, he asked, curiously. With the size of the Kitten Guild, it is easy to occupy the kill quota of the next elemental elf leader. After being in the New World Mode for so long, any guild will sell the Kitty Guild a face. No need, it takes too long to accumulate exchange coupons, just follow the fate, there is no need to deliberately occupy the kill quota. Yu Xuanhuan waved his hands indifferently. Rather than grabbing the kill quota of the elemental elf leader, it is better to stabilize the possession of the elemental fountain first. This is stable income. As for the elemental equipment exchange coupon fragments, you can take it if you can, but forget it if you can't. That's right. There are only 10 elemental elf leaders in 5 dungeons a day. It's really not good to have to occupy one spot. But now is not the time to talk about it. Let's clear the copy of Ice Element Oasis first. Qi Lu just routinely paid attention to the response of the event. Right now, it's time to fight the Ice Elemental Elves and try their combat power level. Then, Qi Lu found out how powerful the Ice Element Elf was boasted by the players, and it seemed like that. Although it can't be said that it is vulnerable, Qi Lu really doesn't think there is any difficulty. After all, the melee ability of the Ice Element Elves is still inferior to that of the Gold Element Elves, who specialize in melee combat. As long as you can avoid those annoying control-type Ice Element magics and stick to your body, it will be a good fight. Of course, the premise of a good fight is that the melee combat ability is strong enough. And the combat awareness can be sharp enough to avoid all control magic, including those instant control magic. This requires quite a strong ability to control the battle situation. So, that's it? After eliminating all the Ice Element Elves in front of him, Qi Lu subconsciously looked at Yu Xuanhuan not far away. What do you see me doing? I have flowers on my face? Yu Xuanhuan suddenly felt a piercing gaze falling on her, and she immediately stared back at Qi Lu, saying that she didn't know why. It's nothing, you continue. Qi Lu scratched his head and said nothing. The Yin-Yang Qi is a bad problem, and it needs to be corrected. But what Qi Lu didn't expect was that the picture of him fighting with the Ice Element Elf was actually recorded by a player in the Ice Element Oasis, and it was also sent to the forum of the membership card exchange system by the way. Suddenly, there was an uproar. Is this the heroic appearance of Manager Qi during the battle? Love. Let's not say anything else, just look at the skilled combat skills of the store manager, as well as the terrifying fighting consciousness, and the terrifying prejudgment ability. I know that I can't learn it. Learn? Manager Qi's battle image is for you to learn? That's right, Manager Qi's battle image is for you to enjoy and watch, just take a look. So this is what the Ice Element Elf looks like in front of Manager Qi. That's really funny enough. Ice Elemental Spirit, so this is what you guys look like in front of me, that's really funny enough. Don't say it, I'm worried. The Ice Elemental Elf, which many players cannot conquer, is actually so vulnerable in front of Manager Qi. This can't help but make these players who have been beaten by ice elemental spirits feel a sense of revenge. There is also an inexplicable sadness that spreads in my heart. See, this is the gap. Store Manager Qi, the Eternal God. Immortal player. This kind of terrifying melee combat ability, even if you want to learn it, you can't learn it. Especially when evading the instant control magic of the ice element spirits, the shocking ability of predicting makes many players amazed and shocked. No way, you will definitely not be able to learn. Then you have to find another way. However, from the battle between Store Manager Qi and the ice elemental spirit, these fantastic players were also inspired. Since they don't have the terrifying fighting consciousness of Manager Qi, they can only use other methods to improve the fault tolerance rate. For example, equip players who specialize in melee combat with good solutions. Controlled Priest player. If you can't fight one-on-one, let's fight in teams. As a result, tactics based on this have sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain. Greatly speed up the raiding speed of Ice Element Oasis. In this regard, Qi Lu expressed his satisfaction. Tactics have always been ever-changing, and it is best to be able to draw inferences from one case and design a tactics that suits you. At least it proves that these sand sculpture players are still very powerful in terms of thinking about the change of tactics. And one of the functions of the combat strength training room is exactly the same. Training is not only about individual combat ability, but also team combat ability and vision for the battle situation. Of course, there are also changes in tactics. Because the situation on the battlefield cannot be static. Talking about soldiers on paper is always just big talk. When it comes to the battlefield, arrogance will only cost you your life in vain. At least the guy who issued a military order but lost jetting was really beheaded. Then in the next few days, the progress of the Ice Element Oasis dungeon was constantly refreshed, and it is estimated that it will be completely cleared soon. During this period, Qi Lu also went to the first 5 dungeons to take a look around. I met the so-called Element Elf Leader. I have to say that the Elemental Elf Leader is indeed a boss-level attribute, and he also has a hidden skill. As long as the Element Elf Leader is refreshed, all the Element Elf in the copy will guard the Element Elf Leader's side and accept unified command. On this point, it really made those players suffer a loss. Because there are elemental spirits under unified command, and elemental spirits without unified command, it is fundamentally different. In terms of combat effectiveness, there is a difference between having unified command and not having a unified command. It's more than 3 blocks away. So those guild members who were still talking and laughing, and waiting to beat the boss at the beginning were almost hung Yupan beaten. It is obviously some elemental oasis dungeons that have been completely cleared, but they can beat them. In those days, the resurrection site was overcrowded. The large guilds were wiped out and crowded into the resurrection point, and many guild members began to collectively doubt life. Fortunately, the hearts of the players are notoriously tough. After all, the number of times that I have been momentarily seconds is more, so I don't care so much about this kind of thing. The reason why he doubted his life this time was simply because he was wiped out by a dungeon that had already been conquered. This is incredible. Therefore, driven by the competitive spirit, many players have invested in the research of the Elemental Elf Leader. Various strategy methods are constantly proposed, and then many guilds conduct screening experiments one by one to confirm the effective strategy methods. Finally, send it to the forum of the communication system for all guilds to share. Because this is the efforts of all players, not the credit of a certain guild, naturally it cannot be monopolized. Qi Lu was stunned by the tortuous development. Fortunately, it was finally back on track. I came to the conclusion that if you want to defeat the boss, you must first clean up all the mobs. The copy of Wind Element Oasis was successfully activated. In a trance, Qi Lu suddenly heard such an announcement. Is the ice element oasis finally fully cleared? That's really a surprise. It's just that Qi Lu didn't expect that after the ice element oasis dungeon was activated, it was actually the wind element oasis dungeon. Qi Lu couldn't think of the connection between ice and wind. Could it be that the dungeons after the 5 elements mutually generate and restrain each other are all randomly opened? Finally cleared. The excited voice of Yu Xuanxue was also heard next to her. The goal that I have been fighting for so long has finally been achieved. No matter who it is, I will feel excited. However, this emotion did not last long, and Yu Xuanxue calmed down. Because next, there are more copies to explore. Wind Element Oasis copy. Since Qi Lu had nothing to do, he also came in to take a look. The cold wind is the best portrayal of the wind element oasis copy, and the temperature is even worse than the ice element oasis copy. Sure enough, it's not cold when it's snowing, but it's cold when it's windy. The biting degree of this icy cold wind is almost the same as a skating blade. No wonder the wind elemental oasis dungeon will activate after the ice elemental oasis dungeon. Is that the reason? This is simply an advanced version of the ice element oasis, which is too cold. Qi Lu breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the white mist that appeared in front of him, and couldn't help but say, "Qila, I think you're right." Yu Xuanxue, who was standing by the side, also said shiveringly, "This biting cold wind is no longer simply a naturally formed wind, but an attack formed by a wind element. In other words, it is the cold wind field that automatically forms after a large number of wind elements converge." Compared with the previous dungeons, the biggest difference of the Wind Element Oasis dungeon is that it comes with a large environmental debuff. For many players, it can be said to be quite unfriendly. However, after the affinity of the wind element is improved, it is also equivalent to an increased agility attribute in disguise. This is also useful for players of the warrior class and knight class. So no matter how difficult the process is, it is impossible to stop those players who become stronger and more eager to move forward. It is nothing more than to break the mentality of some players. "Shao Shu, why don't we try first?" Qi Lu was also interested. Although those elemental crystals are not precious to Qi Lu, this feeling off challenge is still necessary. It's not enough to always eat and wait for death, you still have to take the initiative to improve yourself. "It is good," Yu Xuanxue answered succinctly. However, the first batch of players who entered the new dungeon, even Qi-leaned Yu Xuanxue, came to open up Wasteland. It is really impossible to clear the troublesome dungeon of Elemental Oasis all at once. And when the Wind Elemental Elf appeared, it also proved this. As expected of the element spirit that controls the power of the wind element, the speed is really fast to the extreme. The endless wind element magic is also known for its speed, with cutting power as its main feature, and it is extremely uncomfortable to defend. It is even more difficult to avoid these wind element magics. It is even more difficult to deal with than the ice element elves. After all, no matter how strong the ice element elf is, it will fight you head-on, instead of sneaking in the shadows. But the wind elemental elf just relied on the terrifying speed, constantly circling and pulling around. "Let's play a tug of war, Jane." Always a must. If it is not controlled, it is impossible to catch these extremely agile wind elemental spirits. It is simply impossible to predict. There is a saying, in all martial arts in the world, nothing is sturdy and cannot be broken, but only quickness cannot be broken. Obviously, the wind element elves are well versed in this, and their understanding of fast is simply deep-rooted. In addition, in the dungeon of the wind element oasis, there are such powerful large-scale environmental debuffs, which restrict the player's actions. And it can also increase the speed of the wind element spirit. Under this situation, the strategy is even more difficult. The situation is almost understood, and it is time for us to go. After Qi Lu determined that he had nothing to do with these little guys who were running around, he could only propose this. And the previous copy, either you died, or I died, the situation was different. In the Wind Element Oasis dungeon, stalemate is the norm. Especially for Qi Lu, he has nothing to do with the Wind Element Elf, and the Wind Element Elf also has nothing to do with him. The two sides have been tentative attacks, and then staring at each other. So Qi Lu was too lazy to continue to persevere, so let's take a long-term view after going out. Also, this is obviously not a copy that can be solved by the two of us. Yu Shuangshu nodded in agreement. These arrogant little guys rely on their own speed and others can't beat them. Let's wait until all the brothers are gathered, and then start the strategy. Manager Qi, what a coincidence, I can see you as soon as I come here. Qi Lu, who was about to take a breath at the door of the store, saw Lan Qi and Shauna coming from the alley at a glance. Was waving hello to him. It's a coincidence, have you already returned from Long Island? Qi Lu also waved his hand and replied. That's right, there was a little situation on Long Island, so we came here this time because we have something to talk to Manager Qi. Lan Qi nodded, and his face suddenly became a little solemn. Is there something wrong with the way to the sky on Long Island? Seeing this, Qi Lu blurted out the guesses in his heart. If this is the case, it is not something that can be explained clearly by Asmal's situation. Of course not. Lan Qi couldn't help laughing, and then continued, it's just that His Majesty the Dragon King is worried that the road to the sky over the Dragon Island may have a chain reaction due to the situation in the extreme west. So I decided to re-strengthen the seal of the road to the sky. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and seemed to realize something, then what? Then, the giant dragons living on Dragon Island will naturally migrate out and live in the eastern wasteland. So we want to build a country where the dragons live in the ruins of the dragon, and we came here to discuss with you, Manager Qi. Lan Qi explained patiently. Dragon's Ruins is the closest piece of land to Dragon Island. After that war, it was abandoned for thousands of years. So the dragon family thought about it, anyway, the human family in the ruins off the dragon don't want it, just rebuild it. After all, the area of the dragon ruins is no smaller than that of Dragon Island. Even after counting the great wasteland between the Xuanhuan Empire and the dragon ruins, it is much larger than the Dragon Island. After the reconstruction of Jackie Chan's country, it will definitely be more majestic than Dragon Island. If you just discuss it with me, I'm afraid I won't be able to give you a satisfactory answer. I'm not against the dragons living in the eastern wasteland, it's just the reaction of the entire human race, you need to take it into consideration. Although Qi Lu nodded and voted in favor. But whether the human race can live harmoniously with the dragon race, Qi Li alone does not count. Of course I know, but if you don't nod your head, Manager Qi, we're embarrassed to find someone else. Lan Qi smiled. Obviously, I was very happy to get Qi Li's approval. You must know that in the eastern wilderness, Qi Li's words have a pivotal position in the human race. It is no exaggeration to say that without Qi Li's approval, the dragon clan would never be able to return to the eastern wilderness. As for the others, it was easy to deal with. After all, the ruins of the dragon have been abandoned for a long time, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a wasteland. As long as it can be confirmed that the dragon race is not a threat to the human race. So even if the ruins of the dragon are given to the dragon family to build the kingdom of the dragon, it doesn't really matter. But I am afraid that the dragon clan will not die, and I still want to fight the human clan. The ruins of the dragon, as the first barrier of the East Wasteland, let it go out of thin air, I am afraid there will be a big problem. And what Lan Qi wants to discuss is this issue. Because Qi Lu Hui agreed that the dragons would live in the East Wasteland, knowing that there was a giant dragon king watching from behind, it was impossible for the dragons and the humans to clash again. But other people don't know about it. Among the entire human race, I am afraid that only Qi Lu knows about Thedragon's holy king's use of the fire of the dragon's soul to reshape Thedragon's body. Therefore, Lan Qi could only come to Qi Lu as a middleman to ensure that the dragons would not cause trouble. Okay, I get it. Of course Qi Lu could hear what Lan Qi meant, and after a little thought, nodded in agreement. But then, the conversation changed again, and he said aloud, however, Lan Qi, the ruins of the dragon were a battlefield between the human race and the dragon race not long ago. Wouldn't there be a grudge against the establishment of the dragon kingdom there? After all, the dragon race lost that battle. How come there are a lot of giant dragons who died on Dragon Island? Lan Qi shook his head and said slowly, those are all mistakes made by the Ocean Dragon Emperor and should not continue. If that's the case, then I'm fine. Qi Lu spread out his hands, and then motioned for Lan Qi and Shauna to enter the store and talk. Lan Qi was able to choose this place to talk about this, not only because he had to get Qi Li's approval, but more importantly, because all the people he was looking for in the negotiation could be found in the store. Like Ling Ao, Gu Pingchuan, Bailey Fenghua, and the others, even if they are not here today, they will come over in a few days. Anyway, you can find it. So Lan Qi is not in a hurry, just wait in the store. Although this matter, you can also use the membership card to directly pull people into the group to hold a meeting. But in the end, he didn't come to find such sincerity in person. Regarding the important matter of whether the dragons and the humans can coexist peacefully, Lan Qi didn't want to be so perfunctory. Fortunately, the post-war matters on the Xingyao Empire's side were almost handled, and not many people were needed to stay there. So Ling Ao and the others also had time to go to the store to relax. So after some serious discussions, the three major imperial forces took the lead in accepting the arrival of the Dragon Clan. Because of the establishment of the Dragon Kingdom, the most affected are the various imperial forces. The academy and sect were not affected much. So the most important thing is to persuade Ling Ao, the Sword Emperor, and the white-clothed High Priest. If they agree, the next thing will be a matter of course, and other people will not be full and have nothing to do to object. And speaking of this, I have to mention the role of Qi Lu. The closest force to the dragon ruins is the Xuanhuan Empire. And Yunwu City is in the Xuanhuan Empire. Although it is not in the direction near the ruins of the dragon, it is not far away. Therefore, Ling Ao is not worried that the Dragon Clan has evil intentions. After all, Yunwu City is not so easy to break. Then there is the white-clothed High Priest. In the battle against the Ice Crystal Beast, Lan Qi's efforts are obvious to all. Therefore, at this moment, Lan Qi proposed the migration of the dragon race to the East Wasteland, and the white-clothed High Priest would not object. As for the King of Swords, he also looked at Qi Li's face and did not express any opinion. Because of the turmoil in the Dragon Clan, the Xuanhuan Empire was the first to bear the brunt. Since even the Fire Emperor Ling Ao has no opinion now. What else can he say about the Gulyuo Empire that is the farthest from the dragon ruins? Could it be that the Dragon Clan really has the ability to break through the defense line of Yunwu City? I'm afraid I'm not dreaming. Even the only powerhouse-level peak power of the Dragon Clan has fallen to the extreme west. In the current Dragon Clan, who can break through the Cloud City where Manager Qi is located? Non-existent. And Gu Pingchuan and the others who were sitting next to them just followed and voted. Bailey Fenghua put forward a few conditions to restrain the Dragon Clan, in order to prevent the dragon and the human race from colliding again, and then Lan Qi readily agreed. If the world can be at peace, who wants to fight? So in this serious and solemn meeting, but it didn't last long. The dragon's migration plan was also confirmed. The ruins of the dragon were assigned to the Dragon Clan to establish the country of the dragon, for the clan of the Dragon Clan to multiply and live. However, the Dragon Clan people who came to Donghuang must abide by the rules of Donghuang and must not act recklessly. In short, it is a sentence: as long as you follow the rules, you are welcome. Lan Qi also agreed to these requests one by one. After all, the only remaining two dragon sovereigns, their attitude towards the human race is based on the policy of peaceful coexistence. Fighting and killing is really exhausting. I really can't tell, your talent for negotiating is quite high. Qi Lu was also amazed to be able to determine the dragon's migration plan in just one meeting. This matter is also thanks to Manager Qi's help. Lan Qi was not ready to take credit. In fact, the reason why the negotiation meeting went so smoothly was due to Lan Qi's usual popularity. Don't look at so many customers in Qi Li's store, they are all looking up and not looking down. But if you really want to talk about the popularity and the ability to talk to everyone, there are really not many people. After all, different identities, different forces, and even different cultivation realms and races may cause estrangements that are difficult to eliminate. Therefore, the three words good relationship are easy to say, but difficult to do. And Lan Qi also sent a large number of powerhouse-level trial crystals last time, and the good relationship forged has played a role today. Since Ling Ao and the others have accepted this favor, they will naturally not fall into trouble. Besides, the human race now has so many powerhouse-level powers all of a sudden, is it still afraid that the dragon race will fail? So it can only be said that there is a cause and effect. Okay, let's not talk so much, there are still many things about the migration of the dragon race. Qi Lu waved his hand, not even intending to take the credit. The credit for the matchmaking is still free. There is a problem with the seal of the road to the sky. To fight against those gods, it is not enough to rely on the human race. Even in the ancient times, when the powerhouses were endlessly emerging, all races chose to join forces. Could it be that now, the overall strength is not as good as in the previous era, and all races have to turn against each other? It's too much to take your own life seriously. Manager Qi said that since the matter has been resolved, I won't stay any more today. I'll come over and disturb Manager Qi when the Dragon Clan's affairs are all dealt with by me. Lan Qi nodded, and then left with Shauna. Many clansmen of the Dragon Clan want to migrate from Dragon Island to the ruins of the dragon, and it will take several days. In the meantime, Lan Qi has to go over and preside over the big picture. Although the Bright Dragon Emperor will also come with him. But in terms of prestige, among the current Dragon Clan, the Dragon King is the first, and the Demon Dragon King Lan Qi is the second. On the contrary, the Bright Dragon Sovereign who has been staying on Dragon Island has not been able to speak to Lan Qi. After all, after so many years of silence, there is nothing that can be done. The Dragon King will stay on Dragon Island this time, instead of the Dragon Clan guarding the way to the sky. The one who stayed with him on Lan Island should also have the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years. In other words, the land of the extreme west was given to the human race again. Speaking of this matter, Qi Lu actually understood the situation after the far west land. Because the tomb of the Holy King of Ice Spirit, although it does exist in the small space of the hidden family, it is not placed together with the space where the hidden family lives. Instead, it is divided into two layers of space. After all, although the Ice Spirit Saint King has fallen, he was once a genuine king-level almighty. Even if it is just a mausoleum, it is not a place where ordinary people can stay. You must know that the ice crystal monster that was raging in the small space off the hidden family before was only a little power that escaped from the tomb of the Ice Spirit Holy King. It can make the four hidden families uneasy and almost wiped out. Not to mention living directly in the tomb of the Ice Spirit Saint King. So this time, the Dragon King and the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years joined forces to reactivate the tomb of the Ice Spirit King, which actually divided the double space. Then the part of the space where the Ice Spirit Saint King was buried was thrown into the extreme west. The tomb of the Holy King of Ice Spirit will begin to automatically absorb the power of extreme cold. After all, it is the power that the Ice Spirit Saint King once possessed. Coupled with the Dragon King and the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years, it is enough to recondense the seal. Therefore, after clearing the situation, Qi did not go into the matter further. Anyway, I can't get involved myself, so why bother to point fingers? It's a good thing that the dragons and the humans have come together again. Qi thought about it, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. But that's what I said, no one can say, for sure, how far it will go in the end. Manager Qi, when we were discussing with Your Excellency Lan Qi just now, he heard him say that you can also customize equipment here. I don't know if it is true or not. Just when Qi sighed, Ling Ao and the others suddenly came over. Because the equipment. The products produced by the purchase channel are all equipment of the heaven and earth transport level. Therefore, Qi has not mentioned it on Donghuang's side. Later, because there were so many things, Qi almost forgot about it. Now suddenly being mentioned by Ling Ao, Qi was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "It is indeed possible." No way, this is really not what Qi doesn't want to say. Mainly in the previous Donghuang, there was no powerhouse level power, even if it was said, it was useless. Really? That's great, I've wanted a handy weapon for a long time. Ling Ao said with a face full of surprise. Although the fire element staff was also very suitable for Ling Ao's class, the quality of rare weapons was still too low. Even with the existence of the commodity strengthening furnace, there is no way for Ling Ao to use it smoothly. Powerhouse level power, not to mention epic level weapons, at least, you have to use a treasure level weapon. It was a pity that there was no treasure level weapon that Ling Ao could use in the daily activities of the 5 elements rotation. The fire elemental knight sword and the fire elemental giant axe were really not the weapons Ling Ao wanted to use. Yes, we all need a handy weapon. Gu Pingchuan, who followed closely behind, also spoke. On the contrary, he did not speak to Bailey Fenghua, who was beside him. Because among these people, Bailey Fenghua has the most suitable 7 deadly sins, or treasure-level weapons. Well, let's talk about your requirements first. Qi scratched his head, but he didn't expect to come to a big business all of a sudden. But before Ling Ao and the others made a sound, the system's voice rang out in Qi mind first. System, host, this system has something good for you here. Good stuff? Qi frowned. The good things that the 2 systems gave at this point in time. Could it be a new weapon? What's a good thing? Take it out first and see. Qi said immediately. System, it's a new equipment synthesis blueprint. Hearing this, Qi silently glanced at the equipment synthesizer, placed in the corner, which was about to become a display, and frowned, feeling that things would not be so simple. System, to be honest, would you be so kind to directly provide me with the equipment synthesis blueprint? System, the host has good eyesight, this system just adds a little change to the equipment synthesizer. Sure enough, it's not worth it, let's talk, what changes have been added? Qi smiled, he had long expected this to happen. System, it's just a simple ability to collect the user's power of belief, nothing else has changed. It's really the power of faith. Qi found that he had guessed right again. You must know that the power of belief provided by a strong person is definitely more than that of thousands of weak people. And the quality will be higher. Therefore, for a system with a huge demand for the power of faith, there is no reason to miss the power of faith in these places. After all, no matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat, so don't be stingy, how can you pile up gold mountains? In short, Qi will not stop this innocuous thing. Alright, then give me the new equipment synthesis blueprint. Qi shrugged and didn't say anything more, but became interested in the new equipment synthesis blueprint. Because gear synths have really been obsolete for a long time. Except for the 7 deadly sins at the beginning, when the armor of the 4 seasons came out, it exploded for a while, and after that, it basically disappeared. Mainly, there are no new synthetic schemes to choose from. There are only a few customers who can use the 7 deadly sins and the 4 seasons revolving armor. Now, it can be regarded as a rescue wave with new equipment synthesis blueprints to see if it can be brought back to life. System, Equipment Synthesis Blueprint, 5 Elements Staff, Equipment Synthesis Blueprint, 5 Elements Light Armor, Equipment Synthesis Blueprint, 5 Elements Long Sword, Recastable, has been issued. Please pay attention Tove host. All of a sudden, 3 equipment synthesis blueprints came, and Qilu almost laughed out of surprise. Fortunately, Qilu took control and did not show any strange expressions. Instead, I went to the backstage of the store manager to take a look at the properties of these 3 equipment synthesis drawings. Synthesis Scheme, 5 Elements Staff. Equipment required for synthesis, any 5 pieces of 5-element equipment with different attributes, and 3 of them are treasure-level equipment. Synthesis cost, 50,000 spirit crystals. Just the first 3 items made Qilu frown, and a bad premonition emerged in his heart. 5 elements equipment, isn't this the equipment that was produced in the daily activities of the 5 elements rotation started this time? Moreover, it is too extravagant to need 3 pieces of treasure-level equipment in one breath. In comparison, the cost of synthesizing the 50,000 spirit crystals was not impressive. 5-element staff, epic weapon, greatly increases the power of all elemental magic of the user, and greatly increases the user's spiritual power and magic condensation speed. With the skill, 5 elements interact. The 5 elements, it can convert the elemental magic that has not been released into the elemental magic of another attribute, and add the characteristics of another elemental magic. Conversion rules. Jin Shengshui, released against the enemy, with a corrosive effect, released against the allies, with a water shield. Aquatic wood, released on the enemy, with the effect of entanglement, released on the friendly army, with the healing effect. Wood fire, released against the enemy, with a burning effect, released against an allied force, with a flame enchantment effect. Fireborn earth, released against the enemy, with a suppressing and slowing effect, released against allies, with an earth element barrier. Native gold, released against the enemy, with the armor-piercing effect, released against the friendly army, with the effect of increasing the destructive power. Restrictions on use, power level realm. It is as expected. It takes 3 treasure-level 5-element equipment to synthesize the weapon, and it really is an epic weapon. When Qilu saw the equipment needed for synthesis, he guessed that this 5-element staff would most likely be an epic weapon. And now it's confirmed, it's true. And the basic attributes are exaggeratedly powerful, which can not only increase the power of all elemental magic. It can also greatly increase the user's mental power and magic condensation speed. The most exaggerated is the skills attached to the 5-element staff. Although it seems that there is only one, the 5 elements. But the actual use of it is absolutely terrifying. The attributes of elemental magic that have not yet been released can be transformed at will. What does this mean? This means that the user's rank is no longer a limiting factor. As long as you are an elemental magician, you can use the 5 other elemental magics of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. And you can also add the kind of attributes that you have yourself. Take Ling Ao. For example, Ling Ao is a fire elemental magician, but after using the 5-element staff, he can transform the fire elemental magic through the additional skill, 5 elements intergenerational. Fire produces earth, then earth produces gold, and then gold produces water. That's right, the conversion of attributes is not only possible once, but can be continuously converted. This is why Qilu commented that the accompanying skills of the 5-element staff were terrible. However, the use of the 5-element staff is relatively limited. Epic weapons can only be used by powerhouses, so although the power is great, there is no need to worry about flooding. However, with the appearance of the 5-element staff, presumably Ling Ao and these magicians should be satisfied. Thinking so, Qila looked at the next equipment synthesis blueprint. Synthesis scheme, 5 elements light armor. Equipment required for synthesis, any 5 pieces of 5-element equipment with different attributes, and 3 of them are treasure-level equipment. Synthesis cost, 50,000 spirit crystals. Qi Lu was not surprised by the requirements of the first 3 lines. Since it is the same batch of equipment synthesis blueprints, and the name prefixes are so similar, there is no need to say more. 5 elements light armor, epic armor, greatly improves the wearer's physical defense and resistance to all magic elements, greatly improves the wearer's strength and physical attributes, and has the additional skill, 5 elements compromise. 5 elements, passive skill, effect 1, when attacked, it will respond according to the type of damage suffered. Taking physical damage, each time you take physical damage, a layer of earth element imprint is superimposed, and according to the number of layers of earth element imprint, physical defense is increased. There is no upper limit in the number of layers of earth element imprint, but it will quickly dissipate after leaving the battle. Take magic damage, each time you take magic damage, a layer of wood elemental mark will be added, and the wearer's recovery speed will be increased according to the number of layers of wood elemental mark. Dissipate. 5 elements, passive skill, effect 2, after entering the battle, elemental imprints will start to be superimposed. The number of superimposed layers of elemental imprints is unlimited, but after leaving the battle, it will quickly dissipate. Mark of fire element, increases the wearer's strength attribute, and has a binding effect of fire. Mark of the water element, increases the wearer's magic resistance and increases the chance of evasion. Gold elemental mark, improves the wearer's armor-piercing ability. Restrictions on use, power level realm. Unsurprisingly, it's another epic piece of armor. And even the accompanying skills are somewhat similar to those of the 5 elements staff, they are all related to the 5 elements. One is the mutual generation of the 5 elements, and the other is the mutual restraint of the 5 elements. However, if Qi Lu is to choose, there is no doubt that the 5 elements light armor is more powerful. The reason is simple. Because the skill of 5 elements compromises is a standard skill of stacking imprints that will become stronger in battle, and the method of stacking imprints is very simple, as long as you are in battle all the time. You can stack marks even if you are beaten, and you can stack marks without being beaten. And the most terrifying thing is that these 5 imprints have no superimposition limit. Simply put, as long as the 5-element light armor is not destroyed, the superimposed 5-element imprint can even double the wearer's combat power. What a terrible situation this is. What's more, how can epic armor be so easily destroyed? Especially after the defensive marks are superimposed, the 5 elements off-light armor can completely take on the powerful attacks of the powerhouse level without any damage. This alone is enough for the 5 elements of light armor to rank among the epic armors. Not to mention the 5-element light armor can also stack the mark of the attack type. Although in terms of offensiveness, the armor is definitely not as good as the weapon, but it can also add a part of the combat power bonus, which is very profitable. And there is another point, which is also very important. That is the 5 elements light armor, and it is not only used by the warrior class and the knight class. Because the weight of the 5 elements light armor is actually a little higher than the robe, so basically any class can use it. It is especially suitable for classes such as archers that require guerrilla involvement. It will not hinder the movement, and can greatly strengthen the defense. And as long as you don't leave the battle, you can always stack various imprints, which is especially beneficial for the long-range class. Therefore, in comparison, the 5 elements light armor is actually more versatile than the 5 elements staff. It's just that the 5 elements staff is a weapon specially aimed at elemental magicians of various lines, and has almost irreplaceable effects. That is, transform the attributes of magic elements. This is where the 5 elements staff is the most powerful. Because the attributes of element magicians are always a single attribute, which leads to the fact that element magicians are easy to be targeted. However, after having the 5-element staff, it is quite difficult to target the element magician. Unless you can be like a dragon, you are born with a high resistance to all magic. Otherwise, you can only accept the punishment obediently. Therefore, even if the versatility of the 5 elements light armor is higher than that of the 5 elements staff, Qi Lu is not worried that the 5 elements staff will be ignored. After all, among the human race, the proportion of elemental magicians of various departments is still very high. Then, next, is the last equipment synthesis blueprint. Qi Lu was very satisfied with the properties of the first 2 equipment synthesis drawings. However, this last equipment synthesis blueprint. Synthesis scheme, 5 elements long sword, recastable. Equipment required for synthesis, any 5 pieces of 5-element equipment with different attributes, and 3 of them are treasure-level equipment. Synthesis cost, 50,000 spirit crystals. If you choose to recast, you need topi and additional 10,000 spirit crystals. Recasting instructions. When synthesizing this weapon, if you are not satisfied with the style of the weapon, you can choose to recast it into any non-staff weapon style, and it will not affect the skills of the weapon. Note, you can only recast once, please choose carefully. Recast, that's what it meant. Qi Lu was curious about what this recastable logo meant. After reading it, I understand that it is possible to recast the shape of the weapon without changing the weapon skills. It is estimated that the system did not want to bother, and came up with so many equipment synthesis blueprints with the same skills, so they simply combined them into the same equipment synthesis blueprint. This also corresponds to the applicable customer group of the 5-element staff. One is magic, the other is vindictive. Although in the end, they will all be transformed into heaven and earth luck by different paths. However, the use of weapons and the style of battle will not change. After all, not everyone can be proficient in martial arts and magic like Qi Lu, and can change the way of fighting at will without being affected by the fighting style. Be able to fight in the best possible way in any situation. So the timing of the appearance of reforging weapons can be said to be quite witty. 5 elements long sword, recastable, epic weapon, greatly increases all attributes of the user, with the skill, 5 elements. 5 elements, passive skill, each time the user attacks, a random 5-element imprint will be superimposed. When a certain imprint is stacked to 5 layers, all the imprints will be consumed, and special effects will be activated according to the first imprint to be superimposed to the 5th layer. Golden Mark, the next attack, completely shatters the target's armor and shields. Wooden Mark, the damage dealt by the next attack is doubled, and the full amount will be converted into the user's stamina for recovery. Watermark, the next attack applies the water entanglement effect to the target, slowing down the target's speed. If the target is applied the water entanglement effect twice in a row, it becomes a freezing effect, and the freezing time depends on the target's cultivation realm. Mark of Fire, the next attack deals 10 times as much damage, with a burst of fire elemental. Soil Mark, the next attack has a heavy pressure effect, and before the end of the battle, a random attribute of the target is weakened. Restrictions on use, power level realm. As expected, recastable weapons have the most comprehensive versatility in terms of skill requirements. Then this skill for synthesizing blueprints for equipment will definitely be a passive skill. I just didn't expect this skill to be so strong. After Qi Lu read the attributes of the equipment synthesis blueprint of the 5 elements long sword, recastable, although he had expected it, the basic attributes and skills should be very strong. But after confirming it, I couldn't help but be amazed. Let's not talk about basic properties. Because it is suitable for all types of weapons, it is natural to increase all attributes. It's normal, but it's also very tyrannical. The increase of all attributes is a real comprehensive improvement. Just this basic attribute is already quite tyrannical, not to mention the accompanying skills, it is even more powerful. Randomly superimpose the 5-element imprint, and then meet the conditions to activate the special effect. It is a powerful passive skill that integrates 5 functions of attack, recovery, control, explosion, and weakening the target. As long as you are lucky, you can completely change the entire battle situation in an instant and turn the outcome. Completely pierce armor, restore physical strength, freeze, burst 10 times, and weaken attributes. No matter which special effect is triggered, it will not suffer. And the condition for triggering the special effect is nothing but the number of attacks. Powerhouse level powers are really fighting. If you want to fight quickly, you can fight thousands of times in one breath. The various special effects of the 5 elements skills can be triggered dozens of times even in the worst case of luck. The completely unpredictable way of breaking out has a huge influence on the battle situation. Although it may not be a decisive Xeon weapon, it can fully meet the needs of most powerhouses. If it can be matched with the 5 elements of light armor, it is simply thinking of protracted warfare. It is enough to be compared with the armor of the scorching sun produced by the Fairy and Demon battlefield. These 3 pieces of epic equipment, although they are not the top of the epic equipment. But as far as it's simply used as epic equipment, it's at least qualified. Qi thought to himself. There is no doubt that the fairy and magic weapons that came out of the Fairy and Demon battlefield can be called the existence of the ceiling even in the epic level commodities. After all, those fairy and magic weapons are all unique products, and there is only one less to sell. Of course, these mass-produced products that can be synthesized from equipment synthesizers cannot be compared with them. However, as long as it is qualified epic equipment, it will be fine. Because in any case, the power possessed by epic-level equipment is to surpass treasure-level equipment. This is a gap in quality, and an insurmountable gap. Manager Qi. Are you listening? My request for custom equipmentus. While Qi Lu was looking at the equipment synthesis blueprint, Ling Ao couldn't help but stretch out his hand and shake it in front of Qi Li's eyes. Ah? Oh. Qi Li suddenly raised his head as if he had just woken up from a dream. Customized equipment, right. Wait a minute, I want to explain first, the materials for custom equipment, you need to find it yourself. So I recommend you to go there and take a look, maybe there is something you want. As he spoke, Qi Li stretched out his finger and pointed to the equipment synthesizer, placed in the corner. The 3 newly acquired equipment synthesis blueprints have already been loaded by the system. Otherwise, you have to walk over by yourself, loading one by one, wouldn't it be a bit silly? Where's the equip synthesizer? The first person to react was Bailey Fenghua. No way, in this group of newly promoted powerhouses, Bailey Fenghua alone ising the weapons synthesized from the equipment synthesizer, the 7 deadly sins. Others have basically never touched a gear synth. If it can react faster than Bailey Fenghua now, it is indeed a bit of a skill. Manager Qi, there are only 2 synthesizing schemes in the equipment synthesizer, the 7 deadly sins and the 4 seasons rotation armor. Bailey Fenghua said quite familiarly. Although the 7 deadly sins are treasure-level weapons, their durability still exists. So Bailey Fenghua went to the side where the synthesizer was equipped, not once or twice, of course, he was very familiar with it. It turned out to be these 2 pieces of equipment, so I have an impression. Ling Ao nodded as if suddenly realized, and echoed aloud. I have to say, although most of the customers in the store have never used a synthesizer, but the 2 pieces of equipment synthesized are still quite famous. But these 2 pieces of equipment are of no use to us. Gu Pingchuan spread his hands. Although a magician doesn't necessarily have to use a staff, but picking up a long sword for melee combat is a bit too deviant. No, how could Manager Qi not know about this kind of thing? Could it be that there is a new synthesis scheme in the equipment synthesizer? But soon, Bailey Fenghua responded. As expected of a frequent user of equipment synthesizers, his mind turns fast. And Bailey Fenghua moves faster. Almost at the same time as these words were said, the person ran to the front of the equipped synthesizer and turned on the screen. Synthesis plan: 7 deadly sins, 4 seasons rotation armor, 5 elements staff, 5 elements light armor, 5 elements long sword, can be recast. There really is a new synthesis scheme to choose from. Bailey Fenghua's face was full of surprise, and he clicked into the 3 new synthetic schemes to check them one by one. The conclusions obtained are even more gratifying. 3 epic pieces of equipment. That's right, the equipment in the equipment synthesizer can indeed meet our requirements. Bailey Fenghua, who confirmed the answer, hurried back to tell the good news. By the way, I also introduced the attributes and effects of the 3 new equipment. 5 elements staff. 5 elements light armor. Reforged 5-element weapon. With these 3 synthesis schemes, there is really no need to customize other equipment. After all, they don't have any special requirements for their weapons, and it doesn't matter if they are versatile. Human race, the most important thing is the way of the mean. Weapons that are too extreme, but I don't like them that much. Then what are we doing standing here? Hurry up and brush elemental crystals. If you want to synthesize these equipment, the demand for exchange coupons for various element equipment is simply overwhelming. After a few words, Ling Ao and the others immediately dispersed. The equipment is also not customized, so go to the New World mode to soak. Just rush to go online, and then organize the guild staff to brush the elemental elf leader, and start saving elemental equipment exchange coupons. To be honest, with this method of accumulation, for Ling Ao and the others, it's better to buy them with spirit crystals. It is a pity that epic level equipment cannot be obtained by just using spirit crystals. Pretty good. Qi Lu clapped his hands. There is nothing to customize what equipment, just collecting materials is a big problem. It's still better to be honest and go step by step to brush the element equipment exchange coupons, at least there is another goal. Next, let's think about how to pass the copy of Wind Element Oasis. This is also a big deal. The dungeons in the Elemental Spirit Oasis map are really difficult one by one, and the depression rate is higher than 1. Players who had finally come out of autism in the Ice Element Oasis dungeon, now in the Wind Element Oasis dungeon, began to shut themselves down again. One by one, they were involved in the madness of the Wind Element elves, and their heads were about to explode. But there's nothing you can do about those little guys. So that even Yu Shuangshu has been autistic for several days. Because the most important feature of the Wind Element elves is not strong, but annoying. If you just can't beat it, you can still say that your skills are not as good as others, as long as you work hard to become stronger. But the problem now is can't fight. Then the question becomes interesting. This is simply a kind of torture to the spirit, constantly restraining and pulling, making you in a dilemma, unable to exert force. But you still have nothing to do, it is not to fight, and it is not to fight. Because you want to fight, the Wind Element Spirit will retreat, and when you relax, the Wind Element Spirit will come up again. So that there are more and more autistic players. However, in the face of this situation, Qi Lu couldn't think of any effective solution for a while. Unless you can use locking control skills to control the Wind Element Spirit. Otherwise, you can only be led by the nose. That's it, a few days passed. Just as Qi Lu was sitting on the sofa, ready to take a rest, the store door was pushed open. Lan Qi walked in with Shauna. Good morning, Manager Qi. Who are you following behind? Qi Lu raised his head and was about to respond. Suddenly seeing the shadowy figures behind Lan Qi and Shauna, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. If you look closely, you can see that he is a big man with all the muscles and knots. Even when he is wearing clothes, he can feel the explosive power. With a sturdy back and a face full of flesh, at first glance, he feels extremely fierce and difficult to get along with. Who are these guys? Is it? Looking at the store manager's expression, I should have guessed it. Lan Qi watched Qi Li's expression change with interest, and couldn't help but joke. No, you really brought them all. As soon as Qi Lu heard it, he knew that his guess was correct. These muscular men are all giant dragons in human form. It's just that these giant dragons don't like the weak body of the human race, so they become such muscular brothers. But this is too impactful. There is a saying that a small amount of muscle attracts the opposite sex, and a large amount of muscle attracts the same sex. However, these muscular men can only be attracted to the same kind. Don't make trouble. Qi Lu opened his mouth, held it back for a long time, and finally spit out 4 words. Because when facing this group of muscular men, Qi Lu really didn't know what to say. Manager Qi, you're joking, how dare we make trouble? Lan Qi smiled, then turned around and yelled at the excited muscular men, did you hear that clearly? If anyone dares to make trouble here with Manager Qi, then I will break his leg without Manager Qi's action. Listen clearly. The muscular men at the door of the store roared in unison. The sound was so loud that it soared into the sky, scaring the residents of Yunwu City dozens of miles around, almost falling to the ground. Are you full? What are you doing so loudly? Lan Qi stared and shouted, keep your voice down, you are not here to fight. Yes. Hearing Lan Qi's voice that was louder than their roaring in unison, the muscular men responded weakly. We are all giant dragons, so why bother with the same clan? Lan Qi, I think your voice is bigger than theirs. Qi Lu, who was sitting on the sofa, pulled out his ears, shook his head, and said aloud. Really, I'm sorry, Manager Qi, these little guys don't speak louder, they can't hear clearly. Lan Qi's face froze, and then said with a smirk. This sentence made the group of muscular men look at each other in dismay, but did not dare to refute. Can only silently carry this black pot. Okay, that's all for now. After entering the store, you have a better attitude. If you don't understand, just ask. Lan Qi waved his hand and walked into the store first. Afterwards, the muscular men transformed by these giant dragons also followed the store and began to wander around curiously. Fortunately, they always kept Lan Qi's words in mind, to keep a low profile, to be kind, and not to cause trouble, so they didn't cause any trouble. Although the customers in the store were curious about these muscular men who suddenly appeared, they didn't care much either. After all, there are many customers in the store, and I have never seen any type. Although it was the first time that a group of muscular men came to the store, it is not uncommon to say it. As long as there is no trouble. The family is safe and sound, and they go their separate ways. If you dare to make trouble, at your own risk. Wow, there are so many good things in this store. Yeah, all of them are good treasures, and they must be beautiful in the treasure cave. And these foods are definitely the best things I've ever eaten in my life. I must eat them every day. Where is this combat power improvement training room? New World. New World? The Dragon Clan people who have been staying on Dragon Island and have never come out. When I came to the store this time, I also deeply demonstrated what it means to be rare and strange. In Qi Li's store, no matter what you see, you can be surprised. Even those products that you don't need to use, you can squat in front of the shelf and look at them for a while, and then reluctantly change to another place to look at them. The customers in the store were shocked to look at these muscular men with different eyes. Where did these guys come from? Don't they know Manager Qi's shop before? Impossible, I haven't even heard of Manager Qi's shop. Do you really live in the East Wasteland? Then who knows, maybe it came from some small place. If that's the case, isn't our job here? Yup. You can show a wave of superiority in front of newcomers again. Let me do this kind of thing. Therefore, under this mentality, the old customers in the store also fully carried forward the spirit of hospitality. One by one, they became temporary shopping guides, taking these muscular men around the store to introduce them, and by the way, they talked about the big events that had happened. Although it may have nothing to do with these customers, as long as it is in the store, it is considered a participation. With honor. This warm and hospitable attitude also moved the group of giant dragons who did not know the situation. I thought to myself, the human race doesn't seem to be as bad as the legend, and it doesn't exclude other races. And in this shop, the Terran did not have any bad situation. Even though they seemed a bit rare and strange, none of them showed a mocking expression. Instead, they enthusiastically came to help introduce them, and even chatted with themselves. However, how could these giant dragons know that the old customers in the store liked to be shopping guides for newcomers? Then looking at the surprised expression on the face of the newcomer, my heart is very happy. This is superiority. Manager Chi's shop is so excellent, the treasures we discovered first must be shown off. The rare and strange expressions on the faces of you newcomers are simply Thebiest reward for our old customers, and it is a spiritual enjoyment. Of course, this statement is a well-known thing among old customers. When facing a newcomer, it is naturally tacit. Superiority is a good thing. Therefore, when these giant dragons saw the people of the human race, they rushed to introduce the products in the store for themselves, and the enthusiasm on their faces came from the heart, and their hearts were quite touched. Sure enough, if you don't know something, you can't make a rash assertion. Humans and dragons can coexist. However, Chi Lu, who had watched all this while sitting on the sofa, had a very complicated expression on his face. Because of what the muscular men turned into by the giant dragons were thinking, Chi Lu could guess in his heart just by looking at their expressions. And the group of old customers in the store who are rushing to the top, what is in their minds, Chi Lu is more clear. So, this should be a good misunderstanding. Nice, misunderstanding. But looking at the follow-up development, it seems to be good. That being the case, let this misunderstanding continue. Who would have thought that the first step in getting along well between the human race and the dragon race would actually start like this? It can only be said that a good misunderstanding can make the world a better place. After these giant dragons have stayed in the store for a long time and becoming a new batch of old customers, they should be able to understand what is going on even if the misunderstanding is not explained. So, just go with the flow. Besides, there are so many treasures in the dragon family, and these giant dragons are not short of spirit crystals, so it is time to contribute them. Anyway, it's all used to become stronger, and it's not a loss to spend here. After all, there are a lot of hero-level powerhouses in the human race now, and in terms of overall combat effectiveness, they are no worse than the dragon race. And after Lan Qi enthusiastically released a wave of powerhouse-level trial crystals, even the number of powerhouse-level powers completely caught up, or even exceeded. If the dragons don't chase after them, they are afraid they will be thrown farther and farther by the humans. This is also the reason why the Sacred Dragon King and the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years will praise Chila's store. Because this is the hope of the race, and this is the future of the race. The real top combat power is still supported by the great powers of their older generation. But if there is no successor in the race, how long can they last? That's why Lan Qi brought all the juniors of the dragon clan to the store, so that they could also enjoy the treatment of becoming stronger. Of course, there is also the meaning of the Dragon King. Because the Dragon King has long regarded Qi Lu as a powerful man on the same level as himself, who can replace the top powerhouse of the human race and lead the human race to a brilliant future. In Lan Qi's eyes, Qi Li's moral character was naturally elevated to the realm of ancient power. Treat all races equally, will not deliberately favor, nor deliberately suppress. He is truly a man of heaven and earth. It's a pity that Qi Lu doesn't know the views of Lan Qi and others. However, even if Qi Lu knew about it, he would probably laugh it off, or wonder whether he should laugh or cry. The issue of treating all races equally is largely based on the fact that they didn't make trouble in the store. After all the people who come to the store are customers. Before they make trouble, you should be embarrassed to look at them. However, if you dare to break the rules of the store, I'm sorry then. Qilu dared to say that no matter who it is, as long as he dares to make trouble in the store, he will definitely pay the price. As for whether to drive out of the store, or lack arms and legs, or die on the spot, it depends on how fierce the trouble is. So of course, I won't deliberately favor anyone, or suppress anyone. Although most of the customers in the store said that the manager, Qi, was easygoing. But that's because they haven't seen Manager Qi do it. In this way, the two clans can still get along very well. Rarely, Lan Qi did not drill into the deck, but sat in the hall, with a large bowl of beef ramen to watch the situation. Lest the dragon clansman be arrogant, and accidentally cause some trouble, it will not end well. However, it is clear that Lan Qi's worries are a bit unnecessary. The dragon is indeed arrogant. But the giant dragon is not cerebral palsy. You must know that the dragon is good at suppressing the enemy with its dragon power, and it is definitely not bad in terms of perception. So, as soon as I arrived at the store, I found that the cultivation realm of the customers in this store is not low. Not to mention that there are many practitioners in the heroic realm, it can be said that they can be seen everywhere. At a glance, you can definitely see a few of them. There are even powerhouses interspersed in them. Although rare, they are genuine. Especially the manager, Qi, who has been sitting on the sofa. These giant dragons have no ability to see through his cultivation realm. I only know that it is unfathomable and tyrannical. Therefore, the pride of being a giant dragon must naturally be put away. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers, mainly based on their youth and ignorance. But when he knew what a terrible opponent he had to face, he could still be so fearless. It can only be said that there is something wrong with the brain. Why bother? Is this the scene that Senior Dragon Saint King wants to see? Qilu also served a bowl of fruit-flavored shaved ice, which he ate with relish. The harmony between the human race and the dragon race is probably only one of them. Seeing the old customers in the store who grabbed the positions of shopping guides, and the muscular men who were transformed into giant dragons, Qi also felt emotional. This world is not only fighting and killing, but also peaceful coexistence. However, in order to achieve the goal of peaceful coexistence, wars and disputes are the only way to go. Hey! Shao Shu, it's business. Just when Qilu was full of emotion, Lan Qi took out his membership card and began to contact Xuanhuan, who was far away in the City of Life. Who is it? Lan Qi. What business? What equipment do you want? Or do you need elemental crystals? Xuanhuan's response to business talks is still very fast, almost in seconds. Qilu, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but twitched a few times in the corners of his eyes. This little girl was deserting while guarding the store again. It is estimated that this time to stay in the New World mode. But Qilu was used to this kind of thing. Since Xuanhuan became an old fried dough stick, she would no longer be able to keep the shop at ease, but instead be lazy. In this regard, Xuanhuan is better. Conscientious, diligent, and never lazy. Thinking of this, Qilu couldn't help but look at Xuanhuan behind the counter. Brother Qilu, what's the matter? Xuanhuan quickly noticed Qilu's gaze, and immediately asked, with a smile like a flower. Qilu, you are fortunate. Qilu knew it was a cliché, but he still said it involuntarily. Then she saw a blush on Xuanhuan's face. She shook her head slightly, and said, Qilu doesn't feel hard at all. As long as she can see Brother Qilu every day, Qilu feels very happy. However, in the second half of the sentence, Xuanhuan did not say it. Because it is too embarrassing to say such words in the public eye. Yu Shi'er was already thin-skinned, but now Qi Lu is staring at her again, so it's no wonder she can say such things. In response, Qi Lu also responded with a gentle smile. Then I thought in my heart, do you want to find a chance to talk to Yue Xuanxue? At least work more seriously. On the other side, Lan Qi, who didn't know it, was still talking to Yu Xuanxue. Because the group of juniors of the dragon family, I don't know when they were taken to the booth area by the old customers in the store. It must soon be a batch of new entry into the training room for combat power improvement, the New World mode. Therefore, as an elder, Lan Qi also wanted to make it easier for the juniors of the dragon clan. At least you don't have to fumble through the rookie stage by yourself. Then contact the biggest leader in the New World mode. A kitten is the best choice. Otherwise, Yu Xuanxue is famous in the New World mode. Even Lan Qi and the others know the high-end and atmospheric name of a kitten. The Kitten Guild is even more famous on all big maps. After all, in every big map in the New World mode, there are members of the Kitty Guild, or rather, employees of the Kitty Guild. As the biggest game merchant in the store, Yu Xuanxue is undoubtedly quite successful. All industries that can be involved are involved. So when Lan Qi mentioned this, Yu Xuanxue understood. The younger generation of the Dragon Clan. Isn't the Dragon Clan all on Long Island? No, why did you all migrate to the eastern wilderness so quickly? Yu Xuanxue, who has been in the store all year round, is still well informed. Yu Xuanxue also heard a few words from Qi Lu about the migration of the Dragon Clan, so she quickly thought of it. During the day and night, there is no place to rest in the endless sea. Now the dragons live in the ruins of the dragon. Lan Qi also casually chatted with Yu Xuanxue about this. It's not a secret anyway. It's just that when the Dragon Clan came to the East Wasteland, when it ice announced to everyone, it still depends on Ling Ao and the others. Because there is no panic. You must know that most of the human race's clansmen's impression of the giant dragon is still based on hearsay. I feel that the Dragon Clan is greedy and cruel, and once it appears, it will cause a huge disaster. It will destroy the city-state and slaughter the human race. For these strange impressions, Lan Qi actually wanted to ask, what kind of unofficial biography is this? Which guy said that again? How sick are they to think that the dragon is fine and will destroy the city-state and slaughter the human race? This kind of thankless thing, even a fool would not do it. If Lancey meets a guy who promotes such strange remarks, he must be rewarded with a dragon's breath. Of course, if this dragon's breath goes on, the rumors of the brutality of the Dragon Clan will probably be confirmed even more. But Lan Qi didn't care. This kind of guy who provokes the relationship between the human race and the dragon race has a lot of sins, and his sins deserve 10,000 deaths, but death is not a pity. So if you want to reverse this view, you can only take it slowly. But Lan Qi didn't really care about it. After all, dragons have a long lifespan, and a problem that can be solved by taking time is not really a problem. If it's a big deal, just slowly publicize it, and wait for dozens or hundreds of years of subtle influence, and the human race's impression of the dragon will naturally change. Why rush it for a while? Dragon Ruins. When she mentioned this place, Yu Xuanxue felt a little guilty when she faced Lan Qi. The Dragon Clan buffet was a refreshing meal at the beginning, but now I feel a little uncomfortable when facing the members of the Shanglong clan. Fortunately, Yu Xuanxue is notoriously thick-skinned, so she quickly adjusted it. Dragon Ruins. I know, are you planning to rebuild it? Yu Xuanxue began to change the subject. There are plans, but not in the first place. Lan Qi answered lightly. Because the dragon doesn't really pay much attention to the place to rest, as long as it can stack treasures. The main reason is that the giant dragon is covered with hard scales, and their resting place is uncomfortable, and they can't feel it. As long as it's quiet and no one disturbs you. Otherwise, the dragon's waking up gas is not so easy to deal with. Therefore, if the ruins of the dragon are not rebuilt, that is actually the case. Anyway, when the dragon clan lived on the dragon island, they did not deliberately build and decorate the dragon island. It is nothing more than a matter of dividing the territory. However, the Guangming Dragon Emperor is staying in the ruins of the dragon now, and he is also in charge of the reconstruction. I don't know. At the end, Lan Qi added another sentence. It also explained why the Guangming Dragon Emperor did not come to the store this time. So that's the case, okay, are the juniors of the Dragon Clan coming in now? It's still the big map of the Goblin Mountains, right? Then I'll arrange the manpower now. You remember to prepare the spirit crystal. Xuanhuan was just chatting for a while, and after the chat, she still had to focus on business. The big map of Goblin Mountains belongs to the nominal novice village. To be honest, Xuanhuan has not taken this kind of list for a long time, and she has to start from novice village. But fortunately, such small things are all done by the employees under Xuanhuan's hands. As the big boss, Xuanhuan only needs to wait to collect the spirit crystals. Speaking of which, before entering the New World mode, dragons still have to take a lot of advantage when creating characters. Because players are born with talents, they will not be blocked in the New World mode. It is precisely because the New World mode will not block the player's own racial talent. Therefore, the magic resistance of the dragon itself, and the strong physique it is born with, will naturally not disappear. When it comes to brushing, of course, it has a big advantage. The players who were arranged by Xuanhuan watched this group of muscular brothers rampage in the dungeon, and it was hard to say anything. Maybe they can only be quieted after the dungeons in the back beat these guys so badly. But this kind of thing is obviously impossible in the novice village of the Goblin Mountains map. So they could only watch it quietly, and then reported the situation. Then I got the instructions of Xuanhuan. Don't mind them. You don't have to worry about it. The players who looked at each other numbly as the muscle brothers were rampaging, then found a corner and sat down. This was the easiest order I've ever received. Dragon, high magic resistance. Xuanhuan was also thinking about this problem, to see if he could make use of it. For example, it is used to brush the copy in the oasis of the elemental spirit. It is rude to say that the talent of the dragon is uniquely blessed in the large map of the elemental spirit oasis. Pull these guys into the big map of the elemental spirit oasis, maybe you can push the wind elemental oasis dungeon horizontally depending on the number. However, having said that, it is still very difficult to quickly upgrade from Mingxin to level 85. After all, you can only play for 4 hours a day. Even with the fastest method and speed to level up, that's not a goal that can be achieved in a short time. It will take at least a month. There is still no delay in the middle. If there is a delay, it may not be enough for a few months. Because the dungeon is stuck in the New World mode, it really takes a long time to get stuck. If you say you can't beat it, you can't really beat it. And this at least a month. It is estimated that the copy of the Wind Element Oasis has already passed. After so many days, looking at the happy appearance of the human race and the dragon race, Qilu always felt strange in his heart. It's not that I'm disgusted with such bad emotions. Mainly because it feels weird. How can something so important be solved so easily? Then what was the purpose of beating to death before? It seems that he has been at ease for a long time, and he has begun to think wildly. It seems that collecting the power of faith in the next world should also be put on the agenda. Qilu thought silently in his heart. The more he knew about these ancient secrets, the more Qilu felt that his strength was not enough. However, when the cultivation realm could not be improved, Qilu didn't know what to do next. But it's always right to collect more power of faith. Thinking about it like this, it just happened that the cooling of the gate off the barrier was good, and that was the time. This kind of thing doesn't need to pick any good days and auspicious days, just say hello to Yushir and Xuanhuan. I just don't know how long it will take this time. However, when Qi Lu was thinking about this, there was a major breakthrough in the New World model. That is, the copy of the wind element oasis has been pushed over, and the level is completely cleared. It's also quite incredible. After all, the copy of the wind element oasis is more disgusting than the previous copy of the ice element oasis, which annoys many players. Those wind element spirits that are extremely fast, they can't catch up, and they can't hit. Caused the self-isolation of countless players. However, even such a difficult dungeon cannot stop the whims of players. Because really speaking, in terms of combat power, the wind element elves are far worse than the ice element elves. It's just that due to the characteristics of restraint and pull, the scene of large-scale autism is caused. Coupled with the existence of environmental debuffs, many players choose to give up on the spot. However, there is one thing to say, if you really want to fight the front, the wind element elves will not work. So after brainstorming, the sand sculpture players came up with a good idea: coverage bombing. This is the method used on the spot to deal with the water element elves, and now it has been upgraded and changed into a new version of the cover bombardment, and it has been renamed plow bombardment. Used to deal with the annoying wind elemental spirits. The specific process is to form a covering line with various range magics from the boundary of the wind element oasis copy. Then, like a plow, bombarded from start to finish with indiscriminate strikes. It should be noted that during the bombing process, no gap is allowed to be left, so as not to be avoided by the wind elemental elves. After all, the area of the copy of the wind element oasis is not small, and it is impossible to completely cover it at one time. So it can only be pushed slowly. And this method requires very high requirements for the magicians who cooperate with each other. Because of the need to start early, fill up all the gaps in the magic covering line to prevent slipping through the net. Therefore, the various guilds have also been running in for a long time before completing this feat. Unfortunately, this method cannot be used in several other copies. Because the magicians among the players couldn't beat the wood elemental elves and fire elemental elves, nor could they withstand the advance and control all the gold elemental elves and the ice elemental elves. What's more, the earth element barrier of the earth element elves has nothing to do. So in the end, I can only bully the water element elves and the wind element elves. However, in any case, it would be a good thing to clear the copy of Wind Element Oasis. It didn't take such a long time for large and small guilds to work together. So many sand sculpture players rejoiced and cheered. I bought a lot of food on the spot and started to celebrate. However, there is one sentence that remains true. That's joy, too early. Because even Qi Lu did not expect that after the copy of Wind Element Oasis, it was actually. The Thunder Element Oasis dungeon is officially open. The Thunder Element with the most terrifying destructive power. This is the boss among the bosses. To be honest, when he heard the announcement, Qi Lu was stunned for a while before he reacted. Then I went to the Thunder Element Oasis dungeon to take a look. Good guy. Thunder in the sky, like a downpour of rain, fell from the sky and fell on the earth, with a mighty momentum. The Thunder Element elves are in this thunder field, looking at the players coldly, without a trace of emotion. Qi Lu was stunned for a while. The last copy of the Wind Element Oasis, although it was a little annoying, it still left a way to survive. How did I get to the Thunder Element Oasis dungeon, and I didn't even have a way to survive? This thunder from the sky, just splitting down like this, who can stand it? There is one thing to say, the thunder element is known as the most terrifying element of destructive power among the many magic elements, and it is not unreasonable that there is not even one. If the fire element is just violent, then the thunder element is the purest destruction. Therefore, there is no doubt that this Thunder Element Oasis dungeon is not a question of how to solve it now. Instead, he should think of a way to resist the attacks of these thunderbolts and then enter the dungeon map. This is no longer an environmental debuff, this is simply a thunderous formation. If you walk in, you will be struck by lightning. Lan Qi, why don't you go in and try to see if you can resist the thunder inside? So Qi Lu was very resourceful to find Lan Qi, ready to let him try the thunder attack inside to see how powerful it was. After all, the dragon has its own magic resistance, and the resistance to the thunder element is the same. Manager Qi, are you sure you didn't cheat on me? Lan Qi frowned, looking at the thunder that filled the sky, not knowing what he was thinking. It's not a happy thing anyway. What are you thinking, Lan Qi? I just want to see if the talents of your dragon race can fight against these thunderbolts. How could it be a trick to Youyu? Qi Lu patted Lan Qi on the shoulder and said earnestly. Although there is indeed a bit of a pit in it, how can Qi Lu say it clearly? Besides, when it comes to the attribute of magic resistance alone, the dragon family is indeed second to none. Let Lan Qi help try the power of the Thunder Element Oasis Dungeon, at least better than those players who have no magic resistance talent at all and can only rely on equipment to build magic resistance. At least the fault tolerance rate is much higher. Real? Lan Qi looked at Qi Lu suspiciously and said, if that's the case, then I'll give it a try. As long as it's a magic element, it's all in the dragon's resistance list. Otherwise, the dragon would not be called the magician's most troublesome enemy. Thunder element is no exception. However, this time, Lan Qi miscalculated the task of entering the Thunder Element Oasis dungeon to open up Wasteland. Unlike the fire element magic that the fire element elf smashed over the sky, the thunder element magic is more inclined to precise strikes in order to explode more terrifying destructive power. It even has a unique magic penetration effect, which is commonly known as magic penetration. Even the giant dragon, which is born with strong magic resistance, is difficult to resist under the bombardment of thunder. The thunder of the sky was pouring down like rain, and in this gorgeous background, Qi Lu watched helplessly as Lan Qi was drowned in the thunder, and then was sent back to the resurrection point. It seems to have been expected long ago, and even the expression on his face has not changed a little. The difficulty of this Thunder Element Oasis dungeon is much higher than it hot. Qi Lu rubbed his chin and nodded thoughtfully. Judging from this terrible strategy difficulty, this Thunder Element Oasis dungeon is estimated to be the last dungeon in the Elemental Spirit Oasis map. After all, in terms of destructive power alone, Qi Lu couldn't think of any conventional magic element that could be compared with the thunder element. Therefore, if you continue to open the Elemental Oasis dungeon in the future, there is no way to continue to increase the difficulty. Qi Lu felt that the system should not do such a thing. If it's the boss-level copy of the finale, it makes sense. Qi Lu felt that his speculation was quite reasonable. Anyway, it is also a copy used for the finale. Naturally, it cannot lose its style, so the difficulty will definitely not be low. Thinking about it this way, this Thunder Element Oasis dungeon is really troublesome. Manager Qi, I still think you are cheating on me. Lan Qi, who rushed over from the resurrection point, was silent for a while before suddenly speaking. How could it be, Lan Qi? I have seen a lot of information from your brief wasteland development process. So, your contribution is worthwhile. Qi Lu smiled and gave Lan Qi a thumbs up to encourage him. This sentence does not lie. At least Qi Lu could see that it was the most reliable choice to attack the Thunder Element Oasis dungeon and let those giant dragons be the front row. Moreover, it is necessary to have the blessing of top-level lightning resistance equipment. Because of the thunder element magic used by those thunder element elves, most of them have magic penetration. Therefore, we can only try to pile up the resistance of thunder magic as high as possible, so that we can bear it. But ordinary players, even if they are equipped with lightning resistance equipment, cannot withstand the attack of the lightning element elves. The front row candidates, then, have no choice. However, those muscular and strong men are now in a new state. It will take a long time to reach the 85th level and then come to the big map of the Elemental Spirit Oasis. So now we can only wait patiently. Anyway, there is no way for Qi Lu to rush into the Thunder Element Oasis dungeon alone. At least after seeing the tragic situation of Lan Qi being struck by lightning, Qi Lu stopped thinking of this single brush. No need, really no need. Why bother with such a thing as a copy? Put it here, and let those players with a lot of whimsy think of a way. Isn't it enough? So Qi Lu patted Lan Qi on the shoulder again, and then went offline with Asmail. The appearance of the Thunder Element Oasis dungeon was an accident, and honestly going to another world to collect the power of faith is the real business. As the ancient secrets were continuously dug up, Qi Li's sense of urgency became stronger and stronger. Although the heart of wanting to eat and wait for death has not changed, there are some things that must be done. So even if the Thunder Element Oasis dungeon is suddenly activated, it will not change Qi Li's decision. Tonight, go to the next world. Brother Qi Lu, please come back safely, Shi'er will always be waiting for you. When Qi Lu specially came to say goodbye to her, Yu Shi'er blushed and hugged Qi Lu. It wasn't the first time that Qi Lu defined it as a business trip, so Yu Shi'er was used to it. As long as Qi Lu can come back safely, it is enough for Yu Shi'er. Of course, I can't bear to leave Shi'er alone. Qi Lu smiled and rubbed Yu Shi'er's head. It's like saying a promise. Qila, what about me? What about me? Yu Xuanhuan also joined in the fun, and when she heard Qi Li's nauseous words, she immediately called out. You too, Shao Shu, remember to listen to Shi'er, you know. Every time I go out, I worry about you the most. Qi Lu is not worried about Donghuang's safety now. After all, the king of the dragon and the mysterious tortoise of 10,000 years are both in the eastern wilderness, and there are many more powerhouses among the human race. As long as it wasn't for the king-level expert to act in person, there would never be an accident in Donghuang. So there is no need to say extra words, just say goodbye well. It's all a matter of familiarity, and there's nothing to be sad about. It's not that he won't come back, so why bother? So after Qi Lu, Yu Shi'er, and Yu Xuanhuan had supper together, they returned to their bedroom. Then the barrier door was opened. This is the third time. I don't know if this time, it will appear in a world that believes in what gods. Qi Lu didn't hesitate, just sighed and walked into the gate of the barrier. Somewhere on the outskirts of the monster forest. Here, there is a small manor with a 2-story log cabin. The log cabin is in the style of a stilted building, with a yard in the front and a vegetable garden in the back. However, what should have been an elegant scene was destroyed by the skeleton soldiers surrounding the manor. These old weapons, wearing tattered armor, with a knife in their hands, will definitely be infected with tetanus, and the skeleton soldiers burning with ghostly fire in their eye sockets make this place look particularly eerie and terrifying. In the courtyard of the manor, a middle-aged man with a long sword was half-kneeling on the ground. The long sword was stuck on the ground, supporting the middle-aged man's body, but it couldn't stop the blood that kept flowing out of his chest. And what was even more terrifying was that the blood flowing from the middle-aged man turned out to be a frightening black color. It is obviously the color that appears only after being poisoned. Snapped. Opposite the middle-aged man, a man in a robe whose face was completely covered by the shadow of the hood kicked away the mask that fell to the middle-aged man's feet. The mask was split in half. The legendary dragon slayer sword saint would actually live in seclusion in such a place. I really didn't expect it. The man in the robe said sullenly. However, there was no unexpected emotion in the tone, as if it was aimed at this middle-aged man. Damn palace of the undead, you are still as despicable as ever. Shameless. What kind of hero is a poisonous man? The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and made a low voice from his throat. With the poison in his body, no matter how strong he was in the past, he was just a lamb to be slaughtered at this moment. However, even when death was approaching, the middle-aged man did not Chusito give in, but relied on the support of the long sword, gritted his teeth, and stood up from the ground regardless of his physical condition. It's just winning the king and losing the bandit. Dragon-slaying sword saint, we have always acted like this in the Hall of the Undead, why should we compare us with you who are upright and upright? The man in the robe smiled carelessly, and there was a trace of killing intent in the eyes of the middle-aged man. Although the middle-aged man in front of him has been completely eroded by the death toxin unique to the Hall of the Undead, all over the body, it is impossible to survive. However, nothing is absolute, it is better to deal with it on the spot. So with the thought of the man in the robe, the skeleton soldiers surrounding him immediately came up. Don't look at the slow movement of the skeleton soldiers, and their combat effectiveness is not strong. But when it comes to fighting, the infinite number alone is enough to give people a headache. Kill. The robed man gestured with his fingers on his neck. The result is naturally not unexpected. Facing so many skeleton soldiers, the middle-aged man has no hope at all. This kind of thing, the blood anti-kill, generally only exists in the imagination. What kind of fighting power is left for a person who is on the verge of death by poisoning? Another one has been dealt with, these pagans who resisted the temple of the undead should all be damned. The man in the robe snorted coldly and was about to leave. But at this time a mutation suddenly occurred. What? You goddamn Irby system, can't you just put me on the ground? Have to appear in the sky? With a roar of scolding, a figure descended from the sky and smashed to the ground. The location is just outside the manor. Boom. The man in the robe was shocked and froze in place, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. What's the situation? Why did someone suddenly fall from the sky? Is he dead? Cough cough cough. A choked cough came from the smoke. The figure falling from the sky is naturally Qi Lu, who came to this world through the gate of the barrier. Opening the gate of the barrier in the sky is a systematic, traditional art, and it has long been expected by Qi Lu. It's just that what should be scolded is still scolded. Alive? A stunned light flashed in the eyes of the man in the robe. Falling from such a high place, he is not dead yet. How terrifying the physical strength of this guy is. Who are you? Why are you here? Thinking of this, the robed man suddenly became vigilant. The surrounding skeleton soldiers also surrounded. He came over, raised the weapon in his hand, and just waited for an order. Cough, cough. I want to ask you, who are you? As Qi Lu spoke, he fanned his hand in front of him, trying to fan the smoke away. Although with Qi Li's current physical strength, even if he fell from the sky, nothing would happen. But who would want to play like that? Who am I? The robed man frowned and said coldly, you don't even know about the Hall of the Undead? Why do I need to know about the Hall of the Undead? When I hear the name, it doesn't feel like a good thing. Qi Lu replied with some doubts. Could it be that the biggest force in this world is the Hall of the Undead? Which god does this world believe in, the god of the dead? To be honest, after seeing the skeleton soldiers surrounding him, Qi let hot of a rank necromancer. If this class is to be counted, it can actually be classified into magicians, and then subdivided into summoners. However, because of the evil attributes of the necromancer, neither the magician nor the summoner is willing to admit the identity of the necromancer, but instead they classify the necromancer into a separate category. This is very interesting. So Qi Lu feels a little confused now. System, host, this system has bad news to tell you. Is it bad news when I come? Qi Lu frowned, feeling that today might not be an auspicious day. But it has come, so what can I do? Whispering. Go ahead, I'll listen. Qi Lu could only choose to suffer silently. System, there is more than one power of faith in this world. This system suspects that this may be caused by a conflict between the gods who collect the power of faith. And this? Although Qi Lu had guessed, there would definitely not be harmony between the gods. After all, as long as there is a need for the power of belief, the conflict between gods is a natural existence. Because the cake is only that big, if you eat more, others will eat less, so some people will definitely be unconvinced. Then the disputes between the gods are inevitable. However, conjectures are conjectures, but this is the first time Qi Lu has encountered the disputes that really happened in front of him. For example, these guys in front of them, except for the skeleton soldiers, are dead and alive. I am afraid it is the victory and defeat that has just been decided. It's interesting now, we have to muddy this pool of water. Qi Li's eyes lit up, thinking about it. Because only by muddying the water, Qi Lu will have the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Although Qi Lu is not good at sowing discord, he is still very interested. Disputes between gods are also something that Qi Lu likes to see, so why not make the war even bigger? The first step right now is to kill this guy who claims to be a member of the Hall of the Undead. After thinking about it, Qi Lu quickly had an idea in his mind. Although it is still unclear what the current situation is, which two forces are fighting each other. But as long as there are losses on both sides, that's fine. And more importantly, Qi Lu couldn't let the guy in front of him tell the news of his arrival. After all, he doesn't have an identity to hide his purpose, so naturally he can't reveal the bottom so quickly. What did you say? The Hall of the Undead is something someone like you can criticize. It seems that you were also a heretic. The man in the robe didn't think so much. After hearing Qi Lu say that the Hall of the Undead was not a good thing, his anger suddenly came up. Believers do not allow others to denigrate their beliefs. Those who dare to speak nonsense must pay the price. Just take you to practice your hands and see how the world's power is. Qi Lu is also not ambiguous. The guy in front of him is at most a necromancer who has entered the heroic realm, so it is not a cause for concern at all. In the face of opponents of the same level, you have to rely on poison to win. How could it be Qi Li's opponent? As for the skeleton soldiers next to them, when the gap between the cultivation realm of the two is not large, the threat is indeed great. But when faced with a level of power like Qi Lu, it is used to make up the numbers. Goodbye, the guy from the Hall of the Dead. Draw the sword and cut Zhou Duan. The knife light flashed and spread out like a ripple. In the unbelievable eyes of the man in the robe, Qi Lu only used a knife to clear all the enemies present. Of course, including the man in the robe, the sword light swept across, slashing with one sword. No, it's impossible. You, who are you from the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint? The man in the robe only had time to leave the last question before he fell heavily to the ground, breathless. The countless skeleton soldiers around were naturally scattered into a pile of bones, and then turned into bursts of black smoke and dissipated. Even the summoners are gone, so how can these summons exist? Dragon-slaying sword saint, are you talking about this guy? Qi Lu naturally noticed the middle-aged man who fell to the ground before he came. And the mask that fell to the side. Mask? Qi Lu walked over, picked up the mask that was divided into two parts, and put it together. The shape of the mask is not stunning, but it looks very majestic. Presumably in addition to hiding people's eyes and ears, there should be a role in proving the identity of the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint. If it's really what I think, it should be a good idea to act as a Dragon Slayer Sword Saint for the time being. Qi Lu thought about the feasibility of this idea in his mind. Since the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint lives in seclusion here, it proves that his interpersonal relationship should not be chaotic. And he also likes to wear a mask, which means that there are not many people who know the true appearance of Dragon Slayer Sword Saint. In this case, it is a good identity to come over in vain. Besides, even if it is exposed by an acquaintance of Sword Saint Dragon Slaying, Qi Lu has nothing to be afraid of. Anyway, everything is done by the Temple of the Dead, and when the time comes, all the responsibilities will be pushed over. Just do it. System, you should be able to get an identical mask out. Qilu asked in his mind, and by the way, threw away the 2 half masks in his hand. He didn't want to wear this broken mask and be very unlucky. System, a trivial matter. Following the system's answer, an identical mask appeared in Qi Li's hands. The mask of dragon-slaying sword saint is not forged from any special material, it is just a little stronger, and even the shape is not amazing. Naturally, it does not take much time. It's done, just get a robe to cover your figure. Qilu tried wearing the newly obtained mask and found that it fit quite well. Suitable. Then I started to think about some other things to pay attention to. For example, the fighting style of Dragon Slayer and Sword Saint. It's just a pity that when Qilu came over, the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint had been cold for a while, otherwise he could still search for a soul. Since it is a Sword Saint, it must be based on sword skills. If you can use the prefix of slaying the dragon, the realm of cultivation is definitely not low, but it will be plotted by this kind of guy, and it must not be too strong. As Qilu said that, he glanced at the robed man lying outside the manor again. It should be at the beginning to the intermediate level of the hero level. That's it for the time being. As long as I don't take the initiative to say the name of Dragon Slayer Sword Saint, I shouldn't be exposed. Anyway, the title of Dragon Slayer Sword Saint was given by someone else, so Qilu just borrowed it for use. Mainly to inquire about news and see what the world is like. I borrowed your identity and in return, I avenged you, and I buried you well by the way, so you can go in peace. Qilu can be considered to be benevolent and righteous, and he has buried the real, dragon-slaying sword saint to Haoxing. After all, there is a corpse lying in the yard, and the impact is not very good. It's getting late, so I'll set off tomorrow to see if I can find a city-state and let me know the situation. After doing these things, Qilu glanced at the sky. It was dark, like thick ink. Anyway, if you're not in a hurry, just sleep here for a night. However, just after Qilu fell asleep, outside the Warcraft forest, a gorgeous carriage was moving fast in the direction of this small manor. Inside the carriage, a woman wearing fine leather armor with long hair tied behind her head, holding a long sword on her knees, was sitting on the soft seat, her eyes closed and dozing off. Looking at this attire, it is impressive that she is a female swordsman. On the seat, beside the female swordsman, there was a sturdy man wearing heavy armor. It looked like it was the guard of this female swordsman. At this time, the guard was frowning and persuaded, "Miss, even if you get the news, you are sure that the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint is secluded in the forest of monsters, so there is no need to rush over so eagerly. Dragon-slaying Sword Saint is the top swordsman. Legend has it that this dragon-slaying Sword Saint once killed a giant dragon bee himself, and brought back the dragon's skull. Only then did he have the title of Dragon-slaying Sword Saint, which symbolized the glory of the swordsman. For any swordsman, the Dragon-slaying Sword Saint is a goal worthy of their lifelong efforts. Whether it is the title of dragon-slaying or the title of Juggernaut, it is the highest honor of a swordsman. However, Dragon-slaying Sword Saint has always lived in no fixed place and likes to live in seclusion in uninhabited places. Therefore, there are not many people who have actually seen Dragon-slaying Sword Saint. Most of them are just hearsay. However, the matter of killing the dragon is a real thing, rather than spreading rumors. Therefore, this eldest lady who likes swordsmanship, that is, this female swordsman, will of course want to visit the legendary Dragon Slayer Sword Saint after hearing about the place where the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint lives in seclusion. Clue: Dragon-slaying Sword Saint is the goal that we and other swordsmen can achieve through continuous efforts, and it is also the highest glory of our swordsmen. Now that I have the opportunity to meet this strong man, of course it cannot be delayed because of time. Hearing the words, Pesha, who was dozing with her eyes closed, immediately opened her eyes and said with a solemn expression. As a swordsman, even a female swordsman who is not physically dominant, Pesha's pursuit of swordsmanship is very serious, not just for fun. But, miss, how do you know that it wasn't someone who wanted to deceive you? As a loyal guard, Crow felt the need to remind him again. Miss Pesha is in the Oka family, and there are many open and secret fights. Who knows if this will be another conspiracy? Although the Oka family is not as strong as those big families in the Azer Empire. But in the country where he lives, it is one of the best big families. So the things that should be guarded against should still be guarded against. If you don't accidentally say it, then the trouble will be big. Don't worry, Crow, I also learned this news by accident, and there will be nothing wrong. Pesha shook her head slightly, then closed her eyes, and continued to recharge. The Oka family's residence is not too far from the Forest of Monsters. That's why Pesha came so eagerly when she knew that Dragon Slayer Sword Saint's seclusion place was on the outskirts of the Warcraft Forest. No way, Dragon Slaying Sword Saint has always lived in no fixed place, wandering indefinitely. Who knows if this delay will be a missed opportunity? You know, Dragon Slaying Sword Saint is not something that everyone can meet. If you are fortunate enough to get a word or two of advice from the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint, it will be a great opportunity for any swordsman. Besides, Pesha went to find Dragon Slayer Sword Saint this time, not just to meet. He even went to worship the teacher. Although the Oka family is a big family, but there is no real famous warrior in the family. And the sword skills that can be obtained are even more difficult to find. This is absolutely intolerable for Pesha, who loves sword skills. After all, Pesha started practicing swordsmanship at the age of 6, and it has been 12 years since then. Most of the time, she was thinking about it herself. When Pesha was 13 years old, all the points that the teacher who taught swordsmanship could point to were already completed. After that, if you want to learn more powerful sword skills, you can only go to the Azer Empire. However, even so, a strong swordsman level is not something that can be seen by sight. What's more, what's the use of seeing it? How could a mere swordsman get the blue eyes of a swordsman so easily? Moreover, there are many talented and qualified young swordsmen in the Azer Empire. Even if Pesha wants to compete, I am afraid that she will not be able to compete. Because the juggernauts affiliated to the Azer Empire are intertwined with the big families in the Azer Empire, even if they accept apprentices, they are the first choice for the descendants of those big families. So after all these years, Pesha can only put the idea of apprenticeship on these idle juggernauts. Dragon Slaying Sword Saint is the best candidate. Famous, powerful, and most importantly an idle warrior. That's what Pesha cares about the most. Well, miss, I hope you're right. After all, Crow is just a guard, and it is not good to persuade him any more, he can only sigh. The luxurious carriage was still moving forward, slowly. In the periphery of the Warcraft Forest, the number of Warcraft is not particularly large. Because the powerful beasts are all going to the depths of the Beast Forest, and those who stay on the periphery are all guys who are not very strong. So, the periphery of the Warcraft Forest is also the place where the warriors practice their skills, and naturally there will not be a large number of Warcraft raging. And this time, Pesha came to the Forest of Warcraft to look for the Dragonslayer Sword Saint, and there was not much battle. Only a carriage was used. So it is not enough to arouse the vigilance of those monsters. Time passed slowly, and this night passed on the road until it was dawn. From a distance, I saw an elegant small manor appearing in the Forest of Monsters, which seemed out of tune with the surrounding environment. Miss, we saw a manor. I don't know if it is the place you are looking for. The driver of the car knocked on the door of the carriage and said respectfully from outside. This sentence immediately made Pesha open her eyes. The person who dares to build a manor in the Forest of Monsters must be a strong person who has absolute confidence in his own strength. Even if it's not the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint, he's definitely a hidden powerhouse, and I should go and pay a visit. Pesha opened the compartment door and glanced out. The monsters outside the Forest of Monsters, although the strength is not very good, but they are also genuine monsters. Those who dare to live alone in the forest of monsters, no matter what, their strength will definitely not be bad. Otherwise, you will never survive. CLO, get ready. Yes, Mississippi. Crow is also unequivocal. As a loyal guard, he will never let Pasha take the risk alone. Who knows what kind of character the person who has the courage to live in the forest of monsters will be? It might be cruel to kill. I really can't imagine that the dignified dragon-slaying sword saint lives in such a crappy place. Qi Lu, who had stayed overnight in the two-story log cabin of Dragon Slayer, got up from the hard-board bed that was not even covered with straw, and slammed his waist hard. I'm used to sleeping on a soft bunk, and now I'm going to sleep on a hard bunk again. It's really not used to it. Qi Lu is not a giant dragon, so he doesn't pay much attention to where he sleeps. After this sleep, I almost fell asleep with her lumbar disc protruding. From this point of view, this dragon-slaying sword saint, it is estimated that the name is loud, but in fact it is not very good. I really don't know whether it is good or bad to borrow the identity of dragon-slaying sword saint. Qi Lu suddenly started to struggle again. Huh? What's going on? Someone visited so early, is this guy's name actually true? Just after hammering the old waist twice, Qi Lu noticed that two people were approaching the manor. In the distance, there are several people waiting there without moving. However, unlike the guy who claimed to be a member of the Hall of the Undead yesterday, these people who came here today have no killing intent. Of course, the cultivation realm was not the same level as the man in the robe yesterday. These people are much weaker today. So Qi Lu didn't have any intention to kill, just pondering the identities of these people. Could it be, these people are acquaintances of dragon-slaying sword saint? Thinking of this, Qi Lu's brows suddenly wrinkled. If that's the case, the fun will be great. It's true that he died before his apprenticeship. No, it doesn't seem very auspicious to describe it like this. Forget it, the soldiers will come to block it, and the water will come toke over it. After all, you have to see people, you can only see tricks and dismantle tricks. Thinking like this, Qi Lu put the mask on his face, and then put on a robe that was enough to cover his body. Pushing the door and walking out, I happened to see the man and woman in my perception walking into the courtyard of the manor. Who are you? What are you doing here? Qi Lu stood at his feet, and a preemptive voice came and asked. Now that he is pretending to be a dragon slayer sword saint, he must not lose his aura. And Pasha and Chloe, who had just walked into the yard, stopped when they saw Qi Lu come out. After hearing Qi Lu's question, Pasha immediately replied, "My name is Pasha, Pasha Oka, from the Oka family. This one next to me is my bodyguard, Chloe." Crow, who was standing on the side, also cooperated with Pasha's introduction and took a step forward, showing his burly figure. Oka family? Qi Lu repeated it in his mind, but did not speak. Because Qi Lu also didn't know what kind of family this Oka family was. But listening to the girl who claimed to be Pasha Oka, this group of people should not be acquaintances of Dragon Slayer Sword Saint. That's fine. Then what are you doing here? Qi Lu asked again. We came to the Warcraft Forest to find the Dragon-slaying Sword Saint Senior. Excuse me, are you the Dragon-slaying Sword Saint Senior? As Pasha spoke, she carefully looked at the person in front of her. Although I have heard that Dragon-slaying Sword Saint likes to wear a mask, Pasha doesn't know if it is the person in front of him. After all, Pasha doesn't know what the style of the mask is. There is no way to fully believe those rumors. It turns out that these people came to find Dragon-slaying Sword Saint. Qi Lu's heart moved, and his eyebrows raised. Anyway, under the cover of the mask, the person in front of him couldn't see his expression. However, the people in front of them are looking for Dragon-slaying Sword Saint, and they also said such words, which means that they have no idea what Dragon-slaying Sword Saint looks like. If that's the case, then it's a fool's errand. Just in these populations to get a sense of what the world is like. You know, Qilu has been here all night, and he still has a dark eye on the situation in this world. The only thing I know is that there is more than one power of belief in this world, and it is obvious that several gods are competing for believers. As for the others, the system didn't say anything, and Qilu couldn't ask, so, could only rely on himself. Dragon-slaying sword saint, it's just an honor imposed on me by the world, and it's not worth mentioning. Qilu said this very calmly. Because he really just borrowed the identity of the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint. So it's not wrong to say that this identity was imposed on him by the world. But to Pesha, the meaning was completely different. This sentence not only admitted his identity, but also appeared so humble, obviously already expensive as the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint, but still not satisfied with his own strength. The last sentence, not worth mentioning, shows his determination to become stronger. As expected of the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint. This kind of shinshing, this kind of state of mind, I am ashamed of myself. It is also fortunate that Qilu did not know what Pesha was thinking, otherwise he would have to praise him, full marks for understanding. Very good, you are the senior of the Dragon-slaying Sword Saint, I, finally found you. When Pesha heard the words, she was so excited that she was incoherent. This is a swordsman who really loves swordsmanship. When he sees his idol, he will react. Juggernaut is the realm that every swordsman dreams of reaching. Speak slowly if you have something to say. What do you want to do when you come to me? Qilu's tone remained calm. And this calm tone is also in line with his current personality. The dignified dragon-slaying sword saint should not be surprised. How can he have so many emotions? Yes. Pesha took a few deep breaths, tried to calm herself down, then bowed hard and said respectfully and humbly. Please accept me as a disciple, senior sword saint slaying dragon. I have to say that even Qilu was taken aback by this sudden scene. Why did you suddenly start to worship? Is this progress a little too fast? Although Qilu really wanted to get an identity that could be put on the bright side to understand the situation in this world. But to accept an apprentice so inexplicably, that would be too strange. You must know that the status of master and apprentice is of the same generation as that of father and son. Otherwise, how could there be the saying one day is a teacher, life is other? What's more, it's impossible for Qilu to stay in this world all the time, so hastily accepted an apprentice. Although Qilu has no influence, he always feels a little sorry for his apprentice. Miss. Are you here to apprentice? Chloe, who was following, was frightened by Pesha's actions. Then, after being shocked, Crow glared at the masked man in front of him and said, Miss, you didn't even know whether he was really the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint, so you hurriedly apprenticed. What if this guy is just a liar trying to make a name for himself? A liar who makes a name for himself? Qilu raised his eyebrows, always feeling as if he was being slandered. That's right, if the eldest miss can worship the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint, it will be a good thing. Chloe snorted coldly. The name of the Sword Saint, that is an existence that can shock all directions. If any swordsman can worship under the door of a swordsman, it is definitely a great opportunity. Even if his own cultivation realm is not good, but with such a strong background, not many people dare to provoke. So there is absolutely no way Chloe can stop Pesha from looking for her chance. But if you're deceived by a liar who is trying to make a name for yourself, the eldest miss's life will be ruined. Crow looked at the masked man in front of him with a questioning look. Once you are a teacher, you cannot change it for life. Otherwise, they will be scolded as the generation who deceives their teachers and destroys their ancestors, which is a lifetime of shame. So when it comes to apprenticeship, you must be cautious and cautious. Naturally, Crow couldn't just watch Miss Pesha just go to the door of a liar. I see. Qilu narrowed his eyes, expressing his understanding. There is one thing to say, the matter of apprenticeship can be regarded as one of the major events of life, and it is not wrong to be cautious. Another, although dragon-slaying sword saint is very famous, the people who have seen him are only a few after all. So it is normal to be suspicious. It just so happened that Qi Lu also wanted to prove himself to make the identity of Dragon Slayer Sword Saint appear more real. As for role-playing, of course, you have to do your due diligence. Since you think so, why don't you try it? Thinking of this, Qi Lu couldn't help but bring a hint of joking in his tone. Right on my mind. Hearing the words, Crow was about to step forward, but was stopped by Pesa. Kuluo, how can you doubt Senior Sword Saint Dragon slaying? Pesha frowned. A swordsman's fanaticism towards his idol cannot be dispelled with a few words of advice. It's okay, just to let you see, what is a sword skill? Qi Lu shook his head and said in a low voice. In fact, Qi Lu could see that the girl in front of her really wanted to be a teacher and learn sword skills. This point, there is no way to disguise it in front of Qi Lu. So after thinking about it for a while, Qi Lu felt that there was nothing wrong with accepting an apprentice. At least there is a wide range of ways to gather information, isn't it? Then, it is imperative to prove one's identity and strength. Miss, you heard it too, since he is the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint, he shouldn't be afraid of my challenge. Chloe said with a serious face. As the eldest lady of the Oka family, Peisha's guards are naturally not weak. Crow is a real great swordsman. Having said that, I have to mention the classification of swordsmen. From low to high, they are apprentice, swordsman, great swordsman, and swordsman. That's why Chloe did this. As long as the masked man on the opposite side can win him, he must be a swordsman. As for whether it is dragon-slaying sword saint, it doesn't really matter at all. Because Crow just hopes that Pesha can worship at the door of a swordsman, instead of being deceived by a liar. This? Pesha hesitated after listening to Crow's words. Indeed, how could a swordsman be afraid of the challenge of a great swordsman? Taking advantage of Pesha's hesitation, Crow pulled out his saber and shouted, "Come on." Qi Lu watched this scene with great interest. To be honest, Qi Lu can see the realm of Crow's cultivation base at a glance. It's just the pinnacle of the master class. And Peisha next to him is even lower, just a warrior-level cultivator. So Qi Lu was too embarrassed to bully others, so he picked up a branch from the ground and waved it randomly twice to test the feel. Okay, that's it. As he spoke, Qi Lu also pointed the branch in his hand to Crow in front of him. The meaning is obvious, this branch is his weapon. You. Too deceiving. Seeing this, Crow suddenly burst into anger. In Crow's view, even if this masked man is really the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint, he is not qualified to use a branch to deal with him. No matter what, he is a great swordsman. Among the Oka family, his Crow's strength can also be ranked in the top 5. But now, this branch is simply humiliating him. If I really use a sword, then I'm bullying you. Needless to say, come on. Qi Lu shook his head and said casually. If you are dealing with a master-level opponent, you have to take out the sword. If this is passed back, I have to laugh off the big teeth of those guys in the store. Humph, then let me tell you how ridiculous your arrogance is. Chloe no longer hesitated, and went straight to the sword. Rushed towards Qi Lu. And used his own proud sword skills. Wolf Stab. Assault-type sword skills focus on speed and swiftness, attacking and killing the target with lightning speed. Crocodile didn't believe that this masked man could use a branch to block his proud wolf stab. However, the facts are always surprising and shocking. Qi Lu just waved the branches lightly, and then firmly framed Crow's assault. No matter how hard Crow tried, he couldn't get any closer. There are too many flaws. Qi Lu said these words slowly. Then the branch in his hand was vigorously picked up, shaking Chloe's saber away, and then swinging forward, Chloe was swept away directly. Boom! A row of big trees was smashed by Crow, who flew out. And Crow also flew out a few dozen meters, before hitting the ground heavily. Chloe. Pesha was stunned. Is this the power of the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint? With just one move, a great sword master was eliminated. Moreover, it was only a branch, not a long sword. No wonder Dragon Slayer would say, if you really use a sword, then you are bullying you. Because he is really qualified to say this. However, at this time, around the row of broken trees, there was a faint sound. Immediately afterwards, all the big trees in a large fan-shaped area broke and fell to the ground. If you look closely at the openings of these big trees, you will find that the surface of the fracture is extremely smooth, and it is obviously cut off by a sharp weapon in an instant. How terrible is this? Just a branch. Don't worry, he's not dead, just a little injured. Chi Lu threw away the branch in his hand and said, casually. Chi Lu can release something like sword chi, even with his bare hands, but that would be too conspicuous. So Chi Lu covered it up with a branch. Sure enough, not long after Chi Lu's words came out, Crow, who fell to the ground, coughed and got up. The armor on his body was hit with countless cracks under the blow just now. Blood was constantly coughing out of his mouth. How is this possible? It's just a sword, and it's a sword replaced by a branch. I didn't have the slightest reaction time, so I lost. Crow's pride as a great swordsman collapsed at this moment. The swordsmanship that he is proud of is actually so insignificant in front of a true swordsman. It's just that Crow's heart is also clear, that blow just now, the masked man in front of him, the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint, has already shown mercy. Otherwise, he would not have survived at all. It turned out that this was the power of the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint. As expected of the Sword Saint who can slay giant dragons, as expected, he is so tyrannical. Senior Dragon Slaying Sword Saint, I apologize for doubting your thoughts just now, sorry. But it's just me who is wrong. If Senior Sword Saint Dragon Slaying wants problem, just blame me alone. Because the eldest Miss's love for swordsmanship is genuine, so I implore Senior Dragon Slaying Sword Saint, I hope you can accept the eldest Miss as your disciple. The first thing that Crow, who was seriously injured, returned to the yard again was to kneel before Chi Lu, apologize, and plead. He is a qualified escort and a loyal escort. It's just that Pesha is caught in a dilemma. Saying that Chloe is doing something wrong is not. Because Chloe was just afraid of Pesha being deceived. However, it is even more impossible to say that Dragon Slaying Sword Saint did something wrong. So Pesha can only remain silent now, waiting for the final verdict. You just did your duty, it's not wrong, I won't blame you. Chi Lu shook his head and said in a low voice. Thank you, Dragon Slaying Sword Saint Senior. Crow put his forehead to the ground and said sincerely and humbly. Since it is an apology, it is necessary to have a good attitude, and kowtow is the easiest way to make amends. You know, if a family that is not guarded by a strong swordsman level, if it really offends a swordsman, the consequences are simply unimaginable. The reason why juggernauts are expensive is because they are all transcendent powerhouses. Without the realm of Sword Saint, it is impossible to understand what kind of tyrannical power they possess. In front of the real Sword Saint, as long as there is no strong guard of the same realm, then those small families have no resistance at all, and can all lie slaughtered by others. And no one is willing to help. No one would condemn the Sword Saint who shot for this small family. Because for the sake of a small family, it is not worth it to offend a Sword Saint. So, don't look at the Oka family in their country, it is one of the best, big families. But as long as there is no juggernaut in the Oka family, then in front of those real big families, the Oka family will always be a small family that can't be on the table. Crow understands this, so he also knows that he can't offend the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint no matter what. Even though Dragon Slaying Sword Saint had already said that he would not blame him, he did not dare to get up now. Otherwise, the demise of the Oka family may happen overnight. Fortunately, there are a lot of dragon-slaying sword saints, and he didn't care about his impulsive actions. Otherwise, he would be the sinner of the Oka family. Qi Lu, who was standing in the yard, also accepted Chloe's apology with peace of mind, letting him kneel and kowtow without saying anything. Dragon-slaying sword saint must have the temper of dragon-slaying sword saint. Even if the person in front of him is doing his duty. However, if you do something wrong, you must admit it, and if you are beaten, you must stand upright, otherwise, what is the majesty of the dragon-slayer sword saint? Now it's just a kowtow, to make amends, it's already Qi Li's kindness. If he followed the style of those grumpy juggernauts, Crow would probably have died on the spot. Dare to question my identity, what are you? So that's it for now. Qi Li's original intention was to stand up, not to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Now that the goal has been achieved, there is no need to continue to shoot. Let's go, don't bother me here. Qi Li waved his hand and issued an expulsion order. It is not so easy to want to worship a swordsman as a teacher. Of course, Qi Li will not let go so easily. Otherwise, the title of the disciple of dragon-slaying sword saint would be worthless. However, when he heard Qi Li's words, not only did Crow not get up from the ground, but even Pei Sha clenched his fists. If I left like this today, wouldn't I have failed Crow's kindness? If the Oka family wants to rise, it must not be without the protection of the sword saint. With this in mind, Pesha also understands that success or failure depends on this. The country where the Oka family is located is not worth mentioning for the truly powerful Azer Empire. This is also the reason why Pesha did not choose to go to the Azer Empire to learn sword skills in the end. Families without the protection of sword saints, no matter what status they are in their own country, have never been taken seriously by those real big families. Even many big families in the Azer Empire are stronger than those small countries. This is the power of the juggernaut. So Pesha finally found the dragon slayer sword saint, and in any case, she couldn't give up so easily. I beg the dragon slaying sword saint senior, accept me as a disciple. Pesha fell to her knees without hesitation and prayed sincerely. No superfluous words, no superfluous oaths. Because for the idle juggernaut, extra words are nonsense, and it depends on the mood whether to accept or not. Pei Sha did not recommend anyone, and she wanted to worship Dragon Slayer Sword Saint. It was all about luck. Speaking too much, it made Dragon Slaying Sword Saint unhappy. Apprenticeship is a major event. Your kneeling is a lifetime event. Have you really decided? Qi Li's expulsion order just wanted to raise his own worth, but he didn't really want to reject Pesha. After all, he is also going to know what the world is like through Pesha. So it's time to let go. Is it really necessary to visit the thatched cottage 3 times? I have already decided, please take me as a disciple, senior sword saint, I am Pesha Oka, and I am willing to worship him for life. Pesha's forehead was still on the ground, and she didn't look up. But there was an uncontrollable joy in his tone. Because once dragon-slaying sword saint asks such a question, it means that she is expected to become a teacher. If that's the case, then I'll accept you. Qi Li seemed to sigh with emotion, but also said helplessly. Although it's all about acting, Qi Li can be sure that Pesha and Chloe would never be able to hear it. Really, really. Pesha raised her head sharply, and the dust on her forehead was too late to wipe off. His eyes were full of disbelief, but his face was full of surprise. Really, it worked. This is dragon-slaying sword saint. Although Pesha came to be a teacher, she never thought that she could really succeed. The purpose of coming here this time, even if it is just to have a little friendship with the dragon slayer sword saint, then Pei Sha is satisfied. But now, dragon-slaying sword saint actually agreed to accept her as a disciple. What do you say? Qi Li looked at Pesha with a half-smile. Master is on top, let the disciples bow down. Pasha bowed again, without hesitation. Apprenticeship is a very solemn and serious matter. Even if the current conditions are poor, the basic 3 kowtows and tea offerings are indispensable. As for offering sacrifices to heaven and earth, it can only be added later. But it doesn't matter if it doesn't make up, Qi Lu doesn't care about it anyway. After all, Pasha is just a tool person, and the apprenticeship is just a supplement. It is the same with or without. From now on, you will be my disciple of dragon-slaying sword saint. Qi Lu took the apprentice tea that Pasha respectfully handed over, took a sip, and then gropingly took out a Gingjin rapier and gave it to Pasha. This is an introductory gift given to the disciples, and it is also the intention of being a master. Qi Lu felt that since Pasha learned sword skills, she should give her a sword. The Gingjin rapier with armor-piercing effect is still very suitable. Thank you, master. Pasha's saber, but the Orca family spent a lot of money to create a sharp weapon. However, after taking the Gingjin rapier, Pasha found that her saber was so vulnerable in front of the rapier that her master gave her. The armor-piercing effect does not necessarily have to be on the armor to be effective. The same goes for weapons. This also gave Pasha a better understanding of Dragon Slayer Sword Saint. A good weapon is also very important for a swordsman. It can be said that for most swordsmen, if there are no weapons, the combat power will definitely drop by more than 50%. Well, master, there is one more question I want to ask. After the apprenticeship was over and the initiation ceremony was received, Pasha became more courageous. What is the problem? Qi Lu said in a calm voice. Excuse me, do you want to live in seclusion in the forest of monsters with your master? Pasha asked cautiously. Qi Lu frowned, full of question marks. If I want to live in seclusion in this shabby place, do I need to accept you as a disciple? Your brain circuit is really strange enough. After you have worshipped your teacher, you want to live in seclusion, not even your family? Of course not, the teacher is also preparing to leave here. If you come 2 hours later, it is estimated that you will not be able to meet the teacher. Qi Lu shook his head and answered in a low voice. This is probably fate. Then, do you have a place to go, master? Pasha heard the words, her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly asked. Coming. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and said slowly, I have no fixed place to live for me, teacher, and I travel around, and there is no place to go. Although Qi Lu didn't know what kind of person the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint was, someone who could live in seclusion in such a crappy place and still wear a mask was definitely not someone who made a name for himself. And this made Qi Lu guess right. Dragon-slaying Sword Saint really likes to run around, and he likes to run Totho's uninhabited places. It is precisely because of this that the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint seems so mysterious. Then Master is willing to go to the Oka family with the disciple? Pasha suppressed the joy in her heart and asked respectfully. If the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint and the Oka family can be tied together, then the rise of the Oka family is just around the corner. So, that's fine. Qi Lu pretended to think, and after a while, he nodded slightly. In this way, it can be said that everyone is happy. Qi Lu was able to leave this broken place, and Pasha also achieved her goal. The most disadvantaged is probably Koluo, who was thrown a sword chi by Qi Lu. There are many internal injuries and trauma, and he has to take good care of them when he goes back. And going out from the forest of monsters, it is natural to take a carriage. You can't leave the carriage brought by Pasha in the forest of monsters. On the carriage, with the sound of the wheels turning, Qi Lu also inquired about the situation of the Oka family. Pasha was not surprised. Because the Oka family is powerful. But in the eyes of Dragon Slayer Sword Saint, it is estimated that it is still a small family that is not worthy of attention. So Pasha also introduced Qi Lu about the situation of the Oka family in detail, and also introduced the surrounding situation, by the way. The Oka family is one of the largest families in the Varan Empire. It is located in the royal city of the Varan Empire. There are dozens of great sword masters and hundreds of sword masters in the family, and their strength can be said to be quite powerful. Without the Juggernaut, almost no family can compare to the Oka family. However, even so, the Oka family is nothing in front of the Juggernaut. That's why Pesha is so eager to find the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint. Even if she can't be a teacher, she should try her best to befriend her. Fortunately, in the end, the apprenticeship was successful. It's just that the Varan Empire, where the Oka family is located, is a small empire that is not worth mentioning in this world. Qi had expected this. After all, no matter how low the power system in this world is, it cannot be so low that even the cultivators in the heroic realm are so rare. Through Pesha's introduction, Qi probably guessed that the so-called Juggernaut should refer to a hero-level powerhouse. The Great Sword Master corresponds to the Grandmaster level. Sword Master, corresponding to the professional class. Swordsman, corresponding to the hero class. As for the apprentice, it should be the cultivator who has just started. Therefore, there is no Juggernaut guarding the Oka family, and in this world, it is naturally not a big family. However, there is no problem walking sideways in the Varan Empire. However, this Varan Empire is really just a little-known little empire. Even if the Oka family can reign supreme in the Varan Empire, what's the use? And speaking of this, I have to mention that in this world, the distribution of major forces. This is also what Pesha mentioned by the way when she introduced the Oka family. The three strongest forces. Eastern, Azer Empire. North, Elemental Union. West, Hall of the Dead. These are the three most powerful forces, and almost all other forces, big and small, depend on these three forces to survive. For example, the Varan Empire, where the Oka family is located, is dependent on the Azer Empire. This also made Qi understand. The Azer Empire, the Union of Elements, and the Temple of the Undead represent the three gods who are fighting in this world. Is this the legendary proxy battle? Qi thought silently in his heart. But it's definitely impossible to tell Pesha about this. These are three gods, and the competition for the power of faith has nothing to do with the believers themselves. Pesha has no right to know these things. From the characteristics of these three major forces, Qi can almost analyze the three gods. The Empire of Azer is also known as the Kingdom of Swordsmen or the Kingdom of Doqi. The people practice vindictiveness and are extremely repulsive of magic. The same requirements apply to the large and small forces attached to the Azer Empire. No magic is allowed. Therefore, the god behind the Azer Empire is estimated to be a god with sword skills or martial arts. As for the specific title, Qi is unknown. The Union of Elements, as you can tell from the name, is the exact opposite of the Azer Empire. Those who live in the sphere of influence of the Elemental Union practice magic and are extremely resistant to fighting spirit. And the types of magic are all elemental magic. For the small and large forces that rely on the union of the elements, the requirements are also very simple: do not allow to practice Doqi. Looking at it this way, the god behind the union of elements is almost Ryudaito appear. Probably the god of magic, or the god of elements. The last Hall of the Undead was also the only force Qi had contacted so far. Proficient in undead magic. Then the answer should not be wrong, and the probability is the god of the dead. It's really interesting. There are actually three gods competing in this small world. Under such circumstances, if the will of heaven and earth of this side can still exist, then there is a problem. Qi now has a general idea of what situation he is in. The will of heaven and earth on this side of the world was also shattered. Qi was not surprised by this. How could those goddamn gods allow their believers to have the opportunity to reach the same level as themselves? Therefore, shattering the will of heaven and earth and destroying the road to heaven is the best way. It's just that this time I want to snatch the power of faith from the hands of the three gods. That's crazy. Thinking of this, Qi couldn't help reaching out and rubbing his temples. It's really a headache. Originally, Qi wanted to rub between his eyebrows, but when he reached out, he realized that he was blocked by the mask, so he had to change places. The mask is impossible to take off, and nothing will be taken off. If the mask is taken off and Pasha sees her true appearance, how could Qi escape? Your Pasha's master is the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint. What does it have to do with me, Qi? Master, what's the matter with you? Are you uncomfortable? Seeing Qi actions, Pasha quickly asked aloud. It's okay for the teacher, you can continue talking. Qi shook his head and answered in a low voice. Yes. Pasha nodded and continued. Although the world is divided into three parts, the Azer Empire, the Elemental Union, and the Hall of the Undead are all on one side. But in fact, in the middle of these three major forces, there is still a forest of monsters whose area is difficult to count, which cut off the border in the middle and really divided the ruling area into three pieces. Therefore, although the Azer Empire often fights with the Elemental Union and the Hall of the Undead, it will not cause the people to die. It is because there is a forest of monsters in the middle as a buffer zone. This also allows a small force like the Valen Empire to have room to survive. Otherwise, facing the army in the Hall of the Undead, the Varen Empire would have absolutely no means of resistance. Speaking of which, Pasha also had to mention a word. The location of the Valen Empire is in the middle of the Azer Empire and the Temple of the Dead. Because of the barrier of the Forest of Monsters, it is still quite far from the Union of Elements. I see. When Qi heard this, he immediately understood why the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint was attacked by the people from the Hall of the Undead. Obviously, the battle of the three gods makes it impossible for the three major forces, the Azer Empire, the Temple of the Undead, and the Elemental Union, to live in peace. Almost all the time there is an open and secret fight. The Dragon Slayer Sword Saint is naturally affiliated with the Azer Empire, and it is also among the high-end combat power. In addition, the location of Dragon Slaying Sword Saint is so convenient and uninhabited, even if you want to find help, it is impossible to be plotted by people of the Hall of the Dead, which is really normal. Blame only the luck of Dragon Slaying Sword Saint, it is really a bit of a backseat, and he was just stared at by the people in the Hall of the Dead. In this way, I probably know the situation. However, what method should I use to collect the power of faith? After Qi had a general understanding of the situation in this world, he began to think about the most important questions. If it wasn't for the power of faith, what would Qi do here? To be honest, after listening to Pei. After Sha's introduction, Qi had already begun to sigh about his luck. That's really bad. The point back is really timeless. There is one thing to say, if the place where Qi appears is in the Union of Elements, or near the Union of Elements. Instead of this place where the Hall of the Undead borders with the Azer Empire, it is definitely much more convenient to collect the power of faith. If nothing else, let's talk about a commodity called Elemental Blessing Potion. If you take it out from the Element Union, then you shouldn't be mad? Take a step back, even if it appears near the Union of the Elements. Whether it belongs to the Azer Empire or the Hall of the Undead, it doesn't matter. As long as you take out the Elemental Shelter Potion, it will still be sold out. It is simply a magic medicine to deal with the Union of Elements. But now, sandwiched between the Empire of Azer and the Temple of the Dead. It is 108,000 miles away from the Union of Elements. Even if you take out these two types of medicines, it seems to be useless. Or honestly think of something else. After all, this time, Qi had to face three gods. Even if these three gods are starting a proxy war, fighting each other to death, for believers. But Qi was sure that as long as he intervened rashly, the three gods would definitely turn their heads against him. Because in any case, competing for believers is a matter between gods. Now that there is such an outsider involved, that's okay. You don't even care about gods like yourself? Although Qi Lu did not take those gods seriously, he had to be careful to avoid their sharp edges. The brave and resourceful are the strong. Those who are brave and reckless are just reckless. So Qi Li's best way is to muddy the water and fish in the muddy water. Simply put, it is to make the current situation more complicated and the battle more intense. As a result, the three gods competing for believers have no time to take into account the actions of Qi Lu, a fisher in troubled waters. In this case, an external spoiler is the best choice. Take the Oka family as a sharp blade, pierce the sphere of influence of the Temple of the Undead, and break the current balance. Since the influence of the Azer Empire shrouds the area and advocates fighting spirit and martial arts, let's start from this point. Qi Lu thought slowly in his mind. In the shops of Donghuang and Beishan, Qi Lu has never sold such things as a commodity. Because there is a combat power improvement training room, the customers who have been tempered every day, their combat skills are not weak. Therefore, selling martial arts can only be the icing on the cake. But here, although the people of the Azer Empire advocate martial arts, it does not mean that their martial arts are necessarily tyrannical. After all, what the gods need is only a group of believers who have been raised in captivity, a group of believers who obediently provide themselves with the power of faith, rather than some tyrannical thugs. So what kind of good things can the martial skills taught? What's more, the situation of owning a broom is especially common in the Azer Empire. Because the will of heaven and earth is broken, the road to heaven disappears. It means that there is an upper limit to the cultivation realm. Then, in the case that you can't become stronger, as long as others are weaker than yourself, then it will be fine. The essence of human nature is selfishness. How many people can truly be selfless? Since there is no way to pursue a higher realm, then you can only make yourself stand on the highest realm all the time. Otherwise, why are most of the juggernauts monopolized by the big family of the Azer Empire? Pesha loves swordsmanship and searches for famous teachers everywhere, but she can only ponder it all by herself for so many years. It is for this reason. However, really speaking, this should also be what the gods most want to see. The believers themselves suppressed and calculated each other, so that the status of those gods would never be threatened. Therefore, in Qi Li's view, this kind of behavior is undoubtedly extremely stupid. But no way, this is the general trend. Although it is said that the disciples were taught and the master starved to death, it would not happen. But it is inevitable to affect the status, because no one will be willing to be subservient to others. In order to stabilize one's own position, hiding one's hands has become a very common thing. The unreserved teaching will not begin until the candidates for the mantle of disciples are determined. This also gave Qi Lu great room for manipulation. It's just that things like teaching martial arts can't be rushed. After all, things like skill books only exist in the New World mode of the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. Even customers in the store who want to deepen their understanding of martial arts have to go to the New World mode for training. Then, through continuous practice, you can gradually master new martial arts, or improve your proficiency in martial arts. As for the kind of skill book that can instantly master martial arts as soon as you open it, Qi Lu doesn't have it anyway. It is estimated that the system will not have it. Otherwise, why would Qi Lu suffer so much in the trial room? Wouldn't it be delicious to directly let the system help load various combat skills? Therefore, it is said that if you eat hard and suffer, you will become a superior person. Since Qi Lu has the power now, except for the cultivation realm that the system helps to load, the rest are all honed by himself. So people in the Azer Empire want to learn martial arts. Naturally, it is not easy. However, there is one thing to say, even if Qi Lu wants to start from the aspect of martial arts, to pry the corner of the Azer Empire, That's not easy either. Because the title of dragon-slaying sword saint, although it spreads very loudly. But among the sword saints in the Azer Empire, their strength is only in the middle and lower reaches. So Qilu borrowed the identity of the dragon-slaying sword saint and wanted to snatch people from those sword saints, which was still impossible. Unless, you can beat your own reputation and let those people see their true strength. It's just that the battle between the juggernauts has a huge impact. Within the sphere of influence of the Azer Empire, although martial arts are advocated, it is also forbidden to fight infighting among the strong at the level of juggernaut. Because every juggernaut is a top-notch combat power and an important force against the Hall of the Undead and the Union of Elements. Those juniors are just messing around. Juggernaut will never allow internal friction. Therefore, if Qilu wants to build his reputation, he can only find a way from another aspect. For example, Pesha. Compared with directly showing one's own strength, teaching a strong antiradical disciple can make him more famous. After all, Qilu's current purpose is just to pry the corner. As long as they have learned martial arts from Qilu, they will continue to provide Qilu with the power of faith. This is where Qilu is more powerful than those gods, and where the power of the system lies. Because, although the system does not have a skill book that can master martial arts as soon as it is opened. However, it allows people to master some martial arts with incredible power through continuous practice. Otherwise, how did the customers in the store learn the system-made skills in the New World mode? Not just through constant practice in New World mode. That is to say, as long as they learn even one martial skill from Qilu, they will start to provide Qilu with the power of faith. Because the power of the martial arts made by the system has already left a mark on those people. Of course, this mark has no other effect, it is just to simply receive the power of faith. Therefore, Qilu's first step is to start spreading martial arts. You don't have to accept apprentices, the same is true for street goods. The first step in spreading martial arts is to become famous. After all, the name of Dragon Slayer Sword Saint is mainly spread outside the Azer Empire. As for the Azer Empire, Dragon Slayer Sword Saint is really not well known. Master, we have already arrived at the place. Qilu, who had been thinking about the problem, suddenly came to his senses when he heard Pesha's voice. It is good. Qilu responded lightly, then got up and got off the carriage. In the eyes of the Azer Empire, the Oka family may be nothing. But in the Barren Empire, no one dared to provoke them. There is no way, within the sphere of influence of the Azer Empire, the sword saints who can be named are basically in the Azer Empire. Then they were recruited by those big families. Except for a few idle juggernauts who are like idle clouds and wild cranes, other small countries can't find strong juggernauts at all. Therefore, it is very common for a family like the Oka family that is not guarded by a swordsman to be ranked first and second. But starting today, it's different. Because the Oka family welcomed a swordsman today. Welcome to the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint. Just walking out of the carriage, Qilu saw hundreds of people standing on the left and right sides, standing in 2 rows, waiting outside the gate of the Oka family mansion, bowing to welcome him. Everyone's expressions were extremely respectful, maintaining the greatest awe. Because what they ushered in was a genuine sword saint. As the eldest lady of the Oka family, Pesha is definitely lucky for the entire Oka family to be able to worship a swordsman. Although this incident happened a little suddenly, the Oka family's response was not slow. Crow went back to the Oka family 1 step ahead of schedule and informed the matter. That's why there was such a big battle. And the middle-aged man standing at the door of the Oka family mansion is the current owner of the Oka family. Also Pesha's father, Orin Oka. Lord Slaying Dragon Sword Saint, you are welcome. I am the current head of the Oka family, Olin Oka, and Pesha's father. It is Pesha's luck that the little girl can worship at your door, and it is also the honor of our Oka family. Seeing Qilu approaching, Orin quickly bowed and said respectfully. Don't look at Orinoka as the head of the Oka family, but in front of a swordsman, it's really not enough. Patriarch Orin needn't be more polite. Sheila said politely. Then, accompanied by Orin, he walked into the mansion of the Oka family. It has to be said that the family that can rank first and second in the Baron Empire has a really large mansion. In addition, there are rockeries and ponds, many houses, and 9 turn quarters. It is said to be a mansion, but it is more like a palace. But these have nothing to do with Qi Lu. After all, there are many members of the Oka family. Except for those clansmen who were assigned to manage when they became adults, and those who went out to experience, the other clansmen basically lived in his mansion. Therefore, if the area is larger and the house is larger, there is no problem. In the Oka family's mansion, there is also a large-scale martial arts field, which is used to practice martial arts for the clansmen. The Azer Empire advocates martial arts, and the Valen Empire, which is attached to the Azer Empire, is no exception. This martial arts field can be said to be the basic configuration of a qualified family. Even at this moment, there are many clansmen practicing martial arts on the martial arts arena. Although it is a big event to welcome Dragon Slayer Sword Saint, not every clan is qualified to see Dragon Slayer Sword Saint. This is also what Orin is considering. If the Dragon Slayer doesn't like the excitement, wouldn't that annoy the Dragon Slayer? A juggernaut who likes to live in seclusion must like to be clean. Therefore, those clansmen who were not qualified to see dragon-slaying Sword Saint stayed in the mansion. Most of them are gathered in this martial arts arena. Martial arts must be more and more proficient with practice, so that practice makes perfect and perfection. However, in Qi Li's view, the martial arts practiced by the members of the Oka family are full of flaws. Even if it reaches the point of perfection, I am afraid it will be like that. After all, the truly powerful martial arts are all in the hands of those juggernauts. This is the monopoly effect brought about by the treasure of the broom. As long as those swordsmen do not let go, then there is basically no powerful martial arts among these handed-down martial arts. If you want to create a powerful martial art with the cultivation level of a great swordsman, then you are a true genius. Is this the world the gods want to see? It's pathetic. Sheila couldn't help sighing in his heart. The gods do not need powerful believers. So it doesn't matter what these believers do, as long as they still believe in themselves and provide themselves with the power of faith. What's more, the strength of these believers is weaker, but it is better to control. Just a little miracle can make them die. And this kind of concept is completely opposite to those ancient powers in the Sifang realm. Compared with a group of captive believers, Qi Lu wants to see a world where everyone is like a dragon. Because true faith is never obtained by relying on great power. Lord Dragon-slaying Sword Saint, do you think their martial arts are eligible for your guidance? Alan also noticed Qi Li's movements, and actually took a look at the martial arts field, so he asked a question subconsciously. To be honest, when his daughter Pesha was able to worship the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint, Orin felt that his ancestral grave was smoking. Because of the prestige of dragon-slaying Sword Saint, the Oka family is the most well-deserved, strongest family in the Valen Empire. And there is still the opportunity to enter the Azer Empire. You must know that the most prosperous area of martial arts in this world is in the Azer Empire. That is the holy place in the minds of all warriors. It is also the place with the most juggernauts. Therefore, if the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint is willing to give pointers on the martial arts of the juniors in the clan, that would be a great blessing. After all, if you want to enter the Azer Empire, it is not enough just to be a nominal juggernaut. The evaluation of the overall combat effectiveness of the family is equally important. Point? Sheila glanced at Orin. Alright. Anyway, it's all about collecting the power of faith. So let's start with the Oka family. No matter how small the mosquito's legs are, it's still meat, so this can be considered a good start. Pesha, come here, I will teach you the first point today. Since it is a pointer, Qi Lu will, of course, not forget his cheap apprentice, and he must bring it with him. Yes, master. Pasha quickly followed. As Qi Lu, Pasha, and Oren entered the martial arts arena, the members of the Oka family who were practicing martial arts also stopped their movements. Then he said hello to Oren and Pasha, and then looked at the masked man beside the owner with a puzzled expression. Because they don't know who this masked man is. Every clan, this one is the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint who came to the clan today. Oren didn't let them doubt for long, and then introduced Qi Li's identity aloud. Dragon Slaying Sword Saint. It's actually the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint. The clansmen on the martial arts field were in an uproar, and the eyes they looked at the masked man became frenzied. This is exactly how ordinary people see their idols. For any swordsman, the juggernaut is the target he pursues. Now, the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint is willing to instruct you to practice martial arts, so please show me your spirit. With just one sentence, Oren directly ignited everyone's emotions. I heard that right, the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint is willing to teach us our martial arts. Really? It should be true. It's great that I can get the advice of the Sword Saint in my lifetime. Yes, you heard it right, we are really lucky, this is the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint. I will definitely practice hard. It is possible to get the advice of the swordsman, but it is something they have never dreamed of. Because in the Valen Empire, there is simply no strong swordsman level to be found. And even if it is found, with the size of the Oka family, there is no way for the swordsman to do anything. So at this moment, it is definitely the luckiest thing to be able to get the guidance of the Juggernaut. Lord Dragon, Slaying Sword Saint, trouble you. Oren took a step back and said aloud. It's just a little fighting skill, it doesn't matter. Qi Lu waved his hand and said politely. If you want to participate in the battle between the three major forces and have enough right to speak, you must build your reputation and let those high-level officials notice. Qi Lu didn't want to cause any trouble, and then he was plotted by the gods again. A king-level power is not an opponent that Qi Lu can deal with now. So fishing in troubled waters is very important. To put it bluntly, it is actually because there are too many gods concerned about this world. Once the movement is too big and attracts the attention of the gods, what Qi Lu will face is the joint attack of the three gods. This is the real reason why Qi Lu will be so careful. Otherwise, wouldn't it be uncomfortable to go directly to the Elemental Union and sell the Elemental's Blessing Potion? But in this way, the power of the Elemental Union will surely overwhelm the Azurite Empire and the undead in a very short period of time. In this way, it is difficult not to be noticed by those gods. After all, they had been in a stalemate for so many years before, and suddenly there was a crushing trend. That must be a problem. Don't think those gods are fools. If he were a fool, he would not be able to ascend to such a high position. Therefore, Qi Lu can only let the battle between the three major forces enter the white-hot stage, and then profit from it. For example, one side sells the blessing potion of the Elemental Union elements, and the other side sells the Azurite Empire Elemental Protection Potion. Anyway, the dispute is about financial resources, so presumably they will not be stingy with such a small amount of money. And Qi Lu is now starting from the aspect of martial arts, also to deal with the Hall of the Undead. Because of the Elemental Protection Medicine, it has no effect on the Hall of the Undead. So I can only work on martial arts. Undead magic, but a very disgusting type of magic, evil and sinister. Using tyrannical martial skills to crush is the best way. Then, teaching martial arts from the Oka family is the first step in the plan. Sword skills, the most basic things, are nothing more than 3 words. Quick, accurate, ruthless. Qi Lu came to the front of the martial arts field, looked at the people of the Oka family below, and said slowly. Qi Lu has done a lot of things like pointing out martial arts. At the very beginning, I also taught combat skills live in the store. But later, as the number of masters proficient in combat skills gradually increased among the customers in the store, Qilu also gave them the opportunity to live broadcast. Anyway, most of the customers in the store can't learn particularly high-end combat skills. Take a very simple example. Even a cultivator with extraordinary aptitude wants to have the same level of combat skills as the current Qilu. At least it takes thousands of years of hard training day and night. And there must be enough life and death battles in it. So later, when Qi Li's combat skills reached a certain level, he decisively stopped live teaching. Because of such high-end combat skills, there is no point in teaching them. All I can say is, if you can't learn, don't read it. And now, it's just going back to the old business. Yu Dao is the martial arts in the world, and there is nothing that can't be broken, but fast. Although this sentence is too absolute, it is not without reason. So today the martial arts I want to teach you are very simple. There is only one move, and that is the sword drawing style. Qi Li's voice was still unhurried. To be honest, asking Qi Lu to instruct these people to practice the martial arts, Qi Lu really couldn't do it. Because there are indeed too many flaws, it is better to directly learn a new martial art than to correct one flaw one by one. That's why Qi Lu didn't mention the martial arts they practiced at all. Of course, the members of the Oka family didn't care either. If you can learn new martial arts from the swordsman, what bike do you need? Who lends me a sword? Qi Lu said lightly. I use mine, the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint, please use my sword. Go away, the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint should use my sword is better than yours. You continue. Let's fight, the wise man has already put the sword into the hands of the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint. Damn, actually let people get on the ground first. Just for the sake of letting the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint borrow his sword, these guys almost started fighting. It can be said that it is a great honor to let your idol touch your sword. Even Pesha wanted to send her saber over there. But after thinking about it, he still didn't do it, but looked at the quarreling clansmen with pride. What I want to say in my eyes is self-evident if you see it, this is my master, you can't be envious. Anyway, dragon-slaying sword saint is his own master, so there is no need to fight for such trivial matters. You look good. Qi Lu ignored the quarrels of these people and just said it to himself. Anyway, the sword skills are only demonstrated once, whether they see it or not is their own business. As soon as these words came out, everyone stopped their movements instantly, and the entire martial arts field became silent, and the needle drop could be heard. Dragon-slaying sword saint is about to demonstrate his sword skills, who wants to quarrel? If you miss it, you will regret it for a lifetime. Sword drawn unsheathed. Qi Lu put one hand on the hilt of the sword and said slowly. Since it is a demonstration of martial arts, there is no need to show killing intent. The sword drawing style, born out of the sword drawing slash, is also an explosive martial skill. It's just different from the characteristic of drawing the sword, which is only attacking but not defending. The sword drawing style can attack and defend, and after the sword is drawn, it does not necessarily have to be sheathed, but can be arbitrarily connected to the subsequent martial arts. OM. A sword cry sounded, and then the sword light was like electricity. None of the people present reacted, and saw that the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint had already pulled out his sword. Just drawing the sword quickly, that's all? Oren, who was standing behind Qi Lu, widened his eyes and looked stunned. What's the use of just drawing the sword quickly? The young people on the martial arts field also looked confused, not knowing what happened just now. If you just draw the sword quickly, it seems like it's useless. However, at this moment, one of the people on the martial arts field suddenly let out a painful cry. This scream was like a switch. In an instant, the screams of pain on the martial arts field came one after another. It was only at this moment that they discovered that the hundreds of people on the martial arts field had an extra wound that was not too deep, and blood was oozing out. although it is only a skin injury that has no effect. But this terrifying scene made everyone stunned after screaming in pain. Just a trick. Just pull out the longsword. It can actually hurt hundreds of people on the martial arts field. And no one could notice that until the wound appeared, only to realize that he was actually injured. What a terrible sword skill this is. Until this moment, Oren didn't understand what the word juggernaut meant. You must know that the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint didn't use much power when he demonstrated the sword drawing style just now. Otherwise, the clansmen present would have more than skin injuries. In other words, Dragon Slaying Sword Saint only used similar strength to them, but relying on this terrifying sword skill, instantly injured hundreds of people on the martial arts arena. If this were a real life and death battle, these hundreds of people would have already died in the battle. Is this the swordsman level sword skill? To be able to be tyrannical to such a terrifying level? Master, is this really a sword skill? Can I learn too? Pesha, who was standing beside Qi Lu, widened her eyes in shock and looked at the scene with an incredible face. Of course, Pesha, the sword drawing style is just an advanced version of the basic swordsmanship. You have to learn a lot. Qi Lu glanced at Pesha and said tepidly. The sword drawing style is just a simple fast break. However, when practiced to the extreme, it can also exert a very tyrannical power. After all, when fighting the Ocean Dragon Emperor, Qi Lu used a lot of /soft the sword drawing series. Master, I will definitely work hard, Pesha said seriously. Opportunities are hard won, how can you not cherish them? Qi Lu looked at Pesha's statement, but did not speak, but handed back the borrowed long sword. The young man who was so excited to take the sword blushed, stammered for a long time, but didn't say anything. This is a sword borrowed by the Juggernaut, so it is better to offer it up for auspiciousness. The sword drawing style is a move transformed from the most basic sword skills. Battle is not a child's play. It is the best way to use the simplest moves to cause the most damage. After Qi Lu demonstrated drawing the sword unsheathing, it became more convincing to say such words. Fighting is about life and death, so sword skills should also be killing skills. It is meaningless to make a good sword skill, so bells and whistles, on the contrary, it will be full of flaws. Rather than studying how to waste one's physical strength, it is better to think more about such a trick to defeat the enemy. But Qi Lu didn't say much. After leaving these two sentences, he turned around and left. Drawing the sword unsheathing is a sword skill of the final type, similar to the starter. You can follow up with a variety of moves. However, if you really want to practice well, it is not easy. So Qi Lu left this trick, and it was enough for the Oka family to work hard for a long time. There is no need to teach so much at one time, and you will never finish it anyway. Besides, Qi Lu is now Pesha's master, and he is only here to give some pointers. If you really want to teach with your heart, it's not the turn of these people. You have to practice hard, don't let down the painstaking efforts of the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint. Seeing the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint turning around and preparing to leave the martial arts field, Oren hurriedly exhorted and encouraged him. Being able to get the advice of the Juggernaut, even if it is just a simple trick, is very useful. Yes, Master. Thank you for the teaching of the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint. Everyone on the martial arts field hurriedly bowed and thanked them, watching the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint leave with awe. After that, he soon began to train harder, and he was bound to live up to the painstaking efforts of the Oren family, as well as the kind guidance of the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint. Qi Lu didn't care about the heated scene on the martial arts field. As the eldest lady of the Oka family, Pesha naturally has other places to practice martial arts. Moreover, the practice of swordsmanship cannot be rushed. Qi Lu planned to see how Pesha's foundation was, and then decide how to teach Pesha. After all, it is his first apprentice, so he can't teach indiscriminately. wouldn't that disgrace his reputation? Not to mention the sword drawing style taught before, Pasha can also practice first. Anyway, it is the starting style, and then the follow-up moves will be taught. So the plan was settled, and Qi Lu would naturally live in the Oka family's mansion, temporarily. As a result, after obtaining Qi Li's consent, Oren Oka also began to hype the name of Dragon Slayer Sword Saint. In less than 3 days, the news that Dragon Slayer Sword Saint came to the Oka family was known to the entire Valen Empire. This news shocked the other families of the Valen Empire on the spot. The Oka family is one of the largest families in the Varen Empire. Now I am fortunate enough to welcome the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint. Could this be the so-called ancestral graves with green smoke? With the protection of Dragon Slayer Sword Saint, what other way can they think of surpassing the Oka family? All of a sudden, even the royal family of the Valen Empire has to look at the face of the Oka family. For a small empire, the deterrent power of Juggernaut is so huge. Coupled with the title of Dragon-Slaying Sword Saint, it is quite loud among the few idle sword saints who do not yet belong. So this propaganda, soon even the surrounding forces big and small know the news. Even the Empire of Azer got the news. The sword saints in those big families were also a little surprised for a while. Because regardless of the strength of Dragon-Slaying Sword Saint for the time being, his reputation is big enough anyway. Especially in the circle of the strong swordsman level, there are several people who have tried to recruit dragon-slaying swordsmen. The main reason is the origin of the name of Dragon-Slaying Sword Saint. Ordinary people may not know what slaying the dragon refers to, but only know that the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint once killed a giant dragon and brought back the dragon's skull. However, they never thought about why the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint brought back the dragon's skull instead of the head. That's because what the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint was beheading was a bone dragon summoned by the people from the Hall of the Undead. After destroying the ghost fire of the bone dragon, it is natural to bring back the skull of the bone dragon. It was this incident that made Sword Saint Dragon slaying famous in the battle against the Hall of the Undead. So this time, the dragon-slaying Sword Saint suddenly joined the Oka family, and also accepted the eldest lady of the Oka family, Pesoka, as the first disciple, which really surprised the swordsmen of the Azer Empire. It's just that dragon-slaying Sword Saint is withdrawn by nature, and even if is also a Sword Saint, he has no deep friendship with them. So the swordsmen of the Azer Empire couldn't understand what was going on. But one thing is no surprise. That is the Oka family, which was originally unknown, and officially entered the sight of the major families of the Azer Empire. It is even more famous than the Varen Empire, where the Oka family is located. Just because of a Dragon Slayer Sword Saint. But Qi Lu didn't know about these things. Of course, even if he knew, Qi Lu probably wouldn't care. After all, what Orinoka preached was just the title of Dragon Slayer Sword Saint, and it had nothing to do with Qi Lu. If it is too deep into the play, it will be difficult for Jin Chan to escape from the shell later. What's more, Qi Lu originally thought that he wanted to spread the fame of Dragon Slaying Sword Saint. In this way, we can better spread martial arts and collect the power of faith. It can also speak in the 2 largest battlefields. It's just that this made Orinoka a little frightened. Because the more indifferent Qi Lu was, the more Orinoka felt that he owed Dragon Slayer Sword Saint's favor. No way, the reputation of the Oka family is based on the name of Dragon Slayer Sword Saint. To put it badly, if Sword Saint Dragon Slayer did not accept Pasha as his apprentice, I am afraid that in another 100 years, the Azer Empire would not be able to notice the Oka family. So in this way, Orinoka's attitude towards Qi Lu became more and more respectful. See it or not, this is the bearing of the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint. Boom. In the hall, a teacup was smashed to pieces. An old man sitting on the main seat looked at the man kneeling below the hall with a grim look. Why is Dragon Slaying Sword Saint still alive? Didn't you already send someone to deal with it? Here is the sphere of influence of the Temple of the Dead. As a swordsman who killed bone dragons on the battlefields of the Azer Empire and the Hall of the Undead, he became famous in the first battle, and he would naturally be remembered by the people in the Hall of the Undead. Especially when I learned that Dragon Slayer Sword Saint likes to live in seclusion alone. The powerhouse belonging to the Hall of the Undead can be said to be so excited that he almost didn't jump up. Although in terms of personal combat power, there are not many strong people who can defeat the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint in the Hall of the Undead. However, you must know that the people in the Hall of the Dead are unscrupulous people. This method of poisoning is simply a routine operation. As long as the toxicity is severe enough, it is impossible for a mere dragon-slaying sword saint to escape. However, just a few days after His Highness the Undead took out the highly poisonous poison, and then sent an assassin to assassinate the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint, only a few days later, such news appeared. Dragon Slayer Sword Saint appeared in the Oka family of the Valen Empire. That being said, the assassination attempt in the Hall of the Dead failed. Tang. Hall Master, my subordinates did send assassins over, but I didn't expect this dragon-slaying sword saint to be so strong. The man kneeling at the foot of the hall did not dare to look at the old man's face, nor did he dare to wipe the sweat on his face. Only those who belonged to the Temple of the Undead knew what the methods of the Temple of the Undead were. If you really want to torture a person, then you can't live, you can't die. How can someone who can defeat the bone dragon be weak? This dragon-slaying sword saint is not at a high level of cultivation, but his swordsmanship is tyrannical. As long as he uses poison to eliminate his physical strength, he will have no choice but to capture him. Don't tell me, you don't even know this kind of thing. The old man known as the Hall Master snorted coldly. Poisoning and plotting, such a thing is absolutely commonplace for the Hall of the Undead. If you can't even use this common method well, then you are really a shame-toba person in the Hall of the Dead. The subordinates naturally understand that they have also brought death toxins to the assassins. Logically speaking, there is absolutely no possibility of missing. But this dragon-slaying sword saint still survived, which is really incredible. The man in the hall recalled the incident and was also at a loss. A mere dragon-slaying sword saint, even if his sword skills are strong, he can defeat the bone dragon, but under the death toxin of the Hall of the Undead, there is no chance of his life. What's more, the assassins sent in the past are not incompetent. However, things are so unbelievable that the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint survived. And there was such a big movement that it even disturbed the Hall of the Undead. Although in terms of combat power, Dragon-slaying Sword Saint is not a major concern for the Hall of the Undead. But the failure of this assassination undoubtedly hit the Hall of the Undead in the face, as if to say how incompetent the people in the Hall of the Undead were. Even if the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint lives in seclusion in the Devil Beast Forest, so no one else knows about it. But as long as Dragon-slaying Sword Saint is not eliminated for one day, the Temple of the Dead will not feel comfortable. Death toxin also used? The old man frowned slightly and said to himself, if this is the case, it is impossible to get rid of the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint, then his real strength may not be as simple as he showed before. Regarding the true strength of Dragon-slaying Sword Saint, in fact, the Temple of the Dead has no idea. Because on the battlefields of the Azer Empire and the Temple of the Dead, Dragon Slayer Sword Saint is not a frequent visitor, but more like a short-lived helper. After the battle became famous, it never appeared. Therefore, it is naturally impossible to understand the strength of Dragon Slayer Sword Saint as clearly as the Azer Empire. Then there will be such doubts, which is also a normal situation. After all, among the hostile forces, the information on the top combat power they possess is top secret for the three major forces. Unless it is the combat information that the two top combat powers have personally confirmed after the battle. Otherwise, the information obtained by inference alone will definitely not be completely accurate. Therefore, the combat effectiveness of Dragon-slaying Sword Saint was once again raised by the Hall of the Dead. Unfortunately, it was impossible for the Hall of the Dead to guess that the real Dragon Slayer Sword Saint had indeed been assassinated by them. And this dragon-slaying Sword Saint, who appeared as a substitute, is not the target they have the ability to assassinate. After the assassination, the dragon-slaying Sword Saint, who has always let to live in seclusion, was born and began to accept apprentices, and he is still so public. In this way, I am afraid that it is responding to what we have done. The old man frowned, thinking slowly in his heart. The assassination of the top combat power of the hostile forces is not alloyed in the agreement of the three major forces. More precisely, it should not be allowed to appear on the bright side. Therefore, even if the Hall of the Undead acts unscrupulously, it will not openly violate the agreement, but will act secretly. Of course, things like assassination can only be carried out in secret, and there is no way to reveal it. Once it's clear, it's war. In the eyes of this old man who belonged to the Hall of the Undead, the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint would be born to accept disciples and make such a big noise. He should be telling them, assassination is such a dirty method, don't use it again. Leave this matter aside for the time being. If the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint just wants to be famous in a battle, then let him go. If Dragon Slaying Sword Saint dares to come to the battlefield, then keep him there forever. Thinking of this, the old man also made a decision. For the top combat power, those who can assassinate can naturally be assassinated. But if there is no way to assassinate, it doesn't have to be forced, and it doesn't matter if you plan slowly. Anyway, the conflict between the Hall of the Undead and the Azer Empire is not something that can end in a day or two. This is basically a problem that can only be ended until one of the parties completely disappears, and there is no chance for it to start again. So it's okay to take it slow. Yes, Hall Master. The man in the hall breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, arranging such a thing as an assassination is also risky. If it is really revealed, then he, the one who sent the assassin, will probably become the scapegoat of the Temple of the Dead. However, Qi Lu knew nothing about these things. Qi Lu is now wearing a mask all day and wandering in the Oka family. It is impossible to take off the mask. The masks made by the system are of quality and comfortable to wear. Qi Lichao likes to wear masks. As for the members of the Oka family, they got used to it after watching it for a few days. Because according to rumors, Dragon-Slaying Sword Saint likes to wear a mask and never shows his true face. Now it seems that this is really not a common liking. But Qi Lu did not care about these remarks. Anyway, they are talking about Dragon-Slaying Sword Saint, and he has a half-cent relationship with Qi Lu? Another thing is that after observing for a few days, Qi Lu also sorted out the idea of how to teach Pesha. From the perspective of basic skills, Pesha is still very solid. No way, Pesha's love for swordsmanship is not just talking about it, but lacks the guidance of a famous teacher. So you can only start from the basic skills and keep practicing to make your foundation more solid. This is a surprise. The so-called high-rise buildings rise from the ground. No matter what kind of swordsmanship it is quite basic. Because no matter how the swordsmanship changes, they cannot escape the most basic moves: stab, point, collapse, strike, draw, bring, lift, check, stir, press, split, cut, hang, hold, slash, pick, wipe, cut, tie, circle. Now that Pesha's basic skills are so solid, it saves Qi Lu a lot of trouble, and it is also convenient to teach. Moreover, Pesha's understanding of sword skills was indeed a little bit beyond Qi Li's expectations. It has to be said that the way those sword saints accept apprentices, because of their backgrounds, has indeed buried a lot of talents. Although Pesha's cultivation realm is only a swordsman, and he has not even reached the realm of a swordsman, let alone the unreachable swordsman. But Pesha's comprehension of swordsmanship is unmatched by ordinary greatswordsmen. If a famous teacher can lead the way in the early years, it is estimated that in a few years, a new star will rise. The Oka family can also truly have a swordsman in charge. But it's not too late. After all, Qi Li's sword skills were much stronger than ordinary sword saints. This is probably Pasha's luck. I can only say that the word fate is really wonderful. On this day, when Qi Lu was in the backyard of Pasha's room, teaching Pasha sword skills, the door was knocked. The door is not locked. Without raising his head, Qi Lu knew who was coming. The person who can come to Pasha at this time, except for important things, is Orinoka. Lord Dragon, Slaying Sword Saint, I have something to discuss with you. Orin pushed open the door to the backyard, holding an invitation-like post in his hand. What's up? Qi Lu keenly felt that this matter should have something to do with Pasha. This is an invitation letter for the annual martial arts competition held by the Azer Empire. Orin didn't hesitate, and directly gave Qi Lu the post in his hand, and then introduced the matter of the martial arts competition. The martial arts competition is a competition held by the Azerite Empire for the younger generation within the sphere of influence of the entire Azerite Empire. Once a year, the single elimination system is adopted, so the schedule is not long. The main purpose is to select the young generation with good talent, high aptitude and strength, and focus on training. With such a simple introduction, Qi Lu immediately understood the purpose of this martial arts competition. It is to cultivate new top combat power. Because the three major forces of the Azer Empire, the Union of Elements, and the Hall of the Undead represent the three gods fighting for believers. Therefore, there will never be a day of reconciliation. Naturally, new powers are needed to supplement the existing combat power. It must be not only the Azer Empire. I am afraid that there are similar selection methods in the Elemental Union and the Hall of the Undead. However, this kind of martial arts competition must have passed the first round of evaluation before issuing the invitation letter. Otherwise, everyone from the younger generation went to the competition. Even if it is a single elimination system, the time required to complete the entire schedule is probably not short. Therefore, the person who can receive the invitation letter must have passed the first round of evaluation. Aolan seemed to see Qi Li's thoughts, and after introducing the matters concerning the martial arts competition, he added another sentence. Every disciple of the Sword Saint is eligible to participate in the martial arts competition, so this time, the Oka family will receive an invitation letter. I see. Qi Lu nodded in understanding. It turned out that this invitation was sent to the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint that he played. It's not hard to think. In the Azer Empire, the Juggernaut is the real top combat power. Then the disciples who are admitted to the sect by the Sword Saint must have merits, even more reliable than the first round of evaluation. It is most suitable to cultivate the top combat power of the new generation. Therefore, the Azer Empire has recruited almost all the Juggernauts, which is a very normal thing. Because as long as the Juggernaut is in hand, it is basically equivalent to monopolizing the training channel for top combat power. It can also ensure the status of the Azer Empire, which can never be overthrown. After all, it is impossible for these believers to know about the battle of gods. The people of the Azer Empire, like the Temple of the Undead and the people who unite with the elements, only know that they cannot coexist with pagans. But I don't understand why you have to live and die. But by now, the reason doesn't matter anymore. Because after so many years, even if there was no feud at the beginning, it has become a feud now. There is absolutely no chance of resolution. Therefore, Qi Lu did not have this thought either, and wanted to resolve the hatred of these three major forces. Rather, the more fiercely these three forces fight, the more opportunities Qi Lu will be able to profit from. You know, whether it's martial arts, magic, or the commodities that Qi Lu is going to sell, almost all of them are born for fighting. If singing and dancing are really peaceful, Qi Lu can collect less power off faith. So, since these guys are willing to fight like this, Qi Lu is not going to stop it. Qi Lu is not a saint, so he has to do such a thankless thing. People have been fighting down from generation to generation, and if you go to persuade them now, you will only cause a fishy mess. It is better to watch the fire from the other side of the bank and fish in troubled waters. It is precisely because of this. The Azer Empire will also find ways to ensure its status while fighting against the Union of Elements and the Temple of the Undead. And this martial arts competition is one of the most exciting means. There is no reason for him. Because the martial arts competition is aimed at the entire sphere of influence shrouded in the Azer Empire. That is to say, in the martial arts competition, the Azer Empire will recruit most of the most talented people within its sphere of influence. Anyone who excels in martial arts competitions will have the opportunity to worship the swordsman. And these juggernauts belong to the major families of the Azer Empire. Therefore, once he was accepted as a disciple by the sword master, he naturally belonged to the Azer Empire. In this way, the strong will become stronger, and the weak will become weaker. This is also the biggest reason why it is impossible for small empires such as the Valen Empire to appear as a juggernaut. It is rude to say that if the current Pasha has not joined the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint, then she is very likely to participate in this martial arts competition. However, without the title of Sword Saint Disciple, naturally, there is no way to obtain an invitation letter. Then Pasha needs to start with the audition. The so-called audition refers to successfully standing out from among the many contestants who want to worship the Sword Saint. And this level is also a disciple of the Sword Saint, and does not need to go through the test. Pasha once participated in the audition of a martial arts competition. Unfortunately, during the audition, it was brushed down. But this time, it was different because of the title of the disciple of the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint. Pasha received the invitation. I see, I'll leave the invitation first. Qi Lu naturally noticed the change in Pasha's expression, so he nodded to Oren. The audition of the martial arts competition is not an easy thing. This is not only the pain of Pasha, but the pain of the entire Oka family. So this time, it's time for Pasha to prove herself. Thank you, Dragon Slayer Sword Saint. Seeing this, Oren immediately bowed to Qi Lu and thanked him. You must know that the disciples of other sword saints, when they go to participate in the martial arts competition, are at least in the realm of sword masters. Even the disciples of the sword saint who are in the realm of the great sword master will also enter the competition due to the age limit. Because juggernauts are very concerned about their own face, and to allow their disciples to participate in the competition, it is natural to ensure their combat effectiveness. Not to say you have to win. After all, among those who participated in the martial arts competition, there were also many disciples of the Sword Saint. Therefore, the promise of winning the championship is simply a big talk, and no one will say it. However, since he is a disciple of the Sword Saint, at least he must ensure that he will not be defeated by those opponents who are sent to the field through audition. If the dignified Sword Saint disciples were really defeated by those who were selected from the sea, that person's Sword Saint master was simply humiliated and thrown into the house. Therefore, even if many Sword Saints received invitations to the martial arts competition, if their own disciples were not strong enough to fight, they would not be allowed to play. If there was an accident, it would be a shame. However, I know this is the case. Facing Pei Sha, who was just a swordsman, the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint still let her play and gave her a chance to prove herself. I have to say that the kindness of Sword Saint Dragon Slayer to the Oka Familius really too great. Because the higher the ranking in the martial arts competition, the more various resources Azer Empire will reward. So whether it is for various cultivation resources, or for the opportunity to worship the Sword Saint. The people who went to the competition were like Christian carp crossing the river, it was hard to count. Juggernaut disciples directly skip the audition and recommend the official competition, which is already a chance to become famous. If Pasha can still get a good ranking, then it is no surprise that the Oka family can also follow suit and become famous again. But if Pasha's performance is too bad, it will be shameful, but it is Dragon Slayer Sword Saint. Those people won't say why Pasha's strength is so high. Poor, they will only say that the method of Sword Saint Dragon slaying taught each his disciples is not good. In other words, is the Sword Saint Dragon slaying blind, and chose such a disciple to embarrass himself. Therefore, the risk that dragon-slaying Sword Saint needs to bear is much greater than that of Pasha. You're welcome, Pasha is my disciple, and I have confidence in her. Chila waved his hand and said indifferently. This open-minded mentality immediately made Orinoka awe-inspiring and ashamed. There are actually sword saints in the world who are willing to disregard their own face and let their disciples gain more combat experience. These powerhouses are not only tyrannical in strength, but also in terms off-tier state of mind. Master, thank you. Pasha also came over and thanked Chila sincerely. Participating in the audition of the martial arts competition before is not a shame for Pasha, but it is definitely her nightmare. It also made Pasha understand what it means to be a person outside a person, and there is a sky outside the sky. Even if they are not disciples of the Sword Saint, those with extraordinary talent can still be self-taught. This kind of blow once made Pasha's confidence collapse for a time, and she felt that she was not suitable for learning sword skills. Fortunately, everything has come. The current Pasha is a genuine disciple of the Sword Saint. If you really want to thank me, just practice your swords harder these days. Chila glanced at the invitation letter. The official battle of the martial arts competition was just 10 days away. And in these 10 days, it is the audition of the martial arts competition, and it is also the time that Pasha can use to improve. Yes, Master. I will definitely do my best to perform well in the martial arts competition, and I will not make you lose face. Pasha said loudly with excitement, her expression was serious, as if she was taking an oath.